Chapter 331. Shaggy held a piece of cake in both hands, took a small bite, and chewed for a long time before reacting. She turned her head and looked at Germain. Her eyes asked, "If you don't agree, can I continue to eat?" Germain nodded. "Meaning? You can continue to eat. It's okay." He turned to Sheba, who suddenly asked the question, and noticed that both Sheba and Gino had a gentle smile on their faces. "Okay. I will take care of him as much as I can," Germain agreed, without even giving a reason to shirk. The reactions of the other people at the table were mixed. Zeno and Silva's smiles deepened. Kurt quickly looked up at Germain, then lowered his head again, trying his best to hide his presence after he spoke nonsense, which also allowed him to avoid many scoldings. He always did this before. He was not as dazzling as Killua, so he was used to being a shadow. Illumi stared at Germain. His wide-open eyes and calm expression made him look like a vengeful spirit that suddenly appeared in the mirror, the closet, or the bed. He looked like he was going to pounce on her any moment. But he just held the armrests of the chair tightly with both hands and remained silent, like a startled opera singer. Kija turned around with her skirt lifted exaggeratedly, and her mechanical eyes scanned Germain's body frantically. She wanted to subconsciously refute a few words, but in the end, her red lips under the bandage opened slightly for a long time, and she could only say these two words weakly. "No. No! How can you hand Killua over to outsiders?" She could only point this out, because both she and Illumi realized a fact at this moment, that Germain met many of the conditions to become Killua's guardian, no matter how harsh they are. They cannot deny these. Silva changed from a solemn sitting posture leaning against the back of the chair to a relaxed posture with his body leaning forward and his fingers crossed, which was also to shorten the straight-line distance between him and Germain, showing a sense of closeness in his actions. President Netero is also an outsider of the Zoldyck family. But can this erase his decades-long friendship with our family? And this friendship started when great-grandfather Maha and President Netero got to know each other. And later grandfather Jaeger also traveled with President Netero for a period of time. I think our friendship with Germain can also start from my father and me, and develop here with Killua. There is nothing wrong with that. Germain is a man worthy of trust. Zeno laughed hoarsely a few times, revealing a nostalgic look. Speaking of which, not long after I was born, I was held by President Netero, and later with Silva. For generations of our family are familiar with President Netero. If Killua has children in the future, maybe this kind of family relationship can continue. Kija tightly grasped the western fan with fancy lace in both hands, and leaned forward with his upper body, but showed aggressiveness. How can it be the same? President Netero is the #1 nin user in the 6 continents. She choked when she said this, because she remembered that after Zeno and Silva returned from the Chimera Ant War, they mentioned that the #1 nin user in the 6 continents had changed, and the successor happened to be Germain in front of her. She couldn't see the trick, but she thought that Zeno and Silva would not deceive her on such a thing. Not to mention that Maha also acquiesced to it. So Jichio quickly changed his statement and wanted to attack Germain from another direction. President Netero is the president of the Hunter Association. He knows the top hunters and has experience and resources. Suddenly, Jichio was speechless again. No matter how ignorant she was, she had received some information about Germain as she was in the circle of nin users. Her mechanical prosthetic eyes were even connected to the internet, so she could directly access information from intelligence websites, which was quite intelligent and advanced. Germain was now one of the 12 branches of the association. It was no exaggeration to say that he had met nin users on every continent of the 6 continents, and his own experience and resources were also quite rich. In this way, wasn't Germain now a young Netero? Maybe he could become the president of the Hunter Association in the future. After all, he is only in his 20s and not yet 30. Thinking carefully, Jichio was a little moved, which made her even more tortured. But she finally turned around stubbornly and looked at her eldest son. "Ilmi, please say something." Ilmi still raised his eyebrows, without anger or resentment, and his face was always calm. After hearing his mother's words, his black pupils finally moved, glanced down, and raised again. "I am a rational person who is willing to consider the gains and losses of reality. Germain, if you take care of my brother, I don't really have anything to complain about. However, you may have misled my brother. He is going to be the #1 killer of the Zoldyck family, and his purpose is to complete the mission cold-bloodedly. You will inject some emotions into him that he shouldn't have. Yes, Yes. Yes. Jichio slapped the western fan on the palm of his left hand, nodded repeatedly, and agreed with his eldest son's point of view. In fact, they were worried about another problem that they couldn't say on this occasion. That is, Aluka. Alumi pierced Killua's forehead with his mind and mind needle, causing him to forget Aluka's existence. However, as long as Killua learns the ability of mind and continues to break through his limits, one day he will be able to force out his mind and mind needle and remember everything. At that time, Killua will definitely not be willing to let Aluka be locked up in a heavily sealed solitary room. Or cage. Of course, as long as his father does not allow it, Killua will definitely not be able to contact the locked up Aluka. In this way, all firepower will be attracted to Alumi alone. Although Alumi firmly believes that the person Killua loves most is him, as the eldest brother, Killua may also attack the person he loves most for Aluka who ranks second, in order to retaliate against him and defeat him. Killua may seek the help of Germain. This will be troublesome, because Germain can really beat him. At this moment, Killua also vaguely sensed that the atmosphere at the scene seemed different from what he imagined. Regarding his father's suggestion to let Germain take care of him, Killua himself felt that there was no need for this at all, and he was not a child anymore, from his point of view. However, if a guardian is needed, the best candidate among the people present is German. But he thought that such a proposal would be quickly rejected by his mother and Ilmi. As a result, he saw his mother stop talking several times, and then had to seek Ilmi's help. Ilmi held it in for a long time, and actually basically agreed with German, but only put forward a dry reason to oppose. Is this still the mother who chatters all the time? And the Ilmi who sneered and said all kinds of weird words to laugh at his childishness? Why are they all silent? Kia couldn't help but think of a possibility, and he looked in the direction of Germain. Perhaps, for some reason that I don't know yet, Germain has a heavy weight in the hearts of Grandpa, Father, Mother and Alumi. Maybe I underestimated Germain. Could it be that if everything goes well, not only will Gon, Kurapika and Leorio be safe, but I can also leave with them and regain my freedom? Kurapika has already sat back in his seat, closed his eyes and rested. He probably can already think of the next development. Gon and Leorio looked at each other, somewhat confused about the strange and rapidly changing situation in front of them. Chapter 332. Silva waved at Killua, who was frowning and thinking. Killua, come here. Come to me. Killua put his hands in his pockets and walked over in confusion. Then Silva put his right hand on his head and gently stroked his silver hair. Killua obviously trembled and seemed to be very uncomfortable. Then he slowly relaxed, like a cat with smooth fur, allowing his father to stroke him. Silva thought of the situation of their Zoldyck family. He didn't know if it was because of the assassination business that they were cursed. Their family had only one son for 4 generations. It was not until Silva and Kija got married that they gave birth to 5 children in a row. Among these 5 children, 4 children had black hair like their mother, and only the 3rd child, Killua, had silver hair passed down from their family line. Such a bloodline makes Killua particularly special, which is also the reason why Killua is highly anticipated, not to mention the talent and potential he later showed. How can such Killua not be highly anticipated? Alumi's words make sense. Germain has been away from the assassination world for a long time, and it is unlikely that he will return to this dark business in the future. Instead, he will go further and further on the path of hunter. Germain can still teach Killua some assassination experience, but he probably can't teach him complete the task cold-bloodedly and ruthlessly. But, so what? No matter who Killua's future nin teacher is, or who his temporary guardian is, it can't change one fact. My blood flows in his body. Great-grandfather, grandfather, father, and me, who didn't have their own ideas when they were young, and wanted to be rebellious and leave the Zoldyck family. When he was young, my grandfather even abandoned his assassination business and followed Netero, who was also young, to the Dark Continent. But what happened in the end? We will always come back to Kukula Mountain, to inherit the family business and complete our mission. Just like the moisture in the atmosphere turns into raindrops and falls to the ground, whether it becomes well water, streams, rivers, oceans or anything else, it will eventually return to the atmosphere. This is because we are all members of the Zoldyck family. Killua is no exception. Let him go out and see the world like us, and enjoy the freedom without restraints and responsibilities. In the end, He will figure it out. Killua, who is tough and has silver hair, will never violate this rule. Killua. Are you willing to let Jermaine be your guardian outside and take care of you? Are you willing to listen to Jermaine? Killua glanced at Jermaine, and Jermaine smiled at him, which made Killua quickly make up his mind. Isn't it better to follow Jermaine than to stay at home or follow Illumi? Father, I do. Upon hearing this, Silva patted Killua's head gently and let him go. He didn't mean to make a blood oath with him in public. That's good. Remember, this is your choice. You can't disobey Jermaine when you are outside. Okay. I know. Killua, who is usually eccentric, now behaves very well. Dad. Father. Kija and Illumi spoke almost at the same time, but were stopped by Silva. This is my final decision. Then, Silva looked at Jermaine, ignoring Kiju, who was about to tear off the western fan in his hand, and Illumi, who finally frowned with emotion. German. Then I ask you to take good care of Killua. Outside. If he does anything wrong, you can teach him a lesson without any scruples. Okay. You can rest assured. At least I can guarantee his safety and growth. That's great. Today is a really good day. Our friends and Killua's friends are here. It's just right to hold a banquet and celebrate. Silva rang the bell to summon Wudong and told him to prepare a sumptuous banquet to entertain the guests. Wudong followed the order meticulously, and never turned his head to observe the people at the table. However, he had already sensed the result from this strange atmosphere. He was wearing a tuxedo, adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses, pretended not to notice anything, bowed, and left. The dinner was indeed quite sumptuous, and the delicacies on the table made Sujia and Liurio stare at them. The two were a little reluctant at first, but later, encouraged by Killua, they ate heartily. Jermaine was chatting with Zeno and Silva. He first vaguely noticed his relationship with Shioti, and then he knew that Kurapika was his disciple. In addition to the things about Meteor City, he praised them all in a roundabout way. Killua only then knew that Kurapika was Jermaine's disciple, and that Jermaine was invited. It's rare to see that Grandpa and Father would take the initiative to invite others to their home. It's getting more and more interesting. Killua looked at Jermaine and thought, I wonder how many more unique things can be found out of him. There was laughter and joy at the table, but there were exceptions. Chichio, with a bandage on his face, remained silent, and Ilmi had a face as stiff as a dead person. The joy around them could not dispel the haze in their hearts. They just felt that everyone was noisy. Miji looked unhappy, but he did not stop eating at all. Later, after eating, he leaned back on the chair and stroked his big belly. At least in this aspect, he was satisfied. Kurt pursed his lips tightly and did not dare to laugh. He was scolded by Jichio for his nonsense, and now he did not dare to reveal his true thoughts. No matter what, as long as the result is good, that's enough. Early the next morning, Killua excitedly woke up Gon, Kurapika and Liurio, and wanted to take them around the entire Kukuroka mountain. Later, Killua took them to meet the trainee housekeeper Canaria, and told her that these were his new friends. Canaria looked at Killua and the others catching insects in the sea of trees, and understood why he came to find her on purpose. Don't worry, Canaria. I'm very happy. Canaria only dared to smile when she bowed to Master Killua's back. Jermaine had other things to do, so he also got up early. But he didn't wake up Shioti in the other bed. After all, they were in someone else's house, and they slept in separate beds last night. If they slept in the same bed, Jermaine was worried that Shioti would lose control. In fact, Shioti did lose control. She wanted to touch Jermaine's bed regardless of anything in the middle of the night. Fortunately, the two of them signed a ceasefire agreement in the end. Otherwise it would be a bit awkward the next day, unless they hid and washed the sheets themselves. Jermaine let Shioti sleep in, and he left the room to find Shiba to achieve his second purpose. Wudong led him to Shiba, and then retreated calmly. Shiba was stroking his hound, and was not surprised to see Jermaine and hear his purpose. My father and I were wondering when you would come to see me. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Don't worry. With the friendship between President Netero and us, we have already arranged this meeting. Come with me. Silva's tall figure walked in front, leading Jermaine into an unfamiliar road in the mansion, and then walked through several secret doors, and then walked up the stairs. Grandfather likes to bask in the sun, so he lives at the highest point. Rarely shows up, and doesn't like to see people. Even for us. He is not willing to look at us. However, after he received the communication from President Netero that we conveyed, he decided to meet you. In the seemingly endless stairs. At every distance, a candle will light up as the two people approach, and go out as the two people go away. This is another reason why I let Killua follow you. There are not many things in the world that can make President Netero speak and alarm his grandfather. Silva laughed softly in the shadows. The stairs still have an end, and the end is just a door that looks quite simple. There are no guards, no door locks, and no bluffing seals. Silva put his hand on the door and turned to smile at Germain. Although I won't let Killua get involved in your affairs, he will obviously benefit from you. And that's enough. Go in by yourself. Grandfather only lets you in. It seems that he likes you more than his own grandson, and he has more to say to you. Silva laughed at himself a few times, then made way for Germain, who was wearing a tricorn hat and a black robe, to push the door in, and he himself went down the stairs silently. Chapter 333. When Germain walked into the house, he smelled a complex smell of smoke and dust, and then he saw an ancient incense burner on the square table. Ahem. Someone was coughing behind a screen with strange patterns, and Germain walked around the screen. Ahem. Ahem. The sound came from the balcony with the door open. The warm sunlight outside was embedded in the dim shadows of the room like a wonderful geometric body. Germain. Ahem. Come here. Come to the balcony. Sorry. It would be quite troublesome if I had to go to you. It would be easier for you to come over. Germain took off his tricorn hat and held it in his hand. When he walked to the balcony, he had to carefully walk around the piles of books on the floor. Some of the book covers were old. Some were brand new. But the pages were all turned and curled up. Germain saw a skinny, disabled old man sitting in a wheelchair on the balcony. Strangely enough, this was the second disabled person in a wheelchair that Germain had seen in a while. The skinny right hand of Jaeger Zoldyck picked up the handkerchief and covered his wrinkled mouth with it. He coughed violently a few times before letting it go. I'm sorry. You must be very disappointed to see me like this. Right? The man who could walk side by side with President Netero has now fallen into such an embarrassing situation. Jaeger waved his right hand lightly in self-mockery, showing his body that had lost his left hand and right leg. Aging had already grabbed his throat, and when he spoke, there seemed to be something blocking his chest and making strange noises. However, Germain noticed something strange. Jedger's broken limb was completely different from Kuroro's. There was no scar at the broken end, only a smooth and flat dark shadow. If you have to compare it, it's like the shadow effect of a still life sketch. This is very abnormal. Sit down, Germain. Germain sat down on the rocking chair diagonally opposite to Jade's wheelchair. This chair was obviously specially prepared for visitors. Perhaps Netero, perhaps Maha, or perhaps other members of the Zoldyck family. Netero has come here more than once. He told me about you. I know enough. So let's save those roundabout ways between us. Jade's appearance looks older than Netero and Maha. Only his decisive tone and bright eyes at this time prove that he is still resisting aging. Germain did not judge a person by his appearance and underestimated the old man in front of him. You are right. Let's be frank. Mr. Jaeger, I want to know about you. President Netero specially asked me to meet you. There must be a special reason. Jaeger laughed, revealing his mouth with only a few teeth left. When I heard that someone else, like us, evaded the V5's review and explored the Dark Continent without leaving any written records, I became very interested in you. I told President Netero early on that the rules you set at the beginning, like the V5's review, could not stop the determined fanatics. It is indeed so. President Netero told me that you have done better than us because you have brought back two hopes. It is a pity that neither the herb that cures all diseases nor the alchemical plant Materian can solve my current situation. I mean, my body has indeed recovered a lot because of the herb that cures all diseases. But it can never stop the general trend of aging. And its effect on me is getting smaller and smaller. And the reason why I am aging so fast is the special feature of my current body. You should have noticed the abnormality in my body. To be precise, my left hand and right leg were not simply amputated, but taken away. Took away? Germain had been listening quietly. This was the first time he interrupted Jaeger's words. Jaeger nodded and swallowed hard, as if swallowing a large piece of bread without chewing it. Back then, Netero, Lin Ye, and I broke into the territory of the Mist Creature AI and tried to take away the San Yuan water. In the end, not only did we fail, but we were also entangled by the Mist Creature AI. In order to escape and get out of danger, President Netero had no choice but to ask for help from one of the Mist Creature's AI. Thinking about it now, he had no choice but to do so under the circumstances. If it wasn't him, I would have done the same. However, we underestimated the Mist Creature E. Without understanding it, making a wish to it would cost us a price. Although we did escape successfully, not long after, the Mist Creature E took away my left hand and right leg permanently, as well as all the blood in my body. Germain sat up straight in the rocking chair with a little surprise, and his breathing became slightly faster. It's okay to lose his left hand and right leg, but he also lost all the blood in his body. How did Jade survive until now? Jaeger knew what Germain wanted to know, and he quickly explained. But, as you can see, I didn't die. I returned alive from the Dark Continent, but I could no longer continue my assassination career, so I had to retire early. Although President Netero didn't say anything on the surface, he would come to me whenever he had free time for decades. Maybe he felt guilty about me in his heart, although I don't think it was his fault. I have never regretted it. The trip to the Dark Continent is the most legendary experience in my life. If I could do it again, I would still go. Of course, I soon discovered the strangeness of my body. I cut my skin and blood vessels, and nothing like blood flowed out. There was only darkness like the broken end, and those wounds would heal quickly. The mind energy in my body leaked out like a river bursting its banks, which forced me to control it all the time. But it only slowed down the speed. My body aged faster than President Netero and Lin Ye. As a person with the ability to read, I shouldn't be like this. After a while, I found that my ability to read became stronger because of this. Finally, one day, I realized the root cause of all the strange things. Unbeknownst to me, an uninvited guest was living in my body. It was the mist-like creature E that President Netero prayed for. It followed me back here. If it hadn't suddenly thought of coming out to see the outside world, I wouldn't have noticed its existence. My body became its hiding place. Blood vessels became its channels of movement, and the broken ends of my left hand and right leg became its two entrances and exits. At that time, I knew that my body had been transformed into a dark space for it to live in. And I didn't die because my blood, left hand and right leg were in a strange state of being both on my body and not on my body. German couldn't help asking, "Dark space, what is that?" Jaeger coughed a few more times at this time and had to cover his mouth with a handkerchief. After a while, he relaxed a little and thought about how to answer. President Netero and I are also very curious about this, so we have read many books and conducted countless discussions in this regard, and finally came up with some guesses. We believe that all abilities related to space in the world are actually connected to darkness. Your teleportation lantern, your companion Shioti's bulging-eyed fish, and the professional hunter Knob's four-dimensional apartment are actually walking in the dark. My broken arm and broken leg are the same. They are connected to darkness. But each of us has a different key to open the dark space. In theory, the dark space used by several of us is actually the same, and we are connected to each other. When Germain heard this, he couldn't help but think of the melody and the dark sonata. Her original description was also we were in the boundless darkness in that moment. German, Shiuti, Knob and Jaeger only borrowed the dark space actively or passively, and listening to the melody of the dark sonata. It is very likely that she saw the owner of the dark space directly, but she no longer has that terrifying memory. Mr. Jaeger, please continue to talk about the Mist Creature E. Well, at the beginning, it did cause a panic in the family, but as time went by, it stayed in my body obediently, and occasionally poked its head out from the dark fracture of my left arm to observe the world. But it seems that's all. It seems to be safe. And we lived in peace for many years until I became weaker and weaker. Chapter 334. Jeg looked at the distant sky obliquely, tapped the wheelchair armrest with his right fingers, and frowned slightly. The mist-like creature he began to become very restless, and the number of activities became more and more frequent. I felt uneasy, but I was powerless. There was no way to destroy it in the 6 continents. On the contrary, it had the means to destroy us. Finally, the situation got completely out of control on the night when Silva's fourth son, Aluka, was born. It drilled out of my body and disappeared. I thought it had completely escaped from here. To be honest, I was relieved about it. It was not until several years later that Aluka showed an ability that did not belong to him for the first time. And I realized that it actually changed to a younger body to live. In Aluka's body, it once again created a dark space that belonged to it. And Aluka didn't know how to refuse. And I even gave it control of my body. After that, it was much more active than in my body, frequently controlling Aluka's body, while constantly showing its extraordinary ability to make wishes and act like a spoiled child, in order to prevent the disaster from affecting the entire family and bringing about a catastrophe. Silva had to lock Aluka in a separate room with many barriers to cut off contact with the outside world. Sure enough, once it lost contact with outsiders and the opportunity to observe the outside world, it gradually became well-behaved in Aluka's body. At least, up to now, it has no ill will towards us. But even an action without malicious intent may lead to a horrific disaster. And the current state is the best solution. Jaeger's short silver hair, which used to stand up, now hangs down in a haggard manner, and his eyes are drooping. But it's okay for me. I asked for this appearance myself. But Aluka became like that because of my involvement. Although it has no intention of hurting Aluka, and even vaguely acts to protect Aluka like Aluka's second personality. Its ability is always dangerous. Shiba, Kiju, Alumi, and Nikki are thinking about how to control the power in Aluka's body. Killa, who has the best relationship with Aluka, is thinking about how to set Aluka free. But what I'm thinking about is how to completely solve the hidden danger. Finally, I came to the conclusion that the only way was to send it back to the Dark Continent and completely separate it from Aluka. This is the only way. It will be good for our family and the entire 6 continents if it returns to its tribe. When President Netero came here and told me about you, I knew he wanted to return to the Dark Continent. Sure enough, he came again in December last year. And this time, he brought his son Byanga with him. President Netero mentioned this part to Germain, but he only mentioned it briefly, as if it was something insignificant. In fact, in order to cooperate and promote the return to the Dark Continent, and to make Byanga keep silent about German's ability, President Netero made a deal with his son. The details of the deal are here with Jaeger. The darkness and the mist-like creature Ealing caused a certain transformation in my mind ability, making my mind ability Blood Oath Shackles more powerful. Half a century ago, President Netero found me in order to stop his crazy son from dragging the entire 6 continents into an irreversible vortex. I promised him, and he brought a drop of Byanga's fresh blood, which merged with a drop of his own blood under the stimulation of my Blood Oath Shackles. The Blood Oath Shackles were established at that moment. Both parties will abide by a vow established in advance. As long as one party violates it, both parties will be punished and pursued. The closer the blood relationship, the stronger the shackles, the harder it is to get rid of the thoughts. And once the oath is violated, the more severe the punishment. The oath that Netero made at the beginning was that he and Byanga could not return to the Dark Continent before his death, and could not even get close to the border. The existence of the Blood Oath Shackles did prevent Byanga from going to the Dark Continent openly or secretly. But it also made Byanga launch countless beheading operations against President Netero. President Netero never complained about this. And I couldn't say much. It's just that if President Netero is really killed, how should the situation be handled afterwards? Who can control it? Who will deal with Byanga? There are no definite answers to these questions. For half a century, Byanga's plan has never succeeded. But I heard from President Netero that last year's Chimera and Crusade was the closest Byanga has ever been to success. If it weren't for you, President Netero might have detonated the poor Rose and died together with the Ant King Maruam. And as long as President Netero is alive, the only person in the world who can unlock the Blood Oath Shackles is me. When they came together, I knew that they had reached some agreement, and now they are here to fulfill their promise in advance. It turns out that it is exactly as I expected. At the request of President Netero, I removed the original Blood Oath Shackles for them, and added new Blood Oath Shackles. This oath is very detailed, including the cooperation between the two parties in promoting the restart of the exploration of the Dark Continent, and the confidentiality of your abilities, etc. The more detailed it is, the more reliable the Blood Oath Shackles will be. Finally, the two of them established a new Blood Oath Shackle under my witness. After Bijan left, Netero stayed with me for a while, and told me that he would let you come to see me soon. Soon. Gino and Silva conveyed the news of your upcoming visit to me, and I have been waiting here for a long time. I believe that with the efforts of President Netero and Bejand, the return of mankind to the Dark Continent will become a new trend and will soon be realized. And you are the vanguard. But Yonda doesn't know that you have already retrieved 2 hopes. In this way, you are the key to President Netero's defeat in the Dark Continent. I think you won't stop here. So, what are you aiming for next? The two-tailed snake Hell Bell, and the longevity food Nitolemy? The mist creature AI and Sanyuan water? Or the brooding beast Papu and the unmanned stone? German blinked, without any intention of hiding, and told Jaeger the common decision of their group. It is the brooding beast Papu and the unmanned stone. I see. It is indeed a wise choice at present. If you directly choose the mist creature AI and Sanyuan water, I would be a little worried. Jaeger coughed a few more times, and then looked at German with burning eyes. German, let's make a vow. A verbal vow without using my blood oath shackles. If you can retrieve the unmanned stone and return safely, I will let you contact with Aluka and let you adapt to the mist creature AI in Aluka's body in advance. In addition, if your next target is the mist creature AI and Sanyuanshui, we will also provide necessary assistance. At least my father and my son are on my side. Our goal is to separate Aluka from the mist creature AI and send the latter back to the Dark Continent to prevent future troubles. Chapter 335. On February 5th, Germain and his party said goodbye to the members of the Zoldyck family and left Kukula Mountain. Wutong, Canaria, Jibarong, Shikwan and others watched them go away at the gate of the underworld. Their premonition came true. Germain's arrival did allow Master Killua to leave the extreme control of Mrs. Kiju and Master Illumi and gain a certain degree of freedom. They were both happy and sad about Master Killua's departure, because they knew that they would not see Master Killua for a long time. Half an hour later, in the busy airport, Leorio decided to separate from the others. Although I am very interested in the ability of Nin that you often mention, the most important thing for me now is to get into medical school. Leorio, who looked too mature, shook the hunter license in his hand with a very proud expression. With it, I can get most of the tuition waived, and I will be closer to the realization of my dream. That's it. Everyone. Goodbye. Kurapika, Killua, and Gon all showed a little sadness and said goodbye to Leorio. German was not surprised. He reached into the hunter's black robe and fumbled for a while, took out a letter, and handed it to Leorio. Leorio, take it. Ah, this is... Leorio took it in confusion, scratched the back of his head curiously, and looked up at German again. It's my letter of introduction. I know Dr. Lee from Fanlin Medical University. If you need anything, you can go to her. Dr. Lee from Fanlin Medical University. Dr. Lee from Fanlin Medical University? Ah? Leorio was stunned for a moment. Then he yelled out in surprise, causing people around him to turn their heads. He didn't care, pointed at his left eye, and stared in astonishment. Is it the famous female surgeon with a signature scar on her left eye? Germain recalled the appearance of the female doctor and nodded. That's her. You actually know that medical expert. She. Can this letter of introduction really allow me to meet her? Yes. I think, if everything goes well, you can not only learn medical knowledge from her, but also learn the ability of mind, which is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The reason why Germain knew Dr. Lee from Fanlin Medical University was because of the Chimera Ant Crusade against the Republic of Dongguodu. Dr. Lee was the leader of a team of experienced surgeons specially called by President Netero to treat the Queen Ant. Unfortunately, the Queen Ant was too seriously injured and Dr. Lee was powerless to save her. In the end, he could only watch the Queen Ant die after saying her last words. After that, Dr. Lee was on standby in the logistics and medical unit of the Chimera Ant extermination team. Shiotua was seriously injured on the night of the decisive battle, and it was Dr. Lee who personally operated on him and saved him. After the decisive battle, President Netero introduced German, the greatest contributor, to everyone, including Dr. Lee. That's how the two met. During the days of the Hunter Association celebration banquet, their friendship deepened and they left each other contact information. In a sense, many of President Netero's connections are gradually being transformed into Germain's connections under his matchmaking. Germain had already called Dr. Lee in advance to let her know that there was such a person as Leorio, and hoped that she would teach Leorio medical knowledge and ability. Dr. Lee readily agreed. She was actually very happy to accept a newcomer who liked medicine and had just obtained a hunter's license as her apprentice. There were too many newcomers who liked to invest in bounty hunters, who could make money faster. And hunters with medical knowledge were relatively unpopular. Since it was recommended by Germain, Dr. Lee not only had to give Germain a face, but also believed that Germain would not give her a student with mediocre talent. Leorio must have something extraordinary, so Germain would ask for it himself. This was Dr. Lee's judgment. Germain handed over the letter of introduction he had written in advance, and he was very calm throughout the whole process. For him, it was indeed not a big deal. However, for Leorio, it was a matter of extraordinary significance. For someone like Leorio, who was determined to develop into a medical doctor, it was impossible that he had not heard of the name of Dr. Lee from Fanlin Medical University, who was a top surgeon. He did not expect that Germain knew such a big shot, and he could even visit that big shot with Germain's letter of introduction. The excitement made Leorio ignore the second half of what Germain said. You could also learn an ability. He tightly grasped the letter of introduction in his hand, as if he had obtained something more precious than a hunter's license, and couldn't let it go. Mr. Germain, can I really accept such a precious letter of introduction? I mean, I have nothing to give you in return. Nothing. You are a friend of Kurapika, Killua and Gon, no matter from which aspect. This is just a small favor. I should also help. A small favor. For Mr. Germain? Is this just a small favor? Hearing this, Leorio turned around and saw Kurapika, Germain's apprentice, Killua, his ward, and Gon, his friend's son, all looking at him. Ah, I really envy these guys, having Mr. Germain as a big backer. So it seems that I am the most ordinary person. Then, I take it, Mr. Germain, please rest assured that I will not disappoint you, and will make good use of this letter of introduction. Okay. I look forward to seeing you next time. You are already an outstanding doctor. Good luck. Leorio boarded the airship to the city, where the Brahma Medical University is located. Kurapika, Killua, and Gon waved goodbye to him. 10 minutes later, they were still in the airport. Shiati licked the lollipop she bought at the supermarket with her tongue, while looking up at the place name sliding across the electronic screen. Killua and Seojia followed her and bought lollipops together. They were licking them at this time, looking like a big child with two small children. In fact, Shiati is indeed young. About 19 or 20 years old now. At the age of beauty. Shiati blinked her big eyes and turned to look at Germain. Germain? Where are we going now? Go back to Greed Island directly? Germain shook his head. Not yet. We need to find a place for Kurapika, Killua and Gon to level up, and find a teacher for Killua and Gon. Germain agreed to be Killua's guardian at Zoldyck family the day before yesterday, and now he can't wait to outsource the guardianship. However, Germain does not have the time and patience to teach Killua and Gon how to learn from the most basic entanglement training for several months. He ensured the safety and development of Killua and Gon, not by staying with them all the time, but by entrusting them to different, trustworthy people at different stages. Besides, it was not good for their growth if Germain stayed with them all the time, because there were too many problems that could be solved by just saying Germain's name. Let's go to the Sky Arena. Everyone had different reactions. Shioti shrugged indifferently. Kurapika remembered the relevant information he had seen and guessed why the teacher took them there. Killua was a little surprised. He was familiar with the Sky Arena. He had fought to the 200th floor a few years ago, but gave up climbing up. Who would have thought that Germain would take them there and find a teacher for them? Killua felt that fighting in the Sky Arena was very easy for him now. At least there would be no opponents below the 200th floor. What kind of teacher could he find there? Would the level be very bad? And Gon was the only one who didn't know what the Sky Arena was like. He looked around in confusion and asked. So, when Germain and Shiati went to buy the tickets, Kurapika and Killua were both teaching Gon about the Sky Arena. Chapter 336. The next morning, in the noisy audience seats on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, German, Shiati and his group occupied a whole row of seats in the audience seats, and watched the game under the introduction of Yungu, the current teacher of Xinyuanliu. As for the host's emotional roar and the cheers of the surrounding audience, they were automatically blocked out. The teacher that German wanted to find for Killua and Seojia was of course the warm-hearted and patient Yungu. There was indeed no more suitable candidate than him at the moment. The person who is now participating in the competition on the 200th floor of the arena is naturally Yungu's disciple Jishi, the boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, who is about the same age as Killua and Seojia, is struggling on the arena. However, Killua and Xiaojia have no intention of underestimating Jixi. Instead, they keenly notice that Jixi's fighting power and resilience are extraordinary. Perhaps, that is the nin ability mentioned by Germain. Killua and Xiaojia easily accepted that nin ability is real. Especially Killua, who has learned wonderful skills such as limb bending, snake movement, and dark steps, and is very receptive to higher level abilities. Even so, they were secretly surprised when they saw the fierce attack and defense between Jixi and his opponent. And experts like Germain, Shiudi, Yongu and Kurapika saw far more than what Killua and Xiaojia saw. Yongu adjusted his glasses and looked at the anxious battle situation on the field with a distressed expression. Last year when you went to the Kaken Empire, I took the Kurapika's red eyes into safekeeping and brought Tomoki to the Sky Arena. After half a year of hard work and baptism, Tomoki has made a major breakthrough in his nin ability, which is different from when he was in the mansion. This allowed him to reach the 200th floor quite smoothly. But after that, he was stuck here. After the 200th floor, Tomoki's opponents were all nin users. If he hadn't learned nin in advance, he would probably have been injured in the battle here. Even with full preparation, Tomoki only achieved 1 win and 2 losses here. He still has a long way to go before he can become a floor master. Killua couldn't help but glance over when he heard Yungu's words. The floor master. That is, the strong man who occupies a single floor of the Sky Arena above the 230th floor, has undoubted strength and reputation. Originally, Kuroro and Hisoka would become the floor masters here, and then they would start a life and death battle. But now it is definitely impossible. If you want to challenge and replace the floor master of a certain floor, you must first win 10 games above the 200th floor, and then you will have this qualification. However, if you have lost 4 games, then this challenge qualification will be lost, and all the records will be calculated from the beginning. Jixi had 1 win and 2 losses on the 200th floor, which was not a very good start. However, Killua did not mean to laugh at Jixi. Although he could not really understand what the ability of nin was, he could see that Jixi and his opponents on the field were stronger than him. Jixi could only win 1 and lose 2 here, so let alone himself and Xiaojia now. Killua muttered secretly. He did not expect that the 200th floor, where he did not continue to fight a few years ago, was such a terrifying and dangerous place. He underestimated the Sky Arena. Xiaojia also frowned based on his wild instinct. Kurapika was relatively relaxed. He had experienced life and death battles with higher intensity than the one before him several times, so of course, he was not afraid of this kind of competitive battle. However, he was a cautious person and did not express any opinions. He just silently estimated whether he could become the floor master. Compared with him, Xiaodi was much more excited. Although her face was expressionless, she had expressed everything by holding the betting ticket tightly in her hand. The situation on the field was not favorable to Jixi. Xiaodi began to believe in God at this time. She picked up the inverted cross hanging around her neck and prayed softly. Then, she turned her head, adjusted her black-framed glasses that looked a bit heavy, and muttered in German's ear. Jixi looks like he is about to lose. If I switch a few bets to his opponent now, will it be too late? Yungu sat on the other side of German and adjusted his glasses with his index finger in embarrassment. Xiaodi, as Jixi's teacher, I am still here. Is it really appropriate for you to talk like this? German, who has not yet eliminated his negative trait and poor gambling skills, answered without hesitation. It's too late. The dealer will definitely not let you bet now. Then I'm doomed to lose? Not necessarily. Jixi still has a chance. It doesn't matter even if I lose. You are not short of money now. Well, that's right. Okay. Whatever. Yungu, who listened to these conversations, couldn't help but cough a few times. I'm still here. Can't you see me? There were indeed twists and turns later. Jixi defeated his opponent by accumulating points, which is a TKO, technical knockout. After the game, Jixi, with bruises on his face, happily ran to the corridor on the 200th floor and found Mr. Yungu and Mr. German. I won. Mr. Yungu, Mr. German, Miss Shiudi, Kurapika. I won. Jixi has been under a lot of pressure during this period. Now that his record has come to 2 wins and 2 losses, he is like a drowning person who floats to the surface of the water for a short time to breathe. In the next 90 days, he was in a protection period and did not have to participate in the competition, which meant that he could use these 90 days to recover from his injuries and accumulate strength. As long as he made good use of these 90 days, Shishi had confidence in winning the next game. Unexpectedly, the first person to respond to his joy and pride was Xiaodi. Xiaodi patted Jishi's head gently, nodded in approval, and then retracted her hand. Well done. Jishi looked at Xiaodi in some confusion. He remembered that he was not very familiar with Xiaodi. So why was she the first to praise him? But no matter what, Jishi bowed politely to express his gratitude. After Yungu tucked the restless corner of his clothes back into his trousers, he smiled and encouraged Jishi a few words, telling him not to feel pressured next time. Then, he stepped aside and introduced Jishi to other people. Jishi, you know Kurapika, so I don't need to introduce him. These two are Killua and Gon. They are about your age. Next, Kurapika, Killua and Gon will stay with us in the Sky Arena. Among them, Killua and Gon will receive nin training with you. Don't look at them so young. They have obtained hunter licenses this year and are professional hunters. Jishi, Killua, and Gon stared at each other for a while. He was surprised to hear this. And after reacting, he bowed to them very hard. I am Jishi. Now I am working hard to become the master of the Sky Arena. At the same time, I am also preparing to take the professional hunter exam next year. Please give me your guidance. Killua and Gon looked at each other and hurriedly bowed in imitation, and then introduced themselves. I am Killua, I am Gon. Please give me your guidance. German planned to leave Kurapika, Killua and Gon in the Sky Arena, let Yungu take care of them, and gave them their respective tasks. Yungu also agreed. As long as Kurapika can become the floor master of the Sky Arena, he can return to Greed Island and participate in the affairs of the Dark Continent with Melody. Killua and Gon are relatively relaxed. They must first learn the basics of nin ability here and pass the real last level of the professional hunter exam. After that, if they can become floor masters, they can also go directly to Greed Island. But they go there to become one of the players and continue to level up. In addition, even if they don't become floor masters, Killua and Gon can leave as long as they win 3 times on the 200th floor and find clues on their own to get to Greed Island. Yungu adjusted his glasses and shook his head silently as he looked at Jishi, who quickly became friends with Killua and Gon. According to his judgment, Kurapika, Killua and Gon are all geniuses among geniuses specially selected by Germain. The fact that Kurapika's talent is now realized is a clear proof. Yungu was happy to be their mentor, and was also happy for Jishi. Although Killua and Gon were starting to learn nin from now on, since they were personally sent by Germain, their qualifications must not be worse than Kurapika. When Killua and Gon, who had lagged behind for more than half a year, showed signs of catching up, Jishi, you must survive this pressure. Don't be afraid, and let your efforts and sweat bloom. Chapter 337. German and Xiaodi returned to Greedy Island on February 8th. But the means of transportation they took was no longer an airship, but a yacht. What's more interesting is that the person driving the yacht was not a stranger, but Duan, one of the administrators of Greedy Island. He had just spent a very pleasant week-long vacation with his new girlfriend in the Eulubian continent. This yacht was their means of transportation to travel around the port cities of the Eulubian continent. After saying goodbye to his girlfriend and agreeing to meet again later, Duan also had to return to Greedy Island. So he took German and Xiaodi with him. As Duan boasted, he has been lucky in love since Jean changed his name. He smiled, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and skillfully holding the rudder, chatting with Germain in the cockpit. The internal testing phase of Greed Island has ended. So Lister and I have time to take turns to take a vacation. We will make some changes based on player feedback in February. And Greed Island will be officially back on the shelves in March. Players are still very positive about the new version of Greed Island. But the rich man Bartra is going to spend money to solve the problem again. Duan patted his forehead in distress. Rich man Bartra? When Germain heard this name, he basically equated him with an image in his memory. He is the guy who spent a lot of money to buy software and hardware related to Greed Island. He wants to get the official strategy and gain an advantage in advance. Duan shook his head, and the smoke from the cigarette also drifted with his movements. When will he understand that we are not short of money, and will not help him cheat and ruin our own reputation for tens of billions of yen? It was indeed that Bartra. Hearing this style of spending money to get things done, Germain confirmed that it was the wealthy man who spent a lot of money to revive his lover who had become a vegetative state. The Archangel's breath could indeed wake up his lover and restore her health. And the probability of success was still very high. I heard that he is a love-struck man. Germain said this. But in fact, he was not interested in Bartra's story. But the social program required him to continue the conversation. At this time, Duan noticed that Xiaodi, not far away, coughed a few times because of the smell of smoke, and then took out the bulge-eye fish to absorb the smoke in the room. He could not help but awkwardly put the cigarette butt in his mouth into the ashtray beside him, extinguished it, and then continued the previous topic. Bartra's behavior of spending half of his family property for his lover is indeed very touching. But we have no obligation to give him a green light for this. To put it bluntly, we don't have such overflowing sympathy. Bartra's family property is not earned by charity. Not to mention that he needs money more now. Let's take a step back and say that we helped him cheat, and even blew the breath of the archangel directly to him to save his lover. Then those who were monopolized, annexed, forced into bankruptcy, and unable to survive by his industry. Should we also manage them one by one? Why do we save Bartra's lover, but turn a blind eye to those poor people? Is it because he has money? We can't satisfy everyone, but we can make everyone dissatisfied, and only guarantee the greatest common denominator of everyone's interests, which is fairness. Duan, like Germain, didn't feel much about Bartra's story. If Batra is a friend they know, then they don't mind helping out. By the way, for the new version of Greed Island, let's use the slogan you told Jean before. Slogan? That's the one. Greed Island is a new open-world adventure game independently developed by Jin's Greed Island team. Ah, that one, Duan reminded him. And Germain remembered. He did say such a modified slogan, the purpose of which was to explain the existence of Greed Island to Sheila and others. Jean thought it was interesting at the time and wanted to ask someone to install it later. Unexpectedly, he actually told Duan, Lister and others about it. Besides that, Duan said, we have discussed and planned to slightly change the name of the new version of Greedy Island. According to tradition, the initials of your names should also be added. German refused. I don't need it. If the initials of each administrator's name are added, the game name will be too long. Linya's mother-in-law also declined in this way. Duan curled his lips. Then Xiao Di and Bisji's initials can be added. Right? Xiao Di used a bulge-eyed fish to absorb the smell of cigarettes and shook his head over there. I don't care. Then added. Duan touched his chin and said, Xiao Di's initials are S. Bisji's initials are B. SB Greedy Island or Greedy Island SB. German knew as soon as he heard it that if it was these two names, the future would definitely be bad. So he, who had not much enthusiasm for changing the name, spoke again. There's really no need to impose our initials on it. It's more important to emphasize that it's a new version of Greed Island. Greedy Island GX. Greedy Island Z. Etc. That's all. Duan looked at Xiao Di again. Xiao Di, what do you think? Xiao Di had put away the bulge-eye fish, sat on the chair, lowered his head, and flipped through a magazine, and continued, I don't care. Is that so? Duan thought for a while and replied, Okay. I respect your opinions. After all, you are the parties involved. German, I think the Greedy Island Z you mentioned just now is good. Is it inspired by Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball Z? In this world, the Dragon Ball series of comics is still a popular comic. Duan must have read it. So he asked this question. Germain had no intention of involving Yu-Gi-Oh! And nodded directly, yes. Well, I discuss it with Lister and the others later, and we can probably decide on the new name of Greed Island Z. Soon, the yacht passed through the misty wide sea and approached the main body of Greed Island Z they mentioned. The coastline became clearer and clearer in front of them. I think everyone must be eager to know what you have gained from this journey. Duan had already learned from Germain what happened to him in Meteor Street, Zoldyck family and Sky Arena. Unfortunately, President Netero is not on the island. He left Greed Island shortly after you set off for Meteor Street, and no one knows where he went. Why say again? Because it's not the first time that President Netero has done this. I'm afraid even Grandma Linya doesn't know where President Netero is. However, before that, he invited two people to visit Greedy Island and gave them different tasks. You know these two people. They are Pio, the rabbit, and Gugu, the rooster, who are from the same zodiac signs as you and Imolawu. They have secretly joined the exploration of the Dark Continent and have already started working. Pio is trying to translate and decipher the strange text left by Dong Fulisai, while Gugu is trying to plant healing herbs and alchemical plants on Greedy Island. If you ask me, Greedy Island Z really has great potential in the future. Duan rolled up his sleeves. He really had the urge to do something big. Chapter 338. The yacht passed through the mist like a loom shuttle and arrived at the rocky coast of Greed Island. Tall and strong, Lei Jia stood on the dock like a door god, with his arms folded across his chest, watching everyone get off the yacht with a smile. Although I received your message in advance, it is my duty to come and take a look in person. Just in case. How is it, Germain? Shooty. Is your journey going well? Germain let the sea breeze blow his hunter's black robe, and only raised his hand to hold down the erratic tricorn hat. Everything went well. We talk about the details when we get back to the Lemailu Castle. Xiaogi poked his head out from behind Germain and nodded slightly to Liza, expressing the same view. Liza raised his eyebrows. Okay. Duan, how was your vacation? Me? Huh. There's no vacation more enjoyable than this one. Duan shook his fingers happily, and suddenly remembered that Liza, a death row inmate, had no so-called vacation, and couldn't help but put away his smile. After so many years of getting along, Duan had already regarded Liza as his partner. It's just that Lei Jia's early sins do need to be atonement, and Duan did not excuse him. And Lei Jia also voluntarily lived a life like an ascetic monk. Lei Jia keenly noticed the change in Duan's expression, and just patted Duan's shoulder calmly. Don't worry. I don't mind. Well, now that everyone is here, let's go back to Lemailu Castle. The yacht is here, and someone will take care of it. Everyone can't wait. He took out a card from his arms, like a football referee. As an administrator, he can use the card without materializing the magic book. Use the companion. The target is Lemailu Castle. The pillar of mind energy shot out from the card and poured into the 4 people present. The full power immediately made them rise from the ground and fly into the air. They whizzed across the sky like meteors in the daytime, and soon saw the spire of the Lemailu Castle. And then they began to fall. Puff. In front of the castle gate, 3 of the 4 people landed steadily. Only Duan staggered and almost fell. He scratched his messy afro. A little embarrassed. Your steps have been a little shaky recently. Lei Jia reminded meaningfully. Duan, be moderate. This time everyone listened to Germain's advice last time, and no large group of people greeted them at the gate of Lemailu Castle. Only List was guarding here like a butler. He had curly blonde hair, overalls, and a boy-like figure. He bowed slightly to the crowd. All people with A-level authority on Greedy Island have gathered in the conference room of Lemailu Castle, and are waiting for you. Duan smiled and raised a finger, correcting List. We will call it Greedy Island Z from now on. Huh? List looked up in confusion. After that, Duan talked in detail with List and Liza about the name change he had discussed with Germain on the yacht before, and the two had no objection to it. Soon they came to the spacious and bright conference hall. On the retro walls, there were flags and banners, with the G.I logo hung at intervals. There was indeed a large group of people gathered here, talking about something. After Germain and others entered the hall, the voices gradually receded like a tide. Their eyes focused anxiously on him. Many people greeted him warmly, such as Imo Lawu, Nakulu, Abengani, and Melody. Grandma Linya, with wrinkles all over her face, deliberately left the main seat empty for Germain. Germain couldn't refuse, so he sat down in the end. There was nothing wrong with him sitting here, as he was actually the core of Greed Island. His eyes swept across the long table, and soon noticed the 12 members of the 12 tribes that President Netero had found. Pio and Gugu, sitting together. The 2 female hunters had been on Greed Island for a while, and were basically familiar with the environment and pace of life here. They showed completely different postures on the long table. Pio, wearing a pink bunny ear mask, put her upper body almost parallel to the long table on the table in a relaxed manner. She held a mobile phone with cute drawings on it in both hands, and her fingers were pressing the buttons quickly. There was also a laptop in front of her, which was obviously hers. Luke, wearing a fancy feather headdress, leaned back in the chair, crossed her arms, and looked at Germain with a serious expression. Germain coughed. Pi. Luke, I have heard about it from Duan. I believe you already know what is happening on this island. I am very grateful that you can come to help. This is the truth. The fragments of the western chapter of Dong Fulishi. the herb that cures all diseases, and the transplanting of alchemical plants all require professionals to take care of them. The ancient document hunter Pio and the plant hunter Gugu are undoubtedly professionals in this field. Pio's eyes left the phone at this time, and he slowly sat up. Not long after arriving here, Gugu and I were really surprised. The old man, referring to President Netero, only said that he would give us an A-level task that needs to be strictly confidential, and didn't say anything else. We were completely caught off guard by the contents of the Dark Continent Archives and the Research Institute. Gugu also frowned and shook her head. As the president of the Hunter Association, you, the 12 Zodiacs, actually did so many illegal things in secret, and dragged us into the water. This is really... Pio widened his eyes at this time, raised his hands, and waved them excitedly. This is so exciting! Why didn't you tell us earlier? Gugu rolled her eyes at Pio and snorted coldly. Although it violated the rules, I have to admit that the results you brought back were amazing. Apparently, after spending several days in the Dark Continent Archives and Research Institute, the two hunters eagerly read all the content they were interested in. The shocking content completely moved them. President Netero knew very well how to lure the 12 zodiac signs. He didn't need to tell them anything. Just put the facts in front of them. The Dark Continent is simply a treasure trove that has not been fully developed. And what they have seen now is just the tip of the iceberg. They even feel honored, because they are the only ones who know the secrets of this place after Germain, Jean, and Mo Lawu among the 12 zodiac signs. Even the two vice presidents, Chidwa and Misai Yishidam, may not know. It's really pitiful that they are so diligent. Germain didn't expect them to react like this. But thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem strange. Hunters, especially those who have reached the limit of their respective fields, will find that the boundary of the 6 continents is what limits their progress. Then, their eyes will be attracted to the places outside the world. The Dark Continent, also known as the New World, allows them to break through the current limit, satisfy more curiosity, and achieve greater achievements. How can this not make people tempted? Isn't this what the real hunters pursue throughout their lives in the 6 continents? German smiled in a social setting. Then, on behalf of the Stagecoach and Greedy Island, I formally welcome the members of the Rabbit and the Rooster. The Stagecoach refers to the members on the Dark Continent side, and Greedy Island refers to the members on the 6 continent side. Everyone clapped in unison, completing the brief welcome ceremony. Next, they got down to business. And of course, the topic started with German. Chapter 339. German first described the whole process of the Meteor Street's elimination of Zai Luo's forces, including the fact that they had formed a cooperative relationship with Meteor Street. At present, there are still Zai Luo's demons wandering in Meteor Street, and the people of Meteor Street and professional hunters are working together to strangle them inside and outside. Shira will stay in Meteor Street and act as a middleman between us and Meteor Street. We support them in their reconstruction, and they will return the favor in the future. It's that simple. Lei Jia touched his chin with a smile. NGL Zai Luo. Actually, I found that my subordinate, the werewolf Wilfin, seemed to have a strange concern for Zai Luo. After hearing that Zai Luo had been killed by you, he showed a sad mood, which I had never seen in him before. Wilfin was always suspicious and unsociable, but now he is as sad as a human. And he got drunk with other members of the pirate group. I think when he was a human, he was probably Zai Luo's subordinate. When Zai Luo died, he lost all his thoughts as a human. The brown-skinned Abengani also coughed lightly and joined the topic. So, bunny girl Hina also paid attention to Zai Luo. But after knowing that German and Xiaodi would go to eliminate him, Hina did not mention Zai Luo again. Perhaps she knew that Zai Luo would never survive under German and Xiaodi, so she focused more on things she liked more, such as teasing those players. Liz sat very seriously, with his hands placed neatly on the table, and also spoke. In comparison, Ikarugo and Mirwong paid much less attention to Zai Luo. They integrated into Greedy Island faster than other Chimera ants, and were not hindered by Zai Luo's affairs. Everyone nodded when they heard this. They had contact with Ikarugo and Mirwong and knew that they had started a new life on Greedy Island. Palm, who was forcibly transformed into a Chimera ant, has a lot to say about this. Human souls, Chimera ant bodies. Because of this characteristic, we are destined to waver between humans and Chimera ants. She raised her scaly hand and stroked the unusually large round protrusion on her forehead. But true emotional ties still need to be accumulated over time. I believe that sooner or later, they and I will be completely integrated into the Greed Island. Hearing Palm's words, Emolawu, Nob, Nakulu and Shiotua couldn't help showing a look of shame. Especially Palm's teacher Nob. Palm could have avoided such a tangled choice in the cognition of whether she was a human or a chimera ant, as long as they stopped her from carrying out such a dangerous plan. It is hard to say whether Palm chose to come to Greed Island to avoid them and start over. However, things have already happened, and it is too late to say anything now. So we have to let it go. Germain did not want the atmosphere at the long table to become more depressed. So he took the initiative to talk about what happened when he went to Zoldyck family. However, Germain still concealed the meeting and conversation with Jaeger Zoldyck. This was Jaeger's request. He didn't want Aluka to be noticed too early. Anyway, they didn't intend to challenge the mist creature E. When they heard that Jin's son Gon was arranged to be with Yungu in the Sky Arena together with Kurapika and Killua, many relevant people were slightly excited. Du-In touched the stubble on his chin and laughed heartily. 10 days to heal the hand injury. 10 days of hard training can push the Yellow Spring Gate. It seems that Jin's son has good qualifications. We can allocate some funds and manpower to Yungu. In addition, we can start preparing for the matters after Gon and his team arrive at Greed Island. According to my estimate, they will come here in about half a year to a year and try to pass the customs and find clues about Jin. I'm really looking forward to it. When Du-In said I'm really looking forward to it, he clearly showed a scary smile of a weird uncle who wanted to play tricks on his nephew. Then, Germain mentioned the ability branch of his hunter badge, the Silver Triangle. This means that they can return to the Dark Continent in advance. This was an unexpected surprise, and everyone discussed it enthusiastically. The materials and equipment have been prepared long ago, Du-In said. Then, what we really want to discuss is the selection of this team. First of all, Germain and Xiao Di must go. So there are only 2 places left. Emolawu, who has a dangerous hairline, was originally wiping his sunglasses with a handkerchief while listening to the conversation of everyone. At this time, he put on his sunglasses again. I go. I owe Germain a great favor, and this is the perfect time to repay him. He pushed his sunglasses down, and his eyes narrowed on his hooked nose. However, I declare in advance that sooner or later I will return to the 6 continents. I am a sea hunter, and my main battlefield is always in the sea, not on land. President Netero is obviously secretly pushing for the restart of the exploration of the Dark Continent. Once successful, they will need manpower in the future. The Hunter Association needs to send a team from the 6 continents, cross the border, pass through the dangerous sea, and then reach the Dark Continent. I can undoubtedly play a greater role in that sea. Of course, all this is based on the premise that I can come back safely. Nob glanced at Emolawu. He did not speak, but pressed down the brim of his hat to cover his bald head. After psychological treatment by Wu Masachang, one of the 12 zodiac signs, Nob has gradually come out of his fear of the Ant King and the 3 guards. However, his nature has not changed. He is the type of person who has a very strong mind ability, but needs to pay a huge price. This price is that his psychological defense line is lower than many people, and the speed of accumulating pressure is very fast. Once his psychological defenses are breached, he will collapse in despair. Originally, Nobu's 4-dimensional apartment could shine in the Dark Continent, but his personality is not suitable for staying in a high-pressure environment. Later, Nakulu and Shiotua volunteered. They have been reading the information in the Dark Continent archives. Shiotua is still a little worried, while Nakulu is eager to try. In the end, the team members decided by everyone were German. Shuti, Emolawu and Nakulu. The next topic of discussion was the part that Pio and Lugu were responsible for. Pio said, the first paragraph of the fragment of the western chapter of Dong Fulishi is actually very easy to identify, but it requires a little speculation. The first paragraph is basically the language of the 6 continents, but it is getting more and more sloppy. It probably means that I regret seeing too much and knowing too much. I would rather never have eaten the longevity food Naitolami. These unfinished words seem to reveal some fear of Dong Fulishi, so much so that he regretted eating one of the 5 hopes. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Chapter 340. Pio moved her pink laptop over and tapped the space bar to wake up the dormant computer screen. She projected the contents of the laptop onto the projector in the conference room. Liz thoughtfully got up and pulled up the curtains to darken the room so that the image displayed on the projector would be clearer. Pio slid the mouse. Look! The text in the first paragraph is still clearly a simplified variant of the six continents language. You should know about cursive writing, which is probably what it feels like. However, starting from the second paragraph, these words obviously deviate from the six continents text and become very complex and changeable. I am more than 80% confident that this is a fragment of a Western text composed of different languages mixed together. The reason for this, I guess, is related to Dong Fulishi's experience. In the first paragraph, he has admitted to eating the longevity food Nitolami. We can think that this is the reason why he has lived for 200 or 300 years. And 200 or 300 years of living in the Dark Continent is enough to change a person's habits. During his solo journey, he basically did not use the six continents text. On the contrary, in order to communicate with different species, he needed to learn and use their texts. People who have learned different languages will do this. When they are nervous and excited, they will unconsciously mix multiple languages together. Dong Fulishi probably did not deliberately make our translation more difficult. But for him, the answer is the puzzle itself. And he did not hide anything. German. If you want me to completely decipher the entire content of this stack of Western fragments, either bring me more Western fragments or bring me more different types of texts. Pio was very impolite. But the task she proposed was indeed necessary. Germain agreed. Gugu described the difficulty of transplanting the herb of healing and the alchemical plant Materian to Greed Island. They are all looted from the monsters you defeated. If you can simulate the same environment, it should be possible. However, the herb of healing is soaked in blood and flesh, which is relatively easy to say, while the alchemical plant Materian needs soul irrigation, which is difficult to solve. Even if there is a way, I don't think you want to turn Greed Island into a large cult island and sacrifice the souls of living people. Gugu's tone was very harsh. But like Pio, she was just stating the facts. Everyone agreed with the conclusions they had reached temporarily. Germain asked them to continue their research on their respective topics. After that, everyone discussed the various changes in Greed Island Z in the future and the whereabouts of President Netero. And the meeting ended there. After the meeting, Germain approached Abengani. Can you and Hina remove my thoughts for me? I have no problem. Abengani was confident. But Hina can't do it yet. She hasn't completely digested the cost of the previous removal. It doesn't matter. I leave it to you. You're too kind. Abengani once again showed an extraordinary performance similar to the last time he removed my thoughts. Which should be why he is so confident now. The forest spirit not only succeeded in removing the thoughts, but also cleared the remaining two negative traits of German, wilderness phobia and poor gambling skills. From this moment on, he no longer had any negative traits. Then, German found Melody again and asked her to play a flute for him, completely clearing the few stress points he had accumulated. So, after another round of preparation, the four-man team of German, Xiudi, Lawu, and Nakula set off on February 15th. German and Xiaodi were both frequent users of lantern teleportation, and many people present had seen the lantern teleportation scene several times, so they were not surprised. Only the parties involved, Lawu, Nakulu, and those who had not really seen the lantern teleportation scene, would maintain a tense concentration. When the teleportation lanterns and messenger ghosts mentioned in the information appeared one by one, the group of people felt that the teleportation was really going to happen. German touched the hunter badge, silver triangle, and by consuming the 3 idle teleportation lanterns, he could use the teleportation lantern immediately. As a result, everything went smoothly. German, Xiudi, Lawu, and Nakula were all teleported away from the spot and disappeared in the hall under the Lamilu castle. Those who had not seen this picture were all surprised, while those who had seen it had already picked up the camera to watch the process recorded before. At this time, the administrator ring in Duan's hand flashed a few times, and then projected a picture. The person in the picture was Yida, one of the twin administrators, wearing a mechanical helmet and long silver hair. What's the matter? Yida? Duan. I just detected that a video about the Kajin Empire and the Dark Continent is going viral on the internet. I think you should be very interested. Kajin Empire and Dark Continent? The conversation between Yida and Duan did arouse everyone's interest, and everyone gathered around. Duan frowned and said, "Send the video here so we can have a look." "I've already sent it. You should be able to open it now." Duan then turned the administrator ring and the projected image became the beginning of a video, while Yita's image shrank into a small window in the lower right corner. At the beginning of the video, a fat man appeared. Everyone present recognized the identity of this fat man one after another, because he was so famous and often appeared in the news headlines. This fat man is the king of the Kaken Empire, Naspi Huigaru, the father of the fourth prince of Caledonish, who was killed by German and others. Rich resources. All kinds of food sources. The prosperous future of mankind is sleeping on that land. Oh ho ho so. Our Kaken Empire shoulders the dream of all mankind. I announce here that we are going to enter the Dark Continent. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. However, King Naspi had not finished speaking. We have successfully supported the best candidate to serve as the general manager of the Dark Continent Expedition Team. Let me introduce you. The son of President Netero of the Hunter Association. Byangda Netero. Byangda's face, which looked like President Netero, was magnified in the video, so that anyone who was familiar with President Netero would not doubt Byangda's bloodline. The video content continued, and then Byangda made an exciting declaration. Grandma Linya's narrowed eyes opened. As far as I know, President Netero and Byangda are secretly promoting the restart of the exploration of the Dark Continent. V5 is cautious and is still discussing in meetings. It has not been disclosed to the outside world and has not yet reached a conclusion. This should be a card deliberately played by the Kajin Empire and Byangda to force V5 to put the matter of the exploration of the Dark Continent on the table and force a restart. In addition, we intend to make the Kajin Empire appear to be a pioneer in exploring the Dark Continent. No matter how this major historical event is mentioned in the future, it will become the Kajin Empire that took the lead. At the end of the video, King Naspi mentioned the date when the Kajin Empire's large army would set sail, which would be probably in August or September of this year. Chapter 341. Purple lines appeared on the gray floor of the top floor of the ancient maze tower, and the lines were finally poured into the center point, and a lantern emerged from the center point. Buzz. The scene twisted in a vortex for a moment, and 4 figures flew out of it, each holding hands with 4 skinny messenger ghosts. German let go of the messenger ghosts and looked down at the projection of the hunter badge. Lantern location, ancient maze. Cooling time, 160 days. 160 days. That is, more than 5 months. If you want to wait for the transmission lantern to cool down step by step, you will have to wait until August or September. However, with the existence of the hunter badge, Silver Triangle, Germain believed that they could return early. Now it depends on when he can gather 3 new free teleportation lanterns. This is not the first time for Germain and Shiati to go back and forth between the ancient maze and Lamilu Castle, so they seem to be calm at the moment. Emolawu and Nakulu, the master and apprentice, are different. They look around curiously. Is this the Dark Continent? The ancient maze? Germain put away the teleportation lantern, and the 4 messenger ghosts disappeared. When he turned around, he saw Emolawu and Nakulu standing on the balcony outside. Looking out, Shiati pointed to a huge bronze bell that was obviously added later on the top of the tower. It was hung there. German. There was no such bell before we left. Right? No. Shiati patted his bulging chest with relief. I thought I remembered it wrong again. Is this what we should really focus on? German went around to the back of the bronze bell and found an iron pillar that was also hanging. So he picked it up with both hands. I think it was probably Jean or Bisji's idea to ring the bell to remind us when we come back, so that they will know immediately. Shirdi nodded. So that's how it is. German picked up the iron pillar and hit it on the hanging bronze bell, making a loud clang 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 sound that spread from the top of the tower. Shioti blocked her ears with 2 little fingers, staring at Germain as he knocked several times before releasing the iron pillar. After a while, Nakulu started shouting outside the balcony. Germain. Teacher. Shioti. I think I saw Jean, Bisji and the others. He waved his arms in excitement in that direction, like a man who had reunited with an ocean sailor he hadn't seen for months. Germain and Shiati walked to Emolawu and Nakulu's side, and the first thing that caught their eyes was, of course, the 2-story castle that had been built. The style of the castle was based on the Limilu Castle. The special thing is that all the houses and towers are surrounded by the highest building here, the ancient Labyrinth Tower. As long as you stand on the top of the Gouda Labyrinth Tower, you can overlook the castle. German also saw Jean, Bisji and others that Nakulu saw. They obviously heard the bell and gathered in the courtyard. When they looked up, they happened to meet the eyes of German and others on the ancient labyrinth tower. Among them, the fat and strong Buhara also waved his arms in response like Nakulu. After a while, everyone gathered at the top of the ancient maze tower. 9 people made the place seem a little crowded, but the atmosphere was full of surprise and joy. How did you come back so soon? Biscuit shook Xiaodi in astonishment. Didn't you say that you can use the lantern to teleport again after 80 days? She and the other people who stayed here had already prepared themselves to wait almost 3 months before meeting Germain and Xiaodi. I didn't expect them to come back so soon. It was incredible. Xiaodi shook his head for a while and pointed at Germain with his left hand. Everyone who stayed in the Dark Continent focused their attention on Germain. So, Germain explained the ability of the Hunter Badge. The silver triangle. Everyone suddenly realized it. Jean smiled and said, "If this is the case, it will be much more convenient for us in the future. But I don't know how long it will take to get 3 teleportation lanterns together. No matter how long it takes, it will be shorter than more than 5 months." Biscuit put his hands on his hips. "It's a pity that we have to choose one of the two. Otherwise it can instantly cool down the teleportation lanterns and increase the number of members to be teleported each time. Which would be even better. Where is such a good thing in the world?" Jean retorted. "It's more like the disgusting forced choice of 2 like Pariston." Yes. Yes. Biscuit rolled his eyes, with an expression of "Do you think I don't know?" It seems that the relationship between the two is still as stable as before. Germain asked, "Don't worry about the transmission lantern for now. Tell me, what happened here in the half-month we were away?" As you can see, Biscuit pointed to the castle outside the tower with his white-gloved hand. The castle has been built to the 2nd floor, and the 3rd and 4th floors are next. Then, the plant weapons of the ancient maze, the parasitic species of gold and silver ingots, have resumed their activities, appearing in the sea of blood from time to time and sacrificing themselves. In addition, there is our trade exchange with the Moose and Centaur's tribe, which is about once a week. Biscuit pointed to Imolawu and Nakulu who were not on the plan and asked, "You should also tell me. Why are they here?" "Okay." Germain looked at Jean meaningfully. "I will start from the beginning and tell you what happened over there, and try to be as concise as possible." Jean was a little strange and didn't understand why Germain was looking at him, but he still sat cross-legged on the floor and listened. So, Germain described the major events that had happened in the past half-month according to time and place. From Greed Island, to Meteor Street, to Kukula Mountain, then to Sky Arena, and finally Greed Island again. Everyone understood why Imolawu and Nakulu were here, and Germain won the cooperation between Zoldyck family and Meteor Street Camp this time, which was also a pleasant surprise. However, what really surprised everyone was that Germain met Jin's son Sijia. Jean finally understood what Germain's eyes meant. "I have a photo of him now." Germain searched in the hunter's black robe for a while, found a photo, and handed it to Jean. Although it's a group photo, there are 4 youthful teenagers in the photo. From left to right, they are Kurapika, Killua, Gon and Leorio. The 4 teenagers all made a V sign towards the camera and smiled. Among them, Gon and Leorio's smiles were the brightest. German pointed at the spiky-haired boy in the photo. "This is what Sijia looks like now. He looks a lot like you." Jean didn't take the photo, but just glanced at it with a little disdain and snorted, "Oh, really? Let me see." Biscuit snatched the photo and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, he looks a lot like Jean. Curious Minchi, Buhala, and Sambika also gathered behind her to watch. Everyone was curious about what kind of son Jean, who was always arrogant, would have. As a result, they all felt that Sijia seemed to be quite well behaved. Not at all like his father who was annoying. Xiaodi didn't know why she also went over to join in the fun, even though she had seen him in person and in photos. "He has already obtained a hunter's license," German said. "He has good qualifications. Now I will put him with Yungu and let Yungu teach him the basics of Nin." Biscuit nodded repeatedly. "Yungu? Jean, you can rest assured, my disciple, there will be no problem teaching your son Nin. Well, if he can't even learn Nin, it's better for him not to come to me." Jean pouted. "Ah, are you shy?" Biscuit looked at Jean as if he had discovered a new world. Jean is actually shy. Rarely seen. "Are you shy because you know your son is doing well? What nonsense are you talking about?" Jean lowered his felt hat to cover the upper half of his face and muttered something in a low voice. Biscuit laughed. That's right. But why should people in their 30s or 40s act like scum who abandon their families? Jean was too lazy to refute Biscuit. German continued. I estimate that they will reach the 200th floor of the Sky Arena in less than half a year, and win 3 games to meet my minimum requirement. After that, they will look for clues about Greed Island. Chapter 342. When Jean heard this, he remembered the clues about Greed Island that he had left on his hometown. Whale Island. I thought. As long as Seojia returned to Whale Island, Mit would give him the clues even if he hated me. Right? Mit was Jin's cousin. A beautiful but single woman. Jean still remembered how that tough and strong woman took Seojia's custody away from him. In fact, Jin's situation at the time was indeed not suitable for raising Seojia. He simply did not have the time and energy to do so. Therefore, Mit actually took the initiative to take on this responsibility and helped him, allowing him to continue his hunter journey outside with peace of mind. Therefore, Jean was grateful to Mit, although he never said it out loud. Then let him come. Let him come to Greed Island. If he can pass the current Greed Island Z, he will at least be an elite. Such a person is at least qualified to follow in my footsteps, and then find his own future during this period. As German's strength and status increased, the level division of users he proposed before was also recognized by more and more people. Jean followed this classification of users here. His requirements for Seojia were not too strict. After all, he was like that. Jean was following the footsteps of his ancestor Dong Fulishi, and gradually had his own hunter path. He believed that his son Seojia could do the same. Biscuit then solemnly handed the photo to Jean. You still have high expectations for your son. Put it away. Jean hesitated for a moment, but still took the photo and put it in his pocket quite casually. He wanted to show that he was not bound by family and kinship. But everyone present did not believe him, so he did not intend to hide it. Germain continued. In addition to challenging the steep mountains this time, we also have a secondary task. President Netero asked Pio to decipher the New World Chronicle Western chapter fragments for us. But she needs more characters from the Dark Continent, especially different types of characters. Jean, who has a high talent for languages, nodded. In fact, I have a similar view to Pio on this point. So I have been collecting different types of characters. It's just that the Moose Centaur characters and the characters they are familiar with are not many in total, and they can't recognize other types of characters on the New World Chronicle Western chapter fragments. I guess the race to which these characters belong is quite far away from here, and has no intersection with the Moose Centaur tribe. However, the Moose Centaur tribe promised us that they will try to help us collect more languages and characters when the next Subhuman Race Watch Alliance is held. Germain nodded. That's good. This is the only way to do it now. After that, everyone talked about the little information about the steep mountains and the current situation of Greed Island Z, and then walked down from the top of the tower. Biscuit took Germain and Shiati in each hand and walked at the front of the team. Come on. Let me show you the current situation of the castle. At least each of us has our own room. But the room is empty, with only a wooden bed. Hearing this, Germain turned his head and looked at Shiati. Shiati noticed his gaze and turned around to look at him. She also blinked curiously, as if wondering why Germain looked at her like that. Shiati, did you forget that you brought a gift? Ah. Shiati remembered then. Yes. Biscuit asked in surprise. What gift? You brought a gift? Soon. She got the answer. When visiting every room in the ancient maze castle, Shiati's bulging-eyed fish was not idle, and kept spitting things out. The sofa, tables and chairs, blankets in the hall, the iron pots, kitchen knives, shovels in the kitchen, the big bed, quilts, pillows in the room, etc. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire ancient maze castle became more like a place where humans live. Not only that, Shiati also brought special gifts to everyone who stayed in the ancient maze. Of course, most of them were the ideas of Duan Enlist, and the gifts were also selected by them. Jean got 3 suitcases of books, all of which were books he had previously deposited in the study room of the Lime Road Castle, which was enough to relieve his boredom. Of course, Bisiji got clothes, accessories, perfumes, and a complete set of makeup tools, etc. Her stock was indeed running out. Minchi and Bohala got fresh meat and vegetables, flour, sauces, etc. from the 6 continents, and Sambika got various medicines, bottles and containers. etc. But Basiji still complained. After staying in a place like the Dark Continent for half a year, I really miss the air conditioners, TVs, and computers in the 6 continents more and more. And refrigerators, Minchi reminded. It will be more convenient to store food. TVs and computers should not be so easy, German said. But when we retrieve the No Man's Stone and can power the entire ancient maze castle, we can indeed bring air conditioners and refrigerators over. Basiji, Minchi, Buhala and Sambika couldn't help but imagine the future after owning the No Man's Stone. Although there is no unmanned stone, they at least have a small diesel generator, which is enough to supply the lights of the ancient maze castle at night. As for the water source, there are 4 sources. The first is rainwater. The second is the resource card of Greed Island. The third is the lakes and rivers outside the ancient maze. And the fourth is the filtration of the Blood Sea. In general, the conditions here are still quite difficult. However, in order to defend this stronghold like a nail household and explore more resources in the Dark Continent, they are still happy. And they did reap the rewards. The map drawn by Jean has expanded to tens of kilometers outside the ancient maze, and is still expanding. Basiji exchanged an emerald the size of a goose egg from the Moose Centaur tribe, which made her happy for a long time. Minchi and Bahala's recipes have added many unique dish names, some of which are reflected in today's dinner. In the communication with the Moose Centaur tribe, Sambika learned many seemingly primitive, but normal medical methods in the Dark Continent. After a night's rest in the ancient labyrinth castle, everyone gathered together again to discuss going to the steep mountains. Someone has to stay here in the ancient labyrinth castle, Jean reminded. The Moose Horse tribe will come here to trade with us about once a week, and someone has to entertain them. Germain looked around at everyone present and realized that he had to use the elimination method to select the members who would leave and stay. He, Jean, Bisji, Emo Lawu and Shiati, the 5 main combat forces, must go to the steep mountains. In addition, Basiji, Emo Lawu and Shiati also have auxiliary decompression, reconnaissance and transportation capabilities, so they should go together. Then there is Sambika, who is responsible for medical treatment and should also be in the team. Minchi and Bahala have the same position of being responsible for food, so they can choose one of them. In the end, German chose Minchi. The remaining one is Nakulu. He has the knowledge of a beast hunter, but it belongs to the 6 continents, not the Dark Continent. His combat power is not the best among the crowd. However, he can play a role in supplementing combat power and protecting logistics members. His Nen ability can also play a miraculous effect at certain times, so he was also selected into the team. In this way, the list of members going to the steep mountains was finalized. German and other 8 Nen ability users set off, and Buhala stayed behind to guard the ancient maze castle. They began to make final preparations. For example, go to the Moose Centaur tribe to enchant Emo Lawu's big pipe with alchemical plants and water elements, and let Emo Lawu and Nakula familiarize themselves with the environment between the ancient maze and the Moose Centaur tribe. Finally, they plan to set off on March 1st to start the journey of teleportation and challenge. Chapter 343. Under the extreme forging of the strengthening system by the old craftsman Mushaha of the Elk Centaur tribe, Emo Lawu's big pipe was enchanted. Is this enchantment? Yes. You try it. I am still very confident in my craftsmanship and will never waste any alchemical plant. Metal Island. Mushaha took a rough towel and wiped the sweat off his face. Emo Lawu grabbed the slender end of the big pipe with both hands, stood it up, and put on his sunglasses to carefully observe the mark imprinted on the big pipe. Alchemical plant metal ion water element enchantment. It is a wave-shaped mark. Once Emo Lawu activates his mind energy, it will shine. His mind energy will change into water element and acquire the properties of water flow. This is different from his purple smoke fist. His big pipe is to actually light tobacco, then use the auxiliary release system to amplify the smoke, and then use the core operation system to control the smoke. Now, the existence of the water element enchantment is equivalent to allowing him to cross the mind ability system diagonally and obtain the transformation system as the third auxiliary system after the release system and the characteristic system. Emo Lawu simply tried the big pipe enchanted with water element, and combined with his own purple smoke fist. He used water mist to create a dreamlike scene on the spot, like a mirage. Ha ha ha. Very good. Mushaha, I have to thank you for your craftsmanship. Nothing. I just did what I could. You humans' help to our tribe is real, Musha said modestly, then looked at Imolawu. And the two men laughed together. Enchantment is a great benefit to Imolawu, a telepathic user and ocean hunter. Mist and water, his two most trusted partners, can be driven by him, which will undoubtedly greatly enhance his combat power. In the same situation as Imolawu, there is also Minchi, who is also a telepathic user. Her double-bladed Rhapsody and fire element enchantment, forming a double-bladed fire, can undoubtedly also deal extremely high damage and have a miraculous effect on weak fire enemies. It can be said that the alchemical plant Metal Ion is an enchanted plant with a considerable promotion effect on those who use weapons, especially telepathic users. Compared with Imolawu and Minchi, Xiaoti's wind element enchanted reverse cross did not improve her much. She even often forgot that her reverse cross could be used for combat. This was due to her personality, and there was nothing she could do about it. After thanking the old craftsman Mushaha and saying goodbye to the old chieftains of the Musantor tribe, Sisley and the Kaholshi brothers, everyone set off to return to the ancient maze. At the end of February, everyone returned to the ancient maze and joined up with the others who stayed in the ancient maze castle, completing all preparations. On the morning of March 1st, everyone gathered on the top floor of the ancient maze tower on time. Since Xiaoti's memory was sometimes good and sometimes bad, it was Basiji, Minchi and Sambika who checked whether the items on the list were complete. Jean stood aside with his hands in his pockets, and Imolawu leaned against the wall holding his big pipe. The two battle-hardened men looked normal. Nakulu was relatively lively, and was doing warm-up exercises. His airplane head swayed up and down, left and right with his movements. After everything was ready, Germain activated the special teleportation lantern of the ancient maze tower. For skinny messenger ghosts crawled out from behind the lamp holder of the special teleportation lantern, stared at everyone indifferently, and stretched out their hands resigned to their fate. In the first group, Germain sent Jean, Bisji, and Xiaoti to the steep mountains first. After arriving, what came into view was the jagged rocks. The four of them stood on the top of the mountain, and next to them was a deep abyss. With that steepness, it seemed as if their toes were stepping on the edge of a knife. The howling mountain wind made them feel like they would fall off the cliff at any time. Looking around, all they could see were rolling mountains and lush forests. The farther places were covered by clouds and mist, and could not be seen clearly. At least for now. German and the other four did not notice any danger. From the surface, this place was not much different from the deep mountains and forests of the 6 continents. I go back to pick up the others. German crouched down next to the teleportation lantern again, accompanying the messenger ghost. Be careful. Biscuit made an okay gesture to German, and Jean and Xiaoti nodded. So, German used the teleportation lantern to return to the ancient maze tower to pick up the second group of people. Imolawu, Minchi and Sambika. After another success, German did the same thing and took away the last person. Nakulu. Bahala waved to German and Nakulu, watched them disappear, listened to the silence of the tower and the castle, quietly sorted out his mood, and began his lonely gourmet life. After bringing Nakulu to the steep mountains and joining everyone, German took advantage of everyone observing the surroundings to check the projection content of his hunter badge. After 5 consecutive teleportations, German was forced to be infected with 3 types of negative traits and 2 types of diseases. 3 types of negative traits. Pale. The resistance to damage such as bleeding and corrosion is slightly reduced. Thinker. The effect of stress treatment received is slightly reduced. Anxiety. In areas outside the dark continent, a certain amount of stress will be increased every week. 2 types of diseases. Black Death. The resistance to corrosion and disease is greatly reduced, and the life limit and speed are greatly reduced. Tapeworm disease. Food digestion speed doubled. After checking his own condition through the hunter badge, Germain took out the injection extracted from the herb that cures all diseases without hesitation and injected himself with it. TSK. Everyone looked over and soon understood why he did this. Infected with the disease? Xiaoti squatted down, hugged his knees with his hands, and stared at Germain. Are you feeling better? Germain looked at the projection of the hunter badge again. The Black Death disappeared, but the tapeworm disease was still there. Germain told everyone about this situation. Wearing a mask, Sambika clasped her hands together and said in a muffled voice, "The herbal injection for curing all diseases cannot eliminate all diseases in the body at once. After about an hour, You can get rid of the tapeworm disease by giving another injection. She turned around and said timidly to everyone, I suggest that everyone get an injection. It can enhance our resistance to diseases, and the effect will be reduced to the lowest level after about 12 hours. We can continue to get injections during this period to maintain our resistance to diseases. Chapter 344. Sambika said a lot of things in one breath, then lowered her head with a red face. Everyone looked at each other, and it was still Bisji who responded to Sambika with action first, becoming the second person to be injected on the spot. It's always right to listen to the expert Sambika. Bisji supported the timid Sambika. Then, there were chi-chi sounds one after another. And soon, everyone was injected with a herb injection that could cure all diseases. Sambika collected all the syringes, carefully sealed them in a recycling box, and then stuffed them into her backpack. In order to avoid hindering Xiaodi from using the bulge-eye fish, people generally do not let the bulge-eye fish swallow the consumables now, but will keep them until the end of the journey. The same is true for these syringes. People are not morally corrupt enough to throw away garbage at will unless they encounter an emergency. Just as everyone's attention was once again focused on the surrounding steep mountains, they heard a strange sound. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The untimely sound caught everyone off guard. German, who had just stood up, lowered his head and was surprised to find that he didn't know why he couldn't retrieve the special teleportation lantern on the ground. It seemed to be locked in place. In addition, it kept making a buzzing sound. The purple light spread outward like ripples, and suddenly turned into a dark tide. Darkness surged out. The 4 messenger ghosts had already fled. German had a premonition and turned back as fast as he could, shouting to everyone, "Get out of here!" The only one who responded to his sudden shout was Jean. Jean reached out and grabbed Sambika, who was closest to him, and then jumped back. German did something similar. He hugged Xiaodi and Basiji in one hand each, trying to escape to a safe distance. Before Xiaodi and Basiji could come to their senses, they were forcibly picked up and taken away, and they reacted half a second later. However, German himself did not know how far the so-called safe distance was. German and Jin's actions were fast enough, and their reactions to save others were also extreme. But things don't always go as you wish. The dark tide that surged out of the teleportation lantern instantly swallowed up the 3 people who were closest to him: Olawu, Nakulu, and Men Chi. What is this? They disappeared into the darkness in surprise. Afterwards, German, Xiaodi, Biscuit, Jean and Sambika were also caught up by the tide of darkness. No matter what kind of mind power they used, they would be bitten by the darkness. The torrent of darkness was so fast that it was unimaginable. The panic of losing control struck everyone's heart, and the boundless darkness in the field of vision was even more terrifying. This strange silence lasted only for a moment. And then, there were exclamations. Where is this? Which direction are you in? I can't see you. Are we floating? Still falling? Why is there no foothold? They were like being in a state of weightlessness. But there were no obstacles on all sides to provide a point of force, which made them at a loss. German was probably the first to regain his sanity, because unlike other people floating in the dark space, he found a sense of balance and stabilized his body. He couldn't tell whether he was floating up, falling, or swaying left and right. In short, he at least controlled the direction in which his body should float. Calm down. In the dark, German told others how to stabilize themselves and not lose their composure. Don't be too frightened and nervous. As long as you stay focused and think, we can stay stable. In the darkness, there were indeed many people who believed in German unconditionally and completed the control of their own floating. As more and more people succeeded, more and more people believed in German. And finally everyone maintained their balance instead of being upside down. The weightlessness of the dark space is no longer the biggest problem. The biggest problem they have to face now is how to leave this dark space. If they can't leave this dark space, will they drift endlessly until they die of hunger and thirst? Or will they lose their minds in the darkness and commit suicide in complete despair? They all try not to think about these worst possibilities. As for why he came to this dark space, Germain had some ideas after thinking for a while. Jaeger Zoldyck once said, "We believe that all space-related abilities in the world are actually connected to darkness. Your teleportation lantern, your companion Xiaodi's bulging-eyed fish, and the professional hunter Nob's 4-dimensional apartment are actually all walking in the dark. This is also confirmed by the forced teleportation of Germain and others by the real-world tree by the wallfacer, which is also dark. Melody's last memory of the terrifying dark sonata was, in that instant, we were in the boundless darkness. If he guessed correctly, Germain and others were brought to the boundless dark space by the dark tide gushing out of the teleportation lantern. And what triggered the dark flow was probably Germain's frequent use of the teleportation lantern. Germain materialized the holy moonlight greatsword. The cyan light it emitted easily pierced the darkness and gave everyone around him a little psychological comfort. As long as they can see each other and confirm each other's existence, the psychological pressure will be greatly reduced. Inspired by the light of the holy moonlight greatsword, everyone took out their headlamps, put them on their heads, and turned on the switches. Soon, beams of light crossed and swept everywhere in the dark space. Wherever the beams of light swept, there was still no foothold to be seen. And there was not even a single substance that could be called an obstacle. They didn't know how long they drifted like this. German released the circle. Now his circle has surpassed Jean and has the largest range here, reaching a radius of 1,000 meters. If he concentrates his mind energy in one direction, he can reach farther, whether it is full coverage or extreme distance. Germain's circle is stronger than Neferpitu's irregular circle. At this time, he suddenly frowned, because his circle, in addition to sensing Xiaodi and the others, also sensed other living things. The living things were densely packed, rushing towards the light source like moths to a flame. Germain immediately explained the situation to everyone and asked them to stay alert. Soon, under the light of everyone, a huge monster with fat tentacles, huddled in a spiral shell, appeared floating. Chapter 345. The creature that looks very much like a nautilus is not the only life that surges out of the darkness. Under the illumination of limited light sources, densely packed nautiluses that look similar but are smaller in size emerge one after another. The first one to appear is the largest among them, as tall as a small mountain. The rest are much smaller in comparison, but can also be comparable to the size of humans. The black tentacles that extend from the spiral shells that are as solid as rocks are swaying strange mucus under the illumination of the headlights. And they keep squirming and curling. They didn't make any sound. Maybe they didn't have vocal organs. Maybe they didn't need to make any sound. In short, they rushed towards everyone like an undercurrent. Everyone could see that these nautiluses of different sizes were not friendly. So they fought back in their own way. German judged that they couldn't summon resentful memories. They were mind beasts. But they were not smart enough to use mind to maintain balance, like German and others. And they would only follow their instincts and attack the nearest enemy. Then, we can only rely on ourselves. German wielded the holy moonlight greatswords and chopped a small nautilus that was approaching. With a click, the shell was easily broken. With another sword, its soft body was cut in half and fell into the depths of the dark space. It is an elite. German made an accurate judgment based on his experience of chopping countless elites. Then, his eyes were attracted by the huge nautilus. Generally speaking, it is the largest nautilus here, so it should be their leader and the strongest among them. Germain did indeed smell a breath of the same level as him from its gray-black mottled shell. If so, then this largest nautilus should be the target he should deal with first. I deal with it. Germain did not specify who his enemy was, but all his companions present understood and floated to the side to make room. Night Owl highlight. Germain's speed increased in all aspects. The mental energy gathered and roared like a booster, causing Germain to rush towards the huge nautilus like a rocket. The holy moonlight greatsword scattered green light particles under the drag. In the blink of an eye, German came to the side of the giant nautilus. Clang! Sparks burst, and German's holy moonlight greatsword chopped on the shell of the giant nautilus, which was shaken and bounced. There was only a sunken crack on the shell, and it was not completely broken. Very hard. It is indeed champion level. German's judgment was not wrong. The few people here who can break the defense of the giant nautilus are probably German, who is also at champion level, and Jean, one of the top masters. At the same time, his demon nemesis was highlighted, with increased accuracy and critical strikes, which also announced to him the type of enemy. The next moment, before the giant nautilus could turn its huge body, those wriggling and lingering slippery tentacles had already surged over. Swish! German swung out a wide blue slash wave, destroying many tentacles in an instant. But there were still a few fish that slipped through the net, either whipping or entangled on his body. In an instant, the huge lake in front of his chest, the huge deep sea, and the 3 brand runes of the hunter, as well as the strong characteristics were all highlighted. damage reduction, various resistances, physical strength and energy recovery are all maxed out, offsetting the weakening of resistance to bleeding and corrosion brought by the paleness. Not only that, Germain noticed that his champion halo was also bright, which meant that he had just been attacked by stress. Holding the Cold Hunter badge, Germain really saw a slight increase in his stress value from the projection. In fact, if he didn't have the champion physique, the champion halo, and the 2 runes of the huge lake and the huge deep sea, his stress value should have soared a lot after being attacked by the giant nautilus of the same champion level. Considering that the giant nautilus and those small nautilus are of the same species, their mind abilities should be similar. Those small nautilus may also be able to send out pressure attacks. And Jean, Biscuit, Imolawu and Xiaodi who are fighting against them do not have as much resistance defense as German, especially the resistance to pressure attacks. German felt a little uneasy, but he was not hindered by it, and still went towards the giant nautilus firmly. Only by knocking it down can he help his companions behind him the most. The situation of Jean, Bisji, Imolawu, Xiaodi and others is indeed not good. They have been attacked by pressure one after another, and gradually realized its severity. The pain is secondary. The most troublesome thing should be the kind of lingering haze that affects the mind and accumulates in the heart. Is this the pressure that German usually accumulates? They are just like big stones, pressing on everyone's hearts. How did German usually bear it? Many members of the station, who had never been attacked by pressure, understood at this moment what a dark and thorny road German had walked silently. It was also because of this that they all tried to strengthen their will and learn to persevere like German. It was just that the pressure accumulated too quickly, and many members were not prepared, and their psychological defenses were penetrated and fell into a state of mental vacillation. There was an even worse problem with Xiaodi. When she pushed the button of the bulging-eyed fish, she found that its own ability to swallow and spit out all dead things could not be activated, as if it was blocked. Xiaodi even poked her head in the depths of the bulge-eyed fish's throat, thinking that something was blocking it. But she only saw the bulge-eyed fish's throat gurgling after it opened its mouth as wide as possible. She briefly explained the situation to Biscuit, who was fighting alongside her. I understand. Germain mentioned to everyone the theory of the interconnection of dark space by Jaeger Zoldyck. After a brief thought, Biscuit had the answer. Your mind ability is indeed blocked, because the dead things swallowed and spit out by the bulge-eyed fish are likely to end up somewhere in this dark space. As long as you are still in the dark space, you can't use the swallowing and spitting of the bulge-eyed fish. Because of the current special situation, a paradox has been created. The dark space cannot be both inside the bulge-eyed fish and outside the bulge-eyed fish. Xiaodi didn't understand what Biscuit was saying. She just adjusted her black-framed glasses and used the bulge-eyed fish as a sledgehammer, swinging it at the little nautilus. Bang! The little nautilus was smashed, and the pieces of meat, tentacles and mucus fluttered weightlessly for a while, and then fell into the abyss. It's okay. My bulge-eye fish is still very useful, she said calmly. For a while, everyone's mind abilities that did not involve the dark space were shining. However, the pressure invasion could not be stopped and continued to accumulate. Finally, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse at a certain moment. Sambika and Minchi were overwhelmed by the last straw at almost the same time. While their minds were in a trance, a dark crown suddenly burst out from their heads. This had never happened to anyone except Germain before, and the dark crown was actually worn on the heads of Sambika and Minchi. The dark thorns pierced their heads, causing them to show painful expressions. Their offensive and defensive actions slowed down, and now they were besieged by more small nautiluses. Although other companions came to reinforce the defense in time, they could not stop the terrible situation from happening. A twisted vortex appeared beside Sambika and Minchi. They sucked the two in just a moment, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sambika, Minchi, Basiji, who showed his true form, reached out to grab them in a cry. But he couldn't even grab the corners of their clothes. They disappeared? Were they taken away? Or dead? What would happen in the end after being taken away by the twisted vortex? The uneasiness of the unpredictable results accelerated the accumulation of pressure in everyone's hearts, and even their breathing became rapid. German heard the screams, but he did not turn back, but continued to fight with the giant nautilus. If he let it pass through this level, his companions would fall into a more desperate situation. The meat saw, the shotgun, the flamethrower, the spiral cane, and the long sword Qianing hovered beside him. controlled by 5 hands of mind energy. Many small nautiluses that flew over to try to surround German were buried in this fully covered, fully automatic attack circle. German held the hilt of the Holy Moonlight Great Sword with both hands, put on the black and white bone contempt armor, and rushed forward despite the stench. Puff, puff, puff. The monster embrace rune was highlighted, and the contempt armor resisted the thrusts of those fat tentacles. The silver-white halo made him look as brave and fearless as a fighting angel. Bang! The holy blue light instantly pierced through the giant nautilus's shell and reached its flesh. German felt that he had poked the giant nautilus's sore spot, because although it could not roar, it launched a more swift and fierce attack. Bang! It simply took the initiative to explode its shell. Amid the loud noise, countless broken shells pierced through the darkness, like shrapnel, and shot in all directions. German used the Holy Moonlight Great Sword to destroy the flying debris, and saw the true appearance of the huge nautilus after the second stage. It showed its stretched body, and above the many tentacles was a hideous and dazzling head, covered with many spider-like eyes. This alien demon stared at German, and German was not afraid at all, bursting out with tit-for-tat momentum, like the roar of waves. Come on! Come at me! Chapter 346. In the secondary battlefield outside the main battlefield, the battle also continued. Ah! Nakulu yelled, waving his fists wildly, and his target was no longer the nearby small nautilus, because he was forced to wear the dark crown. It was also the twisted vortex that took him away. Mo-Lawu's water and fog were a step late, and could not save the sudden disappearance of his disciples. He angrily poured his anger on the nearest small nautilus. Obviously, they could all be killed, but the pressure invasion could easily penetrate the hard defense. The third person. What's worse is that the person wearing the dark crown will also aggravate the mental disorder of the people around him. It's just like a domino falling. The situation will get worse and worse. Even the stupidest person should react. Not to mention that it was Jean who thought of this. He shouted to everyone. When the pressure reaches the critical point, the dark crown will be forced to be worn, and wearing the dark crown will attract a twisted vortex. The torture of the dark crown has happened to Germain countless times, and we must also use Germain's method to solve it. The twisted vortex is a new situation, which we must avoid. Either get rid of the small nautilus in front of you and stop their pressure invasion, or strengthen your mind when you cross the critical point. If it's not the dark crown that comes out, but the silver-white halo, then we will most likely not be pulled away by the twisted vortex. And we can also get a full body amplification. Bisji, Mo-Lawu and Xiaodi all understood what Jean was talking about. After all, there was a precedent of Germain. But it is easy to say. How to actually do it? Is the silver-white halo really that easy to explode? The fact proves that it is not. After this, Xiaodi and Mo-Lawu became the 5th and 6th people to wear the dark crown and be taken away by the twisting vortex. The dominoes are really falling. Bisji has been guarding Xiaodi all the time. When the dark crown and the twisting vortex appeared, she even reacted faster than Xiaodi. Maintaining her true body of King Kong, she pulled Xiaodi away from the twisting vortex. However, the suction of the twisted vortex was amazing. They didn't even float far away before they were sucked back. Is this what Germain usually feels? Xiaodi squinted one eye, looking very painful. She felt the pressure and torture brought by the dark crown. I feel closer to his heart. Biscuit turned back in surprise, at this time. What are you talking about? Wait. You? Biscuit. Its target is me. It's okay. Xiaodi broke free from Biscuit's hand, and was immediately taken away by the twisted vortex. Xiaodi? She and Xiaodi had a good relationship to begin with, and the close relationship over the past year was not in vain. Moreover, if Xiaodi disappeared without a clear reason, she couldn't imagine how she would face Germain later. At this moment, even Basiji was in a state of confusion. Jean rushed left and right, and the golden light circled and repelled a large number of small nautiluses. He turned around and saw that not only Xiaodi and Mo-Lawu were missing, but also a dark crown was floating above Basiji's head. Damn it! Jean didn't know whether he was cursing them or himself. Didn't I say that I should be mentally firm? The next moment, Basiji was also taken away by the twisted vortex. Jean was soon surrounded by the small nautilus that continued to come. He could kill them easily, but he could not stop their pressure invasion. Finally, he felt that he had crossed the critical point of pressure. However, the silver-white halo he wanted to see did not appear. And the dark crown was also worn on his head. Without exception. Easier said than done? The silver-white halo is a low probability event. And we all lost the bet this time. A twisted vortex appeared beside him. And Jean looked up and noticed that German, with a silver-white halo on his head, was concentrating on fighting the second-stage alien demon. No. There is another person. The fight between the crowd and the small Nautilus gave Germain time and space to fight the giant Nautilus. At the last moment when he was swallowed by the twisted vortex, Jean condensed the golden mind energy into a flashing spear and threw it out with all his strength. Whispering, swish. The golden spear penetrated the alien demon Nautilus and temporarily blocked its movement. Germain took the opportunity to charge and hit hard, shattering the defense of the alien demon Nautilus's brain and smashing its many scarlet pupils. The alien Nautilus felt pain and fled back slightly. Germain turned around and looked at the battlefield below, and saw only darkness. All the headlights had disappeared, and a large number of small Nautilus, under the illumination of his holy moonlight sword, flew over like disgusting moths. Germain couldn't describe his mood at the moment. He didn't even know what he did next. He only knew that when he came to his senses, all the small Nautilus had become a bunch of floating rotten meat, falling into the abyss. Still floating in front of him was the alien demon Nautilus, which had been hit hard one after another. Boom! German raised the holy moonlight greatsword and stabbed it into its brain. Green light shot out from the other side, creating a huge hole. The alien demon Nautilus completely lost its life and fell downward like a falling meteorite. After the battle, German drifted alone in the boundless dark space. The projection of the hunter badge showed that he had obtained the resentful memory and teleportation lantern of the dark Nautilus. But he was completely unaware. He didn't know how long he had been in the dark space. After cheering himself up a little, he tried to find the boundary of this place. Maybe there is. Maybe not. German didn't know. But at least there was a hope. If the dark space is a place where all space thoughts are shared, then, theoretically, there are countless openings leading to everything. If he finds the boundary and the gap, he may be able to leave the dark space and confirm the safety of Xiaodi and others. German didn't want to believe that Xiaodi and the others disappeared without a clear reason, due to tapeworm disease. He was extremely hungry. So he first used the herb injection to cure all diseases to eliminate the disease, and then took out the food card. However, the food card could not be used. German realized that here, all the telepathic abilities involving space would be ineffective. So he remained hungry and continued to drift. The price of the contempt armor is that it cannot be removed by itself after leaving the battle. The silver-white halo will turn into a dark crown, which will continue to torture German's body and mind. At this moment, Germain felt that this torture was a good thing for him, and the pain could make him numb. However, not long after the dark crown appeared, a twisted vortex appeared in front of Germain. Germain looked at it and thought, so that's it. One of the purposes of this dark space to pull them in was to make them all wear the dark crown and let them all suffer. If so, then this vortex should be. Germain relaxed his brows in the familiar physical and mental torture and raised his head slightly. He flew calmly towards the twisted vortex. Buzz. The darkness receded, and everything became bright again. Germain opened his eyes between two huge rocks, as if waking up from a dream. Then, he heard the sound of an unknown bird from the branches not far away. He walked out of the gap between the two huge rocks and stood among the fallen leaves. The sky was half hidden and half exposed between the branches of the towering trees and the lingering mist. He looked around and didn't see Xiaodi and the others. Only trees, stones, weeds, and a cloud of mist in the distance. But, no matter what, this means that his speculation is correct. The dark space deliberately sucked them in, just to torture and trouble them all, and then release them outside the dark space. But, where is this place? Is it still a steep mountain range? Or somewhere else? Everyone should have been teleported to a different place. If it was the same place, they should have stayed and waited for him, or at least left a conspicuous mark before leaving. He took out the handheld communicator made by Duan and Lister, and after pressing the switch, it could not be used normally. Is it broken? Germain frowned, and had a bad feeling. He took out his mobile phone and found that it could not be turned on. The screen was always black. He didn't know whether it was the dark space or something strange here, but all the electronic devices on him were useless. In this way, he had no way to contact other people directly. So, Germain decided to release his circle again, scan the area, and try his luck. However, the circle is not omnipotent after all. It scanned and found countless life forms, and it was impossible to tell whether Xiaodi and others were among them. To confirm, it must get close to the life forms that are suspected to be human and react. The closer the distance, the more accurate the circle's detection. German did not hesitate and began the search. Chapter 347. The fog gradually dissipated. Germain pushed aside the crisscrossing weeds in front of him and poked the threaded cane in his hand tentatively on the ground. There was no sign of loosening or falling off, so he put his foot on it. The slope here was quite steep, and Germain had to make sure his footsteps were steady, so as not to stumble and fall or roll on the ground. He had just hiked down from a high peak and started climbing this one again, and he had never been able to get out of the endless sea of trees. The lush, colorful leaves were like a curtain that covered the sky and the sun. After walking for a while, German basically confirmed that he was still in the steep mountains, but he didn't know where the others were. The holy moonlight greatsword seemed too heavy in the narrow path of the steep mountains, so German replaced it with a more convenient threaded walking stick. It played a role similar to a trekking pole, and German was more comfortable with it. However, there was one thing on him that he could not change. Or in other words, it was not subject to his will, and that was the armor of contempt. According to past experience, the longer the armor of contempt was used in combat, the longer it would take to remove it. Germain would have to be out of combat for more than an hour before the armor of contempt could be removed. However, in such a dangerous area as the steep mountains, it was almost impossible to stay out of combat for more than an hour. Sure enough, he had only taken a few steps when his legs were entangled by a bunch of devil vines, and he had to cut them off with a spiral cane. This would trigger the armor of contempt again. As long as there is effective attack and defense, Germain will not be out of the battle, and the cost of more than an hour will be counted from the beginning again. The dark crown continued to torture Germain's body and mind through the thorns. If it weren't for his strong physique and numerous runes and positive traits, he might not even be able to stand up, and he might have died of exhaustion not long ago. Thinking of the possibility of death from exhaustion, Germain couldn't help but worry about his companions. They all suffered from the torture of the dark crown. Unlike Germain, this was a very unpleasant first experience for them. Of course, Bisji and Minchi both have the ability to reduce stress and thus eliminate the torture of men. Sambika may be able to do something similar through drugs, as long as the companions who are suffering from the torture are not acting alone, but staying by their side. It should not be so easy to be exhausted. Now the question is whether there will be companions like him, wandering aimlessly among the steep mountains, and finally being tortured by the dark crown and the monsters here, and completely devouring their lives. German must reunite with others as soon as possible to confirm more situations in order to make subsequent judgments and decisions. Every once in a while, he will release a wave of ultra-long-range circles to sweep around, not only to explore the path ahead, search for companions or alert the enemy, but also to let companions and enemies know of his existence and make corresponding reactions. The effect is obvious. Most beasts living in the steep mountains do not want to provoke this owner, who is like an ancient beast. They had already fled far away before German arrived. However, up to now, German's companions have not responded, which only proves that they are most likely not nearby. The steep mountains are quite vast, even larger than the ancient maze and the gray wilderness combined. German has not been able to find its boundaries with his naked eyes or circle until now. However, not all the beasts here are afraid of German's champion momentum. There are always some hungry monsters or monsters with low intelligence who take the initiative to come up. Along the way, German encountered a few of them, and he killed them without any surprise, while climbing the mountain in front of him step by step with his threaded cane. German once again cast a circle, and soon detected a huge creature blocking the road ahead. German continued to climb up with a normal look. Not long after, the trembling of the narrow path and the rolling of gravel proved that the monster was also approaching, and soon it poked its head out from the blind spot of the corner. This is a medium-sized beast, and judging from its appearance, it is roughly a master level. Its body was covered with long, rusty red hair that looked like rust, but its body was as skinny as a sick dog or a cat pulled out of the water. Also, most monsters at or below the elite level would be scared away by his champion aura, and only the master level would come to meet him. The medium-sized beast with long rusty red hair and limbs like dry wood, roared hysterically at German several times, as if to intimidate him, asking him not to get closer. But the road ahead was the one he had to take, and at this point, he would never go down the mountain and take a detour to waste more time. German replaced the threaded cane in his hand with the holy moonlight greatsword, which was more convenient for dealing with this kind of body, and strode forward without hesitation. Although they couldn't communicate in words, the rusty red long-haired beast had already realized the sense of oppression in German's actions. So it also responded. Its claws, which looked like 3 long hooks, grabbed the steep rock wall next to it, and forcibly dug out a large boulder and pushed it in the direction of German. What the rusty red long-haired beast wanted, of course, was to see the boulder roll down and smash German's body, or at least roll German down the cliff just a few steps away. However, the huge rock that was pushed over was broken into several pieces by a cyan-piercing beam of light that shot up into the sky, smashed onto the rock wall, the path, and rolled into the abyss. Germain flew out of the billowing smoke and dust. The silver-white halo that the dark crown transformed into shimmered brightly, and the armor of contempt fit tightly, as if it was going to penetrate into his flesh. Only fighting could alleviate the pain brought by the armor of contempt. But fighting would continuously prolong the time it took for the armor of contempt to be detached. At least now, Germain did not need to make a contradictory and bitter choice. It was obvious what to do, even if it was drinking poison to quench thirst. The rusty red long-haired beast's right arm with hook-like claws grabbed German, who was close at hand. But German easily turned around in midair and dodged the attack. The next moment, German, who was holding the holy moonlight greatsword, had already cut off the right arm of the rusty red long-haired beast neatly from the elbow, and it fell to the ground with a plop, and dark red blood spurted out immediately. The rusty red long-haired beast screamed in pain and became more manic, jumping up and down like a monkey on this narrow path. Seeing that the rock wall and the path were about to be destroyed by the series of actions of the medium-sized rusty red long-haired beast, German took a step forward, stepped on the shaking mountain wall, raised the holy moonlight greatsword, and came to the side of the rusty red long-haired beast's head. The rusty red long-haired beast discovered German's intention, and its beard and hair all moved like a python, and stabbed at German like a spear. The green sword energy slashed out in a circle from the holy moonlight greatsword, and cut off most of the rusty red long hair. German passed over the remaining small part. The small part of it pierced deeply into the rock wall, and the rusty red long-haired beast was unable to retrieve it for a while. It had to raise its drooping left arm and swing it at German in the air like a whip, trying to hit it. Only then did German notice that the rusty red long-haired beast had never used its left arm. When he glanced at it from the corner of his eye, he understood the reason. The rusty red long-haired beast was originally extremely skinny, but its left arm still looked sickly on it. The rusty red hair on it had almost fallen off, and the exposed flesh was so dry that it looked like the blood had been completely drained. It was hard to imagine that this was the arm of a living creature. This limp, shriveled left arm did not cause any decent obstacles to Germain. Germain even ignored it, and directly raised the holy moonlight greatsword, and with a puff, stabbed it between the eyes of the rusty red long-haired beast, and the green light penetrated directly into it. Germain did a front flip, and after landing smoothly, the rusty red long-haired beast completely lost its strength. It fell to the rock wall next to it like a hill, and after smashing a dent, it rolled down to the cliff next to it with many broken stones. Chapter 348. Soon after, Germain learned the real name of the rusty red long-haired beast from the hunter badge, the resentful memory of the bloodthirsty claw beast. He turned back and saw that the path he had come from had been destroyed by the huge noise of the bloodthirsty claw beast falling, leaving a gap about 3 meters wide. However, this gap was equivalent to non-existence for the inability user, and Germain could easily jump over it. Of course, it was impossible for Germain to turn back now. Germain continued to move towards the top of the mountain. This time he did not put away the holy moonlight greatsword because he knew that the battle might not be over yet. The huge life reaction detected by the circle at a very long distance just now was not just from that one bloodthirsty claw beast. When he came to the relatively open area on the top of the mountain, German found the reason why the bloodthirsty claw beast blocked the mountain road without hesitation. This is their nest. At least a temporary nest. More than a dozen bloodthirsty claw beasts of the same medium-sized species were lying on gray stones, or on piles of yellow-brown weeds, all with their eyes closed strangely. The strange thing is that the fight between German and the bloodthirsty claw beast just now was quite loud, and they couldn't have heard it in the nest. However, these bloodthirsty claw beasts did not react at all. Even when German was standing only 20 meters away from them, they showed no signs of moving. They curled up their skinny and huge bodies as if they were sleeping soundly, and lay in a ball without even opening their eyelids. Why? German could not help but ask this question. Soon, he keenly noticed that these bloodthirsty claw beasts also showed similar morbid symptoms to the bloodthirsty claw beast just now, and they were more serious. There are always some parts of these bloodthirsty claw beasts that become dry like bark, and some even have their entire lower body shrunk a lot. German swept out radially, roughly confirming that there was no front wolf pretending to sleep to lure the enemy. Although it was incredible, this group of bloodthirsty claw beasts were sleeping, and they seemed to be sleeping very soundly, with no signs of waking up at all. The bloodthirsty claw beast that fought with him was the only one awake here. It was sent to guard the pass, but unfortunately its desperate fight failed to stop the invaders. Even so, among the bloodthirsty claw beasts here, several are master level, and the rest are all elite level. As long as they wake up and attack German together, it will be a tough battle for German. However, they were in a coma and exposed all their flaws to German in vain. Since the bloodthirsty claw beasts had no intention of hindering German, German did not make any move to slaughter the entire tribe for no reason. He planned to save some energy and mental energy, as there was still a long way to go. However, he was indeed very interested in the reason why these bloodthirsty claw beasts slept here motionlessly, with only one bloodthirsty claw beast patrolling. How could they resist the enemy? German walked between the bloodthirsty claw beasts that fell like a mountain of flesh, and his ears were filled with the snorting sounds they made. Seeing them sleeping so peacefully, German had a strange feeling, as if this was not a dangerous and steep mountain range, nor was it somewhere in the dark continent. However, when German's circle swept the whole place again, he found something wrong. There is some kind of mind energy that does not belong to the bloodthirsty claw beast nearby. No, to be precise, it should be underground. German retracted the circle as quickly as possible, and hid behind a sleeping bloodthirsty claw beast in a hidden posture. All that was left was for the hunter to wait patiently. The owner of the almost imperceptible mind energy seemed to be quite cautious. When he felt German's circle, he stopped moving immediately. After about 10 minutes, it could no longer sense the mind energy from German, so it moved again like a mouse. German waited for a long time, and when he heard a rustling sound, he slowly poked his head out from the side of the bloodthirsty claw beast and looked forward carefully. In front of the bloodthirsty claw beast's head, there was a cave as big as a wellhead, and from the cave, a long, vine-like tentacle slowly stretched out. The tentacle swayed in the air for a while, sensing the temperature and humidity like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, and then swayed for a while before reaching the bloodthirsty claw beast's head. With a puff, as if the connection was successful, German looked closely and saw that the tentacle had pierced into the hole that seemed to have existed on the head of the bloodthirsty claw beast. Then, German saw a blue light arc visible to the naked eye flashing several times at the interface. The bloodthirsty claw beast in its sleep not only did not feel any discomfort, but also snored comfortably. After just a few minutes, German noticed that the skin and flesh under the rusty red long hair on the waist and abdomen of the bloodthirsty claw beast had shrunk, revealing the symptoms of tree bark. It seems that they sleep here voluntarily. It is rare to have a bloodthirsty claw beast patrolling. German quickly stepped forward. The tentacle reacted and pulled out from the head of the bloodthirsty claw beast with a pop. When it wanted to retract into the cave, it was grabbed by German. German exerted force and grabbed the tentacle and the monster behind it, and exposed it to the sunlight outside the cave. This is a subhuman monster with a body and limbs similar to humans, a head like a shuttle, and a tongue that is a tentacle, which is the one held by German. It actually just put its tongue into the head of bloodthirsty Clawmon, sucking the life of bloodthirsty Clawmon and giving bloodthirsty Clawmon great joy in return. Ikumanman Papu. Being able to exchange happiness and life equally is just such a simple thing in front of us. Is happiness really that important? This is a question with completely different meanings for different people. In the original storyline of the Chimera Ant Crusade, Gon sacrificed his future and fought Neferpitou with the idea that it doesn't matter if I die like this. Then, in a very short time, Gon's strength rose to a level far beyond Neferpitou's. He did kill Neferpitou and defeated Neferpitou in the state of entanglement. However, afterwards, his whole body began to shrink and dry up, just like the bloodthirsty claw beast in front of him. And his life was even extinguished faster than theirs. If it weren't for the various medical equipment that kept Gon alive, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until Killua and Aluka arrived. A similar problem was placed in front of Gon. Is revenge on the Furpits really that important? Yes, at least for Gon at that time. It was very important. Far more important than life itself. A beast like bloodthirsty Clomon, for the ultimate pleasure of hallucination, took the initiative to come to the cave where the cultivator Ben Papu appeared and entrenched himself as a blood bag. Just like a drug addict who is addicted to drugs. They no longer care about the survival of their tribe in the Dark Continent. They came here on purpose just to feel the joy and fantasy wonderland for even one more second. The Yorman Pap caught by Germain was only at the elite level, but he easily captured a master-level monster. It seems that the Dark Continent is not necessarily a place where the strong prey on the weak. At least not in the simple sense of the weak prey on the weak. Yorman Pap struggled frantically in Germain's hands, stretched out its limbs, tried to hug Germain, and had a crazy tongue kiss with Germain. Germain naturally refused, and gave Yorman Pap a sword in return, trying to kill it on the ground. Just as the holy moonlight greatsword slashed at its flesh, the blue arc of light reappeared and flashed towards Germain. A feeling of numbness spread from both hands, and his body and mind, which had been in pain from the contempt armor, relaxed, and his tense brain seemed to melt. This feeling, indeed, made him almost unable to extricate himself. And it was what he needed most now. With the human educating beast Pap, he could continue to use the contempt armor, as if there were no side effects. Why not spare its life? It can be my assistant. German exerted his strength and pierced the brooding beast Pap with one sword. The green light immediately blasted it into slag, leaving nothing behind. He gasped. No side effects? What was I thinking just now? I almost planned to give my life to this brooding beast Pap, just to exchange for physical and mental comfort. It seems that the torture of the Dark Crown and the temptation of pleasure made him hesitate for half a second. But he finally decided to abandon the pacifier music in front of him and choose the more difficult but correct path. Chapter 349. German left without disturbing the bloodthirsty claw beast who was in a hallucinogenic dream, or entering the cave of the unknown depth of the human beast Pap. The drug addicts were still lying on the ground and sleeping soundly, not realizing what had just happened. German had made a decision several hours ago that the top priority now was to reunite with Xiaodi and the others, rather than satisfying his curiosity. The matter of the human beast Pap could be left for later. German had never regarded Xiaodi and the others as consumables. They are living people who are like him, share the same will, and dare to challenge the Dark Continent. German would never explore the nest of the human-raising beast Papu under the steep mountains without knowing their situation. As he climbed over the mountains, the sun gradually set in the west, and the orange-red fireball burned the last sunset glow between the mountains. When German was hungry and his throat was dry, he would take out the special card box of Greedy Island, put out a small amount of food and water, and eat while walking. Without the presence of the gourmet hunter Minchi, Germain would not touch anything that looked edible in this rugged mountain range. Even though his Greedy Island card box contained the herb injections and detoxification injections prepared by Sambika, he did not want to waste them in such a place. The armor of contempt was still firmly locked on his flesh, not to mention the dark crown that transmitted the pain. It was too difficult for Germain, who acted alone, to stay out of combat for more than an hour in such an environment. Finally, exhausted physically and mentally, he stopped and built a bonfire with nearby firewood in a sunken area. He planned to rest here for half an hour, and then continue to grope forward in the darkness of the long night. The bonfire was burning fiercely with the flamethrower, and the warm heat returned to German's body. Wisps of green smoke rose in the night that fell unnoticed. The pale white moon rose from the shadow-covered mountains to the middle of the sky, and it turned out to be a nearly perfect full moon. However, as the night deepened, the whistling wind between the mountains was mixed with many unknown roars. Compared with the relatively quiet daytime, this place at night was like a paradise for thugs. Germain recalled the group of bloodthirsty claw beasts he saw lying on the ground, immersed in dreams, and couldn't help wondering, were they hide during the day and active at night? He sat on a flat green stone and ate his dinner, an egg and meat sandwich with some sweet and sour jam. However, almost without warning, several nearly transparent worms suddenly emerged from the place where he had taken a bite, crawling on the sandwich. Germain was sure that the sandwich was fine before. In other words, these nearly transparent worms grew out of the food in a short moment. Germain did not understand the mechanism, did not know whether the worms were dangerous, and did not have time to study it in depth. He directly threw the entire sandwich, along with the worms, into the bonfire. Puff! Dust rolled up, and the worms struggled in the flames. Burn! Burn everything! The steep mountains gave people a depressing atmosphere, especially at night. The endless sea of trees and mountains were like a huge pitcher plant, trapping small insects trapped in it. Perhaps this is why the creatures living here, as well as the vast majority of the 1,000-man investigation team of Burgos United Nations, one of the V5 teams, chose to fall into the life-sucking of the human-breeding beast Papu without resistance. For them, dying in happiness is better than dying in despair after being tortured. At least dying under the tongue of the brooding beast Pap can still give them a last sweet dream. The brooding beast Pap failed to suck German's life, but driven by its survival instinct, it tried to please German with joy before German landed a fatal blow. German was sure that he felt paralyzed like an electric current at the time. And then, he couldn't help but feel happy. Can it directly stimulate the brain and produce certain chemicals? If he hadn't acted decisively, he might have seen some of the hallucinations he wanted to see. Half an hour later, Germain stood up, extinguished the bonfire, bathed in the moonlight, and walked into the dark forest. He just felt a little better, and wanted to move on. After all, the conditions of others might not be better than his. Those monsters that had been crawling for a long time, under the cover of the hallucinogenic pleasure and the night, their ambitions and desire to kill were expanding without limit. They surged over, like huge shadows passing between the twisted tree trunks. And like dark vortices, they rolled towards Germain in the center of the storm. Come on! When Germain drew out the holy moonlight greatsword, it echoed with the full moon, and unexpectedly burst out with even greater power at this moment. This was an increase that Germain had not fully anticipated. Buzz! The sweep of the holy moonlight radiated out, and Germain, who was wrapped in it, felt comfortable all over, as if he was no longer tortured by the contempt armor and the dark crown. The monsters who were also immersed in this holy moonlight and fell into pleasure were like vampires who touched the scorching sunlight, howling and fleeing in all directions. If they were a little slower, they would be wiped out by the power of the full moon. German did not mind finishing off the enemies, and killed them one by one. Since arriving at the steep mountains, German had never felt so good. The full moon made the night his home. Carrying the holy moonlight greatsword, German moved forward. Even when he was out of combat, the dark crown and the contempt armor could no longer torment him. The monsters in the dark night fled far away, and even the night raiders did not dare to approach him. An incredible vacuum zone appeared in the large area where German was, until several white dots appeared in the winding path ahead. They had no intention of escaping, but instead approached German's direction, stopping for a while and walking for a while. Seeing the rigid movement pattern, German noticed something, and when he used a circle to detect it a little, he was sure. So he stood still, letting those white dots approach, and saw their small gray bodies under the bright moonlight. These were white rabbits, but they were obviously not made of flesh and fur, but of clouds of smoke. Full moon and rabbits. This was probably a sign of reunion. It seemed that there would finally be good news tonight. Germain looked down at the white smoke rabbits, which looked like real rabbits, sniffing his shoes and squatting around him without moving for a while. After a while, they all jumped in one direction, and after jumping a few steps, they stopped, as if to confirm whether Germain had followed. Of course, Germain followed. He walked along with the rabbits leading the way, and encountered more white smoke rabbits, all gathered around him, surrounded by a group of white smoke rabbits. Germain stepped on several gravels, crossed a gurgling stream, and stood in front of a cliff as smooth as a mirror. Then, the phantom curtain formed by the interweaving of water and fog was slowly unveiled, revealing an uneven depression under the smooth cliff. In front of the cave, the master of hiding skills was naturally Imolawu, who possessed the purple smoke fist and the water element enchanted big pipe. It's you. Imolawu placed the big pipe, which was still flashing with the water element enchanted mark in the dark, on the ground. My detective little smoke rabbit never makes mistakes in places like this. Before Germain, who was carrying the holy moonlight greatsword, could answer, he saw a figure running out of the shadows outside the cave. Her face was revealed under the reflection of the full moon and the holy moonlight greatsword. Xiaodi rushed over. When ordinary lovers meet again, there will definitely be a warm hug. But Xiaodi obviously has a unique understanding of hugs. She jumped directly on Germain, put her hands on the back of his neck, clamped her legs around his waist, and put her face in front of Germain. Xiaodi and Germain kissed. But she completely forgot that she was wearing black-framed glasses, which was equivalent to a hard slap on the face of both of them. Chapter 350. After the hot and wet kiss, Xiaodi jumped off Germain. Germain could not see the change of expression on Xiaodi's face, but he could read worry, confusion, relief, joy and other emotions from her big eyes. The two stood in the moonlight and whispered to each other. I've said it before. Germain will be fine. A familiar figure came out of the darkness, and the petite Biscuit came out with her twin ponytails swaying. So disgusting. The two of them. Even so, Biscuit, who had developed tear glands, was a little tearful and had to take out a small handkerchief to wipe the corners of her eyes. She was really scared that the two people she had watched all the way would be separated forever. If this was the case, they would definitely be one of the tragic couples that Basiji had supported for more than 50 years. There is something special between them. Mo Lao stood up his big pipe, put his hands on it, and used it as a crutch. It's good to be young. He was also a very emotional person. But when Basiji sobbed beside him, he had to become tough. It was impossible for him to be so excited that he was about to cry with her. Basiji sighed softly and turned around and said, "This way. We have 6 people reunited, which is not bad." Then came out of the cave Sambika and Minchi, who was limping and supported by Sambika. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Germain's appearance. The strongest fighting force in the team, plus the guarantee of safe return, brought people an indescribable sense of security here, especially after such a panic day. When Germain followed everyone into the cave, Mo Lao faithfully used water mist to create a magical illusion again to cover the cave. At the same time, he released a wave of white smoke rabbits, letting them disperse and search for the whereabouts of the remaining 2 people. However, most of the rabbits would be torn to pieces by the monsters in the mountains as prey, and only a few would find people like Germain. Unfortunately, there has been no news of Jean and Nakulu so far. Mo Lao was not actually worried about Jin's safety. He was worried about his disciple Nakulu. But now, he had no choice but to stay calm and pray that Jean and Nakulu were traveling together, while Mo Lao was scouting the mountains and guarding the entrance to the cave. The others sat down in the cave. I knew it was like this. Biscuit pointed at the dark crown on Germain's head and the armor of contempt on his body. I help you get rid of them first. Biscuit materialized the magic beautician Miss Cookie and asked Germain to lie down. Miss Cookie will give him a hearty massage feast. Germain rested his head on Xiaodi's voluptuous thighs. However, when he looked up, due to the angle of view, he could not see Xiaodi's face at all, and the heavy shadow completely covered his vision. What did you experience after coming out of the dark space? Germain had to turn his head and wanted to see Biscuit, but Miss Cookie, who was kneeling beside him and giving him massage treatment, also blocked his view. He had no choice but to turn back and continue looking up. This made Xiaodi feel itchy, so she reached out and pressed Germain's head. Biscuit explained, the dark space probably intends to make us all experience a state of torture, and then randomly drop us to various places in the steep mountains. However, fortunately, the 2 people who were taken away by the twisted vortex at a similar time will be teleported to a closer area. In this way, Minchi and Sambika were teleported together. Xiaodi and I were teleported together. And Mo Lao was alone, because we were all in a state of torture. Minchi and I made a similar choice, which was to find a safe place first, and use massage or food to solve the problem of torture. The 4 of us have successively released the Dark Crown. Torture. At this time, Mo Lao interrupted. My luck was not so good. Because I was alone, I had to endure for half an hour before the torture state disappeared. After that, I began to release the white smoke rabbits to search for the whereabouts of other people. The first ones I found were Minchi and Sambika. At that time, Minchi and Sambika had been freed from the torture state, but were attacked by monsters. One of Sambika's hands was broken, and Minchi's thigh bone was fractured. In an emergency, Sambika had to use the Archangel's breath on himself. My arrival allowed Sambika to free up his hands to heal Minchi's injured leg. After repelling the enemy, we found this cave as our base. After noon, my little white smoke rabbit found Biscuit and Xiaodi, and guided them here step by step. Just like I did to you before. While enjoying the treatment, German listened calmly and nodded at this time. Just reunite safely. The mutual cooperation among the people created a wonderful chemical reaction, which was the reason why they were able to spend this day safely in the steep mountains. Of course, it wasn't completely safe. Sambika was forced to use the Archangel's breath, even though the situation was not fatal at the time. In order to recover her combat power, and to recover her hands to heal others, she had to consume a life-saving card that could only be used once. Minchi's leg bone was fractured, and she had already used the Archangel's breath, so she definitely couldn't use it again at this time. However, after Sambika's treatment, the injury on her leg would be healed in about half a month of rest. But she would definitely be unable to move during this period. Minchi was strong by nature. Even though he was unable to move, he still cooked dinner for everyone, further reducing their physical and mental stress. They were all people who had experienced torture, so they naturally knew the pain of that state. So they did not reject Minchi's kindness. Less than an hour after dinner, they learned from Mo Lau that someone suspected to be German was approaching. Everyone knew what happened later. So, during this period of time, did you see the human raising beast Papu? German asked. Everyone was startled, and then shook their heads. They were busy trying to get rid of the torture, meet up with others, and deal with the threats of monsters. So they had no time to notice the brooding beast Pap. In addition, the brooding beast Pap was a monster that lurked in underground caves that connected in all directions. As long as they didn't go to the relevant areas, it would be difficult to see them in broad daylight. Since everyone didn't know, German took the opportunity to tell the details of his encounter with the thirsty claw beast and the brooding beast Pap during the day. Everyone was horrified. If the human breeding beast Papu can release chemicals similar to those that make people addicted to drugs, causing hallucinations and pleasure addiction, and stealing lives, then we must be careful. This kind of happiness is probably very addictive. Even the champion-level German was shaken for a moment. Not to mention the masters and elites like them. Upon hearing this, Sambika moved over carefully and asked timidly, Can I give you a checkup? As a virus hunter and doctor of the Hunter Association, she hates this kind of addictive poison the most. At this time, her eyebrows were twisted into a rope. Okay. German agreed immediately. With the help of Miss Cookie, the magic beautician of Sambika, and the delicious food of Minchi, Germain finally got rid of the dark crown and the armor of contempt, and felt relaxed and at ease. At this time, Germain received a physical examination and a medical record from Sambika, and she got a detailed data about Germain's body. Those were data that could only be obtained in a large hospital after many instrument examinations. But now they were all displayed in Sambika's hands. It can be said that in this world, besides Germain and Chiati, Sambika is the third person who knows Germain's body well. Then came Biscuit, who had learned everything from the magic beautician Miss Cookie. Sambika looked at it for a while, then relaxed her brows and said, Give me some time. Mix the ratio of the herb that cures all diseases and other medicines. It should be able to prevent its addiction. She was about to continue, but Chiati suddenly waved at her. Everyone was surprised. And then, they saw Chiati reaching out to touch Germain, who was resting on her thigh, and stroking his hair like he was stroking a black cat. German had closed his eyes, and fell asleep without knowing when. The stress and pressure of the day, plus the continuous torture, were gradually relieved after seeing everyone, and fatigue quickly invaded his body. Surrounded by his companions, he was able to sleep peacefully. Biscuit made a hushed gesture, then gently stood up, took out a blanket, and covered German. Chiati lowered her head, then turned her head, bypassed the mountain range, and smiled faintly at German's profile without her noticing. Chapter 351. When Germain woke up, a dim light was shining in from outside the cave, and the long night was replaced by the morning. His dark crown and contempt armor had long disappeared, and the pain in his body and the gloom in his heart turned into heartfelt joy. After he became a little more conscious, he turned his head and saw that he was still resting his head on Chiuti's thigh. Chiuti took off her glasses, leaned against the stone wall, tilted her head, slightly opened her mouth, and slept soundly. Can she sleep like this? Won't your thighs feel numb? After getting up, Germain gently lifted the blanket covering himself and covered Chiuti, without waking her up. The others also slept in a mess, but they all got into sleeping bags. Only Chiuti fell asleep sitting up for him. It's okay to wake me up. Germain smiled and shook his head. Minchi untied her hairband, letting her long green hair fall loose. And Sambika took off her medical cap and mask, both sleeping soundly with their eyes closed. Imolawu looked a little strange without his sunglasses. His tall and strong body still looked bloated and funny in the sleeping bag specially made for him. It looked like a python swallowing Imolawu alive. Shortly after dawn, Biscuit, who was sitting cross-legged at the door and yawning, replaced Imolawu, who had been guarding all night. She saw that Germain had woken up and waved his hand slightly, which meant to let him come over. Germain walked over and sat opposite her. "Keep your voice down," Biscuit reminded in a low voice. She was like a well-behaved doll sitting on the ground, as long as she didn't open her mouth. Imolawu just fell asleep not long ago. "Yeah." German also lowered the volume and pointed outside the cave. "Is it okay without Imolawu's disguise?" "It doesn't matter," Biscuit replied. "His water mist camouflage is effective, and the dark sky last night also contributed to it. It won't be so effective during the day." German nodded and said, "That's right. Besides, we are here." "Yes." Imolawu was in charge of disguise and search and detection last night, which consumed a lot of his mental energy and energy. Even he should have a good rest. Imolawu's energy is as amazing as his lung capacity, which was demonstrated in the battle against the Chimera ants between the NGL Autonomous Region and the East Goto Republic. In particular, he had been dealing with Neferpitus puppets in the capital city of the East Goto Republic for several consecutive days. And then he participated in the decisive battle against the Ant King's palace without stopping. Even so, he can still perform better than Nobu, Nakulu, Shioto, Pongmu and others. This is already a very monster physique. However, Bisiji still switched shifts with Imolawu, so that Imolawu could have a good rest. Bisiji knew that although Imolawu didn't say it, he was worried about the safety of his disciple Nakulu. However, now they have no news about Jean and Nakulu, and they don't know how many days they will stay in the steep mountains. It is obviously not a wise choice to continue to let Imolawu consume it. Imolawu actually had enough sleep, because everyone had arranged the card sleeping girl in advance to sleep for him. Biscuit let him get into the sleeping bag and rest now, mainly to restore his mind energy, which the card sleeping girl could not completely restore for him. "I slept in a hurry last night and didn't have time to ask in detail," German said. "Are all your electronic devices unusable?" "Yes," Biscuit nodded. "I wanted to contact you as soon as possible, but I immediately found that the communicator I carried with me could not be used." "Do you think it was affected by the dark space?" "No, it shouldn't be." Biscuit pointed to Shiati, who was sleeping against the wall. "I thought so at first, but then I ruled out this possibility." German blinked and understood, if what Jage said is correct. Shiati's bulge-eyed fish should be connected to the dark space. But before that, the electronic equipment taken out of the bulge-eyed fish could still be used. Biscuit raised his eyebrows. "The dark space is not the reason. At least not the main reason. It's the steep mountains." German looked at the morning mist outside the cave. The electronic equipment was taken out of the bulge-eyed fish and the card box, exposed to the outside, and then it could not be used. Biscuit snapped her fingers, and then looked into the cave worriedly. Fortunately, no one was awakened by her snapping fingers, but she still tried to keep the volume down as much as possible. "Before I found you, I discussed this issue with Imolawu, Xiaoti and others." German, "Do you feel that staying in the steep mountains for a period of time will make you feel quite depressed? Will you be in a low mood?" "I do feel that way. However, isn't this caused by the torture of the Dark Crown?" Bisji touched his forehead. "I almost forgot that. Unlike us, you have been tortured all day, so the surrounding atmosphere is no different from the influence of the Dark Crown to you." Germain was stunned by what he said. And it was indeed like this. He was used to it. Bisji continued, "We got out of the torture state a few hours earlier than you, so we are more aware of the strange effects brought by the steep mountains." "What strange effects?" Germain asked. "The key is electricity." Bisji considered the sentence and gave the answer. "The terrain where the steep mountains are located is stealing all the electricity that can be taken away." She took out her small mobile phone and shook it. "The current of electronic devices." Then she pointed to the place on Germain's body that had been electrocuted. "The bioelectricity in the human body." Germain stroked the place, recalled the attack mode of the brooding beast path, and roughly understood what Biscuit meant. Biscuit continued to talk. "Sambika said a lot of medical knowledge. I didn't quite understand it. But the general meaning is that there are electrical signals transmitted on our nerve fibers. And we can also generate electricity? Is that what it means? Nerve impulses. But we can't discharge electricity directly to the outside. The ones that can discharge electricity to the outside are creatures like electric eels. Biscuit nodded, without discussing this non-professional issue in depth. Oh, it seems to be this thing. In short, the loss of local current in nerve fibers makes our reaction slow, and our mood becomes depressed. This is why we feel the atmosphere is depressing. Because the steep mountains are indeed affecting us. German naturally continued, at this time. The human-breeding beast pap came into being to provide pleasure. Their tongues can penetrate into the brain or other places of the creature, directly stimulate the neurons and nerve fibers there, and make it possible to regulate our emotions, and even hallucinate. Either continue to be excited to death under the tongue of the human-breeding beast pap, or be hindered from being excited to death under the influence of the terrain of the steep mountains. This is the choice that the creatures living here and the 1,000-man investigation team need to make. Equivalent exchange of happiness and life. Biscuit repeated. When the human-breeding beast pap takes away the bioelectricity, it can give the creature a strong sense of pleasure. But doing so is consuming the life of the creature itself. The creatures that indulge in depravity here will become batteries. Germain shook his head. I'm afraid this is the source of the unmanned stone power. We have to find Jean and Nacula quickly. They may not know these things now. And they may not act together. I agree. After another half an hour, the others woke up one after another, including Imolawu. The remaining sleep time that needed to be supplemented was handled by the sleeping girl card. Although the sleeping girl can sleep for Imolawu, she is quite fragile and needs someone to protect her when she sleeps. Sambika took on this responsibility. Minchi dragged a plaster leg and calmly cooked a delicious breakfast for everyone. This is the only thing she can do to help everyone now. After breakfast, everyone discussed and decided to split into two teams. German and Imolawu went to other areas of the steep mountains to search for the whereabouts of Jean and Naculu. Bischi, Shiuti, Minchi and Sambika stayed in the cave. Minchi had a fractured thigh bone. Sambika had to prepare medicine. And the sleeping girl needed protection. So it was reasonable to leave Bischi and Shiuti behind. After some preparation, German and Imolawu set off. Chapter 352. The smoke rabbits jumped out from the dense bushes one after another. They jumped and stopped. And although they were cautious enough, they still triggered the trap. The large plant, like a pitcher plant hidden underground, broke out of the ground and swallowed it in one gulp. However, the plant's bloody mouth only chewed a few times, and the smoke rabbit quickly dissipated. And it didn't taste anything. Hundreds of meters away, two figures walked forward steadily. My little darlings, we've stepped on a landmine again. Imolawu carried the heavy and huge pipe on his shoulder and adjusted his sunglasses. German, did your circle sense anything? No special response. German shook his head. I can feel a lot of life reactions, but no one responds to me with a circle or anything else. Imolawu nodded. You released the circle so openly. No matter whether it is Jean or Naculu. As long as they are in it, they will definitely notice it and respond to you. He gritted his teeth and asked doubtfully. Did we choose the wrong direction in the search? Don't worry, German said. The steep mountains are so huge, and we have only searched for a whole morning. It doesn't prove that they are not on this side. The scorching sun in the afternoon began to set in the west, making the open ground hot. Even though the two were walking in the sea of trees covered by the tree canopy, they were already sweating profusely. After hearing what Germain said, Imolawu also felt that he was too nervous. So he slowly adjusted his breathing and soon regained his composure. This is also human nature. Naculu's life and death are unknown. Imolawu is a man who values friendship and loyalty. Although he hides his emotions for the sake of the overall situation, he must be as anxious as an ant crawling on a hot pot. I may have a little heat stroke. Imolawu covered up and laughed. Speaking of which, this is the first time we have cooperated since we became the 12 branches of the Hunter Association. Indeed? Germain nodded. After the Chimera Ant Crusade, I took over the rat, and you took over the monkey. This is indeed our first cooperation. Imolawu frowned again. I just don't know what those two guys, I mean, Palestine and Shio, are doing now. I was shocked when I just found out that they were people of Byangda, the son of President Netero. I don't like Palestine, but I didn't expect him to be an undercover. And Shio, he usually behaves so loyal to President Netero. President Netero is the same. He has been ignoring the two hidden dangers and let them run away smoothly later. They should be preparing to go to the Dark Continent. Right, Germain replied. President Netero has reached a cooperative relationship with Byangda and is currently promoting V5 and the Kaken Empire to return to the Dark Continent. I think, when we go back this time, they should have a result. Lawu asked, do you think the possibility of success is high? High. Germain remembered the practice of the Kaken Empire in the original storyline. The method of forcing a choice between two options might have been proposed by Palestine. It is possible that the conditions for departure have been met now. Lawu held up his pipe and hammered a venomous snake that flew from the branches to the ground, smashing it into a paste. It seems that President Netero and you are very confident. Then the next step is to wait for the two lines of light and dark to meet in the Dark Continent. And we will have accomplished a great feat by then. I should be able to apply to become a 3-star hunter. And your feat will probably jump 2 levels, making an exception and becoming a 3-star hunter directly. Germain shrugged. I don't care about that. If he had just arrived in this world, becoming a 3-star hunter would definitely be a great sense of accomplishment for him. But now, he doesn't feel that much. At each stage, Germain has his own target to chase. In the last stage, the target he chased was President Netero. And now it has become Dong Fulishi, that unprecedented legend. Yes, you are the same as Jean. Lawu smiled. The only reason why Jean is still a 2-star hunter is that he is too lazy to apply. This reason is really laughable for those of us who aim to be 3-star hunters. By the way, I remember that your disciple Kurapika is now aiming to be a 1-star hunter. Right? Maybe it won't be long before he can catch up with Nakura and Shudo. Take it step by step, German said. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become the Sky Arena's floor master. Greed Island and Dark Continent will be the stage where he can show his skills. In the original storyline, Kuroro and Hisoka were both Sky Arena's floor masters. But it doesn't mean that all Sky Arena's floor masters are as strong as them. After all, these two people are already monsters. Hisoka easily won 10 victories, and then successfully challenged the floor master and became the Sky Arena's floor master. The 3 games he lost were because he was unwilling to participate, and he lost because he gave up. This has proved that he is the top among the Sky Arena masters. Kurapika does not need to reach the combat power of Hisoka or Kuroro. As long as he can become the Sky Arena master, this is a sign that he has reached the elite level. It is indeed necessary to take it step by step. Lawu said. Killa Zoldyck and J. Fulishi. You are also planning to arrange it this way. Right? Counting Leorio. You have invested in quite a lot of young people. In the future, we will enter the Dark Continent. The Stagecoach, the Hunter Association, and the Greed Island will all need more fresh blood. Germain replied. We can only be regarded as pioneers and vanguards. But to fully develop and utilize the resources of the Dark Continent, more talents are needed. I agree. Lawu smiled slightly. And suddenly, his smile froze, and his tone became serious. My smoke rabbit seems to have encountered something. He pointed in a direction. German immediately focused the circle and rushed in that direction, and soon caught up with Lawu's smoke rabbit. And at the same time, he did detect something. There is a response from the mind. German turned his head and looked at Lawu, who was very excited. It should be Jean. I am more familiar with his mind. What about Kulu? Lawu couldn't help but worry again. German stretched the circle a little more, and after a while, he said again, yes. There is another response near Jean, but it seems to be weak. Lawu was startled, and then he didn't say much, and ran quickly in that direction with German. Soon, they saw a cliff that seemed to have been cut by an axe, almost vertical to the ground, and near the peak of the cliff, there were caves. In one of these lotus root-shaped caves, a head poked out, wearing a worn-out felt hat and with stubble. It was undoubtedly Jean. Jean also saw them, waved at them, and pointed to the top of the cave, indicating how they should find a foothold to jump here. So it seems that this lotus root-shaped cave is Jin's temporary base. Chapter 353. The caves, like the holes of lotus roots, are interconnected, and the mountain wind blows, making a humming sound. When German and Lawu easily jumped from the last foothold on the cliff to the cave entrance, Jean came to meet them. I was just wondering how long it would take to meet up with you. And you showed up on your own initiative. This saved me a lot of trouble. As always, Jean habitually put his hands in the pockets of his tattered trousers and looked around. Are you the only two? How are the others? Everyone else is in a safe place, gathered together. Only you and Nakulu are missing, Imolawu said, looking deep into the cave. Is Nakulu here? As a responsible teacher, he was very concerned about Nakulu's safety. He's here. Jin's words made Imolawu feel relieved. He raised his right hand and pointed to the depths of the cave. He is going through a test of his own will, and I will temporarily serve as his guard knight. What does this mean? Don't worry. He has survived. Let's talk as we walk. Jean raised his legs and led Germain and Imolawu to the depths of the cave. Let me ask you a question first. Have you met the human-raising beast Pap? Imolawu frowned, shook his head, and then pointed at Germain. I didn't meet it. But Germain met one. Do you mean? Did you meet one too? Yes. I ran into one while hiding in a tree hole, trying to survive the torture of the Dark Crown. It wanted to use its tongue to open my skull while I looked weak. There was a slope in front, and Jean slid down effortlessly. Germain and Imolawu followed closely, and they soon came to a spacious stone chamber. In the end, I killed it. After the torture ended, I followed the traces it had taken, and finally found the nest of the human-breeding beast's Pap. You found the nest? Germain's eyes lit up. Then, did you see the unmanned stone? Jean shook his head. No. There are probably many nest entrances distributed in the steep mountains, and the unmanned stone is probably in the deepest part. There are too many human-breeding beasts Pap, and some other monsters, who come here to have fun. I only observed them from a distance and did not enter. However, thanks to this observation, I roughly understand their habits, as well as the meaning of the equivalent exchange of happiness and life. Ah, Germain, judging from your expression, you must have known it. Jean told Germain and Imolawu his inference, which was basically the same as the guesses of Germain, Bisty and others, and it was a discussion between top students. I was just about to leave the nest of the human-breeding beast Papu, when I unexpectedly discovered that several human-breeding beasts Papu were dragging Nakulu back to the nest. While listening to Jin's words, Imolawu was surprised to see his disciple Nakulu lying on the cold stone not far away in a big letter shape. Nakulu was panting. His hair was a little messy, and he took off his clothes and threw them aside, revealing his hot body. On the stone wall not far from him, there was a dent that was obviously not formed naturally, as if it had been hit by a sturdy tank again and again. When I found him yesterday afternoon and rescued him from the human-breeding beast Papu, he was already a little unconscious. From his intermittent description, I roughly know what happened to him. In order to get rid of the torture of the Dark Crown, Nakulu had to use the Archangel's breath. After that, he wandered alone in the rugged mountains again. There is a force in the rugged mountains that constantly erodes our minds, including Nakuru. He had to deal with the attacks of monsters while resisting the invasion of his mind. Finally, he fell down exhausted in the cycle of fighting, hiding, and escaping, and became the electricity sucker of the brooding beast Pap. I saved him, but soon found that he was craving for the deadly pleasure of the brooding beast Pap. Then, I injected him with a herb injection that can cure all diseases, which did have a certain effect. But Nakuru still craved for the brooding beast Pap. So, last night, I explained to him the principle of the equivalent exchange of life and happiness of the brooding beast Pap, as well as the origin of the unmanned stone. I let him make a choice, either to become a pathetic addict, to be sucked dry to no cure, or to force himself to quit it and overcome it from both the mental and physical levels. Jean pointed at Nakuru lying on the stone slab, and the dent made by Nakuru's fist in extreme pain. Imolawu then noticed that Nakuru's hands were carefully bandaged, but a little red could still be seen. So, he has survived means this. In this way, Nakuru is the second person after German to forcibly get rid of his desire for the brooding beast Papu. Thank you, Jean. Imolawu did not doubt Jin's words and Nakuru's strength. He knew that Jean must have given a lot of help. Jean can be said to be a hexagonal warrior in a sense, who knows a little bit of everything. He also learned some of the most basic mind-soothing and healing abilities, and assisted Nakulu to break free from his restraints. Don't thank me, Jean said. He held on all night, and this is the result. Imolawu nodded, then put down the big pipe in his hand, walked over, and helped Nakulu, who was lying there. Nakulu opened his eyes in a daze, and when he saw that it was the teacher, he couldn't help but get excited. Teacher, I heard everything from Jean. You did a good job. Have a good rest. Imolawu patted Nakulu's shoulder with relief. German and Jean walked away a little, leaving the master and apprentice some time alone. We have to complete the task as soon as possible, German said. The steep mountains have a continuous impact on us. As long as we stay here, sooner or later everyone will become a captive of the human-breeding beast Papu. I agree, Jean said. I have marked the entrance to one of the nests. I originally planned to wait until I meet up with you before entering to check. The two of them temporarily finalized their ideas. That night, Germain, Jean, Imolawu, and the still weak Nakula returned to the cave base where Basiji, Xiaodi, and the others were. As the second wounded member of the team, Nakulu, like Menchi, was handed over to Sambika for care. Although he had survived, he still needed a period of observation. After all, he did not have the exaggerated physique of Germain. Sambika was the best observer. At the same time, she also spent a whole day to prepare a new proportion of herb injections for curing all diseases, mixed with herbs from the Moose Centaur tribe. She also prepared some poisons, hoping that they would come in handy in the subsequent battles. In this way, the exploration of the underground cave of the human-breeding beast Papu was already fully prepared. Chapter 354. That night, when Menchi was stirring the soup and meat in the pot with a spoon, Germain's eyes swept through everyone. Sambika used up a life-saving archangel's breath, and Menchi's thigh bone was fractured, making it difficult for him to move. And Nakulu also used a life-saving archangel's breath, having just escaped from the deadly pleasure of the human-cultivating beast Papu. He looked pale, and resisting the addictive deadly pleasure had consumed his strongest will and physique. However, at least he was not fatally injured, and the consumption of his mental energy and energy is estimated to recover within a day or two. Even so, Germain still had some different ideas in his heart. Perhaps I shouldn't have gathered so many members and teleported here together. Whether it is the dark space or the steep mountains, this group of people have suffered a lot. I must change the overall strategy. But now is not the time to mention these. Of course, there are some things I can still do first. We need to streamline the members of the exploration team. Unexpectedly, Jean spoke the reality before Germain, and he also blinked at Germain. He seemed to be saying, "Let me do this kind of bad guy thing." Everyone looked at Jean. Jean raised his eyebrows. There are 2 injured people now. Sambika must stay by their side to take care of them. Nakulu, who had barely recovered some of his strength, sat up straight and tried to show a strong attitude. Jean, my injuries are nothing. Nakulu. Imolawu patted Nakulu's shoulder. Don't make unrealistic choices. This is irresponsible to everyone. Nakulu half opened his mouth, but finally lowered his head without saying anything. He was very unwilling. But with his current combat power and physical condition, there was really no way. The same thing has happened for the second time. He also acted so powerless on the night of the final battle of the Chimera and Crusade. Facing the powerful UP, he couldn't even win back the dignity for Xiao. Humiliated and unwilling, he punched the ground. He punched hard, and the bandages oozed red blood again. I must become stronger. Stronger. Only in this way I will be qualified to fight side by side with my teacher, Germain, and others. Nakulu has secretly decided to stay in the Dark Continent and hone himself. Seeing his sincere emotion of not being satisfied with the status quo, Imolawu could not help but feel relieved. This at least proves that Nakulu's experience this time was not in vain, which made him see the reality more clearly and forge ahead. Imolawu said, in addition, it is also very important to stay with Menchi and Sambika. You need to protect them before we come back. This is your mission. After hearing this, Nakulu's eyes lit up slightly, and then he raised his head. His expression gradually firmed. Teacher, please rest assured. Even if I die standing, I will not let Sambika and Menchi get hurt. Imolawu immediately hit him on the head with his fist. Don't say such unlucky words. Menchi also interrupted dissatisfiedly, Nakulu. Don't treat me and Sambika as weak women who are powerless. My knife is very sharp. As a user of the operating system, even if I am inconvenient to move, I am enough to kill the enemy remotely. Nakulu scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Facing Manchi's questioning, Nakulu hesitated for a long time and couldn't utter a word. At this time, Sambika also came to him. No one had any objection to the punch that Nakulu had just thrown. Only Sambika glared at Nakulu with a reproachful look. "Show me the wound." Nakulu shamelessly stretched out his hand, asking Sambika to loosen the bandage and take another look at the cracked wound. "Take care of yourself." Sambika looked at it for a few times, and then gave another instruction before starting to treat the wound. Biscuit turned the topic back at this time. "So the rest of the people are going to the underground cave together?" German didn't think much and expressed his thoughts. "Yes. Jean and I are definitely going. Your magic beauty is an important decompression ability. Xiaoti's bulging-eyed fish may be able to restrain the ability of the nurturing beast Pap. Mo Lawu also has a very flexible purple smoke fist." Every time German said a name, he would turn his head and look at the person being named, and also confirm the other person's thoughts. He did not see cowardice or retreat in the eyes of these people. They are still determined to follow him and continue to challenge disasters and hope. However, some ideas have been quietly planted in German's heart at this time. The original team of 8 people was divided into 2 groups. The 5 people led by German went to the underground cave, and the remaining 3 stayed in the relatively safe cave. They spent another 2 days in this base, giving everyone enough time to rest. And then the exploration team was ready to set off. Nakulu, Minchi and Sambika stayed in this temporary base and waved to the team that left. The team members ran and jumped in the sea of trees, and their figures soon disappeared. An hour later, Jean used his strong memory and hunter tracking skills to find the entrance to the nest of the human-breeding beast Papu again. It was located on a high peak that rose from the ground. At the top of the peak, there was a huge, dark cave that looked like the crater of a dead volcano. German, Jean, Bischi, Mo Lawu and Xiaoti hid in the nearby treetops, bushes and rocks, observing silently for a while. They saw many skinny human-breeding beasts, Pap, dragging some unconscious small creatures back to the cave, and more beasts voluntarily followed the human-breeding beasts, coming here to live a life of drunkenness and dreaming. Some giant beasts even helped to drag the beasts that the human-breeding beasts Pap could not drag into the nest. The ecology here is really amazing, at least on the surface. It is not who is stronger who can dominate, but who can provide pleasure. Except for the bred beast Papu who would go in and out of the cave on the top of the mountain. None of the creatures that went in came out. Most of them were already high, or turned into mummies. The detailed records of the bred beast Papu, the mist-like creature AI, and the 2-tailed snake Hellbell in the New World Travels East chapter are mostly missing. They didn't know what they would encounter after entering the cave, except for the bred beast Papu, so they observed carefully for a while. However, the outermost layer could not reveal the fog of the steep mountain cave, so they quickly decided to enter it. They stood at the entrance of the cave on the top of the mountain and looked down, only to see a dark expanse. They heard the roar and entanglement of monsters mixed in with the whistling wind. Since all the appliances that require electricity could not be used, German and his team could not use lights for lighting. In the end, German had to lead the way with a holy moonlight greatsword, and the others each held a burning torch. The light illuminated the road ahead, revealing a slope covered with gravel. Several skeletons of medium or small species were discarded here, with hideous skeletons. Bischi and Mo Lawu held torches and walked between the sharp teeth and claws, and could not help but look at each other in shock. There were many monsters here that were huge in size, and they had some difficulty fighting them. But now, they were all turned into piles of bones. This mountain cave was like a bloody mouth, swallowing the lives of too many living things. Not long after, they arrived at a relatively flat area from the slope. At the same time, the unsettling hissing sounds became more frequent, constantly echoing between the stone walls. "There is something." German, who was walking in the front, suddenly raised a hand alertly, signaling the people behind to be careful. Medium-sized species. Above the head. Yuan told him the general outline of the other party, and everyone witnessed with their own eyes the medium-sized monster hanging upside down on the stone wall. Chapter 355. These were huge bats. Their eyes were closed at this moment, and their black bat wings were wrapped around their upside-down bodies. At the same time, many papas climbed onto their bodies like ants, using their hands and feet to scratch the fur of the huge bats. The papas's long tongues penetrated into the holes they had opened on the bats' heads, sucking greedily, and from time to time, there would be arcs flashing in the darkness. And the huge bats were immersed in the pleasure brought by Pappas. German and his men were so close. But they didn't react. However, the fact that the giant bat didn't react didn't mean that the brooding beast Pap didn't react. They are the best at seeking benefits and avoiding harm. At the same time, living in dark caves for many years also makes them sharp and flexible in the pitch black. The brooding beast Pap noticed the presence of German and his men, and instinctively sensed the danger, and pulled their tongues out of the holes in the bat's head. For a while, the sound of puffing and puffing was heard. Those holes also closed up in the visible sight of the naked eye, and a blood bag bulged out as the flesh and blood squirmed. The giant bats, without the continued influence of the fatal pleasure, soon woke up one after another. They soon understood everything under the guidance of the tongue of the brooding beast Papu. Another uninvited guest broke into the cave, and the giant bat was responsible for subduing and capturing this group of uninvited guests and making them corrupted guards. The reward was of course the fatal pleasure of the brooding beast Papu. They spread their wings one after another, and while hanging upside down, they made sharp chirps. Everyone had to cover their ears, and only then did they feel better. But their eardrums still hurt. German was sure that everyone's stress level must have increased again. This group of giant bats must be dealt with quickly to avoid repeating the mistakes of the dark space. He did not hesitate at the moment, and immediately used the resentment memory of the Grey Dragon King. Roar, a giant dragon with gray scales and flapping wings appeared in front of him in the form of a mind beast, and roared at the giant bats hanging upside down. Mo Laowu was quite surprised. He didn't expect that Germain could actually summon a beast of mind that was as big as a giant bat. How much mind energy would it consume? Germain seemed to not care about this loss. Jean, Biscuit and Shiori had all seen Chaos roar, and now they were more accepting of it. But they were also surprised that Germain could materialize a second type of beast. In any case, this grayscale dragon flew up and took the lead in fighting the giant bats that swooped down from the stone wall. That's good. With a giant mind beast to attract firepower, everyone can end the battle more calmly and with less consumption. Among this group of giant bats, only 2 are master-level combat power, and the rest are elite level. And they are not healthy because of the human-raising beast Pap. Under the fierce charge of the gray-scale dragon, German and others quickly won the melee at the entrance of the cave. However, those human-raising beasts Pap have already fled. The gray-scale dragon was covered with scars and finally fell down, turning into mind energy and dissipating. Everyone except Germain felt a little sorry. If there was such a mind beast leading the way, they would definitely be able to have an easier time. When Jean, Bisji, Mo Laowu and Shiori were thinking this, they saw Germain suddenly stroking the hunter badge again, making a prelude to materialization. The next moment, a huge antler beetle materialized in the form of a mind beast, holding up its heavy antler-like protrusions like a battering ram. After Germain materialized the resentful memory of the antler beetle, he noticed the strange expressions of everyone. What's wrong? These beasts are all disposable. The Dark Dragon King is dead. So I materialized the Staghorn Stag. Bisji was the fastest to react. So, do you have many more beasts that can be materialized? Germain nodded. Yes. The Dark Dragon King has been consumed, and the Staghorn Stag is right in front of you. The remaining ones are the Bloodthirsty Claw Beast, the Dark Nautilus, and the Screaming Giant Bat I just got. Mo Laowu changed his shoulder and carried the big pipe. But the consumption of mind energy should be very large. Germain shook his head. It is indeed very large. But only materializing one beast at a time will not affect my battle. Not to mention that I have runes to restore mind energy. Xiaodi raised a hand like a student who finally encountered a question in the classroom that he knew the answer to. I know this. The rune veins on your chest. I touched them before. The one that can restore physical strength and energy is called. What is it? Germain coughed twice. It's Rune Hunter. Hunter? Jean looked at German's chest and nodded thoughtfully. Really suitable. This is just the beginning. German held the holy moonlight greatsword, looked into the depths of the deep and dark cave, and said, let's keep moving forward. With the stag beetle in front, it almost withstood the first wave of firepower from all the monsters that were forced to wake up in the darkness. While the stag beetles took the most damage, German and his men were able to launch penetrating attacks more easily. The monsters, which were high on energy, exploded in a state of excitement. But most of their limbs or trunks had dryness. These places became their most obvious weaknesses. German and his men certainly would not miss the opportunity to hit the weaknesses. They made the monsters fall to the ground in a state of uncoordinated limbs, and then hit them hard to finish them off. Monsters were killed one after another, and the path down the cave was cleared. After completing its mission with all its might, the stag beetle finally fell. It was a pity that German had killed his way here without any new resentment memory to replenish. As they went deeper into the cave, the light became smaller and smaller, until only the light of German's great sword and the torches of the crowd remained. The monsters that sprang out from the shadows became more and more crazy. Even the brooding beast Pap, who was not good at frontal combat, would suddenly jump out from the corner and try to attack one or two members of the team. Such a suicidal action would certainly not work in front of a champion level and 4 master level nin users. However, they gradually came to a clear idea. These monsters were no longer trying to capture them as prey and make them serve as new electric packs. They were blocking the team and preventing the 5 of them from going deeper into the cave. Everyone was sure that they had already gone deep into the mountain from the cave entrance above to the middle of the mountain. When they arrived underground, everything in the cave changed a lot. Chapter 356. Poof. Another Papu fell down, lying on its back like a stink bug, twitching, fiddling with its slender limbs and long, slippery tongue. It looked so disgusting, like a large cockroach. And just this posture was enough to increase the pressure. After going deep into the dark underground cave, the dungeon maze terrain with many connections forced the exploration team to deal with threats from all directions. More than one Papu carefully hid in the corners, shadows or hanging on the stalactites above their heads, trying to attack the exploration team unexpectedly. Once they succeed, they will cling to the members of the exploration team tightly, emit shining arcs, and stimulate human senses with the electricity in their bodies. The deadly pleasure will make many invaders completely surrender, kneel down, and eventually sink into depravity. However, this group of invaders is different. Not only do they accurately judge the direction of the enemy attack every time, but they also give a powerful counterattack every time. The hideous little monsters were driven away, killed, and abandoned like rats in the sewer, in order to stop them from advancing. The brooding beast Papu had to drive the monsters hiding in the layers of the steep mountains to gather underground. The bait was of course Deadly Joy. However, the exploration team also had the resentful memory-thirsty claw beast in front, acting as both a road-clearing chariot and a defensive giant shield. Even when encountering medium-sized monsters, the performance of the resentful memory-thirsty claw beast was impeccable. The roadblocks were cleared one by one, and even the brooding beast Papu became a little flustered. Their pursuit and interception underground became more and more crazy. Mo Lawu held up his long-handled big pipe and spit out snow-white smoke mechas easily. They surrounded the resentful memory-thirsty claw beast and formed a solid formation for coordinated operations. The two cooperated with each other, and with the members of the exploration team following closely behind. They simply crushed the enemy all the way. Mo Lawu waved his long-handled big pipe again, and knocked down a human-raising beast Pap that fell from the sky and tried to sneak attack him. There must be something underground. Perhaps it was the unmanned stone. The panic behavior of the human-breeding beast's Pap has proved that they are protecting something at all costs. He adjusted his sunglasses and made a judgment. We should be getting closer and closer to our goal this time. German threw a bottle of Sambuca's poison diagonally in front of him. The gray poisonous fog instantly filled and swallowed several human-breeding beasts' Pap. They soon spasmed all over their bodies, fell to the ground, dug their throats with their hands, and died as if suffocated. The brooding beast Pap has a habit of sticking out its tongue, and its tongue is extremely sensitive. Sambuca made poison for this reason. The dosage of these poisons cannot kill medium-sized monsters, but it is just right for the brooding beast Pap. Germain is not worried about inhaling it by mistake. On the one hand, his champion physique has an unimaginable resistance to poison, and on the other hand, he also has Sambuca's antidote. At the same time, Sambuca's custom-made herbal injection for curing all diseases also gave everyone a temporary resistance to the deadly pleasure of the brooding beast Pap. Deadly Joy can stimulate and guide the electrical and chemical signals of neurons in organisms for use by the brooding beast Pap, and the Sambuca custom injection can hinder this process. Sambuca custom injection provides the exploration team with the conditions to resist the deadly joy of the brooding beast Pap. In addition, Shiodi's bulging-eyed fish also successfully restrained their discharge. Those arcs often just flashed and were mercilessly sucked in by the bulging-eyed fish. Even the opposite of Tiangang. As long as the brooding beast pap had a wound on his body, the electric current stored in their bodies would be quickly sucked dry by the bulging-eyed fish. After testing that Xiaoti's bulgy fish was extremely restraining against the brooding beast papu, her tactical value increased rapidly, and she was protected by Bisji and Imolawu. Finally, after traveling hundreds of meters in the world below the bottomless mountains, the resentful memory-thirsty claw beast also fell down and turned into mind energy and dissipated. At this time, Bisji suddenly stopped the two pioneers at the front. German, Jean, take a break first. We have been clearing the land from the top of the mountain to hundreds of meters underground, and we have not stopped yet. The consumption is too great. German turned around. He then realized that he and Jean were advancing tirelessly, but they ignored Basiji, Imolawu and Xiaoti. You know, they never stopped fighting all the way. The three of them were panting, and their mental energy consumption was unusual. It was very likely that there was not much left. You are right. Let's rest here and recover our vitality. German followed suit. Jean restrained the golden mental energy in his hand, pressed the brim of his worn felt hat, and took the initiative to say, I will be responsible for the vigilance. You can rest at ease. German not only had to fight, but also had to maintain the existence of the resentful memory-thirsty claw beast, so his mental energy consumption was definitely higher than his. Jean asked Germain to rest with everyone else, and he stood at the edge of the torches that could barely reach the torches of everyone. Like a seemingly lazy, but actually focused guard, Germain did not refuse Jin's kindness at this time. So he entered a cave with only one entrance and exit with the rest of the exploration team. The members of the exploration team sat together. They ate Minchi's compressed biscuits, restored their physical strength, and reduced their stress in a small amount. Biscuit materialized Miss Cookie again to reduce stress, restore physical strength, and reduce stress for Xiaoti and herself. The magic beauty treatment for Xiaoti was to ensure that Xiaoti's bulgy fish continued to play a role in restraining the discharge of the brooding beast papu. The magic beauty treatment for herself was to ensure that she would not fall into a state of torture, so that there would be an opportunity to use magic beauty treatment again later. During this period, Imolawu and Jean exchanged shifts, allowing Jean to come and rest for a while. Even during this period, the exploration team never had peace, and had been facing monsters that would appear from time to time, and those brooding beasts papu hiding in the dark, licking the dry stone wall with their tongues, were the masterminds behind these enemy attacks. As their compatriots kept losing their lives, they became a little smarter. Instead of taking action themselves, they drove the unconscious monsters to attack the invaders. However, the reason why these invaders stopped here was to rest temporarily, not because they were afraid of the siege of the underground cave monsters. When the invaders had enough food and drink, they set off again, and the beast tide blocking the way was easily resolved. German materialized the memory of resentment, the screaming giant bat, and let this giant beast with its wings spread out to launch a surprise attack from the air. The crowded beast tide formation in the underground cave was torn apart, disrupted, and defeated one by one. The exploration team was like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the heart of the underground cave. They also soon discovered that the key to remote control of the enemy was those human-raising beasts pap. As long as these hidden bad guys were pulled out and killed, more monsters could be effectively prevented from joining the beast tide. After going down for hundreds of meters, the exploration team soon realized that they were very close to the final destination. After killing another master-level monster, German's circle was almost at the end, and the reaction of the return told him so. After crossing a certain boundary, the human cultivating beast papu and the monsters that were corrupted by fatal pleasure no longer appeared. The entire underground world suddenly became quiet, as if the fights along the way were all dreams. The exploration team suddenly did not encounter any enemy attacks, but they did not think that this place was safe. On the contrary, they seized the time and ate more of Minchi's compressed biscuits while resting. The resentful memory-screaming giant bat had only a little blood left, so German simply sent it to explore the front. Almost a few seconds later, there was a loud noise that shook the earth. Bang! The entire underground cave was shaking, and countless stalactites fell from the top and shattered. German soon discovered that the resentful memory-screaming giant bat was dead, and it was killed by a single blow. Chapter 357. German frowned slightly, straightened his tricorn hat, turned around and said to the others, "Be careful later. There are 2 champion-level demons in there." Everyone was surprised. After spending a long time with German, It was easy to understand what the champion-level demon he mentioned was. At the beginning, the exploration team thought that there was a large champion demon, like the Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty, and the disease spreader hidden in the underground cave. It was the culprit for all the strange things in the steep mountains. However, unexpectedly, there was not just one champion demon here, but two. Everyone was extremely surprised by this accident. They did not doubt what Germain said. After all, his circle was the most accurate among the non-users here. The screaming giant bat, which died instantly and had a residual blood and resentment memory, also proved that the enemy's combat power was not bad. Now, everyone except Xiaodi frowned like Germain. Then should we run away? Xiaodi asked seriously. Everyone looked at her strangely, wondering who would want to return at this time. Oh, it's Xiaodi. That's fine. No, we're not going to run away. Germain gave a negative answer. We're going to get rid of them here and take away the uninhabited stone. Xiaodi made a gesture of no problem. She was really just asking. The other members of the exploration team did not raise any objections. After they were fully prepared physically and mentally, they continued to move forward with torches. Soon, as they got closer and closer to their destination, unlike the rest of the dark place in the steep mountain cave, an inexplicable blue light shot out. The light dyed the stone wall with a layer of blue, which looked like countless blue crystals were inlaid. This strange and magnificent scene really made Basiji amazed. It would be great if all these were gems. She couldn't help but sigh with heartfelt emotion, blinking her eyes and looking around. You will see gems soon, Jean interrupted. No Man's Stone is also a gem, and its value is far higher than the blue planet. Whether it is the gem in my mind depends on whether it is beautiful enough, Basiji replied. If there is no stunning beauty, for me, it is not as good as the blue planet. This is the insistence of the gem hunter Basiji. The exploration team came to the end of a cliff, and they were attracted by the source of the strange blue light. It was a crack in the underground cave across the entire mountain range, with countless veins, like blood vessels extending from both sides of the crack. The source of the strange blue light was the flashing electric light transmitted from the deep crack and the blood vessels on these veins. In addition, the underground cave was full of small sunken lakes, like blue lenses inlaid here, without any ripples. Next to a lake, a large alien demon was lying prone. It had slender limbs, but its entire body was covered with strange round tentacles like a hedgehog. This large alien demon had already sensed the presence of the exploration team, but it was crouching calmly by the lake. Just when everyone was a little unsure of what it was doing, they saw its abdomen crack with a pop. Then dozens of tiny, blue, crystal beads were spit out from its abdomen and fell into the lake with a thump. Plop. The electric arc flashed with a strange light. The large species of demon that had finished laying eggs slowly stood up from the lake and seemed to look at the exploration team on the cliff. After that, it moved with steady steps. Bang, bang, bang forward like a small mountain, until it crouched next to the huge crack. It lay next to the huge crack, and all its round tentacles rubbed the huge crack very gently, stroking the huge crack. And the huge crack opened and closed slowly like breathing. And the electric arc kept flashing. Seeing this, the members of the exploration team reacted one after another. The two champion demons I mentioned are the large monster with round tentacles. The other is the huge crack, which is alive. Germain said his inference, and also expressed everyone's inner thoughts. The uninhabited stones are not just simple minerals. They are also the product of the reconciliation of two champion demons. I think that what hatched from the uninhabited stones are the human-raising beasts Papu we encountered before. But they are all mature. The huge crack and the two champion demons with round tentacles spread their influence with the help of the human-raising beasts Papu that travel through the underground tunnels that extend in all directions. Monsters living in the steep mountains or entering this place will soon fall into a bottomless trap where pressure accumulates and has nowhere to vent. The human-raising beasts Papu will lure them into the paradise and take the opportunity to absorb the bioelectricity from their bodies, while also absorbing their vitality. Afterwards, they will return to the depths of the underground caves and transmit the current back to the source of everything through those vascular lines in the huge crack. Next, the champion demon of the round-headed tentacles will combine with the champion demon of the huge crack and let the round-headed tentacles lay eggs. From then on, the steep mountains completed a strange ecosystem that repeats itself over and over again. Everyone's breathing was slightly stagnant because of Germain's amazing speculation. Generally speaking, there is reproductive isolation between different species. However, these two monsters are champion-level alien demons. And this is the Dark Continent. Common sense that works in the 6 continents is useless here. Just like the physical laws of Terra lose their meaning in the subspace. Even in their imagination, the picture of how 2 champion-level alien demons complete their reproduction behavior also appeared in their minds. It must be said that the picture is really too shocking. As if fed up with the gaze and invasion of the exploration team, the entire underground cave began to rumble and vibrate. The next moment, the surrounding stone walls all protruded with sharp stalactites, surrounded by terrible electric currents, piercing at everyone like spears. "Disperse," Germain shouted. The crowd and Germain had established a very good tacit understanding in countless battles, and at this time, they all understood and made way. Germain raised the Holy Moonlight Greatsword and slashed out a blue light slash that could be called the most gorgeous. Bang, bang, bang. The moon arc instantly crushed all the electric stone spears that tried to stab it. However, before the exploration team could catch their breath, the cliff under their feet made an unsettling crackling sound. After a strange tremor, the cliff suddenly broke into pieces, turning into many rocks that collapsed and fell. The members of the exploration team had no place to stand for a while, and they fell off the cliff one after another. However, with their average level of master-level nin ability users, they naturally all landed safely. Emolawu also rolled on the ground very experiencedly to relieve the momentum. Around them, the bulging current vessel swelled up with blue light, and then discharged electricity towards them. Amid the squeaks, everyone's scalps tingled and their hair was about to stiffen. And Shioti's bulging-eyed fish attacked again. The bulging-eyed fish opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth and sucked all the current scattered in the air into its abdomen. Such a scene finally attracted the interest of the champion-level demon, the Stealing Tongue, which was covered with round-headed tentacles not far away. The Stealing Tongue stood up again, the tentacles that just gently caressed the huge cracks, in the flashing of lightning, swung like many terrifying whips. And what it wants to protect is naturally the core of the entire underground cave. Another champion-level demon, the Joyous Crack. The Joyous Crack dominates the changes in the terrain of the entire underground cave, while the Stealing Tongue launches attacks more flexibly. The combination of them is rarely rivaled. Chapter 358. As soon as he saw the Tongue of Stealing rise up like a tower, Germain made the following reaction. He stroked the hunter badge, first materialized the greedy antler helmet and the contempt armor for himself, and put them on, replacing the original hunter's tricorn hat and black robe. Then, he materialized the last resentful memory, the Dark Nautilus. The resentful memory Dark Nautilus could not restore the combat power of the original body, but it had more or less master-level defense, and it was perfect to act as a shield. I deal with this one. Germain pointed at the Tongue of Stealing. You deal with the other one. He pointed at the Crack of Pleasure. The division of labor was very clear, and everyone agreed directly. As for how to defeat the Joy Rift, Jean, Bisji, Emolawu and Xiaoti now have some ideas, but they just need to discuss briefly. Under the cover of the Dark Nautilus suspended in the air, Germain crossed the electric current vessels that were raised on the ground and flashing arcs, and rushed towards the Stealing Tongue. The Dark Nautilus was like a floating ship, and it hit the Stealing Tongue directly. The round-headed tentacles of the Stealing Tongue, which were wrapped in electric light, crackled and whipped the heavy shell of the Dark Nautilus, which was the largest target. However, it soon found that this had little effect. So, it cleverly extended its tentacles to the only gap in the Dark Nautilus, and pierced into the flesh of the Dark Nautilus. Squeak! Squeak! The next moment, the strong electric light almost made the area as bright as day. The harsh buzzing was even more unbearable. Germain endured it, and calmly walked through the aftermath of the electric current, and quickly came to the bottom of the Stealing Tongue. The Stealing Tongue, which was looking down from above, soon discovered Germain, who was dressed like a medieval knight. Deerhorn helmet, black and white armor, green sword. It's hard not to associate. The Stealing Tongue pulled its tentacles out of the Dark Nautilus and turned to deal with Germain. This is a strong enemy. It realized this. Before those round-headed tentacles whipped at him, Germain quickly slashed at the 2 stone pillar-like legs of the Stealing Tongue. Clang! Clang! Crack! The green sword of the Holy Moonlight Great Sword destroyed the outermost protective shell of the Stealing Tongue's legs, leaving 2 horrible wounds there. The veins with blue fluorescence were exposed at the wound. However, Germain did not have a chance to finish off the enemy, as the round-headed tentacles fell from the sky like a dense rain of arrows. Bang, 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 bang. Germain shuttled through the round-headed tentacles that fell like spears, as nimble as a swallow, and quickly dodged out of the attack range. At the same time, after getting a chance to breathe, Dark Nautilus also dutifully and fearlessly hit the Stealing Tongue again. The Stealing Tongue immediately fought back. Bang. The dark shock wave intertwined with the blue arc, and the underground cave was shaking, making the entire field of vision full of chaotic smoke and debris. The diffused dust covered most of the two monsters. German already knew the ending, because he lost contact with the Dark Nautilus. The huge spiral crustacean fell like a meteorite half a second later. However, when it was about to hit the ground, it turned into a sky full of thoughts and dissipated. And the tongue of stealing also broke more than a dozen round tentacles due to the fearless impact of the Dark Nautilus. However, compared to the many tentacles it still had, the loss of the dozen or so tentacles was not enough to cause serious damage. After destroying the Dark Nautilus that was in the way, the eyes of the Stealing Tongue were able to focus on Germain. Germain no longer had any resentful memories that could be materialized. Although the rest of the invaders were launching an offensive against the Pleasure Rift, the Stealing Tongue was concerned, but it had no spare energy to stop them. The champion aura that erupted from Germain made it feel the most direct threat. This is an enemy that must be eliminated by oneself. Otherwise the same mistakes will be made again. It began to twist its slender waist, and then stretched it out, with all its tentacles swinging in the air like a pendulum. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Some powerful force is gathering, and it will burst out in the next moment. Thunder Maximum Broadcast. Amid the piercing sound of squeaks that make your teeth ache, the current like snakes turned into shocking thunders, striking the large area where German was. Bang, 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 bang. The thunder was all around and extremely fast. Almost in an instant, it enveloped Germain like a mountain, covering the sky and the sun. The thunder was shattered. At this moment, Germain underwent several changes when the thunder struck his head. Germain did not hesitate to permanently consume the flamethrower and put on the mind defense provided by the greedy antler helmet on the outermost layer of his body. Paw paw paw. It resisted the initial firepower of the thunder. German did not take the opportunity to escape from the battlefield, but rushed towards the direction of the thunder, like a ship breaking through the waves, and rushed towards the tongue of stealing. Only by getting close can he have a chance of winning. However, in order to get close, he has to sacrifice more space for evasion. As a result, the mental defense provided by the greedy antler helmet cannot withstand all the thunder damage. So, the contempt armor, rune veins, and champion physique all played a role at this moment, helping him to withstand all the thunder impacts. For a moment, he once again saw the gorgeous world of hallucinations stimulated by electric current, like a kaleidoscope. The momentary joy even made him feel like he was in a paradise outside the battlefield. However, he quickly broke free from it and did not sink into his comfort zone. After all, it was just an illusion from the beginning to the end. The Stealing Tongue was shocked to see Germain rushing out from the thunder. His body was still surrounded by flying arcs and flames, but his black eyes were as firm as ice. Clang! The blue crescent slash hit the wound on the right leg of the Stealing Tongue in the blink of an eye, cutting through the blue fluorescent veins. Crack! The right leg of the Stealing Tongue was broken so suddenly, and it could not support such a huge body. It fell diagonally forward. Bang! German would never miss such an opportunity. He leaped up and hovered above the shuttle-like head of the Stealing Tongue. Stab! The Holy Moonlight Greatsword fell, and the green sword energy pierced through the head of the Stealing Tongue directly, making a crisp snap. The skull of the Stealing Tongue exploded. German bounced into the air, retracted the Holy Moonlight Greatsword, and let his whole body be pulled by gravity, falling to the ground full of craters and cracks not far away. However, before his feet touched the ground, something strange happened. A large ball of blue light shot out from the skull of the Stealing Tongue. Squeak! They streaked through the air like meteors, but instead of falling, they gathered together. The blue light gathered bigger and bigger, and finally formed a blue light ball that seemed to be real. In the light ball, a golden vertical pupil turned around and stared at the direction of German. A champion-level demon would obviously not die so easily. German had just landed at this time, and he held up the Holy Moonlight Greatsword again, ready for battle. He knew that the second stage of the transformation of the Stealing Tongue had begun. Sure enough, the second stage of the transformation had indeed begun. The underground cave rumbled and shook. The stones on the stone wall and the ground fell off one by one, shaking and flying towards the direction of the blue light ball. Bang, bang, bang. The stones and gravel were reshaping the new body of the stealing tongue. German also felt this suction, but he thrust the holy moonlight great sword into the ground, held the hilt with both hands, and stabilized his body balance, and was not sucked over. The reorganization of the stealing tongue's body was also completed in an instant. Here it comes, a tall stone giant. Born! Chapter 359. The head of the stealing tongue disappeared, replaced by a dark tray like a torch. On the tray was a suspended blue light ball, and in the light ball was a ferocious golden vertical pupil. Its arms and legs were made of heavy stones, as if it was wearing a set of extremely solid armor. On its right hand was a long-handled square-headed war hammer, and on its left hand was a wide shield. It stood majestically, like a titan giant descending. Boom! The stealing tongue raised the hammer and shield, and with just one strike, the sparks turned into lightning, and twisted into a thunder dragon. The thunder dragon circled, then swept down from the sky, and in the crackling lightning and thunder, it bid Germain with lightning speed without hesitation. At the same time, the stealing tongue struck the hammer and shield again, as if to cheer for the thunder dragon. Boom! The moment the hammer and shield collided, the white light that was enough to sting and blind the eyes engulfed the entire underground cave. However, the golden vertical pupils of the stealing tongue were also forced to close at this moment. German's eyelids and eyeballs felt sore and dry, and he had to close his eyes. He could only use his round and extreme reactions to fight in a world as bright as day. The terrifying roar and destructive power came towards him, and he suddenly dodged and flew through. Bang! The thunder dragon tore the ground and blasted out a terrifying crater. But in the end it was empty. The white light dissipated, and the stealing tongue suddenly felt the oncoming threat. Its golden vertical pupils suddenly opened, staring fiercely at a black shadow in front of it. German still had his eyes closed, but he had already flown to the front of the golden vertical pupil. The holy moonlight great sword was raised swiftly, and the moon slash was slashed out. Swish! Just a huge shield suddenly stretched out from the side, like a wall of size, blocking the blue moon arc. The echo of the shock even forced German to fly backwards, and the war hammer on the other side also swung over, with a squeaking electric light chain, hammering towards German. If everything goes well, the stealing tongue can use the war hammer to smash Germain into his shield like a nail, turning him into a charred mess. The terrifying power of thunder is enough to severely injure or destroy Germain's body. However, its golden vertical pupils once again watched Germain nimbly dodge the storm of the war hammer. He even used the remaining power of the shock wave to fly away like a kite and land on the shield. It was just like a mosquito or a fly, and he couldn't be hit. Germain still didn't open his eyes, because he didn't know when the tongue of stealing would blast out that white light again. He had to be prepared. After taking advantage of the opportunity to pass the shield's defense, Germain rushed up along the stone left arm of the tongue of stealing, aiming at the golden eye on the torch. The tongue of stealing hurriedly shook its stone left arm, but failed to shake off the mosquito like Germain. Germain took advantage of the situation and jumped up every time he shook, and accurately found the landing point of the stone left arm. No matter what, he just couldn't be thrown off. The stealing tongue could only think of another way. Arcs of light emerged from the gaps in Stone's left arm, and they flew towards Germain like ghosts. At the same time, the hammer and shield collided again, and the explosion and white light once again filled the entire underground cave. However, Germain, who had been prepared and closed his eyes, did not lose his vision, but his eardrum hurt, and 2 blood beads oozed from his cochlea. In such a moment, Germain became blind and deaf, and fell into a dark and dead world. The only thing he could rely on was the outline that Yuan could grasp and his reaction that had reached perfection. This made him more focused and completely immersed in the world of mind power. The lightning ghosts were tied to his contempt armor and greed antler helmet like shackles, trying to drag him down and restrain him. And the next moment, he broke free of them with a sneer. With a strong kick, German jumped into the air from the left arm of the stone, holding the holy moonlight greatsword upside down. The phantom of the roar of chaos enveloped him, as if swallowing him into its belly. A terrifying beast with black hair and pale bones pushed its claws to both sides and happened to grab the arms of the stone man, making them unable to move. The golden vertical pupil suddenly widened, looking at the enemy, who was close at hand with fear. German's explosive shock wave, which gathered the chaos roar and the holy moonlight greatsword, penetrated directly into the torch and pierced the golden vertical pupil. Boom! The strong explosion instantly shattered the golden vertical pupil and the torch. The stones in the sky flew out like glass fragments, stabbing into the stone wall and the ground. The stealing tongue never dreamed that he would be turned around in an instant and blasted to pieces. The body of the aggregated stone giant began to collapse and shatter after a long silence. The hammer, shield, limbs and torso all turned into stone flakes and dust. Dust to dust, earth to earth. After completing a hearty blow, German fell to the ground gracefully. And then he breathed again, exhaling a long breath of hot air from his chest. The rune veins instantly ran at high speed, and the damage caused by the critical hit turned out to be equivalent to the wounds on German's body began to heal themselves. After a while, all the wounds on his body, including his eardrums, were healed. He won the battle with the stealing tongue. He heard the rumbling sound in the underground cave again, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the stone body of the stealing tongue that had been completely turned into powder. At the same time, the projection of the hunter badge reminded him that he had obtained a thunder hammer and a teleportation lantern. Germain had no time to care about his gains this time, and his eyes quickly swept to another battlefield in the underground cave. His companions still hadn't finished the fight. The second stage change of the stealing tongue just now was undoubtedly helped by the joyous rift. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to obtain the body of the stone giant so easily. Similarly, the joyous rift also received help from the stealing tongue. The strikes of the hammer and shield just now emitted two white lights that filled the entire underground cave, which effectively hindered the actions of the invaders. This is the collaboration of the abilities of the joyous rift and the stealing tongue. However, even so, Basiji and Mo Lawu successfully damaged the joy rift. They cut off the many current vessels that were all over the ground in the joy rift, because they found that the joy rift was gaining power through these current vessels that were like circuits, and also controlled the changes in the terrain of the underground cave. Once they realized this, the more current vessels they cut off, the lower the threat of the joy rift would naturally be. Shiodi was on the side, responsible for using the bulging-eyed fish to suck away the lightning snakes that attacked Basiji and Mo Lawu. As for Jean, this crazy psychic user had already jumped into the core of the crack of the joyous crack without hesitation when the first white light of the hammer and shield spread. Boom! There was another earth-shaking, which made people feel that the underground cave might collapse sooner or later. The torrent of lightning gushed out from the crack, and at the same time, Jean, who was charred and smoking, was spit out. He fell far away. Most of his clothes were burned, and he was coughing violently. Amid the rumbling sound, the narrow strip of land where the crack that originally spanned the entire underground cave was located began to protrude upwards, rising from the ground like a tower. The second stage of the change of the joyous crack was also forced out. Chapter 360. Cough. 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 Jean felt as if his throat was filled with gravel. Burning, itchy and painful. His hair was burnt and curled up, and only a few strands of clothes were left on his body. Fortunately, they were entangled between his thighs. Otherwise, he would be in the most embarrassing moment now. However, there were only a few burn marks on his body, which was very lucky and remarkable. However, perhaps for revenge, or perhaps for clamping, Jean had just staggered to his feet when he felt the ground shaking violently. Crack. The ground cracked into a 3-meter-long crack that was visible to the naked eye and suddenly expanded. It revealed the abyss under the ground and the blue nerves that spread throughout the abyss. Jean had witnessed such an abyssal world after jumping into the core of the joy crack. It can be said that the entire underground cave is full of its nerves that stretch like tree roots. It is through these nerves that it manipulates the terrain. Caught off guard, the strong suction from the crack is about to pull Jean into the abyss again. It can be predicted that after he falls into the abyss, the crack will close immediately, trapping him underground like a prison. Jean was not panicked. He waved his arms and was about to reorganize his mind, destroy the crack structure, and then break out of the ground. However, the next moment, he heard a shout. Jean! A huge white hand with 5 fingers in the smoke grabbed Jin's waist and pulled him out before the crack closed. Snap! The smoke arm lifted Jean up like a fishing line and threw him on the ground beside him. Jean rolled over twice before he stabilized his body and got up. Are you okay? The one who came to rescue and care about Jean was indeed Imolawu, who was carrying a big pipe. His purple smoke fist was the most malleable among all the nin abilities present, and it could almost be called ever-changing. The smoke properties of the purple smoke fist could be soft or hard, small or huge, split or reunited. All these are because the operation system is close to the release system. The purple smoke fist showed the effect of the nin abilities similar to those of Zeno and Silva. If it wasn't too far from the transformation system, Imolawu could obviously do more and be more precise. Seeing that Jean didn't answer at the first time, Imolawu asked again, "Are you okay?" "No. No." Jean now looked like a wild man, with only animal skin tied around his waist and unkempt hair. He stood in front of Imolawu and scratched the back of his head subconsciously and a little embarrassedly. And what his fingers touched was uneven, burnt black hair, which made him even more embarrassed. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Imolawu had no intention of making fun of him. Imolawu could see that Jean was not seriously injured, so he reported the latest battle report with a little excitement in his tone. "German has won. Now there is only this champion-level alien demon left. We can work together to eliminate it." Jean glanced at the direction where German was. He had already joined Biscuit and Shioti, but was forced to separate because of the cracks on the ground. He couldn't help but put his hands on his waist and curled his lips helplessly. "I don't doubt that he can defeat that champion-level alien demon. On the contrary, we have to do something next, and we can't rely on him completely." Imolawu showed a guilty look. "Jean, you are right. So what should we do now?" "Observe, then act." The first wave of attack given by the cracks after the second stage of change is the cracks on the ground that keep opening and closing. While talking, 2 cracks appeared under Jean and Imolawu's feet, trying to take the opportunity to swallow them. However, the 2 of them jumped up tacitly and jumped lightly to the ground without cracks, easily avoiding being swallowed by the cracks. Jean continued, "It's just that this repeated attack pattern won't work on us a second time, because we are already prepared. I guess the crack is going to use its second trick." "I agree. The crack is like a tower, and although it is high above us, it has become our target directly. It must have some tricks it hasn't used yet." As if to confirm the 2 people's thoughts, the ground of the underground cave shook violently again. This time, the cracks did not close again, but opened as wide as possible like a mouth crying for food. The next moment, a sound that everyone was familiar with, especially a sound that Imolawu was very familiar with, came out from those cracks. Imolawu's eyes under his sunglasses suddenly widened. This is the sound of flowing water. Puff, puff, puff. From the cracks all over the underground caves, the water flows that the ocean hunter Imolawu often deals with emerged. They gushed out, and the mist was overflowing. Jean frowned. "It's groundwater. Could it be that it wants to fill this place with groundwater?" Imolawu was not worried about this. Due to his job, he often had to hold his breath and swim in the water for a long time. Only this, he can proudly declare that he is the best among all the nin users present. No, maybe Germain will be ahead of him, because Germain has entered the level of unreasonable monster. Therefore, Imolawu is not worried that the water gushing out from the cracks will flood the entire underground cave. Even if that happens, he can move freely, with his lung capacity, plus the purple smoke fist and the water element enchanted big pipe. He should be able to bring all his companions to a safe area at the fastest speed. Therefore, he was worried about something else. This was also the reason why Jean frowned. Crack, crack. As expected, from the high tower of the bulging joy crack, the stones burst and stretched out dense, slender blue nerves. Squeak, squeak. The arc flashed on the blue nerves, looking so bright and beautiful. But in the eyes of Jean and Imolawu, it was a headache-inducing soul-chasing rope. The crack must be used in 2 ways, using the water flow to suffocate us, and then using the electric current to flow along the water that soaks around us, completely killing the battle situation. If that's the case, they have no space to dodge. The situation that made things worse happened at this time. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that many stalactites and stone cones appeared on the path they came from. They bit together like fine teeth, and the way they came was blocked with a click. The psychic users present were all top-notch, and their lung capacity and resistance to electric shock were definitely far better than ordinary people. But there was still a corresponding lethal dose. In the worst-case scenario, it is likely that only Germain can survive in the gap. Jean and Mo Lawu thought of this quickly, and were determined not to let the crack fulfill all the conditions it wanted. But at this time, someone took action before them. The water flowing out of the crack suddenly twisted as if alive, gathered into a hemp rope-like water dragon, and poured in the same direction. Shioti held the mechanical long handle, and the big mouth of the bulging eye fish greedily swallowed the inflowing water column, and the throat gurgled. Chapter 361. German looked at the scene in front of him, and strangely, he was distracted from the tense situation and thought of a mathematical problem. The crack has been releasing a certain amount of water, and the bulge-eyed fish has been absorbing a certain amount of water. So, how long will it take for the water flow to completely fill the entire sealed underground cave? Fortunately, German didn't hesitate for long and came back to his senses. Ha! Biscuit revealed his true form of Idra, and while shouting, he blasted out the violent fist wind of the heart source flow. She smashed several stone spears that were sticking out from the stone wall and trying to attack Shioti. As the stones fell to the ground, she turned her head and looked at German, who was not far away. Go! I'm with Shioti. You and Jean and Mo Lawu go to deal with the last enemy. German didn't waste any words, nodded to Biscuit and Shioti, and stepped on the ground, like an arrow shot from a string, breaking through the air and shooting towards the Tower of Joy crack. Rumble. The closer the ground is to the tower, the more it breaks, like tofu being smashed. German ignored the situation and used the small amount of mental energy released from his toes as a foothold to fly into the air. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The blue nerves swayed like branches, and the arc stretched and retracted like poisonous snakes, about to lick German's body. German held up the holy moonlight greatsword and was about to do something, but he found that fog was rapidly rising in front of him. The fog was like a white wall, firmly blocking all the blue nerves that stretched to German, making them unable to penetrate for a short time. Several white snake paths extended from the white wall. One path led directly to German's feet, and the rest led to the Tower of the Joy crack. German saw the figure of Mo Lawu and immediately understood everything. Mo Lawu raised his sunglasses to his forehead, carried a big pipe on his shoulders, and stepped on a white cloud of smoke, just like the arrival of the great sage. Don't worry, German. Don't worry. I will support you as much as possible. German did not answer, but stepped on the white snake path and quickly approached the tower. At the same time, he also saw another member of you that Mo Lawu pointed out. Jean, who was already in a state of embarrassment, had no intention of being cowardly. He even jumped to the tower ahead of him, stepping on the snake path created by Mo Lawu. Jean was suspended in the air above the slightly open huge gap of the Joy crack, with a golden spirit spear in his hand. Swish! Jean threw the spear fiercely, aiming directly at the gap of the Joy crack. He had destroyed the core of the Joy crack once, and now he wanted to do the same. Chi. In just a moment, countless stone spears were pulled up from the tower, blocking the direction of the spear, and condensed into thick shields. Boom! The spear shattered the shields, but it was also the last gasp of a spent force. It did not touch the crack of Joy and shattered and dissipated. When Jean wanted to condense the second spear, he suddenly felt a lot of numbness on his body. He looked down and saw countless nearly transparent worms crawling on his body. They had small mouthparts, biting Jin's skin, but it didn't hurt. Instead, it gave him an inexplicable feeling, as if he had been smeared with cold medicine. In the next moment, the scene in his vision suddenly changed. Many people appeared in his vision, reaching out to him. His former partner, his current partner, Sijie, and his wife. They were calling him, asking him to stop and spend a moment with them. Just a moment. However, this illusion did not make Jean completely indulge in it. His expression turned cold, and he mercilessly put his hands together and condensed a spear. Some people are so obsessed with the memories of the past that they can't help themselves. But some people can find a balance between the past, present, and future. Jean is the latter. Hey! Jean rarely showed anger, and shot out with a spear, breaking through the air. But Jean, with bulging veins, was paradoxically mixed with reason and calmness. After the spear fell out of his hand, he calmly made way. Give it the last blow. Germain. Germain flashed past Jean without stopping. He was almost chasing after the spear that Jean had shot out, and he was getting closer and closer, with the thunder hammer in his left hand and the holy moonlight great sword in his right hand. He was about to pounce into the entrance of the joy crack, when he suddenly stopped in midair. The golden spear penetrated, and the light flashed for a moment. But it was enough to expose all the structures in the abyss to Germain in this moment. Germain saw it clearly. All the blue nerve veins have the same source. And that source is the core that is as stunning and beautiful as a blue planet. The electric current was like a chain, binding the golden spear. And before it could move forward even a little, it crushed it into pure mind energy. But it still caused a small explosion. However, compared to the core being pierced by the spear and losing many blue nerves, it was a more acceptable outcome. However, the joy rift had no eyes, but it could sense that there was a more terrifying threat than the golden spear. Staring at it, the stealing tongue fell in his hands. Not wanting to end up like this, the joy rift did two things at this moment. Germain's body was like gold, and suddenly there were countless almost transparent worms crawling. They can temporarily make creatures fall into hallucinations. This is to ensure that Germain has a moment of distraction, and then becomes the target of the joy crack. The target has been locked, and all the blue nerves in the abyss are in one go, gathering a lot of energy, and pouring all of it towards Germain. Boom! The thunder dragon poked out from the joy crack and bit Germain. However, Germain, like Jean, was not intoxicated by the joyful illusion. Or rather, he had begun to get used to this feeling. He stared at the thunder dragon that was rushing towards him without changing his expression, and swung the thunder hammer in his hand. Buzz! Germain shook the red flag like a bullfighter, and the bull followed the direction of the red flag and used its horns to butt forward. The thunder dragon actually turned its direction in midair and blasted towards the stone wall in the distance in the direction pointed by the thunder hammer. Boom! The stone wall shattered and broke. And at this moment, there was no more obstacle in the crack of joy. Germain rushed straight into the cavity of the joy crack, which was clearly visible, and poured into it like a blue flame. Bang! The joy crack almost frantically forced the crack to close, trying to crush Germain to death with brute force. The holy blue light was indeed swallowed by the abyss and the crack, and disappeared without a trace. But, in the blink of an eye, another terrifying force burst out. The roaring claws of chaos forcibly opened the joy crack. It raised its head and roared towards the top of the cave. And Germain has already escaped in front of the core. Die! The thunder hammer disappeared, and Germain held two holy moonlight swords, and the sword tips shot out huge energy rays. Boom! The collapse began. First the core, then the abyss, then the tower, then the ground, the stone wall. All structures are falling apart. The underground cave really began to collapse. It seems that the riot that wants to bury all living things here is about to bury two champion-level demons. Chapter 362. After the riot, the underground cave deep in the steep mountains collapsed by nearly half. Large chunks of heavy boulders were piled together, and the gaps were almost filled with gravel. With the death of the joy crack, the blue nerves throughout the underground cave lost their activity and light. As a result, the cave became dark. Only the makeshift bonfire and the torches in everyone's hands were still emitting dim light. Jean, Emo Lawu and Shiati each held a torch and walked through the dark shadows of the cave, moving carefully. They didn't want to move too much and cause a second cave collapse. Nor did they want to move too fast and miss what they were looking for. The three were looking for the No Man's Stone. In fact, the No Man's Stone is easy to find. Most of them were produced by the tongue of the thief in small lakes, when they found a nearby water stain. Generally speaking, the No Man's Stone would be nearby. Of course, this is not absolute. After all, the battle just now, plus the collapse of the underground cave, made the place chaotic. Mo Lawu's smoke rabbit played a miraculous role in such a narrow and dim terrain. Their bodies are flexible and changeable, and it is effortless to get into small holes. And there are many of them. Therefore, it is obvious that Mo Lawu found the most unmanned stones among the three. After they found the unmanned stones, they would give them to Shiati, and Shiati would swallow the unmanned stones one by one with the bulging-eyed fish. German sat cross-legged next to the campfire and received the treatment of Miss Cookie's peach breath. Because of the constraints and oaths, the decompression treatment at this time cannot directly remove the dark crown on Germain's head. Germain still needs to wait for an hour, but the peach breath can at least make him feel much better. Biscuit, who has regained her petite girlish figure, stood aside with her hands on her hips and started to chatter. All her chatter was about this journey to the steep mountains. It can also be seen that she is now much more relaxed. Otherwise she would definitely not be in the mood to talk about these things. Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise how can we deal with 2 champion-level demons? No. 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 It should be said that without you, this journey would not exist from the beginning. No stone. If you develop and utilize it well, it will be one of the most important minerals in the future of the human world. German. We have accomplished another big thing. The excitement of defeating the crack of pleasure and the tongue of stealing, the expectation of collecting no stone, and the joy of leaving the steep mountains all burst out at this time. Jean, Imolawu and Shiati were as happy as Biscuit at this moment. While answering Biscuit's questions, Germain stroked a sapphire ring on his left index finger. This was one of the gifts for defeating the Joy Rift. The Thunder Ring. The other gift was naturally the transmission lantern. Thunder Ring. It can convert the mind into lightning and release it. This is obviously a tool that can be used with the Thunder Hammer. The Thunder Ring releases lightning, while the Thunder Hammer can guide and amplify lightning. In fact, if operated properly, the Thunder Ring can cooperate with any of German's materialized weapons. However, how to develop and utilize it in the future is a matter for the future. About half an hour later, Jean, Imolawu, and Shiati returned to the campfire with torches held high. Where are the no-man's stones? Biscuit asked curiously. How many have you collected? Here are mine. Shiati put the last no-man's stone on Biscuit's palm. She left it there on purpose. There are 117 of them. Biscuit specifically told Shiati to count before collecting the no-man's stones. Otherwise, with Shiati's personality, she probably wouldn't count at all and just let the bulge-eye fish swallow them. We searched carefully several times, Shiati added. These are all we can find. Maybe some of them are broken or buried underground. She said so, but she didn't seem to care much. She just squatted beside Germain like a child. Her voice was so flat that it was hard to imagine that she and Germain had a special relationship. Are you feeling better? Much better. Germain didn't try to be stubborn. He really felt comfortable physically and mentally when immersed in the peach-colored breath. Even though he has the negative trait, the meditator, the effect of the decompression treatment he receives is slightly reduced. But as long as the treatment continues, this reduction will soon be eliminated. That's good. Shiati nodded and believed what Germain said. She was not the kind of innocent person. But she didn't think Germain would deceive her. Biscuit held a blue, or that was only the size of a glass bead, and looked at it again and again in the swaying firelight, feeling a little disappointed. Maybe in terms of practical value, the no-man's stone is a rare treasure. But in terms of quality and beauty, it can't be on my gemstone ranking list. She handed the no-man's stone to Germain. I am also depraved, because I have obtained 3 kinds of hope. My vision has also become higher. Germain also observed the no-man's stone in his hand. He had to admit that it was not beautiful, but the energy contained in the ore was enough to cover up the other defects. Then, Imolawu expressed his inner worries. Since it is an egg laid by the intercourse of the joyous crack and the stealing tongue, then, will we accidentally hatch it? If the human-raising beast Papu is hatched, it will be difficult for us to use the electricity they release. Probably not. Jean pointed to the underground cave. The eggs are laid here. On the one hand, for protection, and on the other hand, for hatching. The environment here is dark and humid, with cold stones everywhere, and nerves that transmit electricity. There are so many things. It is estimated that all the elements must be gathered before it has a chance to hatch. Otherwise, considering the number of eggs laid by the stealing tongue at one time, if all the eggs can be hatched, the entire steep mountain range should have been filled with human-raising beast Papu. As long as we are careful not to create such a hatching environment for the unmanned stone, it should be fine if we simply put it in the water. Jin's inference is still very reasonable, and everyone nodded in conviction. Germain returned the last unmanned stone to Shiati, who let the bulge-eyed fish swallow it. The group rested in front of the campfire for more than half an hour. They extinguished the campfire and prepared to return until the dark crown on Germain's head disappeared and the armor of contempt fell off. Before leaving the underground cave, Germain looked back and took a last look at the ruins. If nothing unexpected happens, the crack of pleasure and the tongue of stealing can also be reborn continuously as long as the conditions are met. After they are reborn, all the abnormalities of the steep mountains will return to their original appearance. But this is not the problem that the exploration team should worry about. They returned along the original route, and what they should worry about is the entanglement of those monsters. Surprisingly, unlike the way they came, This time the journey from the underground cave back to the cave entrance on the top of the mountain was almost smooth, without much obstacles at all. They did not encounter even a single human-raising beast pap. It is very likely that they noticed the moment the joyous crack and the stealing tongue fell, and fled here and hid. The only ones left were the underground monsters that were drowsy after losing the stimulation of fatal pleasure. Most monsters, after losing the fatal pleasure, would regain some of their sanity, know to seek benefits and avoid harm, and would not bother these terrifying invaders again. But there were also a very small number of manic ones, who, after losing happiness, felt like they had lost everything, and attacked all the living and dead things around them without hesitation. The exploration team was just passing by and would be attacked by these violent monsters. But their rage was meaningless. Their dry limbs had already weakened their combat power. Not to mention that they were facing an exploration team that could eliminate the two leaders of the steep mountains. The monsters were cleared, and the road ahead was smooth. Chapter 363. When the members of the exploration team bathed in the sunlight again, it was already dusk. The blood-red glow covered them layer by layer, like a gorgeous battle robe returning from a triumphant victory. They gained a new hope, and it was obtained after solving a more dangerous disaster. At this time, their satisfaction and joy reached the peak. This kind of joy is something that fatal joy can never give. After another hour of hiking, the exploration team returned to the temporary base under the axe-cut stone wall and joined Nakulu, Minchi, and Sambika, who stayed here. They returned safely and were welcomed by Nakulu, Minchi, and Sambika. At the same time, the exploration team also shared their joy with the trio. At this moment, the relationship between the 8 people in the post-station team was undoubtedly the most harmonious and close. Nakulu, Minchi, and Sambika just passed the unmanned stone to each other, observed it for a while, and then returned it to Shiati. German took an unmanned stone and put it into the water for testing. As a result, after a while, everyone saw it squeak and flash blue arcs in the water, and there was no sign of stopping. If left alone, the no-man's stone would probably dissipate all the electricity in the water. Emolawu manipulated the smoke hand to take the no-man's stone out of the water, and then threw it into the sand and soil beside it, rolling it several times to keep its surface dry. After a long time, the no-man's stone stopped discharging and became stable. After wiping the surface of the no-man's stone clean, the bulge-eyed fish swallowed it again. Through this small experiment, everyone confirmed how to store and use the no-man's stone. As for the more detailed aspects, leave it to the members of Greed Island. The next day, the post-station team spent a whole day to find the location of the special teleportation lantern that they first arrived here from the vast and steep mountains. They spent a night nearby, and then let German activate the teleportation lantern. In fact, they were more or less scared. After all, the last time, this teleportation lantern dragged them into that strange dark space. The situation they encountered in the dark space, which made them all suffer, was something they didn't want to experience again. They could endure the physical and mental pain brought by the torture, but they didn't like it. Only Germain was really used to it. Fortunately, this time the teleportation lantern smoothly teleported them back to the tower of the ancient maze without any accidents. Germain immediately checked what negative traits or diseases he had acquired this time. Negative traits: fear of darkness. When the brightness of the surrounding environment is below a certain threshold, the amount of pressure triggered by the event will increase significantly. Negative traits: passion for visions, obsessed with supernatural visions. These are 2 more negative traits that Germain must first ask Abengani or Sina to clear for him after returning to Greed Island. Disease: fluid imbalance, greatly reduces physical fitness. Disease: severe coughing, greatly reduces the damage caused to the target. Disease: diarrhea, greatly reduces dodge speed and physical fitness. All 3 types of diseases are easy to solve. You only need to inject a shot of the herb injection that cures all diseases every once in a while. Ding ding ding. Emolawu rang the bronze bell on the top of the tower, which soon attracted the attention of Buhara, who stayed in the castle. When he came to the top of the tower like a meatball, he immediately hugged Emolawu excitedly, after seeing that Minchi had a leg in a cast. Buhara came over to ask about it with concern. Buhara was relieved when he knew that there was nothing serious. The theme of the celebration banquet that night was, of course, the week-long trip to the steep mountains. The main dish was the unmanned stone, and the delicious food made by Minchi and Buhala became the side dishes. They talked happily all night. The next day, Jean found Germain. I have a feeling. Jean said this inexplicably, and then explained, I may be about to enter the champion level. This is an unexpected and reasonable situation. Jean was originally one of the 5 great users in the 6 continents personally appointed by President Netero, and was very close to the champion level, but was unreasonably surpassed by Germain. After experiencing the ancient maze, the gray desert, and the steep mountains. Although Jean is not the protagonist, he has already accumulated enough experience points to upgrade. He is just 1 step away. That's what I said. But I haven't been able to cross the line until now. Jean sat carelessly on the sofa in front of German. I thought about it for a long time and thought of you. What's wrong with me? German asked while drinking tea. Your experience tells me that if you want to become a champion, you must defeat a champion opponent independently. President Netero is probably in a similar situation. German nodded. So you are planning to calculate the time. The Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty is about to be reborn. Jin's mouth curled up, revealing a rather cruel smile. Indeed, the last time the Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty was killed was in December last year, and it has been almost 3 months in a blink of an eye. Jean pointed at German. I know you need to participate in killing the Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty to obtain the transmission lantern. So I won't let you do nothing. When the time comes, you only need to chop a sword at the beginning, and then stand aside. Let me fight the Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty one-on-one, so that you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. German agreed. He had no reason to refuse. Helping Jean improve his combat power would be of great benefit to him and the entire team. So, on March 24th, when the Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty was reborn outside the castle, German only slashed it with a sword and retreated to the side. Like the others, he did not leave the battlefield. However, he was not just watching the battle like Xiaodi and the others. More importantly, he wanted to stop the Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty from destroying the castle. Fortunately, the existence of the tower made the Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty completely ignore the castle buildings surrounding it. Jin's fierce attack attracted all the attention of the Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty. He led the Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty to the edge of the fog wall far away from the castle, and then began to fight seriously. He chose this place, on the one hand, to make room, so that he didn't need to worry about his attack destroying the castle, and on the other hand, to choose a new rebirth point. After killing the Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty, the place where it will rebirth next time will be where it died. That is, the edge of the fog wall. In this way, next time, they don't need to deliberately lead the Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty here to fight. After that, it was Jin's fight with the Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty. In order not to lose the state of participating in the killing, German would occasionally shoot an insignificant shot at the Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty with a shotgun. Everything else was left to Jean himself. And Jean did not disappoint everyone's expectations. He really defeated the Apostle of Pain and Bloodthirsty, and successfully promoted to the champion level. Just from the mind energy that appeared on Jean, German could confirm this. German also got the gift he wanted, the teleportation lantern. In this way, he had 4 free teleportation lanterns. Jean shouted excitedly. Basiji looked at this scene and felt envious. I am older than Germain and Jean, but I have been stuck at the master level for so many years. Alas, President Netero entered the champion level at about my age. Right? Menchi, who was standing next to him, had removed the plaster and was only leaning on crutches. Although she was not a person with enhanced telepathic ability, her self-healing ability was also very strong. She comforted him. Basiji, believe in yourself. You can do it too. Basiji nodded. Well, I don't doubt the heart source flow. Nor do I doubt my hard work day after day and year after year. I just expect too much. I firmly believe that the heart source flow is a difficult martial arts school, but it will definitely have the last laugh. Basiji clasped her hands together, silently thanking the martial arts for her past, present and future. She knew that her transformation would come sooner or later. She was envious, but willing to wait patiently. Chapter 364. The painful bloodthirsty apostle fell again. The fog wall descended, and the ancient maze returned to its former peaceful order. The peaceful order here refers to the activity of the plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, but they all became consumables for the rebirth of the painful bloodthirsty apostle. They basically cannot pose a threat to the Dark Continent post team. The Dark Continent Post team harvested a total of 80 healing herbs from the lifeless corpse of the painful bloodthirsty apostle. Slightly more than the last time. It seems that without a fully mature painful bloodthirsty apostle, the yield of healing herbs on it should be within this range. Next, Germain stayed in the ancient labyrinth and the Dark Continent for a long time. This was the longest time he had stayed in the Dark Continent so far. His main purpose was to obtain at least 6 teleportation lanterns to ensure that he could use the silver triangle twice in a row before returning to Greed Island. You should know that the cooling time of the teleportation lantern has now reached 160 days. After returning to Greed Island, the cooling time will double to a terrifying 320 days. Almost a year. 6 teleportation lanterns are a precaution. He has already obtained 4. And 2 more will complete the goal. However, the rate of obtaining teleportation lanterns is not high to begin with. And the drop rate has dropped significantly since the use of special teleportation lanterns. Recently, what German can confirm is that the champion-level demons he killed or participated in killing basically dropped teleportation lanterns. If this is the pattern, German can get the remaining 2 teleportation lanterns from the disease spreader, the thieving tongue, and the crack of pleasure. He informed the other members of the Dark Continent Station team of his ideas and plans, and asked for their opinions and suggestions. After discussion, everyone agreed to this plan. So they continued to build the castle and expand their activities outside the ancient maze, while silently waiting for the rebirth of the disease spreader. In fact, the rebirth time of the disease spreader is very vague and can only be calculated. The last time it was killed was on January 22nd this year. The average time required for rebirth is 3 months. So it should be reborn at the end of April. The exploration team must set out in advance and stay near the resurrection point before the disease spreader regenerates, so as to kill the weakest disease spreader. They set the date on April 15th and set out for the Grey Desert. This exploration team has only 4 members, namely German, Bischi, Xiaodi and Imolawu. Such a lineup is actually overflowing with damage to the newly reborn disease spreader, so there is no need to add more people. The first 3 members are basically bound to go. As for Imolawu's joining, it was more because he was quite interested in the Grey Desert, the immortal disease, and the disease spreader. Everyone decided to satisfy his curiosity. After arriving at the Grey Desert on April 15th, the exploration team waited until May 8th for the disease spreader to be reborn. After a skilled and tacit battle, everyone brutally hunted down the disease spreader, and the purpose of this journey was achieved. Kill the disease spreader. Complete. Harvest 35 alchemical plants. Complete. Obtained a teleportation lantern. Completed. Satisfied Imolawu's curiosity. Completed. So, the next day, the exploration team returned to the Gouda labyrinth through the special teleportation lantern. If there is any flaw in this journey, it is naturally the restrictions and oaths that German needs to bear. Because of using the special teleportation lantern twice, German got a kind of negative trait and a kind of disease. Negative trait: slow reaction, body reaction. Action speed is reduced. Disease: hemophilia, bleeding resistance is halved. And it is very easy to bleed. In fact, hemophilia is not bad. After taking a shot of the herb injection that cures all diseases, it will disappear quickly. Slow reaction is more troublesome. There is no mind remover in the ancient maze. He can only wait until he returns to Greed Island to deal with it. Fortunately, German's champion physique is enough to offset the adverse effects of slow reaction. However, his negative traits have now reached 5 types. Before returning to Greed Island, he should be infected with more. This is the price he must pay. At the same time, the castle built around the tower was finally completed. The tower is still the tallest building, and the castle is only 4 or 5 stories high. Much shorter. Each member of the Dark Continent Post team has his own independent room, and the furniture is basically complete. If you don't look at the plant weapons, gold and silver ingots wandering in the ancient maze, this is completely a magnificent castle built in the suburbs. Everyone also began to use unmanned stones to provide electricity to the inside of the castle, but they used a very direct and crude method. The Elk Centaur tribe also provided a lot of manpower and material resources in the construction of the castle. In return, they were able to trade various strange tools of the human tribe at a discount. Among them, the herb that cures all diseases, the alchemical plant, and the Stone of No One are definitely the most popular among the Elk Centaur tribe. Dong Fulisai once traded the herb that cures all diseases and the alchemical plant with the Elk Centaur tribe. With this as a starting point, he established a century-old friendship with the Elk Centaur tribe. They are definitely familiar with the herb that cures all diseases and the alchemical plant. However, the fact that German and his team could continuously obtain so much still surprised them. The Moose Centaur tribe had never seen such a magical mineral as the unmanned stone. The elders of the tribe had only heard Dong Fulishi describe it once or twice, and now they had really seen the real thing. In short, the trade between the ancient Labyrinth Castle and the Moose Centaur tribe became increasingly close. The Moose Centaur tribe had not forgotten the task that German and his team had given them, which was to collect the writings of various races in the Dark Continent. However, the ordinary collection method is still too difficult. The Dark Continent is too big, and even the settlements of small species and subhuman species are separated by a long distance. Fortunately, they soon brought good news. The small subhuman race Watch Alliance is about to hold this year's conference. The Elk Centaur tribe invited German and others to send representatives to go with them to participate in this conference. Chapter 365. On May 13th, the most valiant warrior of the Elk Centaur tribe, Sela, brought the tribe's traveling merchants and personally brought this important news to the ancient Labyrinth Castle. Everyone was happy to go with the Elk Centaur tribe, so they discussed their representatives in the conference hall. I go. Gene was still lazy, leaning against the creaking chair back, his hands on the back of his head, and his chin was always a stubble that he was too lazy to trim every day. It's better for me to take the lead this time. Everyone looked willing to hear more, waiting for Jin's explanation. If the rules of the ancient labyrinth and the gray desert also apply to the steep mountains, then the joy crack and the stealing tongue that died in March will be reborn next month. Biscuit frowned and understood what Jean meant. That's very likely. It will coincide with the time when the small subhuman Overwatch League conference is held. If we don't deal with them when they are at their weakest, it will become increasingly difficult to defeat them later. Yes. I think that if we want to go to the steep mountains again, the best candidates this time are German, Bisji, Mo Lau and Shiati. Everyone saw how much it cost German to send a large group of people to the steep mountains and back several times. What's more, frequent use of the special transmission lantern may lead to being pulled into the dark space again, which is something no one wants to see. At present, the 4-member elite team is the most practical. Therefore, when Jean quietly proposed to reduce the exploration team to a 4-member team this time, everyone acquiesced, and no one raised any objections. Nakulu, Menchi, Buhala and Sambika are also willing to serve as members of the post-station team stationed in the ancient Maze Castle. Germain looked at Jean, and Jean once again helped him play the bad guy. Jean just smiled at Germain's gaze, and then continued, after eliminating all these factors, I am the best candidate to attend this small subspecies Watch Alliance conference. As far as I know, many small subspecies are very dissatisfied with our group that suddenly appeared here and established a foothold, especially the group of lizardmen who always want to rob our trade routes. Many of their members died at the hands of us and the Moose Centaurs. The lizardmen obviously violated the small subspecies Watch Alliance, but they were not punished, which only shows that the alliance has become so corrupt that it is unbearable to look at. Jean clenched his fists. I think I can make them wake up, which will also make it easier for us to expand our influence in the Dark Continent in the future. He had just been promoted to a champion-level psychic user not long ago, and was looking for a group of suitable targets to try out the deterrent effect he could cause. Of course, this is not his only purpose. At the same time, I can try to get to know more small subhuman races and get more Dark Continent race texts from them. Besides that, I also have selfish motives. I think I might be able to get some information about Dong Fulisai from them. If that's the case. Suddenly, Nakulu interrupted with a hoarse voice. Jean, I go with you. You? Jean looked at Nakulu in surprise. Nakulu, with his hair straight, sat up straight and explained, you need a helper. And I can't do much if I stay in the ancient Maze Castle. I just go with you. He played a big role in the construction of the ancient Maze Castle. He got up early and worked late every day, carrying all kinds of heavy stones and wood with his bare arms. After the castle was built, Nakulu became idle. He spent most of his time wandering in the forest outside the ancient maze and interacting with the surrounding beasts. It's true that Nakulu's personality made him a good friend with many gentle beasts. In this regard, Nakulu set an example, and everyone really didn't want to be surrounded by enemies in the future. If Nakulu can distinguish which beasts are highly aggressive, That is, violent. Which ones can be peaceful as long as they don't take the initiative to cause trouble. And which ones are gentle and timid. It will be of great benefit to everyone's future activities. In general, he is not useless in the ancient Maze Castle. At least he can record and supplement the Beast chapter in the New World Chronicle. However, now there is an opportunity to go far away and meet more strange beasts along the way. Nakulu is very happy to go. Traveling with the Gold and Moose Centaur warriors will also be a good journey experience for Nakuru to improve his combat power. Emolawu said with relief, if so, I support you. Nakuru was very happy that his teacher could support him. He did not plan to leave the Dark Continent for the time being. His purpose was of course to hone himself and complete the mission of a beast hunter. However, Emolawu was different. After defeating the 2 champion-level demons in the steep mountains again, he was going to follow German back to Greed Island. Nakulu and Jean, after attending the small subhuman Overwatch League conference, will most likely not be able to return to the ancient labyrinth until early to mid-July. And German, Shiati and Emolawu will return to the ancient labyrinth in mid or late June after another expedition to the steep mountains, and then teleport back to Greed Island. This time they are familiar with the route, and they know the weaknesses and attack patterns of the Pleasure Crack and the Stealing Tongue. Moreover, they are at their weakest when they have just been reborn, so they will definitely not consume a long time this time. Well, if everything goes well, they will most likely miss the chance to meet. Emolawu could suggest waiting in the ancient maze until Jean and Nakula come back, and then they can teleport back to Greed Island after meeting. However, firstly, it is unknown when Jean and Nakula will come back, and secondly, men don't need to be so hypocritical. Even so, thinking of this, the master and apprentice felt a little sad. This means that after this separation, they will not be able to meet again for a long time. The more this happened, the more Emolawu wanted to let Nakula go. He believed that his disciple was capable of standing on his own. So, the representative sent by the ancient labyrinth castle was confirmed to be Jean and Nakulu. The two of them followed Sela back to the Elk Centaur tribe, and would soon set off to the east. The small subhuman race Watch Alliance conference would be held in early June and end in mid-June. The conference venue was still quite far from here. They needed to cross mountains and ridges to get there, so it was best to set off now. And German and others quietly waited until early June to form an exploration team consisting of him, Bisky, Emolawu and Shiati, and headed to the steep mountains again. Take advantage of their weakness to kill them. Chapter 366. Half of 1999 has passed in the blink of an eye, and the millennium is getting closer and closer. Many shocking rumors of doom have also spread widely. Kurapika always hears similar rumors on the way to taxis, airships, and trains, which are spread among the chattering passengers. He doesn't believe such lies at all, and always treats them coldly. But his two companions are different, and seem to take them seriously. Killa and Gon are a few years younger than him, and are still in a period of young and immature thinking. It's okay that Gon was born in a remote place. Even though Killua was born in the Zoldyck family, and has been wandering in the dark for many years, their experience is still not as good as Kurapika's. Since learning Nin, Kurapika has followed Germain, Melody, and Yongu. They are all excellent Nin users. Kurapika's experience with them has greatly broadened his horizons. Killua and Gon are not like that. They are still naive. Especially Gon. While eating Killua's favorite chocolate candies, they would discuss with great interest what they should do after the various world-destroying crises of the millennium. What they talked about most was how to build a fortress in the end of the world. They were the two kings of the fortress. The two boys also promised Kurapika that they would let him in when the time came. Kurapika could only smile helplessly. Kurapika would occasionally participate in these discussions, but more often for Gon and Killua. The three of them and Leorio, who had already left, got along very well, and Kurapika didn't want to hurt this hard-earned friendship. In fact, the three of them had left the Sky Arena for more than a month. Of course, they left the Sky Arena only after fulfilling their respective agreements with teacher Germain. Time goes back. In February, the first match of the Sky Arena that Kurapika participated in gave him the privilege of going directly to the 190th floor. Kurapika didn't want to waste too much time below the 200th floor, so he deliberately showed his Nin ability. Of course, the referee could tell at a glance that Kurapika was a Nin user, and a very powerful one with considerable Nin combat experience. In fact, leaving him on any floor below the 200th floor would be unfair to the other contestants. The reason why the 200th floor was not mentioned directly was that the referee intended to observe and buffer a little. As a result, Kurapika easily won the subsequent duel and climbed to the 200th floor smoothly and steadily. Of course, many people think this is a shady deal. They can't see what's so special about this young man with long golden hair. If you don't see it in person, it's hard to understand how the light ring chain can knock down an opponent as strong as an ox. However, when Kurapika started the first duel on the 200th floor and won, all doubts were swept away. Everyone knows that there are no underdogs and no luck above the 200th floor. The teacher is right. Kurapika couldn't help but think of what Germain had said to him before. When you reach a stage that people can't imagine or reach, all the jealousy and resentment towards you will turn into fanatical support for you. That's how Kurapika got his first batch of fans in the Sky Arena. Although he didn't need it. Every time he had a game, there would always be a fixed group of people watching, betting, cheering, and asking for autographs. There were more and more people like this. Kurapika's duel on the 200th floor was not smooth sailing. He won quite a few games, but also lost 2 games at one point. There were only 2 more defeats left before the wins were reset and recalculated. Fortunately, he withstood the pressure. The healing thumb chain in the ring chain provided terrifying endurance. The plundering index finger chain, the binding middle finger chain, the ring finger soul-chasing chain, and the judgment pinky chain played a miraculous role. His current ring chain is not used to target the phantom troop, or to use his own life to make restrictions and oaths. The power is definitely not as strong as the original storyline, but it is comprehensive and sustainable. The ability combination of the ring chain is ever-changing, and Kurapika often releases smoke bombs to confuse other competitors and make it difficult for them to distinguish his true nin ability. Many people still think he is an operational nin user. In addition, his combat power has been promoted from the brave level to the elite level in the high-intensity training of the 200th floor. Such a terrifying and calm young man finally achieved a result of 10 wins and 2 losses in the Sky Arena and got the opportunity to challenge the Sky Arena floor master. It was a tough battle in late April. Kurapika was suppressed by the floor master for a time and was about to lose. Finally, he had to use the red eyes. During the duration of the red eyes, Kurapika's combat power was forcibly raised to the master level. This life-consuming method allowed him to win the final victory at the fastest speed. The defeated floor master left in despair, and Kurapika ascended to the position of the new floor master in a slightly embarrassed manner. At this time, he had fulfilled his promise with Germain. He can go to Greed Island and join Germain's team. However, Kurapika finally decided to wait, because Gon and Killua had already reached the 200th floor in March, and they were not far from fulfilling their agreement with Germain. Their agreement was to choose one of 2 options. One was to become a floor master like Kurapika, and the other was to win 3 games on the 200th floor. After watching Kurapika's hard fight, Gon and Killua also realized that it was too difficult for them to become floor masters with their current strength. So they chose the first option. They made full use of the 90-day battle preparation period on the 200th floor, during which they followed Yun-gu and learned the basics of Nin before starting to participate in the competition. Later, in mid-May, Killua and Gon each won 3 games on the 200th floor and reached an agreement with Germain. It also means that they are about to be promoted from the apprentice level to the hero level. Such talent. Even Kurapika sighed in his heart. The time they spent on training Nin was much shorter than his own. Worthy of being the sons of Silva Zoldyck and King Fulishi, Kurapika has been waiting until now, intending to go to Greed Island with Gon and Killua, who are quite compatible with him. Seeing that they have reached an agreement with the teacher, Kurapika is sincerely happy. Afterwards, Killua suddenly challenged Kurapika. Actually, it was not sudden, as he had always been upset about his defeat to Kurapika in the professional hunter exam. On the 200th floor, Killua was unable to fight with Kurapika in order to learn the ability of Nin, and saw Kurapika become the floor master. Now that he has a new combat power, the ability of mind, he naturally wants to try it out to see how much the gap between him and Kurapika has narrowed. Kurapika was slightly surprised, but still agreed. The contestants on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena need to win 10 games to challenge the floor master. Killua obviously does not meet the challenge conditions, so Kurapika and Killua choose another venue to fight. So, Killua fought with Kurapika again, but to his disappointment, he was defeated again. Killua knew he would lose, but he didn't expect to lose so badly. It seemed that the gap between him and Kurapika's combat power had not been shortened by learning the ability of Nin. This was because Kurapika was also getting stronger. Killua actually knew the reason, but it gave him a headache. His target was not only Kurapika, but also his older brother Illumi, who was stronger than Kurapika, and Germain, who was even stronger than Illumi. Killua still had such a gap in strength with Kurapika. So when can he completely break free from Illumi's control? And when can he challenge Germain? After being defeated by Kurapika, Killua asked Yungu, who taught him the ability of Nin, how to defeat Kurapika, Illumi and Germain. Actually, I have taught you everything I can teach you. Yungu put his hands behind his back and answered calmly. With your qualifications, catching up with Kurapika and Illumi should only be a matter of hard work and time. Then, he showed a bitter smile. As for Germain, you can continue to practice with him as your goal, which will definitely be of great benefit to you. But how to defeat and surpass him is not a question I can answer. I believe that there are not many people in the entire 6 continents who can answer this question. Killua swallowed his saliva and once again realized that Germain's strength was probably not the concept of much stronger than Illumi that he had thought before. It is very likely that Germain and Illumi are not on the same level at all, and are even much stronger than the elders in his family. For a moment, Killua thought clearly about the strange attitude of the elders when Germain visited their home, and the solemnity of entrusting him to Germain. The family elders, Angu and Kurapika, were so secretive that he felt a sense of horror, and at the same time, he sincerely looked forward to meeting Germain again. Germain left them here for a few months and never showed up again. No one knew where he went. Even his disciples could not know his whereabouts. Killua asked about Yungu again. After all, it was Germain who gave him to Yungu to take care of temporarily. Yungu gave a familiar bitter smile. He did have an idea of where Germain went, but he couldn't say it, so he just made a perfunctory answer. Looking at Killua's confused expression, Yungu sighed in his heart. I understand this feeling, because my teacher and my teacher's teacher also behaved like this, and they were like dragons that were hard to find. It took Kate several years to find King Frisch in order to become a master. People like Nakuroku, Shudo, Palm, and Shiki, who have teachers around them for most of the year, are actually quite lucky. Sujia watched the entire battle between Kurapika and Killua and felt sorry for Killua's defeat. However, he also understood that Kurapika was not an opponent they could defeat. He comforted Killua. However, Killua put his hands on the back of his head and pretended to be like I lost. I didn't care. Only Killua knows what he is thinking. Later, Gon told Kurapika and Gon a good news about Leorio. Since entering the Sky Arena, they have never lost contact with their friends. However, whether it is Gon and the other 3, or Leorio, they are all very busy, so they basically call once a week. Leorio just called and told Gon that he has basically confirmed that he has been admitted to Brahma Medical University. When everyone parted in February, Germain gave Leorio a letter of introduction, allowing him to meet Dr. Lee of Brahma Medical University and become her disciple. Afterwards, Dr. Lee supervised Leorio in preparing for the entrance exam to Brahma Medical University while teaching him his Nin ability. Leorio had completed the exam not long ago, and judging from the estimated score, he was basically certain to enter Brahma Medical University and officially become Dr. Lee's student. He called Sijia and told him the good news happily. However, his progress in Nin ability was far slower than that in medical knowledge. His progress was the slowest among the 4, since it is no longer a problem to be admitted to Brahma Medical University. Leorio will be able to devote himself to the study of Nin ability in the next period of time. Kurapika and Killua were happy for Leorio and sent congratulatory text messages afterwards. Leorio replied to Killua's text message with thank you, but he added a paragraph to Kurapika's reply. Thank you very much, teacher. Mr. Germain's letter of introduction helped me a lot. Otherwise, I would definitely not have the opportunity to meet Dr. Lee. Even if I met him, she would not be able to teach me in her spare time. Now there is no chance for me to be admitted to Brahma Medical University. I don't have Mr. Germain's contact information. Please convey my sincere gratitude to him on my behalf. After I finish my studies, I will definitely try to repay him. Leorio knew very well that Dr. Lee was willing to contact him in the first place for someone's sake. He is not the kind of ungrateful person. After reading the text message sent by Leorio, Kurapika showed a bitter smile similar to Yungu. The problem is, I can't contact the teacher either. But he remembered that whenever he had the chance to meet Germain, he would definitely pass on the message to Leorio. Chapter 367. When Kurapika, Killua, Gon and Leorio were all doing well, Tomoki, who was also in the Sky Arena, was in a difficult and embarrassing situation. His winning rate on the 200th floor was quite high, but he had never been able to achieve 10 wins before 4 losses, so he never had the opportunity to challenge the floor master like Kurapika. This made Tomoki very envious of Kurapika, and at the same time very frustrated. He actually started learning in about a week earlier than Kurapika last year, and more than half a year earlier than Gon and Killua. But, look at the result now. Kurapika's current combat power is far better than his, and he even succeeded in becoming the floor master of the Sky Arena. Killua and Gon also reached the 200th floor one after another, and won 100% of the 3 wins. Of course, this 100% win rate is because they only played 3 games, and they will not play again, and they are not very interested in becoming the floor master. But Shishi wants to stay in the Sky Arena and continue to challenge to become the floor master. However, it took Killua and Gon less than half a year to improve their combat power to this level, and Shishi couldn't help but marvel at this. Kurapika, Killua and Gon, who are all extremely talented, were discovered and brought to the Sky Arena by the same person, Mr. Germain. Shishi also had to decide that Mr. Germain had a keen eye, although Killua and Gon have family bloodline factors. If you count up, whose ancestors didn't have strong people? In the end, it was the useless descendants of the strong people who ruined this bloodline. Killua and Gon are obviously not among them. They are examples of having bloodline, talent, firm will, and hard work. It's okay that Kurapika is a few years older than him. Killua and Gon are the same age as him. Shishi watched them use their talents to close the gap with him in a few months. This was really a terrifying and stressful experience. This almost defeated Shishi at one point. Yungu was keenly aware of the change in his disciple's state of mind at this time. Smiled slightly, stood up and patiently persuaded him. Shishi, don't be discouraged. Your qualifications are definitely genius level among your peers. But the 3 of them are geniuses among geniuses. And you just happen to meet the 3 of them at the same time. This will make you feel a big gap. But don't be discouraged. You are definitely one of the top ones among your peers. As your teacher, I am sure of this. There is a reason why they have such talent and strength. Kurapika is the disciple selected by Germain. Killua is the most talented child of Zoldyck family. And Gon is the son of King Fulishi, one of the 5 best nin users in the world. So, don't worry. The hard source flow has been proven by predecessors that as long as you work hard, you will definitely get the corresponding results. Don't doubt yourself. And don't doubt the hard source flow. With Yungu's patient comfort, Shishi finally felt a little better. And then he became curious again. Teacher's representative. Shishi asked his teacher. We follow the heart source flow. So what school do they follow? Yungu adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses, thought for a while, and replied, Killua and Gon learn from me, which can be regarded as the heart source flow. As for Kurapika, as far as I know, he follows the blood source school proposed by Germain. Shishi asked in surprise, what is the difference between them? The difference lies in the difference between the word heart and blood. Yungu said, we believe that martial arts growth must first cultivate the heart, while Germain believes that martial arts growth must break through the limits in bloody fights. Oh, then, which school is stronger? Shishi blinked his ignorant eyes. I can't say which is better or worse. I can only say whether it is suitable. Shishi, your and Gon's personalities are more suitable for the heart stream, while Kurapika and Killua are obviously more suitable for the blood stream. However, whether it is the heart stream or the blood stream, their starting points are similar, and they end up in the same place. After Yungu's explanation, Shishi nodded as if he understood. Then, after learning that Kurapika, Killua and Gon were about to leave the Sky Arena together, Yungu came forward and said to Killua and Gon, congratulations. You have passed the last stage of the Professional Hunter exam. I hope you can create your own light on the road of professional hunters in the future. Then, we have to separate now. Kurapika mentioned the concept of the last level to Killua and Gon before. So when Killua and Gon were taken to the Sky Arena by Germain and learned Nin under the guidance of Yungu, they already had guesses in their hearts. When they heard Yungu confirm it in person, Killua and Gon were surprised and happy even if they guessed it right. Then, They felt sad about leaving the Sky Arena and parting with Yungu and Jishi. However, all good things must come to an end. After leaving the Sky Arena, their next stop was not Greed Island, but Gon's hometown, Whale Island. Gon couldn't wait to tell his favorite Ant-Man everything that happened during his career, from the professional hunter exam to the final trial in the Sky Arena. Of course, there was also news about Jean. Kurapika and Killua were naturally happy to go back with him. Kurapika was very interested in the place where the famous Jean lived in his childhood. Killua was just going to Whale Island to play with Gon. When they arrived at Whale Island, Kim's cousin MIT and Gon's great-grandmother warmly entertained Kurapika and Killua and made them feel at home as much as possible. After all, Whale Island was too small and too remote, and Gon only had a little girl as his playmate. Now, Gon brought 2 friends to visit, which made MIT and great-grandmother very happy. Making friends and traveling with friends is what MIT and great-grandmother want to see, instead of embarking on the professional hunter path that made them scared. However, Sijia has already set out on his journey, and his 2 friends are also traveling together on this journey. So Mick can't persuade him anymore. At the same time, she saw the relatively calm Kurapika and Killua, and felt relieved, thinking that with them by his side, Sijia shouldn't cause any trouble. Then, Sijia talked about many things in the past 6 months. Mitt, who had short orange hair, listened with great interest, but once she mentioned Kin, her face became long and her expression was very unpleasant. There was no way. She had a big prejudice against Jean. It can be seen from the fact that she was willing to take the custody of Sijia from Jean at the risk of being unmarried for life. Jean brought Sijia back to Whale Island to ask her great-grandmother to take care of Sijia. But Mitt, who was still very young at the time, directly took over the future care of Sijia and scolded Jean, asking him not to come back in the future. She was just angry at the time. After all, she couldn't stop them from getting together, but she didn't expect Jean to never come back. This made Mitt even more angry. Mitt couldn't imagine what Sijia would be like now if he had grown up under Jin's care. In the years that followed, she poured almost all of her love into Sijia, and she was dismissive of all those suitors. Mitt didn't want to get married, and didn't plan to get married. It was a pity that even if Sijia grew up in an environment away from Jin, he eventually chose to follow his father's footsteps. Mick couldn't help but sigh at fate. Although she felt very unhappy about Sijia mentioning Jean, she couldn't help but soften her heart in the end and handed over a box left by Jean to Sijia. Sijia then knew that the clues about his father had been lying quietly just a few meters away from his bedroom. However, he was not angry because of Aunt MIT's concealment. He understood Aunt MIT and had long regarded Aunt MIT as his mother. Aunt MIT was just afraid that Sijia would hurt him after knowing the existence of Jean. After all, her previous explanation was that Gon's parents died in an accident, not that they abandoned him. Afterwards, Gon poured his mind energy into the box, thus unlocking the seal and obtaining the 3 things that Jean left behind: a ring, a cassette, and a tape. Kurapika recognized the ring and cassette at a glance as the entrance ticket to Greed Island. After listening to Kurapika's explanation, Gon finally understood what Germain meant by what he said at the time. He said, "Gon, if you really want to meet me, your incompetent father, come find me somewhere. If you want to know where that place is, you need to learn the ability of mine first, and then try to get to a place called Greed Island. Find it yourself." Jean should have left you enough clues. It turned out that Jean did leave clues pointing to Greed Island. Sijia was very excited. Only after Killua reminded him did he remember to listen to the contents of the tape. Sijia heard his father's voice for the first time in the tape recorder. What Jean said was similar to what Germain said, and he also asked Sijia to find him and catch him. After that, Jean mentioned Sijia's mother, but Sijia immediately pressed the stop button of the tape recorder. He felt that it didn't matter who his biological mother was, and Mitt was his mother. The tape soon self-destructed under the influence of the telepathy ability. Now only Jean and a few people know who Sijia's mother is. Kurapika and Killua looked at the destroyed tapes with regret, but Gon was very satisfied. After that, they stayed on Whale Island for nearly a month. Gon took Kurapika and Killua to play on the island and met his childhood playmate. Kurapika could see that Gon's childhood playmate, a girl with orange twin tails, seemed to be interested in Gon. However, neither Gon nor Killua noticed this emotion. In addition, the orange twin-tailed girl was very shy, so Kurapika didn't point it out. After almost a month, they left Whale Island and planned to try to go to Greed Island. And how to enter? Kurapika must know the most. Kurapika looked at the expectant eyes of Sijia and Killua and muttered in his heart, I can go in directly, but there is a high probability that Greed Island will not let Sijia and Killua go. Liza will definitely expel them faithfully, even if one of them is Jin's son and the other is the person taken care of by the teacher. In this case, we can only use the normal way to enter. After Kurapika figured out the connection, he pointed to the ring and cartridge that Jin left for Sijia and said, the key is them. Sijia already has a ring and a cartridge, and I also have a ring. Now all we need is a special Greed Island game console and Killua's ring. Killua and Sijia looked at each other, and then asked in confusion, then where should we go to collect the rest? Kurapika smiled and said, I just know a place that has both Greed Island game consoles and extra rings. They're in a mansion by a lake. It is a mansion located in a forest on the Eurubian continent. The teacher took me there. There should still be someone managing it now. Killua and Sijia immediately decided to go there happily. That's why the three of them came to the gate of the mansion that Biscuit bought on this day in mid-June. After returning from the Kaken Empire, Biscuit and Kurapika did leave the Greed Island game console and several spare rings here. This mansion is even one of the several teleportation points for Greed Island to directly teleport personnel to the Eurubian continent. The people who are now living in this mansion and entertaining them are of course Greed Island staff. Shortly after Kurapika, Gon and Killua entered the Sky Arena. They were sent here by Greed Island to be on standby at any time, even if it was not clearly stated. Germain and Duan guessed the next move of Kurapika, Gon and Killua. Now it is as they expected. Chapter 368. Buzz. After a short buzzing in his ears, Kurapika opened his eyes and came to the spherical palace covered with a silver-white network. This was not his first time to experience the teleportation of Greed Island, nor would it be the last time. He was already very familiar with it. Neither Killua nor Gon had ever tried such a magical teleportation journey. Kurapika needed to show them the full steps of how to enter Greed Island. In the spherical palace, Kurapika saw Ida, one of the twins. Without surprise, blue-eyed Ida sat on the suspended control panel, her silver medium-length hair covered by a blue mechanical hood, and her petite face always had a service-like smile. Kurapika, long time no see. Welcome back. Thank you. Kurapika didn't have much contact with the twins, and he relied purely on their eye color and their positions to distinguish their identities. Ida, is Mr. Germain back? Not yet. Ida answered honestly and mechanically. Do you need me to leave him a message for you? He will be able to see it the first time he returns to Greedy Island. Kurapika was slightly disappointed, but still shook his head and said, there is no need for that. I will contact the teacher later. This was the first time that Germain stayed in the Dark Continent for such a long time, which surprised Kurapika. By the way, Kurapika remembered the business. Gon's son Gon and Zoldyck family's child Killua will enter Greedy Island after me later. Ida finally made a slightly bigger move. She nodded, yeah. I saw they were queuing. I have sent messages to Duan, Lister, and Liza. Then, Yida asked again, Kurapika, do you want to use your administrator account or set up a new player account? Set up a new player account. I want to help Killua and Gon get through the novice period. Kurapika knows how disadvantaged novice players are in Greed Island Z in the early stage. If he wants to help Killua and Gon in the early stage of the game, he has to use a new player account. Using an administrator account is definitely not allowed. At least not for the time being. Ida smiled slightly, tapping the buttons on the console with her fingers. Okay, I've set it up for you. Then, without further ado, let me tell you about some updates to the latest version of Greed Island. Kurapika hadn't been back to Greed Island for several months. The last time he was here, the new version of Greed Island was still in the internal testing stage, but now it has been fully released. In fact, he has always been paying attention to the developments on Greed Island, combining the Greed Island forum, the Professional Hunter website, and what he saw with his own eyes. He knew what changes Greed Island had, but now he was still politely listening quietly. Ida first explained the expansion of the card library of Greedy Island Z, the increase in the main and side quests, the increase in the number of NPCs and interactions, and the rules of defeat. When entering Greedy Island Z, the player's starting health is 4,000 points, and the upper limit of health can be increased or decreased. Before the battle begins, You need to bet at least one card as a bet. The party with less than 10 cards in the magic book library is protected, and other players cannot force it to fight. When the two sides fight, once the health of one party drops to 0 points, it is considered defeated. The defeated party will be forcibly sent to Elena's spherical palace, and the bet cards will be returned to the winner after the settlement. Red-Eyed Elena is the other twin, who was originally responsible for the exit of Greedy Island. The defeated party can make a choice in Elena's spherical palace to leave Greedy Island Z, or teleport into the teleportation point on Greedy Island Z that has been lit by the defeated party and reset the status. Similarly, on Greedy Island Z, if the health value drops to 0 for various reasons, they will be forcibly sent to Elena's spherical palace. Kurapika knew why there was such a strange defeat rule. This is a new rule set by the administrators of Greedy Island Z to prevent too many players from dying in this real game. For 1,000 health points is definitely far beyond the player's death line. When the health points drop to 0 points, they will be forced to enter Elena's spherical palace, which is actually a protection for them. After the protection period of Elena's spherical palace, the defeated players will have to make a choice. The defeated party can choose to leave Greedy Island Z. In this way, there will be no players who keep losing, and lose until they can't get the cards needed to leave Greedy Island Z, and are trapped on Greedy Island for years. The defeated party can also choose to teleport to any teleport point lit by the player in Greedy Island Z and reset the status. Reset status means that the health value is restored to the original upper limit and all abnormal status disappears. However, there may be a winner or loser who uses the spell magnetism to chase the opponent and want to continue the second battle. Therefore, players of Greedy Island Z often act in groups to avoid being eaten all the way to bankruptcy. At the same time, they also have to be careful of the third and fourth groups who might take advantage of them. All kinds of tactics need to be decided by them according to the situation at that time. Players can force each other to start fighting. And of course, there are cards that force them to refuse and break off the battle. These must be obtained in the main and side quests of Greed Island Z. Yida also explained the red named player penalty. Despite the setting of life value, there are still players who have some methods that really kill people. This shows that these players were aiming to kill people from the beginning. Such players will be given a red name and permanently expelled from the game Greed Island Z. And then all players will be notified. However, Greed Island Z will not have any other punishment for red name players, and will not contact the official. Finally, Ida told Kurapika all the rules that should be explained immediately. As for the more comprehensive and complete rules, they are listed in the player instructions, and players can check them at any time through the materialized magic book. Kurapika, I wish you a happy game. Ida finally said to Kurapika. Please enjoy the game we made. Even Kurapika, who was not very familiar with Ida, felt her true happiness from this sentence. I will. Kurapika replied and walked out of the spherical palace. He walked down a spiral stone staircase, and this was considered that he officially entered Greed Island Z. Before he stepped out of the brick building that stood like a water tower, he saw 2 silver spells on the ground in front of him. Kurapika had read the forum guide and knew that it was one of the new features of Greed Island Z. Player advice. All players can see the advice messages left by other online players on the ground nearby. In general, the original intention of this system was to hope that old players could help new players play the game faster and better. At least at the beginning. Kurapika walked over and stepped on one of them, and the player advice materialized in front of him. There is a magnificent view ahead. Please witness it. He looked up and saw a green grassland that seemed to have no end, which was indeed magnificent and beautiful. Kurapika checked the second player advice. There is no horse in front, so it is very useful to sprint next. After Kurapika liked the 2 player advices, he held his chin and thought for a while, and then looked at the seemingly open grassland with no shelter with caution. After a while, Killua and Gon also left the spherical palace and came to Kurapika. They were obviously very excited, and Ida's explanation had fully mobilized their enthusiasm. However, the 2 teenagers were very surprised to see Kurapika's solemn face at this time. Kurapika, what's wrong with you? Gon asked curiously. Nothing. Kurapika turned around and said to the 2. Next, we have to sprint all the way until we leave this dangerous area. Danger area? Killua and Gon immediately became serious. Is there danger here? Kurapika explained. Where we are standing now is still a protected area. After leaving, there will be no protection. Maybe some old players will come here from time to tease new players. We don't have any cards yet, so they can't start a forced battle with us. But they can still use spell cards to make us look bad. In this case, we just need to sprint. Killua and Gon were eager to try, without any panic or fear. So, the three of them started their game journey of Greed Island Z. Chapter 369. June 14th. Dark Continent. Ancient Labyrinth. Castle Tower top floor. The purple lines lit up. A lantern emerged. And then 4 figures and 4 little ghosts emerged from the light and shadow. After the messenger ghost disappeared, Germain put away the lantern and checked what he had been infected with during this trip to and from the steep mountains. Negative traits: weakness, reduced disease resistance, more susceptible to disease. Disease burnout. The probability of virtue generation is greatly reduced. As usual, Germain first gave himself a shot of the herb injection that cures all diseases to eliminate the disease burnout. As for the negative trait, sickness, he would have to wait until he returned to Greed Island to deal with it. In comparison, sickness should be quite high on his negative trait elimination list. At this time, Biscuit, who was traveling with him, was stretching his body and making a clacking sound. Xiaodi was squatting on the side, staring at him with concern. Like a cat, Mo Lawu rang the bronze bell on the top of the tower. Dong dong dong. This time, they successfully defeated the 2 champion-level demons deep in the cave in the steep mountain range. Before that, they waited patiently for a long time in the steep mountains. The cave that had collapsed had been cleared day and night by the human-breeding beast Papu, and the spacious environment had been restored. They voluntarily injected all the electricity they had accumulated into the ground, gradually awakening the tongue of stealing and the crack of pleasure. The final fate of the human-breeding beast Papu, who did this, was naturally to become a dry corpse. The first to be reborn was the tongue of stealing. The 4 of them took advantage of its weakness and rushed forward to annihilate it again. A quarter of an hour later, the Joy Crack was also reborn. At this time, Germain realized that their rebirth time was closely related to their death time, with a difference, but not big. So, Germain asked Xiaodi, Bisji and Mo Lawu to deal with the Joy Crack temporarily. After a minute, they killed the weak Joy Crack. In this way, the rebirth time between the Joy Crack and the stealing tongue will be staggered more, which will be more conducive to their next crusade. However, they may not come before they are reborn next time. This is just to prepare for the rainy day. Unfortunately, because the Joyous Rift and the stealing tongue did not make peace, no unmanned stone was born. Of course, their main purpose of coming here was achieved. That is, German obtained 2 more teleportation lanterns. At the same time, they retrieved some corpses of the human-breeding beast Pap, as well as the body tissues of the stealing tongue and the Joyous Rift. They were stored in Xiaodi's bulging-eyed fish, and they would all be taken back to the Greedy Island when the time came. After returning to the ancient labyrinth, everyone joined up with Minchi, Buhala, and Sambika, who stayed behind. After confirmation, it was found that neither the representatives of the Moose People nor Jean and Nakulu had returned from the small subhuman race watch meeting. They waited until the end of this month, June 30th, when the painful bloodthirsty apostles were reborn. But Jean and Nakulu had not returned. It seemed that Jean and Nakulu would not be able to return until July. In a casual manner, after German saw the painful bloodthirsty apostles, he obtained another teleportation lantern. In this way, the number of free teleportation lanterns in his hand reached 8. At the same time, Xiaodi and others harvested 71 healing herbs from the painful bloodthirsty apostle this time. Originally, the plan was that German, Xiaodi and Mo Lawu should teleport back to Greed Island now, and there was no need to stay here to wait for Jean and Nakulu. However, German saw that the teleportation lantern would be cooled down by July 25th. So he had another idea. After July 25th, he could complete the teleportation without using the silver triangle and consuming 3 free teleportation lanterns. At least for now. His spare teleportation lanterns are still very scarce. Then, just wait another month. Anyway, it's only 1 month away. With such a legitimate reason, Mo Lawu himself is also very concerned about Nakula's current situation. So he half-heartedly decided to wait. Xiaodi didn't care about returning to Greed Island a month later. Anyway, she can still live here. After all, the 2 people she cares about most now, German and Biscuit, are here. Finally, on July 15th, Jean and Nakula came back. They were exhausted and could not hide their tiredness from the journey. But they were quite surprised to see German, Xiaodi and Mo Lawu. Why are you still here? I thought you teleported away last month and returned to Greed Island. German explained the reason. And Jean and Nakula suddenly realized it. Tell me about your experience on this trip, German asked. Everyone gathered around with interest. Minchi's leg injury had long been healed, and she cooked a big meal for Jean and Nakulu. Nakulu was so full of food that he had no time to speak. So Jean had to tell him about his experiences in the past 2 months. Jean ignored the hardships and difficulties along the way and jumped directly to the small subhuman watch meeting. To be honest, I'm disappointed. Jean curled his lips. His chin had not been trimmed for a long time, leaving a beard like a beard. The small subhuman race watch conference was just a conference of dozens of small tribes. Not as grand as I imagined. There were no powerful enemies at the conference. The strongest was only a master, and his body had been corroded by corruption. They disdained our existence and wanted to seek justice for the lizard race. So we used our fists to teach them what justice is. After I killed the president of the alliance, the remaining members became a mess. And then, they fearfully hoped that I would be the new president. I had no interest in this. So I pushed my companion Sela to become the president. In this way, we could establish contact with dozens of subhuman race tribes through the Mu Centaur tribe. After that, I began to collect information about Dong Fulisai and the various languages and characters of the Dark Continent that they knew. They knew nothing about Dong Fulisai, but gave me a large number of characters of various races. Unfortunately, I compared the fragments of the Western chapter, and none of them matched. But, no matter what, these languages and characters are very valuable. So I copied them all and brought them back. You can take them back to Greed Island and give them to Pio. This is the experience of Jean and Nakulu on this long journey. Although they did not achieve their most desired goal, there were many unexpected surprises. Controlling the conference, contacting dozens of subhuman tribes, many languages and characters, and seeing and hearing along the way. Both Jean and Nakulu benefited a lot. This journey also marks that the scope of the post station's activities has expanded significantly. Every place within the scope of activities has a subhuman tribe as a foothold, which will make their future actions easier. Since Jean and Nakula returned safely, there is no reason for German and others to stay in the ancient maze. Before leaving, Mo Lawu asked Nakulu if he wanted to go back to the 6 continents with him. Nakula refused. This long journey obviously made him more courageous than before. He wanted to stay here, and together with Jean, Bischi and others, take advantage of the momentum of the small subhuman races Overwatch League to establish connections with more tribes and gain more knowledge. Teacher, I still remember your expectations of me in the World Tree and the Republic of Dongguchuo. I will definitely become a beast hunter who can stand on my own. Seeing this, Mo Lawu did not persuade him anymore. While sighing at Nakula's growth, he made an agreement with Nakulu to meet up in the Dark Continent later. This time he went back to the 6 continents. If nothing unexpected happened, he would follow the Hunter Association's exploration team and sail to the Dark Continent by sea. In this way, German, Xiaodi and Mo Lawu were teleported back to Greed Island on July 26th. After staying in the Dark Continent for nearly half a year, the 3 of them were a little dazed when they returned to the dungeon hall of Lamilu Castle. What made them even more dazed was that the person waiting for them at the teleportation point this time was President Netero. Chapter 370. A ray of sunlight came through the gap between the curtains that were not completely tightened, sewing on Germain's closed eyelids like a golden thread. The discomfort woke him up. After regaining consciousness, he looked at the light gray ceiling for a long time before he felt the heavy and soft weight pressing down on his upper body. Xiaodi lay in front of his chest covered with gray rune marks. The heavy black framed glasses were casually thrown on the bedside table, and her sleeping face was lazy, relaxed, and slack. Her side face hid German's chest, which made her mouth pout, revealing her small teeth. She was sleeping like a baby. Xiaodi, who was naked and slippery, always made German feel that his fingers on her back would break her skin if he put a little force on them. This made German feel an indescribable pity every time he hugged Xiaodi. He turned his head and glanced at the electronic alarm clock on the bedside table, which showed 9:02 a.m. It was time to get up. Germain knew that he couldn't indulge in the gentleness, but he didn't want to wake up Xiaodi, who was sleeping soundly. So he could only move Xiaodi away little by little. then pull away and slip away from the bed. Fortunately, Shiati always relaxed her vigilance when she slept with Germain. Even if she felt Germain's movement, she just murmured softly, reached out and hugged the pillow beside her, rested her head on it, and continued to sleep without opening her eyes. Germain closed the frosted glass door of the bathroom, stood in front of the large mirror, brushed his teeth, and recalled the madness of the entire Lamila castle last night. He, Shiati and Mo Lawu were like victorious generals, and the No Man's Stone was like the head of the enemy king. The whole castle was celebrating their victory. Those who participated in the banquet were all acquaintances, but there were also many unexpected and reasonable members present. An amazing feast prepared by Grandma Linya and her disciples almost turned last night into a sleepless night. Fortunately, President Netero took the initiative to stop the activities of the young people who were running around in a wheel with vigorous energy and excitement. The celebratory dinner ended. However, when the crowd dispersed, President Netero quietly said to Germain, "Remember to get up early tomorrow and come to see me. I have something to talk to you about." Germain came out of the bathroom and bumped into Shiati, who seemed to have just woken up. She only wore an open-collared white shirt and tight pink shorts, and walked over barefoot from the bed. I don't know if she forgot or didn't want to. Anyway, she still didn't wear glasses on her nose, and her eyes narrowing into two slanting downward lines. Although she squinted her eyes, Shiati was able to sense the temperature like a snake and moved closer to Germain. She stretched out her hands and placed them on Germain's shoulders, then bent over, raised her hips, and drooped her head downward, looking like she had not slept enough. The shirt collar and the majestic snow-capped mountains were forced to succumb to gravity, and the latter showed an amazing Japanese rice cake-like curve. Of course, this was a view that Germain could often see, so it was not surprising. "Did I wake you up? If you didn't sleep well, do you want to go back to bed and lie down for a while?" Germain asked with concern. Shiati supported his shoulders, still bending over him, motionless, making him feel that Shiati had fallen asleep again. After a while, her confused voice came, wait a minute, let me do this. It will be fine in a while." Finally, 3 minutes later, Shiati stood up with the help of Germain's shoulders. She opened her eyes and looked at Germain, then closed them again, yawned, and went to the bathroom with her head shaking. Germain leaned against the door and said, "I'm going to see President Netero. We made an appointment last night. You should go have breakfast first." Shiati, who was sitting on the toilet, responded weakly. Arriving at President Netero's door, Germain just raised his hand to knock on the door when he heard President Netero's voice from inside, "Come in. The door is not locked." Judging from Germain's experience, President Netero must have known that Germain was in the corridor and waited for Germain to knock on the door before speaking. President Netero likes to tease the people around him in all kinds of insignificant little things, and almost no one can escape his claws. Germain pushed the door open. "You came earlier than I thought." President Netero's pale long hair and beard, which he trimmed during the Chimera Ant Crusade, have grown back. He stroked his beard with a smile. I thought you and Shiati would sleep until noon." At this point, no one in the entire Lamila castle and the ancient Labyrinth castle is stupid enough to not know the relationship between Germain and Shiati. President Netero motioned for Germain to sit on the sofa, and handed him an iron box filled with various candied fruits. "Eat some?" "Thank you." Germain picked a plum that looked salty and sweet, and put it in his mouth. It was indeed salty and sweet. "I was in love with my wife back then, and then I had Bayongda." President Netero stretched out 2 fists to Germain. "Martial arts and marriage. Both hands must be grasped. Both hands must be strong." Germain looked completely like "If you don't talk about business, I will keep waiting here with a plum in my mouth. Anyway, I am very patient." "TSK. What a boring young man." President Netero curled his lips. "Every time at this moment, I can't help but miss Palestine. He always has a flash of inspiration to think of how to say something sarcastic to me. Since you are cooperating with Bayonda, don't you have a chance to meet Palestine, who you are thinking about so much?" Germain asked sarcastically. "I've met him once." President Netero stood up, walked to the desk not far away, and started rummaging through the drawers. He said with a smile, "I'm so sorry to have failed to live up to your expectations, President Netero. But being able to work for your son can be considered a reconciliation between us." President Netero's tone when he repeated the story was so lifelike that it was as if Pariston himself was standing here, speaking in that pretentious and elegant manner and tone. Many people would be pissed off by his self-righteous tone. But the two people present were not among them. Sometimes, I can't do anything about this guy. He is so thick-skinned that he can shoot and kill people in front of me. And he can also calmly put the gun into the hands of a dead person and falsely accuse the dead person of suicide, which has nothing to do with him. President Netero took out a stack of paper rolls, put them in his hand, walked over, and threw them on the table. Take a look. Germain opened it and read it. The first page was printed with a few bold and black large words V6 member countries. And the rolling of the plum on his tongue stopped. You can understand it at a glance. Right? President Netero sat down on the sofa next to him again, put his left hand into the wide sleeve of his right hand, and put his right hand into the wide sleeve of his left hand, while quickly reading the contents of the paper. German listened quietly to President Netero's explanation. This is the current situation after the world has changed in the few months since you left the 6 continents. The V5 member states have become V6 member states. The Berg Rose United Nations, the Sahirta United States, the Akama Federation, the Mingbo Republic, the Kukanyu Kingdom, and the Kakan Empire that joined this time are the new V6. The Kakan Empire originally had the ambition to join V5, and King Nasby launched a tough declaration that caught V5 off guard and wanted to lead all mankind to colonize the Dark Continent. This gave the Kakan Empire an advantage in public opinion. And the strength and influence of the Kakan Empire in all aspects also made V5 dare not underestimate it. German had turned to the relevant paragraph, which originally copied the speeches of King Nasby and by Yonda in the live broadcast to the world. Quite ambitious. President Netero laughed a few times and continued. In order to save the gradually deteriorating situation, V5 was forced to include the Kajin Empire and transform into V6, and asked to cooperate in the so-called colonization of the Dark Continent and share the benefits. However, this is of course only an external announcement, with some concealment and guidance. The Kajin Empire does not really intend to colonize the Dark Continent. President Netero leaned over, stretched out his hand, and helped German turn to a specific page, pointing to the simple C map on it for German to see. The Kajin Empire's colonial army, led by King Nasby and by Yonda, will set sail on a huge ship called BW1. At the same time, V5 will send 5 ships led by our Hunter Association to accompany them and carry out this colonial voyage together. German saw the 5 ships of V5 and the comparison picture of the BW1, which was simply a comparison of the size of a big blue whale and 5 small killer whales. In this way, the Kajin Empire has completely stolen the show. As long as this colonial voyage yields something, the event will definitely be recorded in history books. And the Kajin Empire will likely be praised as a great empire leading the world. By then, the prestige of King Nasby and Byanga will reach its peak. Of course, this completely excludes the situation on the German side. Most people in the world don't know that the German side has already grasped 3 of the 5 hopes. President Netero pointed to the obvious 2 dividing lines on the sea map. This voyage will start on August 8th and is estimated to take 2 months. 3 weeks later, BW1 and other ships will cross the first sea dividing line. Beyond this sea area is the sea area that humans have not fully developed. 5 more weeks later, BW1 and other ships will arrive at the Dark Continent that V6 claims to the outside world. President Netero moved his finger and pointed to a continent. However, this is just a trick. It is not the real Dark Continent. It is just an outpost where the colonial army of the Kajin Empire and the Hunter Association will be stationed. Those of us who know the situation call this the imaginary Dark Continent. Chapter 371. Imaginary Dark Continent. President Netero's finger did not stay on this large island that looked small in the sea map for too long, and continued to move to one side. The next step is the highlight, which is also the real exploration of the Dark Continent. The Hunter Association Exploration Team and Byanga Exploration Team will continue sailing from here until they cross the second sea boundary and reach the gate where the gatekeeper is. We will cooperate to pass the gatekeeper. And then, with the help of the guide, we will cross the most dangerous Dark Sea. After arriving at the real Dark Continent, our 2 exploration teams will part ways and set off for their predetermined goals. And the main purpose of the Hunter Association Exploration Team is, of course, to contact you at the ancient Maze Post Station. We will meet in the Dark Continent. In this way, We can form a land-sea connection across half of Lake Mobius between Greed Island, the refueling station, the imaginary Dark Continent, the transit base, the Dark Continent, and the ancient labyrinth. After that, we can gradually announce that we have hope, and then use this land-sea route as a basis to establish a stable route for humans to return to the Dark Continent in the future. Germain listened quietly, and saw that President Netero stopped talking and picked up a candied date and threw it into his mouth to chew. So he asked, "So, you brought them to Greed Island this time to make all kinds of preparations, right?" President Netero once again laughed his signature oh ha ha. Germain could see the chewed date flesh and the whole fruit core in his half-open mouth. At the banquet at Limala Castle last night, not only President Netero and the A-level authority of Greed Island were present, but also many heavyweights of the Hunter Association. Chidwa, Misai Istram, Botobai. All the 12 branches except Jean Fulishi were present. Even Jin's disciple Kate was here. Because of the colonial voyage of the Kajin Empire, many internal affairs of the Kajin Empire had to be hastily concluded, and then more manpower and material resources were allocated to the colonial voyage. Kate and his team's investigation mission ended early, so he had to go to Greed Island. When Germain saw them last night, he was quite surprised, and then he turned around and saw President Netero's mischievous smile. And then he realized that he was teased again. President Netero calculated the cooling time of Germain's teleportation lantern and stood alone in front of the teleportation point in the dungeon hall of Limala Castle for this. It sounds ridiculous, but this is what President Netero would do. He just wanted to see Germain and others show astonishment as soon as possible. President Netero stroked his white beard again and showed the same sly smile as yesterday. After V6 was formed and the Hunter Association's exploration team was confirmed to go to the Dark Continent, I secretly gathered them and brought them here for training. You can never imagine the expressions they showed after seeing your results for the first time. Hee. I took a few photos on purpose. Do you want to show them? Kaido's stunned look. At that time, her glasses slipped down, and she spent every day and night in the archives and research institutes afterwards. No need. Germain didn't have such bad taste. President Netero deliberately snorted as if he was quite dissatisfied, and then smiled again. The speed of his mood change was amazing. He didn't look like a centenarian at all, but more like a little naughty boy. To complete this great Sealand connection, let your achievements be fully displayed to the world, and protect your abilities from being coveted by V6. We still need 3 preparations. First, the understanding of the Dark Continent and the corresponding preparations. At this point, the results you have accumulated on Greed Island are a treasure trove. Kaido, Mitsai Ishidam, and others have been studying tirelessly for several months, almost abandoning the work of the Hunter Association. In terms of preparation in this regard, the Hunter Association exploration team will be far better than the Byanga exploration team. As the president, I have to be busy, but it is worth it to see their eyes as if they have discovered a new continent. This is your job, right? Germain couldn't help but complain. A red man is red when he is close to a red man, and a black man is black when he is close to a black man. President Netero glanced at Germain. You have been with Basiji for too long, and you have learned to complain. Then he continued, second, the Hunter Association exploration team needs members who have actually been to the Dark Continent as leaders to provide experience. And the leaders this time are naturally me and Imolawu. Lin Nye and Jedra no longer have the energy to make such a long voyage. My memory of the Dark Continent is a little rusty. After all, it was more than half a century ago, and Imolawu went to the Dark Continent with you for 5 months, which will be a fresh and valuable experience. In this regard, the combination of Imolawu and I is obviously better than Yonda alone. The third is naturally your cooperation in the Dark Continent. We had the route map of the Sahilita United States back then, but so many years have passed, and the terrain will change more or less. At this time, we need your support. German nodded. No problem. You copy a few copies of the route map for me. We will establish several meeting points, agree on a time, and meet at these places. Okay, that's it. Then, President Netero asked German about his experience in the past few months. Germain said them one by one. At the same time, the post-station team also has the habit of supplementing the New Century travelogue and writing their own post-station logs. Their experiences were written in detail, with photos attached. This time, Germain also brought back the memoirs that had been stored for 5 months. President Netero. The other 12 members. The A-level members of Greed Island. Kate and others who want to know more about the Dark Continent can just read them. It can be seen that during our voyage, you will not give up the challenge to the remaining 2 disasters and hopes. President Netero has understood that when Germain and Jean get together, no one can stop them from moving forward. Not even him. Germain nodded again. It is estimated that it will take 2 months for the V6 Colonization and Exploration Army to set out from the 6 continents and reach the imaginary Dark Continent. It will take another period of time to cross the Dark Sea. Germain and Jean did not intend to wait quietly, even though their current merit book was thick enough to be recorded in history. And honors such as 3-star Hunter were not a problem. They were the core of the post-station team. And the core members' ideological concepts were order, neutrality, chaos, or good, neutrality, evil, which often determined the position of the entire team. President Netero couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He felt that he was not as crazy as these 2 people when he was young. The most important thing is that he, Jaeger, and Linya finally returned empty-handed. The different results of German and others determined the subsequent development. Everything originated from the appearance of the young man in front of him. He changed too many things. Then let it go. I know that you will never stop until you figure out the truth of the Dark Continent. But you must remember that you are now the core that connects and unites several organizations. If you make any mistakes, we can only stop at the 5 great hopes in the end. German came out of President Netero's room. He clearly understood the weight of President Netero's words just now. Ancient Labyrinth Post. Greed Island. Hunter Association. Meteor Street. Zoldyck family. He is now the center point connecting these 5 major organizations, and even more organizations. They revolve around German like the sun. This is both an honor and praise, and also a responsibility and trust. Germain is now at the front of all humans except Dong Fulishi. And the surging crowd will continue to push him forward. He is the pioneer and pioneer of mankind's return to the Dark Continent. During breakfast, Germain really started to get busy because too many people wanted to see him and chat with him. Germain decided to come one by one, and the first person he picked was Chidwa. Dog Girl Chidwa asked Germain to meet at the Dark Continent Archives in Lemailu Castle. When Germain walked in, he saw Chidwa, wearing thin-rimmed glasses, sitting in a corner, reading a book. She really fits the image of a female high school student library committee member in many anime, and even has Fury as a bonus. Ah, you're here. Then, Chidwa looked around, as if she was worried that her voice would disturb other people in the library. Then, she waved to Germain and asked him to sit in front of her. After Germain sat down, he realized that there were many familiar people in the library, such as Chenlongbo Tobai, Wu Masachang, Sishgir, etc. Chidwa held up one side of his glasses frame and said in a neutral tone, "No one wants to let go of the information stored here, even if it is a copy. We have flipped through it many times. Of course, there are also people who can't stand it and choose to give up." Chidwa was undoubtedly pointing to Inu Guanxi. There was no doubt at all. Guanxi, a member of the 12 branches, didn't know who the king of the Kajin Empire was, and didn't even know where the Dark Continent was. It was a miracle that someone like Guanxi, who had no common sense, could become a professional hunter and became one of the 12 branches. Jean in the original storyline once described the Dark Continent like this: "It is a Pandora's box that adults with common sense deliberately avoid touching. We don't want to face it. The world we know is just a small part of a vast world beyond imagination. In a certain era, in a certain area, certain chosen people left records of their visits there in the relics. The Dark Continent is the common sense that is taboo in the human world." Chapter 372. At the long wooden table shared by the archives, Chidwa kept expressing her dissatisfaction with President Netero's concealment of the inside story, and habitually sniffed her dog nose, really like a puppy. As one of the 2 vice presidents of the Hunter Association, I was able to know the secrets here only after the exploration of the Dark Continent was completely finalized. It's unbelievable. When I questioned President Netero, he smiled and told me that this was a surprise for me, and asked me if I didn't like this gift, even though it had been a few months. Chidwa still felt angry when she recalled that scene, and her small chest rose and fell rapidly, like a bellows. Germain was really afraid that she would explode on the spot. However, she then changed the subject and spoke highly of the achievements and results of Germain and others. Healing herb, alchemical plant materian, no man's stone, monster remains, archives and materials. All these things you have collected not only give the Hunter Association exploration team an advantage, but will also greatly change the entire human world in the future. For me, the healing herb is particularly important. You can't imagine its significance to the medical community. For us, it's like finding a mathematical formula that can be applied to hundreds of different mathematical problems. Incredible. Chidwa, the hunter of difficult and complicated diseases, and the doctor stared at German with a sharp gaze. There are two paths before us now. The first is the path that Gugu has achieved now, which is to plant and cultivate the herb that cures all diseases on Greed Island. The second path is the path that I, Sambika, Gur and others will take, which is to study the pharmacology of the herb that cures all diseases. If we can find out how it works on the human body, how it radiates and cures hundreds of diseases, at that time, we will no longer be limited to the herb that cures all diseases itself, or even to curing hundreds of diseases. Sambika is ahead of us temporarily, but I flipped through the information she left behind, and I know that she was blocked. This is because our current conditions are not yet fully mature, and the corresponding science and technology have not yet caught up. If we are putting together a puzzle, then the herb that cures all diseases is the biggest piece. What we have to do now is to collect all those fragmented but indispensable small pieces of the puzzle and put it together. As the vice president of the Hunter Association, Chidwa is very enthusiastic and positive, and her eyes are always on the present and the future. This is the meaning of hope. Ugly Neilmisai Ishidam was the second person that Germain met. He was also surprised by the shocking secrets hidden on Greedy Island. But he was much calmer than Chidwa in front of Germain. He wore a color matching that was completely cow-patterned, and he explained the reason why President Netero had not told them the secrets of Greedy Island. I think, in addition to the overall situation being determined, this is also related to the internal investigation report I submitted before. Among the previous 12 branches, Paristan and Shio were both from Bayanda's side, although they left on their own initiative. It is hard to guarantee whether there will be any internal support. So, President Netero asked me to start an investigation into the past backgrounds of the remaining 12 members except you and Jean. After all, with a half-century gap, everything is possible. He asked me to first investigate Chidwa, Mo Lawu, Pio and Lugu, and then the others. Now I finally know why these 4 people came first. In short, I submitted one investigation report after another to President Netero, and finally concluded that the current 12 members are safe. Germain began to understand how the current management structure of the Hunter Association works. President Netero is at the top, in charge of the overall situation and the direction of the Hunter Association. Kaido is responsible for the busiest work. She has to sort out and arrange the tasks of various departments of the Hunter Association, and is the person who actually does the work. Misai Istram is outside the structure and has the power to secretly investigate and supervise all members of the Hunter Association, including Chidwa. He is a sort of Damocles. The 12 branches, the review department, the examination committee, and other major departments and their members must obey Chidwa's management and be careful of Misai Istram's supervision. However, all of them must obey the highest position of President Netero. Of course, there are exceptions, such as German and Jean, who are the model of the 12 branches, who only listen to orders but not announcements. Germain heard the highlight from it, since Chidwa was one of the 4 people whose background you investigated and confirmed to be safe. Why did she know the secret of Greed Island so late? Micastrom shrugged his shoulders. It is very likely that Netero will really want to give Chidwa a surprise when he grows up. After all, he didn't tell me about the things here. Anyway, I was quite surprised. Then, the topic was pulled away from the Hunter Association and Greed Island, and flew to the Meteor Street of the Eurubian continent. Zayla's forces have been completely eliminated. Misai Istram pressed the brim of his cow hat. However, Meteor Street has also been seriously damaged. Originally, at this time, it should be the major countries, regions, and organizations that come out to divide the fruits of victory. However, on the one hand, Meteor Street, which has a lot of work to do, has not much oil to squeeze, and on the other hand, they are all attracted by more focused major events. The Kajin Empire announced that it would colonize and sail. V6 was born, and the ships are about to sail to the imaginary Dark Continent. These have attracted enough attention. From my observation, the 13 existing major gangs in the world are all ready to move. They can't wait to get a piece of the pie in this colonial voyage. The 13 existing mafia gangs in the world refer to the previous 10 old men, plus the 3 mafia families of the Kaken Empire. At this time, Mikaistrom couldn't help but purse his lips. German noticed this and asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" "Nothing." Mikaistrom hesitated for a moment, but still answered, "I just feel that even the mafia gangs are flocking to it." But the original V5 still can't see the current situation clearly. The Kaken Empire's colonial voyage this time has a legitimate reason. Even if it doesn't really reach the Dark Continent, it doesn't matter anymore. As long as the Kaken Empire can gain a foothold in the imaginary Dark Continent, the history books of future generations will naturally turn it into a part of the Dark Continent. More importantly, if the Kaken Empire occupies the only way for the 6 continents to the Gatekeeper, all those who want to explore the Dark Continent in the future will have to pass through there and look at the eyes of the Kaken Empire. Without the support of the Kaken Empire in the imaginary Dark Continent, it will be more difficult to explore the Dark Continent in the future. The original V5 was so defeated by countless defeats in the past that they dared not open their eyes. If it were not for President Netero's insistence, they might not have been willing to send 5 ships to follow the BW-1 of the Kajin Empire. Indeed, in the short term, the original V5 can obtain huge profits from the colonization and exploration of the Kajin Empire without investing a lot of resources. However, they will lose their strategic future. As long as the Kajin Empire is really successful, the original V5 will never be able to compete with it again. I understand a little bit why the Kajin Empire can rise so fast. Although it is an empire, it has no ideological burden and shackles on its actions. Mikaistrom coughed a few times, obviously realizing that he had said too much. He didn't want to talk more about these things, so he turned the topic back to Meteor Street. A few months ago, I went to Meteor Street and reached a private cooperation agreement with the 3 existing elders there. Knight, Maki and Paknota. Knight, Maki and Paknota have become the 3 elders of Meteor Street, and Sheila is the messenger and bridge between them and Greed Island. There are many people from Meteor Street scattered in the gang forces, and even in the entire Dark World. They can get a lot of intelligence for us. We will try to secretly fund the reconstruction of Meteor Street, and their way of repaying is to provide valuable intelligence. Only by using each other can we cooperate happily, Mikaistrom said finally. In fact, Greed Island also cooperated with Meteor Street in this way. Then, Germain approached Pio, wanting to get the latest progress in deciphering the Western fragments from her. Bunny girl Pio was completely devoid of the liveliness and vigor that a cute girl should have. Instead, she lay dejectedly on the cushion, holding her phone and watching videos. Hearing Germain's question, she looked up and glanced at Germain, then turned her back to Germain, and continued to watch videos, complaining, "It's so troublesome. It's really troublesome. How can that kind of thing be deciphered just like that? Do you think I'm Sherlock Holmes? Besides, the dancers are at least encrypted based on English. But I'm facing completely unfamiliar text. Everyone is rushing over to ask me. Ask your mother. It's so annoying," Germain said to the slightly irritable Pio. "You know I can hear you talking, right?" Pio had to turn over again and lie on her side. But she didn't put down her phone, nor did she stop her fingers from watching videos. The work of deciphering the Western fragments has stalled, but I have started another task. I have reproduced the enchanted text you brought back last time. Enchantment text? German thought for a while before realizing that she was referring to the enchanted text that Dong Fulisai left on the Mu Centaur warriors. Pio's eyes still didn't move away from the lit screen of his phone. "I found that we don't need to understand the meaning of this text. As long as we meet certain conditions, we can replicate its effect. Of course, this effect is much weaker. In other words, we can also use the alchemical plant Materian to imprint their elemental power on our tools. It's just that the material loss and time loss will be very large. And it's far less useful than the original version of the Elk Centaur tribe." Chapter 373. When Germain handed over a large number of subhuman languages and texts collected by Jean and Nakulu to Pio, her expression and movements finally changed significantly. Pio only glanced at what Germain was holding, then dropped her phone and jumped up like a real rabbit. "Oh, Germain, give me these first. Please sit down. There is a seat here. Let me take a look at these first." After that, Pio's attitude towards Germain became much better. A 180-degree turn. In the newly built plant cultivation laboratory in the Lime Road Castle, Germain saw the figure of Gugu. This plant hunter was sitting on a retractable high-legged bar stool, with her head on the side of the violin in her hand, playing a song slowly. She saw Germain coming in from the corner of her eye, and then she put the violin in the violin case beside her, and then pointed to the plants in the cultivation cabinet, and took the initiative to explain. There are many research theories that prove that music can have a certain positive effect on the growth of plants. Germain nodded, and like a leader inspecting the work, he bent down and looked through the special glass at the herbs growing in the blood and mud inside. Gulu moved the towering hair accessories on her head, and she always couldn't help but sound domineering when she spoke, even if she didn't mean to do so. This is the first batch of successful ones in a few months after I simulated the flesh and blood environment and extracted some tissues of the herb that cures all diseases and planted them. However, after testing by Chidwa, their medicinal value is completely different from the original herb that cures all diseases. I have been trying to improve it. I hope that after several generations of screening and cultivation, I can get medicinal value close to that of the herb that cures all diseases. German pointed to the flesh and blood inside and asked, "What are these?" Originally, they were the flesh and blood of poultry and livestock. Gugu crossed her arms across her chest, looking like I was not easy to mess with. Later, there were various wild beasts. And finally I found that the monster corpses you brought back from the Dark Continent were more useful. Then, she loosened her hands and said, "I will leave the subsequent cultivation work here to reliable plant hunters and experts. In the next Dark Continent meeting battle, I have to participate in it, and use my telepathic ability to help us get in touch with each other through letters. Gugu can use birds to deliver letters, documents, etc. to designated objects." In the election chapter of the original storyline, she managed to use this telepathic ability to deliver ballots to almost all professional hunters. You know, at that time, most professional hunters were distributed all over the 6 continents. Some left accurate addresses, but there were also some who did not leave addresses or whose addresses were outdated and unclear, which greatly increased the difficulty of delivering messages. However, Gugu still roughly completed this almost impossible task, and only the dead did not receive the ballots. The entire route from the 6 continents to the Dark Continent, as well as the entire land route from the coast of the Dark Continent to the ancient Labyrinth Post, undoubtedly rely on non-users such as Gugu for communication. Electronic equipment is no longer reliable in the Dark Continent, but the more primitive the methods are, the more effective they are. Gugu's role is of utmost importance. No, in fact, there is no one among the 12 members who does not take important responsibilities in the exploration of the Dark Continent. Germain finally ended his meeting with a group of members in the morning, and had lunch with Xiaodi at noon. Xiaodi took a few bites of food and suddenly said, "I plan to go back to Meteor Street tomorrow. Sheila said that Meteor Street is being rebuilt. I want to go back and see how I can help." "Okay." Germain listened and nodded, then asked, "Do you want to rebuild a cathedral?" The original cathedral had collapsed and became a ruin. The old priest was also transformed into a monster by Zazan. And finally Xiaodi killed her benefactor herself. Germain thought that the cathedral might be of great significance to Xiaodi, but she shook her head unexpectedly. "Forget about the church. But we can build an orphanage." Sheila said that it's better not to call it an orphanage, but a children's welfare home, which has a better meaning. Xiaodi put down her chopsticks. She followed Germain's habit of eating Chinese food, and then she reached out to touch the golden inverted cross. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Germain. "I think Sheila is right. Starting from our generation, let's make the number of orphans in Meteor Street less and less." Germain has not yet been able to feel the same sense of belonging to the garbage-studded and stinking land as Xiaodi. But as before, he still respects Xiaodi's choice. Moreover, the current Meteor Street does have the possibility of change, at least to cut off the ugly, slaughtered reincarnation. Germain said, "Greed Island will also provide funds to support the reconstruction of Meteor Street. If you find any other needs, just let me know." Xiaodi nodded. In the afternoon, German was walking on the grassland when he was caught by Duan and dragged all the way to the Lamila Castle. "Come on. I take you to see someone." In fact, that person can't be considered a person, because he appeared on the computer screen and called himself a resident of the internet world. The image of a resident of the internet world is like Mickey Mouse wearing a hood, but his eyes are misaligned, and he looks more like a mental patient. There is also a P mark on his hood, which he later explained means edge router. This person is Ikchamp Kato Cha. Duin introduced him. Hacker Hunter. 2-star Hunter. And in addition, he was once one of us. One of us. German seemed to have some impression of the person on the screen. But before he thought of anything, he was attracted by Duin's words. Ikchamp also participated in the production of Greed Island. Duin said, "Think about it. Isn't the abbreviation of Greed Island GI? G stands for gold. Now it stands for you. And I stands for Ikchamp. The general framework of Greed Island was designed by Ikchampi. And we made more modifications based on it." German didn't expect this old connection. And while he was a little surprised, he also remembered Ikchampi. This person appeared in the Hunter Association election chapter of the original storyline and was one of the candidates for the president who could enter the next few rounds of elections. What's more interesting is that later, Bisji and most of the 12 members were eliminated. But Ikchampi was still on the list. And he hadn't even been to the scene. He had always been in the online world. And he had no interest in the position of president. Ikchamp shouted on the computer screen, "I quit a long time ago. Why are you talking about this old thing? Let's get down to business." His eyes moved up and down. And he didn't mean to look at anyone at all. But Germain could still tell from his gesture of facing him that he was going to talk to him. "You are the one who proposed the newer version of Germain, right?" Ikchamp shouted at Germain. "Well done. You did a great job." German thought Ikchampi was here to ask for punishment. But he didn't expect the other party to give him a compliment, which made him a little confused. Jean and Ikchampi parted ways. And one of the disagreements was the version update. Duin scratched his belly and explained. Ikchampi wanted to update the game content intensively every week. We couldn't accept this workload. So Jean came to negotiate with him. Jean proposed to have an online game duel with Ikchampi. And the winner would decide everything. Of course, Jean won later. How can one game decide the winner? Ikchampi on the screen shouted. And German could almost imagine his red-hot appearance. He won and ran away. Is this still my problem? In short, Duin brought the topic back. Now Greed Island has been updated for several months. And the game feedback is very popular and well received. Now more players are pouring into Greed Island. And the promotion of the main quest is becoming more and more intense. We have observed that 3 groups of members are very close to completing the game. Which 3 groups? Asked Germain. Duin said, one group is the bounty hunter team of Juazuela hired by the Tycoon Batra. One group is Jiazishu's team. And the other group is Nikon's team. I think it's only a matter of time before they clear the level. And Lister and I agree that now is the time to consider the large-scale copy of Greed Island Z. However, soon, Lister will set out with the Hunter Association exploration team, set up base stations on the small islands along the way, and try to connect Greed Island Z to the imaginary Dark Continent, and then to the Dark Continent. Therefore, the design and improvement of large-scale copies require other experienced people. I spent a lot of effort to invite Ikchampi back. After trying Greed Island Z, he was very satisfied with the updated content of Greed Island, which was one of the reasons why he agreed to come back. Ikchampi interrupted, a small copy is no problem. But I am very interested in your plan to connect Greed Island to the Dark Continent. Okay. I will help with both of these things. Duin smiled and praised Ikchampi. If you are willing, I have no reason to refuse. It should be said that with your help, we can definitely complete it faster. Of course. Ikchampi was so confident that he almost raised his head to the sky. Only then did German find the opportunity to ask, what is the main storyline of the large-scale dungeon? Duin laughed again. It's the Chimera Ants. Players will challenge the king of Chimera Ants. Of course, we can only simulate the master-level combat power at best. It can't be the real Ant King. Ikchamp also laughed. Although I don't know what you mean by master level. But I understand combat power. Numerical superposition. Crazy desire to attack. Reading instructions. Terrible mechanisms. The 2 game designers looked at each other and laughed, as if they saw countless suffering Greed Island players. Finally, Duin said, besides that, we also have our own selfish motives. That is to let Palm, Marion, Ikarugo and others appear as positive characters, just like how they helped the Chimera Ant Expedition team, to help the players defeat the Ant King and the 3 guards, and eliminate the misunderstandings of the world about them. Although the identities of the surviving Chimera Ants have been hidden, there are still many professional hunters, or high-ranking officials, who know of their existence. A game may let the participating users know that there are cruel people and kind people among the Chimera ants. Chapter 374. German was pulled by Duin to chat with the hacker hunter Xchampi for a while, and they exchanged many opinions about Greed Island Z. It can be said that they had a good chat. After all, they had common topics. After the curved widescreen monitor turned off, it meant that Xchampi had left. In fact, he did not leave too far, and must still be in the Greed Island network. It is now difficult to define Xchampi's existence, his location, his actions, etc., because he has ascended. Perhaps it would be easier to understand him if we regard him as an excellent artificial intelligence rather than a human being. Xchamp is a resident of the online world. He has given up his entity and wanders between virtual worlds. It is like this today, and it will be like this in the future. As if he was worried that Germain might have some concerns, Duin explained to Germain on behalf of Xchamp. Although he often quarrels with Jean, his relationship with Jean has always been in a delicate balance. Even after they parted ways, they still played games together. In addition, Xchamp is also very professional. He is a resident of the online world, so he pays more attention to the privacy of online information and is very measured. He has never attacked the network of Greed Island, unless he is annoyed or has to complete a certain task. He will not break into other people's homes. In fact, Duin does not need to explain so much. From the contact just now, Germain also feels that Xchamp is not a bad person with low morals. Besides, how bad can someone who can associate with Jean be? If he is really the kind of hacker who steals online privacy and then shows off his ability by spreading it, he would not have received so many votes in the election chapter of the original storyline. On the contrary, everyone should hate and detest him for doing such a bad thing. These have directly or indirectly outlined the image of Xchampi. When Duin and Germain were walking on the corridor bridge between the two high-rise buildings of Lamila Castle, he talked to him about another topic. Yura, Princess Kurapika, Gon son Gon, and Killua from the Zoldyck family entered Greedy Island in the middle of last month. They all fulfilled their promise to you and received the approval of Yungu. After that, they went to Whale Island to rest for about a month, and then entered here. Kurapika used a new player account and planned to lead Gon and Killua through the most troublesome novice period. The feedback from the forum is the same. It seems that I have to discuss with Xchamp how to solve the problem of the novice period. Duin almost went off the topic, and it was only after Germain reminded him that he returned to Kurapika and the others. Rubbing the administrator's ring, Duin showed Germain the current record of the young trio. They have entered the warrior level area from the apprentice level area, and basically have the ability to use magic books to fight. Today, the Bounty City Endakaba, the Magic City Macedora, the Gambling City Dulias, and the Love City Ai are the 4 neutral cities of Greed Island. And the areas outside these cities are divided into apprentice level, warrior level, and elite level according to the degree of danger. The location for the main quest clearance, the seaside city Shofurabi, and the hidden Lamila Castle, are naturally deep in the elite level area. However, players do not need to clear the elite level area to pass the game. As long as they meet certain conditions, they can use the card to fly directly to the location of the 2 cities. Even players who pass the game do not need to reach the elite level at all. The brave level is enough. Greed Island is still a card collecting game after all. However, no matter what, since these areas are connected, there will always be players who mistakenly enter areas that they cannot pass safely at the moment. Fortunately, the punishment for players who accidentally enter the later maps is not that severe. Kurapika met Elena once, Killua met Elena 4 times, and Seogia met Elena 5 times. But they also sent many players to meet Elena. Meeting Elena is a popular word on the Greed Island forum, which means being defeated and dead in the game. Players often tease each other, so much so that it has become a special greeting. Duin, who has been silently watching the content of the forum, naturally wrote down this word and often mentioned it, especially in front of Elena. Elena was helpless about this, but there was nothing she could do. However, twins also have their own way of dealing with pranks. They often swap positions to see if any player can tell them apart. They look so much alike that they can hardly be distinguished after wearing colored contact lenses and changing helmets. So far, only Gon has detected and pointed out the twins' prank with his wild intuition. Is Kurapika still in the hero level area? Germain was curious. More than a month has passed. Killua and Gon should have passed the novice period, right? Yes. Duan nodded. Killua and Gon must be familiar with Greed Island now. Kurapika is still with them because of me. At this time, a thin figure appeared at the corner at the end of the corridor. He was wearing a straight black suit, but his face looked sick. A soft hat covered his bald head, and his eyes under the glasses were still sharp and intelligent. Nob. Germain certainly noticed him at the end of the corridor bridge, but he didn't expect him to show up and join the conversation in this way. Nob adjusted his glasses and said calmly, I haven't repaid you for the kindness of the Republic of East Gachuo. After knowing that they are very important to you, I took the initiative to contact them in the game. I appeared as a traveler NPC in the side story accidentally triggered by Killua and Gon. But Kurapika still recognized me quickly. So, I asked him to cooperate with me to deceive Killua and Gon, and began to teach Killua and Gon advanced skills in the form of issuing serial tasks. So I didn't show my true face and purpose in order to make Killua and Gon feel nervous when they were on the mission, which would help them improve faster. Kurapika's cooperation saved me a lot of trouble and made Killua and Gon more immersed in the Greed Island game. German. You can go and see them when you have time. They are making great progress now, and I am surprised by how fast they are. Thank you for your guidance. German's gratitude was sincere. Nob was fully qualified to be Killua and Gon's advanced teacher of nobility. Some of Kurapika's current problems can also be solved by Nob. After all, Nob's rich combat experience is here. You're welcome. Nob adjusted his glasses again. Like I said at the beginning, I'm here to repay a favor. However, the three of them are indeed very talented and insightful young people. I can benefit a lot from guiding them. Nob was not being polite, but speaking from the heart. No matter how slow they were, the members of the Chimera and Extermination team at the time could realize that Pum was alienating them, especially her teacher Nob. Although they met, Pum could communicate with them normally, but she was far less enthusiastic than before. You should know that Pum's love for Nob was almost undisguised. What changed her was naturally the part of her body that belonged to the Chimera ant, as well as the various mental journeys from the crusade to the present. In terms of temperament, she has changed. Pum is much braver. She no longer covers her face with long black hair, but shows it frankly. When talking, she has learned to communicate with the other party with her eyes. She showed excellent workability on Greedy Island, and she also contributed to the version update. This also touched Nob, Shiotu and others, and made them start to reflect on themselves more. The decisive battle against the Chimera ants in the East Gachuo Republic was undoubtedly a shame for Nob. As a senior and teacher, he failed to fully play his role, and put the juniors Pum, Nakulu, and Shiotu in a life-and-death crisis. A few months ago, when Imolawu and Nakula took the initiative to request to join German's team and go to the Dark Continent together, he did not express anything because of the fear in his heart. In the past few months, Pum has been changing almost every day, moving in a good direction, and even took the initiative to join the Hunter Association exploration team. Her self-recommendation was accepted, and her ability of lonely deep-sea fish is indeed what the Hunter Association exploration team needs. As long as she takes a look, the target will never escape Pum's lock and reconnaissance, which will be a very useful means of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. For the same reason, the Chimera ant and Mirwan joined the Hunter Association exploration team. His God's alibi and God's accomplice will surely work wonders in the Dark Continent. As for the NPC plot that Pum and Marion are responsible for, Ixangpe will handle it with technical means after they leave. They will leave their virtual images on Greed Island and become real NPCs. Other NPC members who leave like them will also be handled in the same way, which is one of the reasons why Duan invited Ixangpe back. Only Ixangpe can complete this kind of project. Ikarugo, Wilfin, and Sina will stay on Greed Island to continue to develop the role-playing business here. Seeing that Pum and Marion chose to join the Hunter Association exploration team despite knowing that the Dark Continent was full of dangers, it was hard for Nob not to have thoughts. His disciples, in terms of courage, have already gone ahead of him, and Nob felt ashamed of this. During this period, he took the initiative to teach Kurapika, Killua, and Gon, and he could also recall how he guided Pum to grow up step by step from many familiar scenes. The positive feedback from Kurapika, Killua and Gon, especially Gon's innocent enthusiasm, infected him and made him finally make up his mind. I will also join the Hunter Association's exploration team and set off with them. I will reach the farthest place I can go. I have already disappointed Palm. No matter what. I can't let Killua and Gon find out that their NPC teacher is a coward. Chapter 375. The next morning, it was still Germaine who woke up the late sleeping Shiati. She had promised herself last night that she would leave early and meet up with Shira at Meteor Street. But she couldn't get up in the morning. After waving goodbye to Shiati, Germaine used the administrator's exclusive card and flew to a lush forest on Greed Island. He found a Bengani there and prepared to remove the evil spirit. A Bengani's NPC image on Greed Island is Shaman. So he is in a cabin in the forest. He wore a strange big mask and wrapped himself in a brown and yellow robe to look at people. Many players would come here to complete some side quests and get cards. But some came here specifically to get rid of their evil thoughts. But the price was too high and few people could afford it. Germaine naturally didn't need to pay this price. Or rather, he had already paid it. When a Bengani saw that it was Germaine coming, he hurried forward to greet him. For a moment, he was a little dazed, as if he had returned to January 1998. At that time, he and Germaine met for the first time in another cabin in his forest. At that time and at that moment, it was just like this moment. And a Bengani no longer had any regrets after meeting Germaine. Now he is glad that he seized the opportunity and became a pig blown up by the wind. As Germaine's status rises, Greed Island becomes more prosperous, and the exploration of the Dark Continent is restarted. A Bengani will only get more in the future, with the bonus of the surrounding trees and vegetation and a Bengani's own concentration. The forest elves removed 2 negative traits for Germaine. The meditators who affect the decompression treatment effect. After the ambient brightness is reduced, the fear of darkness that affects the cumulative effect of pressure is eliminated first. A Bengani looked at the many twisted mind beasts in the campfire and couldn't help swallowing. Sorry, Mr. Germaine. There are still 4 negative traits that I can't remove for you for the time being. It doesn't matter, Germaine said. I will go to find Hina and the Hunter Association's mind remover later. Hina is the female chimera ant who looks similar to Pio, wearing a rabbit ear mask and has the ability to remove mind. After knowing that Germaine needed to be cleansed, President Netero invited the female cleansing master from the Hunter Association. A Bengani breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Germaine would ask him to clean up these negative traits continuously. It would be much better if there were 2 cleansing masters to share the pressure. A Bengani drove the remaining beasts back to the campfire, with sweat dripping down his face. When he put out the campfire, Germaine stared at the positive traits projected in the Hunter badge. After returning from the Dark Continent, he was lucky this time. He was only infected with 1 positive trait, and no negative traits or diseases. Hate demons, when fighting demons, greatly increased damage, and greatly reduced the cumulative effect of pressure. It seems that even the Hunter badge can show that he really hates demons. After all, he directly or indirectly killed many large demons this time. Considering that he will continue to face demons in the future, this positive trait must be very valuable. After saying goodbye to a Bengani, German really found Sina and the Hunter Association's mind-eliminating master. This time, with the help of Sina and the Hunter Association's mind-eliminating master's mind ability, German eliminated 2 more negative traits. They are slow reaction that affects the body's reaction and speed, and greatly reduced disease resistance, making it easier to get sick. Now, German has 3 negative traits left. Slightly reduced bleeding, pale corrosion resistance. This can be covered up by his monster-like champion physique. The area outside the Dark Continent will increase the pressure and anxiety by a certain amount every week. There are also many members on Greedy Island who can relieve German's pressure. For example, Grandma Lindia's food, Melody's flute, Xiaomai's chess, etc. Finally, there is the obsession with supernatural visions. German suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with being obsessed with visions. Could this be the impact of being obsessed with visions? In any case, as long as he stayed for about half a month, a Bengani could remove the thoughts again. And after more than a month, Sina could continue to remove the thoughts. The remaining 3 negative traits would not last too long. As for the Hunter Association's mind remover, of course, he would follow the Hunter Association's exploration team and set sail on time on August 8th next month to the Dark Continent. When Mo Lawu met with Germaine in the afternoon, he looked upset. He finally calmed down and stopped scratching his head with a dangerous hairline. As one of the only 2 members of the Hunter Association's exploration team who had been to the Dark Continent, Mo Lawu became the leader smoothly, and was very busy recently. He is under a lot of pressure now. Even though he had been to the Dark Continent once. It was a tricky way after all. And the leaders were Germain and Jean. Although no one asked him to be responsible for the safety of all members. With his personality, it was difficult not to try to cover everything. German. This is the list of members of the Hunter Association's exploration team. Take a look and see if I have missed anything. Mo Lawu subconsciously sought German's help. After all, German had always been under this kind of pressure before. So he could be said to be experienced. German looked at the list. President Netero. Mo Lawu. Chidwa and other 12 members. Kate. Palm. Shoto. Mirwan. Lister. Melody. Hunter Association's mine-removing master and others were all listed at the top. There were many familiar names in the long list. But there were also many unfamiliar names that were seen for the first time. Very good. Very comprehensive. With talents from all aspects. Germain commented. In fact, it's time for you and Jean to come back and lead. Mo Lawu still didn't have much confidence. Or let Basiji and Yungu come to help me. But Mo Lawu also knew that this was impossible. Germain was only one person. And he couldn't be in different places. If they just wanted to obtain the 5 hopes, then they didn't need to keep up with this colonial voyage and the Dark Continent expedition. And could just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Anyway, German and Jean will complete the rest. However, if they really want to return to the Dark Continent, the nature will change. And they must not rely on German for everything. The ancient labyrinth post team led by German was just a special forces unit that penetrated the enemy's defense line and accurately killed the target leader. However, when it comes to real occupation, management and development, it is definitely not possible without a large army with excellent equipment, perfect logistics, and complete organization. German did not comfort Mo Lawu much, and Mo Lawu adjusted himself through a few deep breaths. After a while, he suddenly remembered something. I learned that your disciple, Kurapika, also wants to join the Hunter Association exploration team. What do you think? Germain was not surprised by this. If he wants to go, let him go. I promised him that as long as he becomes the master of the Sky Arena, I will let him directly participate in the affairs of the Dark Continent. I hope you don't object. Mo Lawu said. Well, Kurapika has both talent and hard work. It would be a waste to let him stay on Greed Island. Germain, don't worry. Although I can't say that I have the ability to carve out 2 gems like you and Yungu like Biscuit. The juniors I have guided have never let me down. I have no doubt about this. Germain said sincerely. He could see Mo Lawu's training methods from Nakulu and Shiotua. What's more, the entire Hunter Association exploration team is full of elites. From President Netero to Lister, Melody and others. Kurapika will definitely learn a lot in the end. Germain is similar to King. After teaching his disciples the basics and advancement of an ability, the rest is to let them go. Staying by the side of the disciples and protecting their safety is indeed a very responsible and impeccable approach. However, there is another imperfect choice. It is the imperfection of this choice that often pushes a person to his limit. Before Mo Lawu went to work, he repeatedly asked German to help take care of Nakulu, who was still at the ancient labyrinth post. German naturally agreed. At dinner, since there were only a dozen days left before August 8th, the topics that everyone discussed enthusiastically at the table of Lamilu Castle were all about the Dark Continent. Naturally, many people would come to ask German, President Netero, Granny Linya, and Mo Lawu for advice. And German always had the most people around him. After all, German had successfully retrieved Hope the most times. And he was also the core confidence of the entire Hunter Association exploration team. So much so that for a long time after the dinner, Germain had no chance to return to his room, and was forced to exchange ideas with many members of the Hunter Association's exploration team. Fortunately, President Netero had almost finished watching the show and helped him out, so that Germain could return to his room at 11 o'clock in the evening. At this time, he realized that Jin's disciple Kate had been waiting at the door of the room for a while. You came back later than I thought. Kate moved his blue cap, revealing his sharp eyes like an eagle in the shadows. I almost went back. Germain pushed open the door and invited him in. You came to see me later than I thought. He was mentally prepared for Kate to come to him. After all, Jin was Kate's teacher. Suja was Jin's son. And Kate also knew Sijia in her early years. It was reasonable for Kate to come to Germain and ask about Jean and Sijia, even if she took a step back. As a member of the Hunter Association's exploration team, Kate would also come to consult Germain on some issues. Chapter 376. Kate stepped into Germain's room and saw 3 drawings pinned to the gray-white wall, each of which depicted 3 different maps. Ancient maze, gray-white desert, steep mountains. The map of the steep mountains was the roughest, because all the electronic equipment there had become scrap copper and rotten iron, and it was impossible to take photos or videos. In the end, Germain and others pieced together part of the map of the steep mountains based on each other's memories. In addition, Kate saw a pair of fishing rods on a shelf, a few sketches scattered on the table, and a retro vinyl record player. These things, plus a game console and a controller, will soon be swallowed by the small bulge-eyed fish and taken to Germain's room in the ancient maze. Germain poured Kate a glass of water, and then he heard Kate asking about Jean. In the past few days since he came back, he has been constantly describing his experiences over the past few months to different people, including Jin's. Germain was already very skilled in picking out what Kate might care about and what was irrelevant and could be ignored. The whole process seemed quite smooth. Kate didn't ask much about Sijia. He had secretly visited Sijia once and confirmed that Sijia was doing well and had friends. That was enough. Kate and Sijia had known each other 3 years ago. At that time, he went to Whale Island to find Jin's trace and complete the final test assigned to him by Jean. As a result, he failed to find Jean, but met Sijia, who had strayed into danger. He saved Sijia, and from Sijia's resolute, familiar eyes, he realized the relationship between Sijia and Jean. After asking, he found out that they were indeed father and son. Kate and Sijia had a common topic, and he described to Sijia what he knew about Jean bit by bit. It can be said that he was the one who directly pushed Sijia to embark on the path of professional hunter and find Jean. At that time, he accidentally left Jin's hunter license on Whale Island, and he left without knowing anything. Sijia picked up the hunter's license and has kept it ever since. He thought it belonged to Kate and thought about returning it to Kate one day. This is the fate between Kate and Sijia. Kate seemed indifferent and briefly asked a few questions about Germain's future arrangements for Sijia, Kurapika and Kilua, then nodded without saying much. This meant that he was satisfied with such an arrangement. Next, Kate talked about his experiences in the Kaken Empire, including the undercurrents between the Kaken royal family and the 3 major mafia families. After the death of the 4th prince, Caledonic, the entire Kaken royal family strengthened their guards and alertness. While investigating, they were suspicious of each other. The I family, a gangster family that originally cooperated with Caledonic, quickly switched to the 9th prince, Hawkenbrug, and further gained a foothold. This time, on the colonial voyage of the Kaken Empire, the BW-1 will carry all the royal family members of the Kaken Empire, and the main members of the 3 major gangster families will also follow. The tall and thin Kate sat upright on the single sofa, one leg resting on the knee of the other leg. He lowered his head slightly, holding his chin with his fingers, and pondered. Although it was announced that this was done to show the confidence and importance of the Kajin Empire in this colonial voyage, this unreserved action is really strange. Germain took a sip of warm water and raised his black eyes. They only left the most basic ruling structure in the Kajin Empire, which is indeed strange. Yeah, Kate nodded. Isn't the Kajin royal family worried that a coup will happen in the Kajin Empire after 2 months of voyage to overthrow them? Even if they have a backup plan in the Kajin Empire and subordinates who are willing to die for them, it is still far away from their homeland. In addition to civil strife, there is also the possibility of invasion by countries such as V5. Don't they have any concerns about this? Unless they never planned to come back from the beginning, Germain said. They plan to completely move the core of the empire to the imaginary dark continent. He happened to discuss this with President Netero, so he was not surprised when Kate talked about it at this time. About 30 years ago, the Kajin Empire changed its political system from an empire to a nominal parliamentary democracy with the most peaceful revolution in history. However, it was also because of that most peaceful revolution that the entire country's power was still in the hands of the Kajin royal family, and the parliament was more of a puppet and a mouthpiece. The Kajin royal family collectively moved from the Kajin Empire to the imaginary dark continent through a long voyage. which was actually the transfer of the country's largest political core. Moving the capital is not uncommon in history. But the Kajin royal family is the only one who has moved such a long distance, with a vast ocean between them and the mainland. This strange behavior naturally attracted the attention of Germain, President Netero, and others at the first time. They believed that as long as the original V5 was not too stupid, he would definitely realize the strangeness here. This was also one of the reasons why they agreed to send 5 ships to follow the voyage. Germain and Kate exchanged their opinions on this matter. Kate brought Germain an unexpected news. "I heard that Hisoka is still alive," he said. "Although I haven't seen him in person, I have heard a lot of urban rumors about him. He seems to have reached a subtle cooperative relationship with Melina of the AI family. When the AI family first lost the support of the 4th prince, Celadonish, they were originally robbed by the other 2 major gangster families. At this time, Melina and Hisoka launched an extreme revenge action. In the end, when it was so violent and crazy that it was almost impossible to end, it was the intervention of the Kaken royal family that calmed the chaos. Hisoka no longer shows his true face. He seems to have the ability to change his appearance at will. He can disguise himself as men, women, old and young. This allows him to easily sneak into most parts of the Kaken Empire and commit all kinds of evil deeds, making him the #1 villain of the AI family. As the leaders of the AI family, Melina and Hisoka are likely to appear on the BW1 on the colonial voyage this time. Kate knew the strange relationship between Germain and Hisoka, so she specifically informed Germain of this information to prevent Germain from being ambushed. After all, judging from some of the information Kate had gathered, Hisoka's style of doing things had changed considerably. In the past, Hisoka still followed some principles to satisfy his desire to fight. But now, he has reached the point where he will do anything to pursue pleasure. Germain knew that Hisoka and Kuroro had a fierce battle, and the result was that both sides were seriously injured and disabled. And Kuroro, who had lost most of his fighting ability, finally committed suicide in front of Germain. As for Hisoka, his broken limbs can be completely glued together with the stretchable love, and the disguise can be completed with a frivolous illusion, having died once and been seriously injured once. Hisoka's ability to read has probably evolved and become stronger with the accumulated combat experience. Now he and Melina are both chaotic evils, and they are just like each other when they are together. It was almost midnight, so Kate got up and said goodbye. After Germain sent him away, he went to the bathroom to wash up, then stood on the balcony outside, enjoying the night breeze and thinking silently under the sparse starlight. The next morning, Germain specifically asked about the current location of Nobu, Kurapika, Killua, and Tsuchiya, and he wanted to go and see them. However, Nob had no idea where they were now, because his guidance of the 3 young people had ended, and it was up to them to do it on their own. Nob himself was also busy with the Hunter Association's exploration team and had no time to be distracted. Germain still got the exact location of Kurapika, Killua, and Tsuchiya from the twins Ida and Elena, so he used the administrator card to fly over. It turned out that they were at Xiaomai's place, intending to complete Xiaomai's main task and obtain the corresponding card. Killua and Gon both lost to Muji in the game of military chess very quickly and failed to meet the conditions for obtaining the card. The condition for obtaining the card is, of course, not to defeat Muji. There are probably few people in the world who can beat this female chess master in the game of military chess. As long as you can persist in a certain number of chess moves, you can pass the level and get the most basic card. The more chess moves you persist in, the better the quality of the card you get. Killua and Gon racked their brains, but could not stop Muji's chess offensive in the game of military chess, where they didn't even understand the rules. Kurapika, on the other hand, had known Muji before, and had played several games of military chess together. Now, he and Muji were playing back and forth on the chessboard. Finally, after Kurapika made another move, Muji started to laugh. After her eyesight was restored, her thick eyebrows always blocked her eyes when she laughed, but she couldn't hide her excitement. Kurapika, you have already met the most basic requirements and can get the cards and leave. Do you want to continue? Looking at the situation on the chessboard that had not yet ended, Kurapika wanted to continue, but suddenly heard a bang, and turned around to see Teacher Germain appear not far away. Teacher? Kurapika stood up. He didn't know that Germain had returned to Greed Island the day before yesterday. Killua and Gon looked at each other and jumped down from their seats in surprise. Xiaomai was the slowest to react. After she saw German, she stammered a few times, and then tried to stand up. As a result, she knocked over the chessboard, and the black and white chess pieces fell to the ground with a clatter. She hurriedly tried to pick them up, which caused her head to hit the corner of the table. She covered her forehead in pain and was about to cry. Chapter 377. In order not to delay Xiaomai's work, everyone came out of her current residence and found an open wilderness surrounded by red soil and rocks. Kurapika told Germain about his experiences in more than half a year, and Germain was quite quiet as a listener. Killa and Gon added to the conversation, although many of them were insignificant details. But Germain didn't mind knowing more. Finally, Kurapika carefully mentioned that he wanted to participate in the Hunter Association's exploration team. At this point, the Hunter Association will send an elite exploration team to the colonization voyage. This is already known to the world, so there is no need to hide it from Killua and Gon. They are teenagers, but they are not naive teenagers. You can get information about this from news websites alone, and professional hunter websites can provide more information. Germain still answered Mo Laowu with the same caliber as before, letting Kurapika decide whether to go. I am your teacher, and I am glad that you can ask for my opinion, Germain said. I believe that you can shine in the Hunter Association exploration team now. Kurapika was relieved that Germain could support him. The application he submitted to the Hunter Association was always on hold, neither approved nor rejected. At that time, he knew that the Hunter Association was waiting for Germain's opinion. As long as Germain did not stop him, the Hunter Association would have no reason to reject him as a ready-to-fight force. Later, Killua and Gon also interrupted, hoping to participate in this grand colonial voyage. They also submitted an application like Kurapika. But unlike Kurapika, their application was quickly rejected. The reason is self-evident. This reminds Killua and Gon of a player they see everywhere on Greed Island who advises them, "You are not qualified. You are not qualified." Killua and Gon are indignant about this. Under the guidance of Nobu, their nin ability has developed by leaps and bounds, and now has a prototype. They feel that they can go along. Of course, how much of the reason is really for exploring the Dark Continent, and how much is for fun? Only they themselves know. Killua and Gon knew that Germain was one of the 12 branches of the Hunter Association and was a well-known figure. If they could establish a relationship with him, they might be able to join the team. So, in order to show their persuasiveness, the two boys showed their newly trained nin abilities in front of Germain. Gon's nin ability of the strengthening type is Rock Paper Scissors, which is divided into 3 types of moves: Rock of the strengthening type, Scissors of the changing type, and Paper of the releasing type. Killua's nin ability of the changing type is Lightning. As the name suggests, it is to transform the nature of the mind into lightning for attack and defense, and at the same time stimulate one's own nerves to improve the speed of action and reaction. These are just the starting points of their mind abilities. Killua and Gon are both geniuses among geniuses. Given time, they will definitely reach the level of combat power of the 12 branches. And this is not their upper limit. As for them now, they are still too immature. In order to make the two teenagers give up, Germain warmed up a little and knocked them to the ground. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Killua and Gon both sat on the ground, somewhat doubting their lives, their faces and clothes covered with dust. Especially Killua. Gon's rock paper scissors has a very obvious weakness. That is, it takes too long to accumulate the energy, so it is normal for him to be caught and knocked down by Germain. But Killua's lightning is different. He definitely can't beat Germain. After all, he can't even beat Kurapika now. However, Killua has always hidden a trick that he has never used, and he used it this time when facing Germain. He believes that he can definitely catch Germain off guard with it. This move is lightning speed, which will bring Killua's physical ability to the limit. He can't beat Germain, but he can touch Germain's back like playing 1, 2, 3. Stuntman. Right? As a result, before Killua's hands touched Germain, Germain turned around and grabbed his hands, then threw him to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. Killua's lightning speed did make his movements very fast, but it didn't reach the point where Germain couldn't react. This reminded Killua of the first time he met Germain last year. He challenged Germain at that time, and the situation at that time was almost the same as today. I have improved, and improved a lot. Killua sat on the ground in a daze, showing an incredible expression. But it was Xiujia who reached out and helped him up. You are still too weak now. Germain said mercilessly. Joining the Hunter Association exploration team will not play a big role. Killua and Siegia were a little disappointed. However, facts speak louder than words. They are not the kind of willful people who insist on joining the exploration team, which will only drag others down. Then, when can we join the Hunter Association exploration team? Siegia was a little unwilling. The Hunter Association exploration team that set off on August 8th is only the first batch. Depending on the situation, there will definitely be reinforcements. Siegia has learned a lot about Jean from Kurapika, and he has almost guessed that Jean will definitely play an important role in this colonial voyage. As long as he can participate, Siegia believes that he will definitely get news about Jean. Germain thought for a while and said, "Just like before in the Sky Arena, I will make another promise with you." "What promise?" Killua and Siegia came over curiously. Germain briefly explained the way to clear the main line of Greed Island, which requires using cards to fly to the depths of the elite area. You will not be allowed to use flying teleportation cards to reach the clearance location directly, Germain said. You must break through by land and reach the last checkpoint. In this way, the difficulty of clearing the level soared. Although the attack mode of monsters in the elite area is dull, the values are very high. Killua and Gon will have to meet Elena many times if they advance by land. The two teenagers looked at each other, but they did not show fear or panic. Instead, they were faintly excited. They liked this kind of challenging thing. The exploration of the Sky Arena and the early area of Greed Island, as well as the improvement of their own ability, gave them the confidence to agree. We will succeed, Gon said. Please let us join the exploration team when the time comes. Okay, Germain replied. As long as you abide by the agreement and pass the level, you can not only join the exploration team, but I will tell you the exact location of Jean and what he is doing. Gon's eyes lit up when he got this promise. He couldn't wait to start the next Greed Island process. However, before that, Germain did not let them leave like this. There was one more thing he wanted to do to Killua. Chapter 378 Needle? Killua was so surprised that he pulled both his hands out of his pockets, and the chocolate candy box hidden inside fell to the ground with a clatter. You mean? Illumi stabbed me with a needle. How is that possible? When did this happen? Why don't I have any memory of it? Killua, this is one of the characteristics of the manipulation-type mind ability. But you will soon remember the specific time node. Germain stretched out the index and middle fingers of his right hand, poked Killua's forehead, and whispered, Relax. Killua felt the cold touch under his white bangs and couldn't help frowning. But out of trust in Germain, he slowly relaxed his body and mind. Swish. As fast as lightning. Before Killua could react, Germain had accurately found the needle and pulled it out. A streak of blood fluttered in the air, fell, and disappeared. When Illumi's needle is fully controlled, it can make a person completely his captive until death. Under incomplete control, it is enough to change a person's way of thinking and block certain memories of a person. You are obviously in a more sophisticated, incomplete control state. When the needle is pulled out, you will break free from the shackles of your mind, and your forgotten memories will return. Germain shook the golden needle in the sunlight and threw it on the ground. Without the power of mind, it is just an ordinary golden needle. Kurapika and Gon looked at this scene in amazement, and they had a new understanding of the operator's mind ability and became more vigilant. This kind of control without anyone noticing was really terrifying. Before this, the operator's mind ability user they had the most contact with was Shishi. However, Shishi had not yet reached the point of using his mind ability to perfection, and the sense of oppression he brought to people was not enough, so that they also had a misunderstanding of the operator's mind ability user. A drop of blood oozed out of the middle of Killua's forehead, sliding down like a tear, along the bridge of his nose, and sliding to the left side of his nose. He stood there with a dull expression, like a plaster sculpture, with empty eyes. Hedgehog-headed Siegia asked worriedly, Killua? Are you okay? After asking several times in a row, Killua finally responded, I'm fine. He just lost himself in the memory of the resurrection, and it took a while for Siegia to wake up when he called him. Then, he wiped the blood off his forehead with the back of his hand, and the small needle hole stopped bleeding quickly. German, when did you know that there was a needle in my head? Killua looked up at German. His eyes had regained clarity, and he had obviously remembered all the missing memories, and his eyes changed from confusion to determination. German thought about when he should know this matter. And finally he chose the last meeting. The second time I went to Zoldyck family, he said half-truthfully. At that time, my strength had made a leap forward compared to before. So Alumi's tricks didn't work in front of me. Why didn't you tell me at that time? And didn't help me take out the needle? Killua was suspicious. At that time, I had just obtained custody of you, German said. I didn't want to do something that would disgust the members of the Zoldyck family right away. Alumi must have been recognized by your parents and grandfather for being able to implant a needle in your brain. I am also a member of the Zoldyck family. Killua frowned. You are indeed, German said. Besides, I think the existence of this needle is a good thing for you at a certain stage. Killua opened his mouth to refute, but the facts left him speechless. After his memory was restored, Killua knew the function of the needle. It implanted a thought: if you encounter an opponent you can't beat, run away quickly. Even Killua, who didn't like Alumi's actions, had to admit that the needle saved his life more than once. Without the needle, he would probably fight with many terrible opponents and end up injured, disabled, or even dead. Not everyone who was provoked by Killua was a person like Germain. They would not be soft-hearted to a young man. After thinking about this, Killua's feelings towards Alumi were quite complicated. He could neither be completely angry nor completely forgive him. It was the most uncomfortable to be in the middle. Why are you suddenly willing to tell me and pull out the needle? Killua thought for a while and asked again. Germain replied, I am your temporary guardian, and my approach is to take different protective measures for you according to different stages. Your mind ability has a basic framework, and the rest is to continue to hone it and achieve rapid growth. Before this, the needle did protect you, but now it has become an obstacle to your progress. The needle is like the love of the Zoldyck family for you, and the embodiment of my and Yungu's guardianship of you. But sooner or later you will leave our wings. At this stage, you can no longer avoid fear. On the contrary, only by being with fear can you break through the boundaries again and again. Besides that, there is one more thing I need your help with. Germain stared at Killua. Next, I will go to Zoldyck family. Your great-grandfather, Mr. Jaeger, promised to let me meet Aluka. Killua couldn't help but tremble when he heard the name Aluka, which had been blocked in his heart for a long time by the needle. Why? Why do you know Aluka? Why do you want to see her? Mr. Jaeger and the others told me. The specific reasons and process involve too many things, so I can't tell you. Mr. Jaeger said that you and Aluka have a good relationship. I need you to go with me. You should also want to meet your sister after a long absence. Right? Killua really wanted to meet Aluka. He couldn't believe that he had forgotten such an important person in his life. Even if it was the effect of the needle, he couldn't forgive himself. Killua hasn't contacted the Zoldyck family for almost half a year. He once thought that he had broken free from the shackles of the family, and that he would never need to return to that home, and could always go out and play with Gon. Now he knows that he was wrong. From the beginning, his family knew that he would definitely come back as long as he thought of Aluka. Even without Germain, Killua would be able to detect the existence of the mind needle and remove it at a critical moment when he faced his fear, whether it was Alumi or his parents. They all knew that Killua would never abandon Aluka. They knew that Killua would definitely come back when the needle was implanted. This "we are all for your own good" calculation deeply hurt Killua's feelings. Killua agreed to Germain and was forced to return to the shadowy family to find the rare hope and gentle light he had before. Germain did not set off immediately, but waited until August 1st, because something important happened today. The Hunter Association exploration team, led by Netero, will depart from Greedy Island in batches and arrive at the Colonial Voyage assembly point of the Kajin Empire. They will meet with other members of the Hunter Association, the members sent by the original V5, at that port to make final preparations until August 8th. The people who stayed on Greedy Island said goodbye to the members of the Hunter Association exploration team who were about to leave. This was a novel experience for German, because it was always others who said goodbye to him and wished him a safe journey in the Dark Continent. But now it was the other way around. German said goodbye to President Netero, Team Leader Mo Lawu, Vice President Kido, Vice President Misai Istram, Nob, Kate, Palm, Shiotua, and others one by one. Finally, he came to Kurapika. Kurapika? Be careful, German said. See you in the Dark Continent. See you in the Dark Continent. Kurapika put one hand on his chest and bowed slightly to the teacher who changed his future. Soon. All members of the Hunter Association's exploration team left the secret training ground of Greed Island and divided into several teams, like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, and converged on the Kaken Empire. At the same time, more personnel had already started, and V6, especially the state machine of the Kaken Empire, was running strongly and humming. The stars were shining. BW1 was like the sun, and the 5 ships were like planets. They would set off on August 8th, moving like the solar system, heading towards the depths of the universe. Compared with the macroscopic, great journey, the microscopic, tiny journey home of Germain, Killua and Seogia was not noticed by so many people. Germain and Killua went to Zoldyck family for business, while Seogia was more to accompany Killua. After all, Killua had just accompanied him back to Whale Island not long ago. During the journey, Killua told Germain and Gon about the story between him and Aluka. Aluka was his childhood playmate, his younger brother, and his sister, but Aluka preferred Killua to call her sister. Killua respected and accepted Aluka's gender identity, and in fact, Aluka did behave more like a sister. However, this was not the only strange thing that happened to Aluka. One day, when Killua and Aluka were playing in the sea of trees under Mount Kukurokuro, they encountered a wounded bird that was dying. Aluka suddenly seemed like a different person, with dark pupils. She easily saved the dying bird and released it. Afterwards, Aluka quietly told Killua that there was another Killua's sister, Nanika, in her body. Aluka asked Killua to pamper Nanika as he pampered her. Killua agreed without thinking too much. The 2 innocent siblings did not regard this as a trouble, but were very excited. They thought that Aluka must have gained superpowers, like the cleaning warriors, and would maintain world peace in the future. However, as Nanika became more and more active and showed terrible abilities, Killua became more sensible, and he realized that things were far from as simple as he imagined. Killua once tried to conceal the abilities of Aluka and Nanika, but in the end, the matter was leaked to his parents and brother. Chapter 379. The Zoldyck family was very nervous about this, and even the great-grandfather Jaeger, who rarely showed up, called Aluka to his room and stayed there for half an hour. Aluka later told Killua that the great-grandfather Jaeger just stared at her for a long time, asked a few small questions about daily life, and then let her go. If the great-grandfather Jaeger acted like this, the reactions of others would be even more intense, especially Killua and Aluka's mother, Kiju, and brother, Alumi. After that, Nanika often appeared. Kiju and Alumi used the lives of the housekeepers and servants of the Zoldyck family to test the various conditions of Aluka and Nanika's abilities through several groups of control experiments. Wishing, acting like a spoiled child, chain death, etc. were all investigated during this period. If it weren't for Kiju and Alumi's repeated instructions, Killua would not have known that Aluka and Nanika's abilities had so many limitations and terrible aspects. Obviously, Aluka and Nanika never asked him to do so many outrageous things when they were acting cute. Later, he realized that it was because these conditions and costs would not take effect on him, so he never noticed these dangerous rules and regulations. Aluka and Nanika would never hurt him. This is the premise for all abilities to be activated, and it is the top priority. At this stage, Aluka has been restricted in her range of activities and contact with others. Obviously, these are not her fault, but the fault of those who made the wish. As long as there is no wish at the beginning, there will never be any subsequent coquetry to the next person. Why doesn't everyone understand this? At this time, Killua was very dissatisfied with the treatment of Aluka and Nanika. At the same time, he also keenly realized that he could command Aluka and Nanika without restriction, and he had to hide it, based on his understanding of his mother and elder brother. Once they knew the existence of the order, they would definitely use him to manipulate Aluka and Nanika. In Alumi's cognition, Aluka and Nanika can fulfill all wishes, but the price of subsequent coquetry becomes heavier accordingly. If the command can be unrestricted, then with Killua in his left hand and Aluka in his right hand, wouldn't he be invincible? After listening to Killua's story, Germain felt that things would not be so simple. Perhaps it was not an order, but Killua's long-term careful companionship, which had paid too much for coquetry, and Killua rarely made wishes to Aluka and Nanika, which led to this strange phenomenon now. In other words, if Killua starts to give orders constantly, he will end up losing this layer of protection like other wishers. One day, he will have to bear the price of the previous person's wish because of his greed. and be forced to accept some rather cruel spoiled behavior. It is very likely that it was Killua's love for Aluka and Nautica that saved him and the entire Zoldyck family. On a gentler note, it was because Killua did not have an overly greedy desire for Aluka and Nautica, and he truly regarded Aluka and Nautica as his sisters, that Nautica would not attack Killua and the people Killua cares about. If we think rationally, creatures generally seek benefits and avoid harm, and rarely do self-restrained behaviors that will hurt themselves. Killua's favorite people right now should be Aluka, Nautica, and Gon. If he also accepts being acted like a spoiled child and fails to meet the demands of being acted like a spoiled child for more than 3 times, a terrible disaster will befall him and his loved ones. By then, the easiest state is that Killua, Aluka, Nautica, and Gon will be twisted into a hemp rope and die tragically. If Nautica doesn't want to kill himself, then it's best not to act like a spoiled child to Killua. Or, it would be better to evenly distribute the spoiled child that should be born by Killua to other spoiled children. These two are not mutually exclusive. On the contrary, they are probably the answer when combined. On August 3rd, Germain came to the Zoldyck family mansion in Kukuroka Mountain for the 3rd time. He once again saw the love that the butler, servants, and guards had for Killua. This was not the first time that Killua went on a long trip, nor was it the first time that Killua stayed away from home for a long time. Coincidentally, the longest time he was away from home was also to the Sky Arena. That time, Killua followed his father Silva's request and stayed in the Sky Arena for 2 years. He reached the 200th floor, did not go any further, and then came back. Now that I think about it, it was about 4 or 5 years ago. However, the housekeepers and servants of the Zoldyck family still couldn't hide their concern and longing for Killua, and often watched the live broadcast of the duel that Killua participated in at the Sky Arena, especially since such a big thing happened before Master Killua left. It was incredible that Master Silva, who had always been very strict with Killua, was willing to let Mr. Germain, an outsider, take care of Killua. This also made everyone update their views on Germain and reposition his position in the hearts of Master Silva and Master Zeno. As soon as Killua came back, he first asked Wutong if Ilmi was at home. The answer he got was that Master Ilmi had left home last month to accept a commission and had not returned yet. He muttered good luck to him and temporarily put aside the matter of settling accounts with Ilmi. This was Sujia's second visit to Zoldyck family. He was already quite familiar with the place and was happily greeting people he knew. Wutong, Canaria, Jibarong, Shiquan and others were among those he greeted. Jibarong responded with a kind smile, while Canaria and Shiquan were much more indifferent and nodded. Only Wutong looked serious at first, but in front of Master Killua, he had to force out a professional smile towards Sujia. Not only responded, but also greeted Sujia. Of course, the reception that Germain received was of high standard. He once again saw Zeno, Silva and others coming to greet him at the gate of the Zoldyck family mansion. Except for Kiju and Mickey, who acted a little unnatural. Everyone was very happy about the arrival of Germain, Killua and Seogia. Germain did not get straight to the point, but left time for Killua to reminisce with his family. Even if it is an abnormal family, it is normal for family members to care about each other. Almost at the first sight of meeting, Silva sensed from Killua's expression that Killua was still angry, and soon found that his needle had been removed. It was obvious who removed the needle in Killua's head. Silva had thought of this day when he handed over temporary custody to Germain. He did not give Killua a chance to vent, and cleverly used Gon's presence to guide the topic to their training experience in the past few months. Seeing that it was Killua's father who asked, Gon naturally told him everything he knew, and only left out some topics about Jean. Seeing Gon talking non-stop, Killua couldn't find a chance to interject and question him. He didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of Gon and Germain. So, the matters about Aluka and the Mind Needle were put on hold for the time being. Silva listened to Gon talking about how they won 3 games on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, and how they completed various main and side quests on Greed Island. When he heard that Killua and Gon had made some progress in their mind abilities, Silva pretended to be surprised and changed from supporting his chin with his fist to sitting up straight. Killua, is what Gon said true? Can you show me your results? Killua sulked and ignored his father. Sujia showed his paper in the rock-paper-scissors game. He accumulated his mental energy for a long time before sending out a mental energy wave, and the power was not very strong. Jichio couldn't help but spread out his western fan. covered his mouth, and laughed contemptuously. Miji was much more unrestrained, truly interpreting the word laughing out loud. Shiba and Zeno both smiled politely. The youngest son Kurt was still like a big doll, wearing a kimono, standing quietly not far away. German glanced at Sijia, who was stroking the back of his head and grinning, and had some strange ideas in his mind. You said Seojia was on guard, but Shiba asked him to show his ability to read. And he did it. You said he was not on guard, but he showed the most obvious weakness of rock paper scissors. This would give the people present who didn't know the inside story a preconceived idea. You know, in a battle of reading ability, half knowledge is more dangerous than no knowledge, and the enemy can use wrong or missing cognition to set traps. Of course, this little trick is useless for old foxes like Zeno and Silva. However, for the same thing, one person sees the front, another sees the side, and some see the back. From Killua's perspective, it was his best friend who was laughed at by his mother and Mickey. Killua was already furious about Aluka and the needle, and lightning immediately appeared all over his body, and he challenged Mickey by name. Mickey was not afraid of Killua, a novice, but the fight was quickly stopped by Silva. How could he watch the two brothers fight in front of him? With Gon's persuasion, Killua finally calmed down. However, through this short-term outburst, the people of Zoldyck family were able to observe that Killua's ability to convert his mind energy into lightning. Less than half a year after leaving Zoldyck family, Killua has gone from having almost no knowledge of mind energy to being able to fight with it. The rapid progress was so great that even the Zoldyck family members, who had always been confident in Killua's talent, were somewhat surprised. It seems that Killua did not waste time in the past few months away from the Zoldyck family, and also received guidance from famous teachers. Jichio looked at Germain and Gon frequently, muttering in his heart, why is Killua more willing to get close to these outsiders? Why is Killua unwilling to listen to me and grasp the most important growth period under my supervision? What went wrong? Chapter 380. In the gloomy attic of Jag Zoldyck, a large group of people gathered for the first time. They stared at the things in front of them quietly, like bats flying back to the cave. This is the herb of cure-all. This is the alchemical plant Materian. This is the stone of no one. German brought 3 kinds of hope. Among them, the herb of cure-all and the alchemical plant Materian were soaked in a special solution to prevent them from withering. The stone of no one was covered in a special powder to keep it dry. Jaeger, who lost his left hand and right leg and was forced to sit in a wheelchair, smiled, revealing his few teeth. It seems that you have done it again. Isaac Netero has a reason to trust you so much. Maha walked around the transparent container of the herb with his hands behind his back. His hair fell out, and the wrinkles on his face were slightly stretched out. He smiled and looked like a kind and amiable old man. Before, Netero brought processed herb injections, or powders, for curing all diseases. This is the first time I have seen the real thing. I didn't expect that such an ordinary-looking plant has such a powerful healing ability. Gino, whose silver hair was still lush and erected towards the ceiling, gently twisted his shrimp-like beard with his fingers. But his focus was on the alchemical plant Materian, the treasure that alchemists dream of but cannot obtain. Germain, I heard that it can make people with psychic abilities not restricted by the system. Right? That's not accurate. Germain, dressed in a black robe, stood aside, like a vampire count in the castle. Our psychic abilities still need to abide by the system restrictions, but with the help of enchanted tools, we can use the transformation psychic ability to transform psychic energy into corresponding elements. Zeno nodded in understanding, and like his grandfather Maha, he paced around Hope. Shiba didn't seem to have much emotion. He was too tall, so he had to bend down to check the Hope in the container. He looked for a long time before he stood up again. German, can I try one of the powers of Hope? For example, the No Man's Stone? Please, German replied. This is a gift for the Zoldyck family. You have the final say on how to deal with it. So, Shiba took one of the No Man's Stones out of the dry powder in the container and soaked it in water. After the experiment, it was found that after being away from the environment required for hatching for a long time, the No Man's Stone would no longer be able to hatch and would really become a kind of ore. Everyone watched this bead-sized stone release beautiful electric light in the water waves. The next moment, Shiba reached out and took the No Man's Stone that was still discharging electricity out of the water, and calmly wiped the water droplets with his fingers. After the No Man's Stone dried, it no longer discharged electricity, and Sheba put it back into the dry powder for storage. Sheba remained calm throughout the whole process, and the onlookers did not show any surprise, but just watched his actions quietly. For the members of the Zoldyck family, receiving electric shocks is a compulsory course, just like 3 meals a day, something that must be experienced every day. For Sheba, the discharge of the No Man's Stone is more like receiving an electric therapy that can relax his body and mind. How much electricity can it release? Sheba asked again. Each No Man's Stone is different, but the average is about 20,000 kilowatts a day, German replied. And this is not its limit. You can feel it. Sheba, who touched the current released by the No Man's Stone with his own hands, commented. At this time, he remembered the ability of mind that Killua showed in front of them an hour ago, which happened to be the transformation type lightning. Although Killua can transform his own mind energy into lightning, he still needs to recharge from time to time as a constraint and oath. I'm afraid that when he grows to a higher stage, such as the stage of Phaeton, a member of the Phantom Troop who has died, Killua will not need to recharge. There are such coincidences in the world. Killua needs to recharge at this stage to maintain long-term and continuous combat power. The No Man's Stone just happens to be his power bank. Silva looked at the No Man's Stone and couldn't help but be tempted. It seems that I should fulfill my promise. Jaeger smiled at this time. When Germain came last time, I said that as long as he could bring back the No Man's Stone, I would let him contact Aluka. After Germain left, Jaeger had already told Maha, Zeno and Silva about this matter once, but no one expressed their opinion at that time. Jaeger brought up the old matter again, and Maha and Zeno remained silent. But their silence is actually a kind of tacit agreement. But none of the 3 of them said anything final, but looked at Sheba together. Although they are the elders of Zoldyck family, they do not use their seniority to pressure others. They know very well that Sheba is the current helmsman of Zoldyck family. The 3 elders of Zoldyck family need to know the limits, and cannot have both. If they want to control the power of the family, they should not have stepped down in the first place. An example of the opposite style is President Netero. At an old age, President Netero has not yet trained a successor to the Hunter Association. And even if there is a successor, he has not delegated power. President Netero seems to be lax, but in fact he is more conscientious and dedicated than Maha, Jaeger and Zeno. This is not a good thing. However, he has changed in the past year. Perhaps he really sees hope. Silva knows that everyone's eyes are focused on him. He thought calmly for a while, and then his sharp eyes looked at Germain through his sparse silver bangs. What do you want to do by contacting Aluka? I want to learn more about the mist creatures, and then confirm whether the next target is them or the 2-tailed snake Hellbell. Germain answered. Silva shook his head. He obviously misunderstood what Germain meant. You should have a basic understanding of Aluka's ability and cost. I will not allow you to use his wish to achieve your goal. That is too dangerous. I understand, Germain said. I will not make a wish to Aluka, nor will I let others make a wish for me. I just want to contact her, meet her, and have a general impression. You can monitor and watch the whole process, and I can accept any restrictions. German looked at Jaeger in a wheelchair and said, if necessary, I am willing to sign the blood oath shackles. There was silence in the attic for a while. No need, Sheba said. I take you to see Aluka. He also knew that the mist-like creature AI from the Dark Continent in Aluka's body would be solved sooner or later, and the opportunity to solve it was on German. Half an hour later, Sheba led the way in front, and German followed him, passing through one heavy gate after another. In addition to them, there were 2 other people on this trip, Killua and Zyponian. Finally, there was only one gate left in front of them. However, after opening it, Sheba let Zyponian go in first, and the others stayed outside. After a while, Zyponian came out, wearing a monocle. She was tall and sturdy, smiling as if nothing had happened. If you ignore the blood on her fingers, Master Aluka wants my little fingernail, Zyponian explained, then bowed to Sheba. Master Sheba, I'm leaving now. Yes, Sheba nodded. Afterwards, Zyponian turned into a shadow and quickly left the corridor with many gates. Silva asked German to contact Aluka, but of course he did not impose any restrictions. He just knew that the best restriction was to use the rules of wishing and acting cute. The last wisher was Miji, who wanted an expensive, high-performance computer. Aluka fulfilled this wish. Generally speaking, Such a wish and the acting cute that the later person has to bear should not be very troublesome. The result was exactly as Sheba expected. Aluka's first wish was for Zyponian's little fingernail. In Sheba's understanding, if Aluka wanted to achieve the state of making a wish, Zyponian would need to satisfy the other two wishes. And if Zyponian satisfied one wish and left halfway, then Aluka could not change the object of his wish. In other words, as long as Zyponian did not appear in front of Aluka again, Aluka would not be able to fulfill the wishes of others. However, if Zyponian dies due to something, then it will be considered that the coquetry has failed. Once everything is back on track, the difficulty of satisfying the coquetry will be minimized. This is also one of the reasons why the Zoldyck family decided to lock up Aluka even though they knew there was such a restriction method. "We can go in now," Silva said. In fact, before Silva finished speaking, Killua had already walked in quickly. And then Germain and Silva walked in together. A surprised scream came from the room when Germain walked into this fairly spacious, closed cell. The first thing he saw was the floor full of dolls of various sizes. And then he saw Aluka. Aluka's hair color was inherited from her mother, Kijo, pure black, long and straight. She was petite, wearing a set of shrine maiden clothes, and the headband on her head was engraved with 4 expressions of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness. At this time, Aluka was enjoying the warm hug from her favorite brother for the first time in a long time, and a satisfied look appeared on her cute face. Silva just watched with his hands folded on his chest, without making a sound to interrupt. At the same time, other members of the Zoldyck family were also watching this picture in the monitoring room. Chapter 381. Killua solemnly apologized for not coming to visit Aluka for a long time. Aluka forgave him almost without hesitation. It should be said that she never blamed or resented Killua. "I will never be angry with my brother, because I am satisfied to see my brother. I am really so happy." Aluka jumped on Killua lively and rubbed Killua like a kitten. The more this happened, the more guilty Killua felt. He had been thinking about going out to play for more than a year, and actually left Aluka and Nanika here. Then, Aluka realized the existence of Silva. So he jumped off Killua, ran over obediently, and hugged Silva's thigh. "Father, long time no see. I am so happy that I can see my brother and father come to see me today." Silva smiled, hugged Aluka back, asked a few questions with concern, and then let go of Aluka. Aluka noticed the stranger next to him, Germain, but she was not shy. She just blinked her big eyes curiously and stared at Germain. "You? Who are you?" Killua came over and whispered a few words to Aluka, then took his sister's hand and introduced the only stranger in the room to his sister. "He is Mr. Germain, our friend," Killua said. "He wants to meet you." "Mr. Germain?" Aluka blinked his big eyes, walked over and stretched out his hands to Germain. "Brother just told me that you have been taking care of brother recently. Thank you very much for taking care of brother." "You're welcome." Germain shook hands with Aluka, feeling that she was really small and fragile, like tofu that would break if pinched. However, this does not mean that the mist creature is weak, because this body is a human body after all, and it is a container for Aluka and Nanika to coexist. Germain can feel the energy hidden in Aluka's body, which is a very strong life wave. Perhaps, even if Aluka is eliminated, Nanika cannot be completely killed. This is Germain's first impression. "Brother said that you came to see me." Aluka tilted his head slightly, clasped his hands behind his back, and asked cutely and curiously, "Why?" Germain said, "I heard that Aluka is Killua's favorite sister, so I came to see you specially. In addition, I want to give you a gift." When Aluka heard Germain say that she was Killua's favorite sister, she showed a satisfied expression and giggled. When she heard that Germain was going to give her a gift, her curiosity was immediately aroused. However, she still knew basic manners, so she glanced at Silva and Killua, wondering whether she should accept it. Silva nodded silently. He had learned what the gift was from Germain in advance, so he naturally would not object. Killua also smiled and said, "Aluka, it's okay. Accept this gift." Aluka immediately became excited. She put her hands on her chest and looked at Germain hopefully. What on earth could it be? What on earth could it be? Aluka couldn't help shaking her head. Germain opened the bag he was carrying, revealing a handheld game console with the Greed Island Z logo on it. Aluka tilted her head in surprise. She still recognized the handheld game console, but she didn't need it, and she didn't like playing games. Although she didn't like the game console that much, she wouldn't refuse it. Just when she was about to accept it reluctantly, she heard German's next explanation. Your brother is currently leveling up in a game called Greed Island Z. He will probably stay there for several months. He was worried that you would be lonely during this period, so he asked me to find a way. So I asked 2 designers to design and manufacture this Greedy Island Z handheld game console. The designers that Germain referred to were naturally Eichchamp and Duin, who only took 1 day to rush out this special game console. Aluka, you can get a virtual Aluka game character on Greedy Island Z by starting this handheld game console. In this way, you can use it to accompany Killua remotely and play with him on Greedy Island Z. Germain knew the bottom line of the Zoldyck family. It was definitely impossible for him and Killua to take Aluka away like this. So he had to settle for the next best thing. Killua accompanied Aluka's virtual game character, and let the 2 siblings and Xiaojia clear Greed Island together. This should be possible, right? At this time, the microphone in the monitoring room seemed to be not turned off, and Miki's pig-like wailing came from inside. Killua didn't get the chance to fight with Miki, but he knew how to stimulate his fat brother. At this time, he heard Miki's unwilling howl, and he raised his mouth with pride. A few hours ago, when Xiaojia told Silva about his experience with Killua during this period, Greed Island was inevitably involved. As a person obsessed with games and the second dimension, it is impossible that he has not heard of Greed Island. At that moment, he jumped out in surprise and wanted to get to the bottom of it. He has been pursuing this game for NIN users for a long time. Recently, he heard that it has ushered in a major update. He has been eager to try it, but he has no way to obtain the qualification to enter. So, Killua inadvertently mentioned that he and Xiaojia's qualification to enter Greed Island was obtained from German, who is the administrator of Greed Island. Miji's face turned pale at that moment, and then it turned red again. He stared at Germain for a long time with his eyes wide open, unable to say a word. Germain came 3 times, but he didn't treat Germain well 3 times. In addition, Germain was obviously on Killua's side, and it was too late for him to please him. The more this happened, the more jealous Miji became. He couldn't understand why Killua was so lucky to meet the administrator of Greed Island directly. I have been searching on the internet for so many years, but I can't find the information of the designer and administrator of Greed Island. Killua looked at Miki, who looked grim, and felt much happier. Originally, after several hours of psychological preparation, Miki was no longer so jealous and angry. As a result, not long ago, Germain proposed to give Aluka this gift, which once again aroused trouble. In order to be on the safe side, Silva asked Miki, who was proficient in technology, to check this game console. Miki was very excited after knowing its functions. Then, he used various means to confirm that it was safe. It really only allowed Aluka to create a virtual game character in Greed Island and play Greed Island remotely with Killua. There were no other special functions. However, just when he was about to let it go, he had to watch Germain take it away from him, because this game console did not belong to him. It was a meeting gift from Germain to Aluka. At this time, Miji saw this scene through the surveillance and heard Germain's explanation. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. I am also Killua's brother. Why don't you give me a meeting gift? That's mine. It should be mine. Germain looked in the direction of the microphone strangely. Then he ignored the ghosts and wolves howling from there, and put the handheld game console in Aluka's hand. Aluka held it in both hands, and it took a while for him to understand what Germain meant. Do you mean that I can always be with my brother through it? It's your game character that stays with Killua, Germain corrected. But it's almost the same. You can video chat. You can talk directly. Before Germain finished speaking, Aluka held up the game console high and shouted with joy. Great! Great! Aluka jumped around like a happy little rabbit. I can play games with my brother. Great! She turned around and circled around Killua happily. People with personalities, like Germain and Silva, couldn't help but be infected by this joy. Killua still felt that he hadn't done enough. But this was the limit of what he could do for Aluka at the moment. And he was not enough to protect Aluka now. Unexpectedly, Aluka showed such a satisfied and happy expression, and Killua felt more and more guilty. He grabbed the jumping Aluka and said, Aluka, have you forgotten? What should you do when you receive a gift from someone? Aluka was stunned for a moment, then nodded. She held the handheld game console in both hands, walked to Germain, and said obediently, "Thank you for your gift. I like it very much." "I like it." Germain smiled. After that, Germain personally taught Aluka how to use this special handheld game console, and helped her at Killua as a game friend. If necessary, Aluka can also connect this game console to a large screen for playing. Aluka held the game console in his hands with satisfaction. But an inappropriate voice came. "It's almost time," Silva, standing at the door, said. "We should leave." Killua couldn't help frowning. But before he said anything, Aluka stood up obediently and shook Killua's arm. "Brother, it's okay. I'm already very happy like this. Let's meet again in the game." Killua's heart ached, and a word was choked in his throat and couldn't be said. In the end, he could only spit out another sentence. "Okay. Let's meet again in the game. I introduce my friends to you." "Yeah." Aluka nodded his head expectantly. After reluctantly saying goodbye to each other, Aluka waved his hands desperately at Germain, Killua, and Silva before the gate closed. Even after the gate closed, everyone seemed to still see the lively and lovely girl, showing a sweet smile in front of them. Killua still had a smile on his face when he said goodbye to Aluka. But after the gate closed, only a gloomy face remained. He had secretly made up his mind to become stronger. Stronger than everyone else, so that he could protect his favorite sisters. In this way, Aluka and Nanaka could get real happiness. Chapter 382. At the Zoldyck family dinner, Killua deliberately sat far away from Silva, Zeno, and Gon, of course, sat next to him. The two little heads came together and whispered. At the table sat Germain and most of the Zoldyck family members except Maha, Jaeger, and Illumi. They all had their own reasons for not attending the dinner, and the Zoldyck family members present, whether it was Silva, Zeno, or Gon, ignored Killua's childish temper. As for Aluka's treatment, they didn't think there was anything wrong with locking him up. This was the safest way for the entire Zoldyck family and Aluka himself. They were not cold-blooded and heartless. After all, Aluka was related to them by blood. But as the world's #1 killer family, they were used to thinking with reason instead of emotion. Silva's face was always sickly pale, and his eyes were always half covered and half exposed under his sparse silver bangs, making it difficult to discern the true meaning of his eyes. He picked up a piece of beef with sauce with a silver fork and put it in his mouth to chew, while whispering, "German, after meeting Aluka, what do you think now?" German was sitting next to him, also enjoying the dinner cooked by the chef of Zoldyck family, and their profiles were illuminated by the same hanging crystal lamp. Today, he not only got to meet Aluka, the fourth son of Zoldyck family, as he wished, but also got to read the experimental records of Jichio, Ilmi, Miji and others. The piles of written materials and the data displayed on the computer screen all outline the horror of Aluka and Nanaka's wishing and acting cute. "I have confirmed at least one thing," German replied in a low voice. "The one that resides in Aluka's body is different from the one in the Dark Continent." Silva looked at German. "You mean? Its ability has changed?" Obviously the Zoldyck family members had already discussed this point. "Yes. Before, it took away Mr. Jaeger's hands, feet and blood. But it was not fatal. Instead, it took over Mr. Jaeger's body and transformed his body. But now, many restrictive rules have evolved for making wishes and acting cute." Shiba put down his knife and fork, supported his chin with his fingers, and thought seriously. Maybe it's because it is in two different states. Germain used the knife in his hand to cut the beef into two halves, first pushing the left piece aside. This is it without a body. At this time, making wishes and acting cute are not fatal. It won't even give you a chance to refuse, but directly asks for it. But at least the host can survive. At this moment, it is more like seeking a home, like the shell of a hermit crab. German pushed the right piece aside again. This is it that already has a host body. It needs some time to adapt to the body and gain control. Then, the subsequent wishing and acting cute will become fatal. No. To be precise, it should be refused to act cute 4 times, which will lead to death, being wrung out into a hemp rope, or being flattened into a plane. The common point is that it is like being squeezed out in an instant, taking away all the liquid in the body. The way to take it away is probably the dark space. Grandpa Jage has been willing to talk to Silva more recently, so Silva is not unfamiliar with the dark space. Under German's prompt, he almost immediately thought of the description of the 3-source water guarded by the mist creature E. It can become the original liquid of all liquids. Is the three-source water the original liquid of all liquids? Or is it the body fluids of various different creatures that can become the original liquid of all liquids after being refined and combined? Could the mist creature have accelerated and distorted a complex process similar to the formation of fossil fuel oil to create the three-source water? At this time, 2 knocks were heard, interrupting the thoughts of Germain and Sheba. They looked up and saw that it was Gino, who was sitting on the other side. He took a pair of chopsticks and knocked on the table with his head, saying, "It's time to eat now. Let's eat first." Germain and Sheba looked at each other, and didn't want to continue such a disgusting topic at the dinner party. So they stopped there. But Germain already had a spiritual intuition at this time. Perhaps the mist-like creature AI and Sanuanshui are more troublesome than recorded. President Netero, Mr. Yeager and Granny Linny are the survivors of the disaster. The mist creature E, which has no official records. The official survivors are also 3 people, and they are all members of the Hunter Association commissioned by the Mingbo Republic. But they are all mentally ill, and can't give much useful information. Why are they mentally ill? Is there a possibility that they are also inhabited by the mist creature E, and compete with them for control of their bodies, which eventually leads to their mental disorder? But where did the mist-like creature E that lived in their bodies go? Perhaps this is related to why Nanaga moved from Yeager's body to Aluka's body. And Nanaga's existence may also be unique among the mist-like creature E. Q gently wiped the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief, and the red dots in his mechanical eyes looked at Germain, making Germain feel like he was being targeted by a sniper rifle. "I heard that after you eliminated Zai Luo and the Phantom Troop, you are now supporting 4 Meteor Street people to become elders, and funding the reconstruction of Meteor Street?" She was born in Meteor Street, so she became an extremely tough and strong woman, which can be seen from the fact that her jet black hair color was inherited by 4 of her 5 children. If it weren't for the fact that Sheba defeated her again and again when she was young and completely conquered her, she would definitely not be willing to marry into the Zoldyck family. Now that she has become the mistress of the Zoldyck family, she did not rashly support Meteor Street. She is very sensible in this regard. However, the fact that Canaria and other people from Meteor Street have the opportunity to become the housekeepers and servants of the Zoldyck family is more or less due to her. Yes, Germain had nothing to deny. Meteor Street is now full of ruins, and most of the people are dead or injured. It really needs help from the outside world. Jichio sneered at this. What difference does it make whether it is rebuilt there? It's a place full of garbage, so it doesn't matter whether it's a ruin or not. As for the dead and injured, they will probably be replenished soon. There is no shortage of criminals, vagrants, refugees who have lost everything in the world. The people of Meteor Street are as tenacious as cockroaches. They will soon reproduce until it's overcrowded, and everything will start all over again. Jichio accurately inserted a small tomato with a fork, said this in a cold tone, and threw the small tomato into his mouth. For a moment, Germain couldn't tell whether her attitude towards Meteor Street was contempt or praise. The next day, Germain did not leave Zoldyck family immediately, but stayed here for several days, during which he saw Aluka almost every day. At first, Silva would accompany him, but then for some reason, Miki became the one accompanying him. Later, I found out that this little fat guy had actually been looking for an opportunity to please Germain, but he didn't know how to start. Killua came along, of course, and during this time he played many games with Aluka. But when the visiting time was up, the 3 had to leave, leaving Aluka alone behind the closed gates. It should be said that she was not alone, because Aluka was accompanied by Nanika, and they could communicate with each other. However, being isolated for most of the day was still too pitiful for a child of Aluka's age. Chapter 383. German stayed at the Zoldyck family until August 8th, and then watched the live broadcast of the colonial voyage with the members of the Zoldyck family on the TV screen. The huge BW-1, which looked quite bulky, occupied the most screen in the live broadcast, while the other 5 accompanying ships only flashed by. They left the port and set sail. The host's voice came. "Dear passengers, BW-1 and other ships have safely sailed to the ocean and started a pleasant journey. From now on, they will sail for about 2 months, and their goal is the Dark Continent. The colonization voyage has begun." After the live broadcast, Germain said to Silva, "Killa, Gon and I will leave tomorrow and return to Greed Island." This was the result of his previous discussion with Killua and Gon. Although Killua was a little reluctant because of Aluka and Nanika, he still agreed. He still knew the priorities. Without the improvement of strength, he would not be able to protect his sisters. What he needed most now was to return to the trial field on Greed Island. Okay, Silva said. Please continue to take care of Killua. And I wish you a safe journey on your next trip. We will. Ziegler once mentioned that if Germain's next target is the mist-like creature E and Mahara water, Zoldyck family can help. Since Germain didn't mention this, Silva understood Germain's current inclination. And Silva himself also hoped to get a stable plan to separate Aluka from the mist creature AI before discussing other things. Soon, the news that Killua was about to leave home again spread in the Zoldyck family. That night, Miki finally couldn't help it and found Killua. The two brothers stayed in a room for half an hour. And then they came to find Germain together. Ahem. Killua said to Germain, who was flipping through a book. Germain, I have something to ask you. I wonder if it's convenient. What is it? Germain looked at Killua, who was laughing, and Miki, who was shy behind Killua in surprise. And soon, he had a guess in his mind. Sure enough, Killua's words proved Germain's speculation. Miji also wants to enter Greedy Island. Do you have any extra game consoles, cartridges and rings? Germain glanced at Killua, then at Miji, and asked, Did you get any benefits? Killua took out 2 metal yo-yos from his pocket with a grin, and played with them like meteor hammers. With great vigor, I think they are quite handy. It seems that Miji gave in to Killua and gave him these 2 special yo-yos, finally convincing Killua to bring him over to ask Germain. Killua then said, I'm not doing this just for the yo-yo. Didn't you give me and Gon a mission to clear Greed Island by land? I think with Miji's help, we can pass it more smoothly by forming a team. You won't stop us from forming a team, will you? Germain certainly wouldn't stop them from forming a team. It's still very difficult for Killua and Gon to pass through the elite area, facing both monsters and players. What's more, the virtual image of Aluka will also join their team as a mascot, which will make it even more difficult. With Miji's help, and Miji himself being very interested in this area, this is actually a good choice. Okay, Germain agreed. I will send the corresponding equipment and tools after returning to Greedy Island. Miji was about to cheer, but Germain added, However, I advise you not to try to invade the Greedy Island system, because the hacker Hunter Ixchampi is guarding the gate now. If he finds out about your behavior, he may in turn invade your computer. I don't know what will happen then. Miji still has some understanding of the style of the famous Ixchampi. He did not doubt what Germain said, and shook his head and waved his hands repeatedly, and the fat on his face began to tremble. Don't worry. Don't worry. I will never do such a thing. Killua slapped Mickey's back hard and said, You'd better do what you say and don't be lucky. Otherwise you can't find us when the time comes. After Killua and Mickey left, Germain found that they were not the only visitors tonight. Unexpectedly, Kurt, the youngest son of the Zoldyck family, who was dressed like a Japanese doll, also came to Germain's room. He bowed to Germain. Thank you for your care and encouragement for Killua. He has changed a lot since he came back this time. Please give me more advice in the future. You're welcome. This is not just my credit. Germain and Kurt chatted briefly, and the atmosphere became a little cold. After all, although Germain had come several times, he was not familiar with Kurt. He thought that the room was so quiet that he couldn't find a suitable topic. Kurt, who knew how to read the atmosphere, would soon say goodbye and leave. Unexpectedly, Kurt has been sitting on the sofa, neither speaking nor getting up to leave, just staring at the water cup. Germain realized that things were not that simple. Kurt, do you have anything else to say to me? Kurt shuddered when he heard this, as if he had just broken away from his immersed thoughts. Sorry, I was thinking about something just now, and I was in a daze. You have met Aluka several times. What do you think of her? A very cute child, Germain commented briefly. Yeah, she is very cute and well behaved. So Killua likes her very much. Before she was locked up, Killua and Aluka often went to play in the sea of trees together. Kurt lowered his eyes and looked at the ground at an angle, and the beauty mole at the corner of his mouth also slid down. He obviously recalled many memories. I rarely have the opportunity to play with them, because Killua thinks I will tell my mother about it. So, after Aluka was locked up, I actually thought for a while that I would replace Aluka's position and become Killua's playmate. However, Killua didn't come to see me. Never. Kurt realized that he had said too much. He was on pins and needles, and then immediately got up from the sofa. And the feminine kimono was shaken by this action. He didn't understand why he said this to Germain, who wasn't even a member of the Zoldyck family. Perhaps it was because Germain was a man Killua also trusted. Germain, I know I can never replace Aluka's position in Killua's heart. No matter how I imitate him. I'm not Aluka. I don't know what happened. Father and grandfather are willing to let you contact Aluka. But I know that you will definitely bring some changes to the Zoldyck family. If you have the chance, please give Aluka freedom so that she and Killua don't have to be separated like this anymore. Kurt bowed to Germain again, and then turned around and left the room quickly without waiting for Germain's answer. Germain understood a little. The reason why Kurt dressed like a woman was probably not entirely because of his gender identity, nor because Kija liked to have children. He just always hoped that Killua could look at him. He was also Killua's brother or sister. The next day, Germain, Killua, and Gon left Kakaroko Mountain again, and soon returned to Greed Island. Not long after, Germain also kept his promise, and sent Migi a set of game consoles, cartridges and rings that were enough to enter Greed Island. At this time, Killua, Gon and Aluka, who remotely controlled the virtual Aluka, had already started a crazy trip on Greed Island. Chapter 384. On August 13th, 5 days had passed since BW1, and the other 5 ships set sail from the port of the Kajin Empire. These 5 days were enough time for all kinds of unpredictable things to happen. But they had already sailed out of the area where they could directly communicate with the 6 continents. And the 6 continents had no way to receive their messages in the first place. If they wanted to get in touch with the 6 continents, BW1 and the 5 ships would have to rely on airships that kept flying back and forth in the air to transport supplies. However, after entering more dangerous waters, the sky will no longer be safe, and the airship will not be able to follow. Even the 5 ships will enter the internal dock of BW1 from 5 gates, like a baby kangaroo entering the kangaroo mother's pouch to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. At this time, BW1 and the 5 ships will be 6 islands in the vast ocean, almost completely isolated from the human world, until arriving at the imaginary Dark Continent and starting to establish a stable route from the 6 continents to the imaginary Dark Continent. The connection can be resumed. That would be at least a few months to half a year later, or even longer. German was temporarily unable to communicate with the Hunter Association's exploration team. Even with the Nien ability of the Gugu, there was no way for birds to travel directly to and from this sea, which was far less peaceful than the seas of the 6 continents. Unlike Duan, who paced back and forth and muttered in worry all day, German seemed calm and still acted at his own pace. He found a Bengani and asked a Bengani to remove his Nien for him. The last time a Bengani cleared German's mind was on July 28th. Half a month had passed since then, and a Bengani's condition had returned to its best. A Bengani once again cleared German's 2 negative traits, anxiety and passion for visions. German's only remaining negative trait was an almost insignificant paleness, which could be completely covered up by German's champion physique. After the clearing, German and a Bengani discussed the management issues on Greed Island. Lister will go with the Hunter Association's exploration team and try to establish a connection between Greed Island and the imaginary Dark Continent. In this way, the work that originally belonged to Lister on Greed Island needs to be completed by other members. Although Ixchangpe, a 24-hour online workaholic, has joined, there are some things that he, a network resident, cannot accomplish. Ixchangpe is stubborn and unwilling to leave the virtual world, so the work related to reality must be handed over to Duan. Duan couldn't handle the pile of work by himself, so he promoted a Bengani after asking for the opinions of German, Grandma Linny, Liza and others. A Bengani had been waiting for this opportunity. He finally got his wish and joined the core of Greed Island's management. He couldn't sleep at night after hearing the news. He knew very well who gave the most critical vote. After the exorcism, he would ask German many questions to understand German's positioning and views on the future of Greed Island, and promised to practice these concepts. If there are factions within Greed Island, then Abengani is undoubtedly German's faction. He also took the initiative to mention that he would come to remove German's thoughts again after half a month when he was fully recovered, and remove the last negative trait. Originally, this job could be handed over to Sina, because after half a month, Sina's never-born demon child should also disappear, and she could remove the thoughts again. However, Abengani did not want to leave a bad impression on German, as if he was unwilling to condescend to remove German's thoughts after he was promoted. Many people who are promoted will have such thoughts. They will feel that their current status is earned by themselves, and thus ignore the help of their mentor. Such people who lack self-awareness often end up in a bad situation. A Bengani will never make such a low-level mistake. He has come this far, and he will continue to climb up, step by step to the highest position. If he wants to realize this desire for power, then a Bengani cannot do without the support of Germain. However, Germain asked him to have a good rest, because Germain did not want to wait for another half a month, and he would soon return to the Dark Continent. Xiaodi also sent a text message a few days ago, saying that she would be back in the next few days. During the days of waiting for Xiaodi's return, Germain, who had nothing to do, simply used the administrator's authority again and flew to Killua and Sujia. At this time, Aluka and Miki had already entered Greed Island one after another, and formed a team with Killua and Sujia. But Aluka was in the form of a virtual image. When Germain came to them, he unexpectedly found that their team had added other members. Gon excitedly introduced their new companions to Germain. They were Hanzo and Bakur, who were candidates for the professional hunter exam at the same time as him and Killua. They are the same as us. Gonzui refers to him and Killua. After submitting an application to the Hunter Association Exploration Team, they were not accepted. We met them by chance in the magic city of Macedora. They were still novice players of Greed Island, and knew only a little about the situation of Greed Island. So we invited them to join our team. Originally, we wanted to invite Leorio, but he said that he had been admitted to Brahmin Medical University, and was studying medicine and then seriously, so he couldn't come here to accompany us, Gon said at the end, showing a disappointed expression. This colonization voyage is a major event of the world, and the Hunter Association will also play an important role in it, which will of course attract many professional hunters to participate. Hanzo and Bakur, who just passed the hunter license exam less than a year ago, naturally want to participate in this event. It's a pity that they were rejected before even entering the interview stage. Bakur, wearing a purple soft hat and carrying a bow and arrow, knew who the black-robed man in front of him was, so he seemed a little restrained. It should be said that most of the professional hunters now must recognize Germain, the rat of the 12 zodiacs. It is said that among the members of the Hunter Association's exploration team this time, most of the 12 zodiacs are present. Only Germain, the rat, and Gold, the pig, are not. This is a bit strange, because Germain and Gold are already recognized as the top combat forces among the 12 zodiacs. But they are the only ones not in the Hunter Association's exploration team. However, someone soon figured out the reason. The Hunter Association's exploration team sent this time as the vanguard, and the Hunter Association will send out the second and third batches of teams later. Many people thought that Germain and King might join the subsequent team. After all, it takes 2 months to sail on the sea from the 6 continents to the Dark Continent, actually the imaginary Dark Continent. Anything could happen in 2 months. Without a resolute and powerful professional hunter as the leader, chaos might occur on the sea. This was actually a rumor deliberately released by the Hunter Association to prevent too many people from focusing on Germain and King. Most people in the world may not know that the Hunter Association exploration team that sailed far away was a bait to attract attention. And talents such as Germain and Jean were the main force. Bakur knew the above rumors, so in his mind, Germain became the examiner of whether he could catch up with the second and third exploration teams heading to the Dark Continent. Unexpectedly, more than half a year after the professional hunter exam, he once again faced a similar examiner and test. This time the examiner was still the famous Germain. Since becoming a professional hunter, Bakur has seen or heard about him more than once. Even though Germain is like President Netero and Jean, his legend still echoes in the professional hunter circle. The fastest one-star hunter, the destroyer of the Phantom Troop and the Ean Beast, the greatest hero in the Chimera Ant Crusade, etc. Every honor is well known, and it is a peak that Bakur cannot imagine and cannot reach. Bakur actually knows more or less why his application was rejected. He can be said to be the least talented among the professional hunters who obtained the hunter license at the same time, so his progress in ability is also the slowest. Bakur submitted an application to the Hunter Association exploration team, more to try his luck, and the result was naturally rejected without any surprise. Hanzo's talent is much better than Bakur, and he is second only to Killua and Sujia among his peers. However, he has only learned the basics and advanced in ability for a few months, and his ability combat experience is still not good, so he was also rejected. Illumi and Kurapika had already learned the ability of Nin before taking the professional hunter exam, so they were naturally not among the same classmates. After learning the ability of Nin, Hanzo and Bakura gradually understood why Illumi and Kurapika were so strong in the exam, and where their magical abilities came from. Therefore, when they learned that their classmate Kurapika was able to join the Hunter Association exploration team, they were only a little surprised. But in the end they felt that it made sense. After all, they also understood that Kurapika was far ahead of them in the battle of Nin ability. And more importantly, from the information collected by various parties, Kurapika's teacher was none other than the Germain in front of him. A good teacher produces good students. The disciples of the 12 branches are basically well known in the professional hunter circle. I think Kurapika, the disciple of Germain, the rat, will also shine in the future. Hanzo also realized that Germain might be the selection examiner for the second and third batches of the Hunter Association's exploration team. It's no wonder that Hanzo and Bakura thought so. After their applications were rejected, they both received a text message from the Hunter Association that was unclear. If you still haven't given up on joining the great cause of exploring the Dark Continent and opening a new era for mankind in the future, please go to Greed Island. This is why Hanzo and Bakura passed the call of the rich man Bartra and managed to enter Greed Island. A game for psychics. There are many professional hunters who received this text message like them and were rejected. Perhaps they are all pouring into Greed Island. Hanzo and Bakura initially guessed that the Hunter Association's intention was to let them hone their Nin abilities on Greed Island. After seeing German, they couldn't help but think of another possibility. It seems that the second and third batches of the Hunter Association's exploration team selections will be held on Greed Island. And the examiner is Rad German. This situation is very familiar to Hanzo and Bakura, because it is a replica of the professional hunter exam. The two looked at each other and immediately thought of this possibility, and were glad that they met Killua and Gon, so that they could know this information in advance and gain an advantage in this selection. As for why Killua and Gon knew Germain, it was not surprising if you think about it carefully, because they had a good relationship with Kurapika. So naturally they could get in touch with Germain. In fact, Hanzo and Bakura's guesses were mostly right. The Hunter Association did plan to select future members of the exploration team on Greed Island. It's just that the examiner was not Germain, but Granny Linya and others. Only those who passed many tests and background checks could be selected to enter the Dark Continent Archives and Research Institute in Satomi Castle, and then proceed to the next stage of training. Chapter 385. German's arrival has significantly injected a surge of passion into Hanzo and Bakura, stimulating their motivation. After this, the team of Killua, Gon, Mickey, Aluka, Hanzo and Bakura rose in Greed Island and became a quasi-clearance team that cannot be underestimated, directly competing with teams such as Zetsu and Zera. But this is another story for another time. German just came to take a look at the status of Killua, Gon and Aluka, and also took a look at Mickey to confirm that they were all right, and then left. After that, on Greedy Island, Germain discussed the selection with Granny Linny, Ike Shampe, Duan, Abengani, Liza, Yida, Elena and others. After explaining many things, the affairs of Greedy Island basically came to an end. On August 15th, Xiaodi finally returned to Greedy Island. There is no big problem with the reconstruction of Meteor Street. She adjusted her black-framed glasses that look bulky and cute. Sheila has walked with me for a few times during this period. The funds we provided have a specific destination. While V6's attention is temporarily not here, the Hunter Association also provided help. In addition, I heard from Sheila that Zoldyck family also allocated a large sum of money. Germain thought of the woman wearing a mechanical eye. It seemed that she said it very coldly, but in fact, she still helped the Meteor Street that was reborn from the ruins. Xiaodi continued. Night. Maki and Paknoda are reorganizing the ruling structure and military organization of Meteor Street to ensure that they can support the entire Meteor Street in the future and have at least the ability to protect themselves. Well, and that's? Xiaodi said a lot of serious words. But she hesitated and got stuck here, finally revealing a fact. Is this what Sheila told you? Yes. Xiaodi nodded and admitted. She said too much at once, and I forgot everything behind. Ah. But they asked me to bring back a stack of plans for the reconstruction of Meteor Street. She materialized a bulging-eyed fish, spit out all the documents, and handed them to Germain. Germain simply flipped through it and nodded. It can be seen that the knights were very smart to realize the future direction from the great event of the colonial voyage. If Meteor Street wants to change the status quo and stop being the garbage dump of the 6 continents, it needs a major change that has not happened in 1,000 years. Now is obviously that opportunity. If it misses this time, it will take many years for Meteor Street to wait for another chance to turn around. They could have handed this plan directly to Germain. But there was always a grudge between them and Germain. They are willing to use and cooperate with Germain. But there is no need to pretend to like each other. In this way, the role of middlemen such as Xiaodi and Shira is quite important. Especially Xiaodi, who can talk directly with Germain. In fact, people like Xiaodi, Xiaka, Maki, Paknoda, and Shira don't need to waste their time on the almost hopeless Meteor Street. Their talents and abilities are enough to have a place in any of the 6 continents and live a life of superiority. However, they still did it for their own long-cherished wish. And Germain would give appropriate help. After dealing with the affairs of the 6 continents, Germain and Xiaodi finally decided to teleport back to the ancient maze of the Dark Continent on August 17th. Germain's teleportation lantern has now reached a cooling time of 320 days, which is a time that cannot be waited. Fortunately, he now has 8 idle teleportation lanterns. Using the Hunter badge, Silver Triangle, consuming 3 of them, he can immediately start a teleportation. After Xiaodi swallowed all the tools, materials, and supplies that Bisky and his friends had asked to bring with him, she stood beside Germain. Only Germain and Xiaodi were teleported this time, while Granny Linny, Ixchampi, Duan, Abengani, and Liza were all bystanders. Since Ixchampi was allowed to stay on Greed Island, it was impossible to hide the matter of the post-station team from him. So Duan finally told him the truth. Ixchampi was surprised and quickly browsed through the electronic data of the Dark Continent archives. You are really bold. This seems to be the same evaluation made by everyone who just learned about what Germain and his friends did. However, Ixchampi quickly said, in my opinion, your archive's network defense is only A level, which is not enough. Watch me upgrade it to SS level. Everyone didn't expect that Ixchampi's focus and his exclamation of you are really bold were actually referring to their network defense. Ixchampi, who can ascend to the network and receive and browse massive amounts of information from all over the world every day, has a certain tolerance for any strange or surprising things. There are so many weird people and weird things on the internet. German, Jean, Bisky and other weird people are not the weirdest. And what they do is not the most shocking. They can only be regarded as one of them. Ixchampi said this. And he really upgraded the firewalls of the Dark Continent archives, Research Institute, and other places to the SS level he recognized. In fact, the entire Greed Island network has been upgraded because of his return and has become unbreakable. At this moment, he was on the other side of the electronic screen, watching the transmission in progress. This time, Germain did not add any more members to the post-station team. His experience in the steep mountains had made him realize that it was irrational to blindly add members. An elite team of 4 to 6 people was actually enough. It was the first time that Ixchampi saw the teleportation in person. He watched the lanterns emerge, the messenger imp crawl out, and then Germain, Xiaodi, and the messenger imp held hands and disappeared in the light and vortex. It seems that having a living body is not a bad thing. Ixchampi's eyes moved randomly up and down, left and right, as if he had epilepsy. After saying this, his eyes stopped rolling. However, the virtual network world is better. One day, I will be able to do the same thing, flying from the network of the 6 continents to the network of the Dark Continent in an instant. Duan was smoking a cigarette and laughed. Ha ha ha. Your damn desire to win. You used to compete with Jean, and now you are competing with German. Don't you believe in the power of internet speed? Yes. Of course I do. Duan took the cigarette away from his mouth. In the future, the internet speed will be even faster. The coverage will be wider, and the functions will be more. However, all the premise is that we must try to gain control of the sea, land, and sky. You are right. Ixchampi agreed deeply. At the same time, there was a space distortion, and Germain and Xiaodi returned to the ancient maze post station. After the bronze bell rang, Germain and Xiaodi walked down the tower, and soon met up with the post station team members, who stayed here nearby. Everyone welcomed Germain and Xiaodi back. Minchi and Bahala also added herbs that cure all diseases to the dinner later, making medicinal dishes that are both delicious and nutritious. While everyone was there, German began to talk about the major events that had happened from February to now. And the most eye-catching one was of course the colonial voyage. So, Bisji shook her twin ponytails excitedly. The old man and his friends are already on their way here? Since she decided to stay in the Dark Continent in October last year, Bisji hasn't seen her acquaintances from the 6 continents for almost a year. And now she actually began to miss the old man who often teased her. It's faster than I thought. Even Jean was very surprised about the colonial voyage, let alone the other members. Germain took out the route map that President Netero gave him and showed it to everyone. This will also be the route map for the Hunter Association exploration team to join the post-station team after landing. Jin's chin has been completely covered with a beard, and he looks much more mature and stable. He looked at the route map for a while before speaking. We can show it to the subhuman tribes. Maybe these routes will pass through their tribes. In this way, the exploration team will have at least a few safe footholds in the future. In addition to the colonial voyage, the next one to pay attention to is of course Aluka and Nautica from the Zoldyck family. Although there are rules for making wishes and acting cute, Killua is almost unrestricted and can call upon Nautica, who can fulfill his wishes. On the bright side, it is possible that Nautica really regards Killua as her brother, so she gave Killua the privilege of giving orders. However, because Silva or Mickey were watching the whole time and the entire room was under surveillance, I asked Killua not to reveal the existence of the order. Now most members of the Zoldyck family are wary of the power in Aluka's body that is enough to bring disaster to the entire family. So they support Germain. If they find out that they can control Aluka by using Killua, at least so far they haven't found any bad consequences of the order. And maybe something bad will happen. Germain doesn't want to take such a gamble, so he lets Killua conceal the order first. Anyway, he doesn't intend to use Killua's order to achieve anything. The more convenient the order is, the more creepy it is. Chapter 386. In the meeting room of the ancient labyrinth, there is a vertical air conditioner, like the refrigerator on the wall of the living room. It is humming to sweep away the August heat. They are all products of the human world that Shiati brought here from Greedy Island with the help of the bulging-eyed fish. And the energy naturally comes from the electricity of the unmanned stone. The cool breeze, colorful shaved ice cream, popsicles, sodas of different flavors. The people who stayed in the ancient labyrinth finally experienced the convenience of human society again. The residents of the Dark Continent also have their own convenient solutions to survive the hot weather. However, they have different structures and heat dissipation from humans, so they cannot understand each other. It has been 2 days since Germain and Shiati returned. The slightly calm and relaxed rhythm of life in the ancient maze was broken, and the post-station team tightened up again. Everyone gathered in the meeting hall that day, and Germain started the topic. There are still 2 types of disasters and hopes. At the same time, the colonial fleet is approaching the Dark Continent. The future may be complicated. We can't just wait. German put his tricorn hat on the edge of the round table. Now, we have to make 2 things clear before we can challenge the next disaster and hope. Jean, Bisji, Shiuti, Nakulu, Minchi, Sambika and Bahala are the other members of this meeting. Except for Jean, who crossed his arms and stared at the pattern on the table. The others turned their eyes to German. The first thing is that the number of members of the exploration team challenging the next goal will be reduced to 4. And the other 4 will stay in the ancient maze. German's first thing was not unexpected. Everyone knew this would be the result after the steep mountains. The addition of members at that time did not have much effect. Nakulu, Minchi and Sambika were forced to leave the team before going to the underground cave and stayed in the temporary base. And the way German brought members back and forth would not only make him contaminated with too many negative traits or diseases, but also might cause everyone to be forcibly pulled into the dark space. So far, the only way everyone knows to get out of the dark space is for everyone to wear the tormenting dark crown. Anyone who has experienced it will not want to experience that suffocating horror again. Considering the above factors, a team of more than 4 people is not cost-effective. It is possible but not necessary. Naturally, no one will object on the scene. In addition, the 4-member team of the station exploration team was basically determined after confirming the first thing. German, Jean, Bisky and Shioti. This is the best solution at present. The roles of output damage, reconnaissance, decompression, transportation and storage are all available. Nakulu, Minchi, Sambika and Bahala are not good enough. But compared to them, They can't replace any of the four. You who stay in the labyrinth and are not idle. German looked at Nakulu and others. I need you to interact more with the subhumans. If we can't come back in time due to some circumstances, you need to complete the meeting with the Hunter Association's exploration team. You all know the route map and the preset time nodes. If this happens, I ask you to help President Netero, Emolawu and the others. Nakulu, Menchi, Sambika and Bohala knew that German was just stating a possibility, not a discouraging word. We always have to be prepared for various situations. And they nodded in agreement. In fact, in the more than half a month since German and Shiati left, the people who stayed at the maze post have never slackened their communication with the subhuman races. Especially since the power of the small subhuman race Overwatch Alliance fell into the hands of the Elk Centaur tribe warrior Sela, who was familiar with him. It would be even more convenient. During this time, Nakulu learned a lot from some subhumans. Those subhumans pointed out to Nakulu that many beasts in the Dark Continent were not all violent and aggressive, and they identified them one by one for Nakulu. Nakulu learned from the subhumans which beasts looked fierce, but were actually timid and pretended to be. He also learned from the subhumans which beasts looked timid, but were actually insidious and cunning, and liked to lure prey into the trap, especially using the terrain to trap the prey and then gradually eat them. Similarly, Menchi and Bahala's Dark Continent recipes are still expanding, and Sambika has almost become a brilliant doctor with a great reputation among the subhuman races. The human forces of the Labyrinth Station are constantly taking root deeper and farther into the soil of the Dark Continent, and the crowns and branches will become stronger and more luxuriant. German continued, the second thing is to decide on the next target. According to the data in the Dangerous Creature Evaluation List, the Mist Creature E and the Two-Tailed Snake Hell Bell are actually similar. The ferocity is A-2 and A-1 respectively, and the destructive power is A to B and A-2 respectively, which are very close. Similarly, their number and reproduction capacity are unknown. German wanted to ask for everyone's opinions, and if necessary, vote like last time. However, this time, Jean asked German to express his inclination first, because he knew that at this point, there was no need to use voting to unite people. German's prestige in everyone's heart now probably only needs a catalyst to react violently enough to surpass the Hunter Association's #1, President Netero. No matter how you look at it, Jean is happy to help establish German's authority. Generally speaking, if the second and third figures firmly support the first figure, then the team will move towards a common goal quite steadily. German glanced at Jean, and without hesitation, said, I tend to choose the twin-tailed snake hell ringtone. Why? Jean sat up straight, put his hands on the table, crossed his fingers, and asked. First, German knocked on the Dangerous Creature Evaluation List on the round table. I don't completely trust this list. Its last update was quoted from the record brought back by Bayonda more than half a century ago, and the main content comes from the New World Travel Fragments. The New World Travel Fragments was written 200 or 300 years ago, and most of the content about the Two-Tailed Snake Hell Bell and the Mist-like Creature AI is missing. Bayonda's records were written more than half a century ago, and his records are mainly aimed at supplementing the Immortal Disease Zobai. The information on plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, and Immortal Disease Zobai is relatively complete and can be trusted. There is only partial information on the other 3 types of disasters, which is hard to trust. I think we need to break free from the shackles of the New World Chronicle and the Dangerous Creature Evaluation List, and make judgments beyond the paper data. Jean said it well before. The timing and location of the Mist Creature AI appeared are unknown, while the Two-Tailed Snake Hell Bell is at least clear before the swamp. Although we don't pursue longevity, the value of Sanyuan water to us is higher than that of the longevity food Nitolomy. But with the unknown risks of obtaining it, I would prefer the latter. This view was raised by Jean when he voted for the brooding beast Papu last time, and German repeated it this time. Jean supported him, but he did not feel superior because of this, and he still considered other people's opinions. Secondly, I came into contact with Jaeger and Aluka. The former was Nanika's previous host body, and the latter was the current host body. What they have in common is that a dark space appeared in their bodies for Nanika to live in. In this way, 3 situations have emerged. The first one is that the last 3 survivors of the Mingbo Republic exploration team all became mentally ill due to the influence of the mist-like creature E. The second one is that there are 3 survivors of the Netero exploration team who did not leave any written records. Jaeger's hands, feet and blood were taken away, and his body was taken by Nanika. Transformation. The third one is that Aluka accepted Nanika and lived in the same body as a dual personality. And Aluka was hardly affected by any bad influence. On the contrary, she also gained the terrible ability to make wishes and act like a spoiled child. I was unable to see Nanika this time, and I was unable to distinguish the differences between the three situations. Both the Mist Creature AI's almost unlimited ability to fulfill wishes and its connection with the dark space make me feel uneasy. The Mist Creature AI can be regarded as an alternative monkey's paw. After fulfilling 3 wishes, it will bring bad consequences. I hope to deal with such dangerous creatures last. Maybe Nanika can give the correct answer on how to deal with it. After listening to this, Jean ignored Shiati, who would definitely follow German blindly, and looked at Bisji, Nakulu and others. To be honest, I also prefer the two-tailed snake Hellbell and the longevity food Nitolemy. The monster that spreads killing intent is more like a disaster that we can solve at this stage than the desire-dependent body that makes infinite wishes. Jean paused and said, in addition, when it comes to the last 2 disasters and hope, I am more willing to believe in German's intuition than other reasons. His uneasiness should be some kind of warning. Jin's words aroused the curiosity of everyone present, including German himself. I have been wondering how Dong Fulishi traveled all over the east coast of the Dark Continent alone, and how he calmly withdrew from the 5 major disasters. He is a pioneer and a loner. He can't get the information about disasters and hope from a fragment of a New World Chronicle like us. However, every time, he survived and even found out a lot of relevant information and wrote it in the book. How did he avoid the first kill? In addition to his own strength, I think it might be his intuition. We all know the circle, which is a kind of mind ability. Dong Fulishi's circle must be far superior to ours. So what will his circle be like? When the circle is developed to the extreme, it is likely to be more than just a radar and thermal imaging probe. Not only can it sense the target's emotional fluctuations, but it may also produce a dangerous intuition of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. This may be one of the keys to Dong Fulishi, who is both a lone walker and a pioneer, being able to walk on the east coast of the Dark Continent for hundreds of years. Who among us is closest to Dong Fulishi in strength? Of course it's Germain. I think, Germain, you now have a similar spiritual intuition to his. Jean stared at Germain. I decided to trust your feelings. You may instinctively avoid the crisis that cannot be solved now. Germain didn't expect that his intuition would be praised so highly by Jean, and it became the most important factor in his decision. As for his spiritual intuition, whether it is really as Jean said, he himself is not sure. Biscuit tapped the table with his fingers, thought for a while, and looked up at Jean. None of us knows what it will be like when the ability of mind is developed to the extreme. The old man was unable to break through this bottleneck even at his peak. So what? Jean asked. I think your inference makes sense, Bisage said. Predicting risks is not a mysterious ability. It is the result of accumulated experience and instant thinking based on known situations. Since most of the information about the two-tailed snake Hellbell and the mist-like creature E is missing, it is better to trust Germain's intuition to choose one of the two. Bisage also voted for Germain. After all, we are going to an unknown area, and there is a lack of information. If we have to believe in something, we might as well believe in German. What do other people think? German did not make a direct decision and continued to ask. Shiati stood on German's side almost without hesitation. Nakulu, Minchi, Sambika and Buhala, who stayed in the ancient maze, looked at each other for a while, and were more willing to believe in German's spiritual intuition. German has always been a leader. Whether it is the achievements of the 6 continents or the achievements of the Dark Continent, they are enough to push his prestige to the peak. In their eyes, the former glory of President Netero could not cover up the presence of German. Jin's speculation even compared German with the legendary figure Dong Fulishi. While they made the decision to support German, they also unconsciously had an idea in their hearts. German himself may really become the first hunter in history who is more legendary than Dong Fulishi. This will take time to test, and they will be lucky enough to be witnesses. On August 20th, BW-1 and 5 other ships were theoretically close to reaching the refueling and safety inspection station. After leaving there, they would enter the truly undeveloped sea. It would take another 6 weeks of sailing to reach the imaginary Dark Continent. At the same time, at the ancient Maze Post Station, the 4 members of the old team of exploration were already standing at the teleportation point on the top floor of the tower. Nakulu, Minchi. Sambika and Bahala would see them off to challenge the two-tailed snake Hell Bell. A new exploration and challenge began. Chapter 387. Shoo. The needle pierced into the flesh, and a sharp pain like paralysis came. Germain pushed the syringe and injected the herb injection that cures all diseases into his body. His three companions were doing the same thing. If there were outsiders, they might mistakenly think that this was a drug addict's party. In fact, Jean, Biscuit and Xiaodi were just prepared. The disease resistance provided by the herb injection that cures all diseases is very important for them, who are about to walk in the rainforest. Yes, they were teleported from the ancient maze tower to a lush green rainforest. And Germain was indeed infected with a disease called red fever. It would weaken Germain's physique, and it was a curse from using a special lantern. And the herb injection that cures all diseases can effectively disinfect it. This is indeed the case. When Germain touched the hunter badge, there was no trace of red fever in the disease column. Give me the syringe. Xiaodi walked to Germain's side, holding a box in her left hand. The box had already been put into the syringes that she, Jean and Biscuit had used and recycled. This was Sambika's request, and everyone kept it in mind. Okay. Germain put the syringe into the box, then watched Xiaodi seal it up and stuff it into the mouth of the bulge-eyed fish. The whole box rolled down the vacuum cleaner throat and fell into the dark space. The rule of your bulge-eyed fish is first in, last out, last in, first out. Will swallowing the box affect your ability to deal with emergencies? Germain reminded. Xiaodi adjusted her black-framed glasses, tilted her head slightly, and said with doubt in her eyes, Didn't I tell you? What did you tell me? My bulge-eyed fish has evolved. She poked her plump lips with her fingers, glanced up with her big eyes, thought seriously for a while, and said, Didn't I really tell you? Germain interrupted Xiaodi's tangled thoughts and asked, When did it evolve? What did it evolve into? It was shortly after I returned to Meteor City. I had always wanted a more convenient ability, and it responded to my thoughts at that moment. Germain knew that the ability of Nin was not static, but was always developing dynamically. If a person's ability of Nin remained static for several years, or even decades, then he would have been figured out and targeted long ago. Killua's lightning and speed, Hisoka's flexible love and frivolous illusion, Kuroro's thief's ultimate intention and bookmark chapter, and Germain himself, all had their abilities evolved and derived. As combat power increases, the ability to read also needs to match it. Not only the value is increased, but also the mechanism is increased or decreased. Like this, Xiaodi held the bulge-eyed fish in her right hand and put her left hand into the bulge-eyed fish's open mouth. When I keep thinking about taking out a certain thing and keep imagining what it looks like, the bulge-eyed fish made an uncomfortable gurgling sound, as if it was going to vomit in the next moment. But Xiaodi reached in and searched, even into the throat. Finally, Xiaodi's eyes lit up, as if she had caught something, and she pulled her left hand out of the bulge-eyed fish's mouth in one breath, making a puffing sound. The bulge-eyed fish exhaled a breath of relief, and its big tongue stretched to the right side of its mouth like a large dog, making a rapid breathing sound. And on the palm of Xiaodi's left hand, there was a six-sided dice. She showed it to Germain and said, This is the dice you gave me. Germain picked up the dice, turned it around, looked at it, and confirmed that it was indeed the same dice. At that time, he was infected with the negative trait of poor gambling skills, and he wanted to try to see how bad he was. In the end, he lost to Xiaodi in the point-size competition, and she took the dice away as if nothing had happened. So, now you just need to remember what's in the bulge-eyed fish and imagine what it looks like in your mind. And you can take it out directly. Right? Yes. Then if you forget what's in the bulge-eyed fish, or can't remember the specific appearance of that thing, how are you going to activate this derivative ability? Xiaodi thought seriously for a while, and finally came to the conclusion, there's really no way. Just forget it. You actually gave up directly? Biscuit heard it clearly on the side, and couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and complained. The props you put in the treasure bag and forgot about will cry. Treasure bag? Xiaodi widened his eyes in surprise. The name of my mind ability is bulge-eyed fish. Biscuit, you have a really bad memory. I used Doraemon's treasure bag as a metaphor. Forget it. Forget it. When I was ridiculed by you for having a bad memory, I had already lost. Biscuit looked helpless, and Xiaodi didn't understand what the problem was. After walking around, Jean came back and said to everyone, "We didn't see the swamp. It seems that we have to search in this humid rainforest for a while. Then let's start looking." German didn't waste any words. The station exploration team walked on dead branches and leaves, muddy and wet soil, and moved in a fixed direction first. During this period, German circles swept from time to time, which allowed them to predict and avoid many monsters hidden in the humid rainforest. Unless necessary, they didn't want to participate in meaningless killings, and the top priority was to find the swamp first. The New World Chronicles fragments describe that the longevity food Nitolemy grows naturally in the swamp. Finding the swamp means finding hope this time. I think the swamp will be deep in the heart of this rainforest. Jin's boots rustled as they stepped on the broken branches and leaves, and the soles of his shoes were covered with sticky mud. Before the Akama Federation exploration team arrived at the swamp, 99% of them became the bait of the Hellbell. Unlike us, they entered from outside the rainforest. Most people died before arriving at the swamp, which means they were far away from the exact location of the swamp. The swamp where the longevity food Nitolemy grows is more likely to be deep in the rainforest. German basically agreed, "Let's go in this direction first. If we find the edge of the rainforest, we will change the search direction." Okay. Jean used his mind to engrave a Mobius ring mark on the tree trunk next to him that looked like a twisted human face. Seeing this sign means we have been here once. It will emit fluorescence even at night. Biscuit put down the camera that was taking pictures of the flickering shadows between the branches of the distant treetops and asked curiously, "Do you have this kind of telepathic ability?" "I know a little bit," Hexagonal Warrior Jean said. "I learned a little bit before." Suddenly, a shadow enveloped them. Looking up, they saw dark clouds rolling in, and they didn't know when they had gathered together. "Is it going to rain?" Biscuit frowned. The blinding light flashed, and soon there was a rumbling thunder. Before everyone could react, bean-sized raindrops had already fallen from the sky. Biscuit was right. It started to rain. "Ah!" Biscuit suddenly screamed. She looked at her arm hit by the raindrops. There was a slight red swelling there, and the burning feeling had not subsided. "Is this temperature boiling water?" An ominous premonition spread as the rain got heavier. Chapter 388. The hot and scalding rain caught the station exploration team off guard. When raindrops as big as beans fall on the skin, they can cause mild erythematous burns. If you continue to get wet in the rain, your skin may soon blister and fester. But, in the end, these are just raindrops. The mind energy defense of the brave and above mind ability users can even resist ordinary bullets, let alone the rain with insufficient penetration. But everyone didn't want to waste their mind energy on such a trivial matter as blocking the rain. So they ran over together as German pointed in a direction. They took shelter from the rain under the huge rainforest canopy that was like a tangled hair. The hot raindrops fell on the branches and leaves, and then slid down, turning into misty steam and dissipating halfway. Shiati applied Sambika ointment to Biscuit's minor burns while listening to Biscuit's complaints. "I've been in the Dark Continent for almost a year, and I feel that my skin has become worse. If I get a scar this time, I will be very uncomfortable. Fortunately, I have the magic beautician cookie, who can hydrate and moisturize my delicate skin, lock in moisture for a long time, and remove scars." After hearing this, Jean couldn't help but laugh. "Biscuit, where are you from as a beauty cosmetics advertiser? Go to hell." Xiao Di. "Ignore him. Touch it. Touch it carefully. Is my skin good? I asked Cookie to take care of your skin later. I guarantee that you will make Germaine crazy." Xiao Di nodded. After applying the ointment to Biscuit, she abandoned her and went to find Germaine to apply the ointment for her. German and Jean didn't need to apply the ointment because they had monster-like champion physiques. Even if they were exposed to such scorching rain, there was nothing wrong with their bodies, as if they were made of steel. The rain was heavy, and the sound of it was like dense drumbeats. The rising steam made the rainforest even hotter, and a large area of gray obscured the view. However, this hot rain came and went quickly, and it disappeared in less than 10 minutes. As if it was a nightmare in the hot summer day, the steam and white mist gradually dissipated, and the muddy paths that extended in all directions were exposed again. "Let's go!" After applying ointment to Shiati's neck and shoulder blades, German said, "If we can't find a swamp during the day, at least find a suitable camp for the night." The post-exploration team moved quickly again. However, they had walked for less than a quarter of an hour when the familiar hot rain came again. The crowd had no choice but to find shelter under the trees, and waited for 5 or 6 minutes under the branches before the rain stopped. But when they set out again, the annoying hot rain came again 10 minutes later. Only then did they realize that this was the norm in the rainforest. The rain came and went as it pleased, just like the emotions of a person who is easily ignited. If it weren't for the lingering steam and the accumulation of water all over the ground, there would really be almost no lingering effect. The station exploration team didn't know how many times they had to stop and go because of this. Fortunately, they were knowledgeable and experienced hunters. Otherwise, they would have become more or less anxious. Xiao Di. Once again, when waiting for the rain to stop, Biscuit even squatted next to the bushes, holding his little face with both hands, chatting calmly. I remember you said before that you were interested in taking a hunter's license? Did I say that? Yes. Of course. It seems that when we first teamed up and came back from the Dark Continent, you said that it was easy for German to take the hunter's license, and you should take one at that time. Something like that. Oh! Xiao Di responded expressionlessly, and it was unknown whether she remembered it or just perfunctorily said it to Biscuit. Biscuit poked Xiao Di's arm with his elbow and showed a sly smile. You go to take the exam. Isn't this a dimensionality reduction attack? I think, when the time comes, let German go to the old man and directly help you apply for a hunter license. Use German's power vigorously, and go through the back door, from top to bottom in the Hunter Association. No one dares to not give face to German. When the time comes, plus your achievements, maybe you will refresh the legend of German's fastest 1-star hunter. Ah? What do I need a hunter license and a 1-star hunter for? Xiao Di suddenly became clever at this time. She was always so clever in strange places. She blinked her big eyes through them. I can get what I can get from German. And I can get more. Right? Biscuit was stunned, because what Xiao Di said was really right. Jean, who was leaning against the tree trunk, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yes. Yes. That's it. Hunter licenses and star honors. At a certain stage. What's the use? Jean is indeed qualified to say such things. His hunter license was given to his disciple Kate before, and Kate abandoned it with Sijia. At the same time, Jean Mingming already had enough merits. But he was too lazy to apply for a 3-star hunter. His actual situation now is that without these two things, he can still have fun in the 6 continents, and even follow German to the Dark Continent. What does he rely on? It is the various human resources as deep as the sea. He knows people wherever he goes, and he can form a team at any time. In the past year, German has also had similar resources with Jean, and the network of relationships extending from him is enough to cover all the key nodes of the 6 continents. Jean laughed so hard after hearing Xiao Di's sincere words without thinking. However, he was attacked unexpectedly the next moment. Swish! Several vines suddenly wrapped around him, and the barbs like buds scratched his arms, trying to tear them open. Jean felt something strange, looked down, and saw that the vines were gradually tightening. So he stopped smiling. The golden mine suddenly swelled, and the vines on his body exploded with a bang. At the same time, Basiji and Xiao Di stood up ready to go. The one who was faster was Germain. He took out a shotgun and fired at Jin's side. Several more vines as big as pythons were smashed into pieces by the shotgun. Jin knew what Germain was going to do the moment he raised his hand. And of course, he would not make any unnecessary movements. After the explosion, Jean turned around and swung a golden semicircle towards the depths of the rainforest. Chi-chi-chi. The golden semicircle cut through the vines that were entangled like a city wall, and briefly illuminated the dark depths of the rainforest. In the hazy steam of the scalding rain, a bloody mouth full of thorns and flesh was revealed. Rumbling sounds came with the shaking of the earth, and the ground beneath everyone's feet collapsed. The wide surface that had been hidden for a long time, buried deep under the rock layer, was like a trap, trying to collect everyone in it, making them roll down to the bloody mouth in the center involuntarily. Chapter 389. Bang. The wide and thick brown skin, like a triggered trap, suddenly closed towards the center. Germain and others lost their balance in an instant and were thrown into the air, about to fall, and then rolled into the huge mouth full of flesh thorns in the center. It's just like a large Venus flytrap. Like a magician, Germain pulled out the holy moonlight great sword from his palm and warned, "Be careful of my slash." Compared to falling into the flesh thorn mouth, His slash was obviously more dangerous. But in order to escape, he had no choice but to use it. Jean and Basiji were startled when they heard the reminder. And then, they were fully focused and kept alert in the air. They didn't want to be affected by Germain's attack. Shioti was much calmer. She had a mysterious trust in Germain in this regard. Germain took a shallow breath, held the hilt with both hands, and then swung the holy moonlight great sword in a semicircle like swinging a baseball bat. Boom! In an instant, the green sword energy was like a waning moon falling from the sky, neatly cutting off half of the huge skin. Bang! The skin on that side fell into the rainforest like a landslide, crushing a group of trees and stirring up waves of gray mud. The other three people successfully avoided the sword energy and landed safely on the ground not far away, turning their heads to look at Germain. Germain not only did not leave the battlefield, but flew towards the monster as big as a flytrap, holding the holy moonlight greatsword upside down, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the mouthparts. Boom! Like a cannonball, pure mental energy was vented, and the destructive blue light went straight through the center of the mouthparts. And the waves suddenly tore the mouthparts apart and spread in all directions. Green light was everywhere, as if it was going to swallow everything. After Germain delivered a fatal blow, he raised his sword and waved away the hot rain, steam mist, and muddy debris in front of him, which fell to the ground. The rainstorm had not stopped yet, and it was ruthlessly pouring down on the huge plant debris behind him, which looked like a broken wall destroyed by war after the green light dissipated. The huge plant debris was almost unrecognizable in its original appearance, and the tissues of each part were stuck to the mud and could not be distinguished. Putting away the holy moonlight great sword, Germain walked towards the other three and said, "Sorry. I want to make a quick decision. So I just said one sentence and then started. Nothing." Jean, who had a big beard on his chin, spread his hands and said, "This is actually a good thing. The bombardment you just did is like the roar of a lion, which will reduce many potential attackers and keep them away from our area. The roar of a lion can also show strength and attract lionesses." Biscuit first complained about Jin's words, and then looked at Germain in surprise. "Is it my illusion? Or is it true? Have you become much stronger again?" Jean crossed his hands and said, "Do you realize it now? I noticed it when Germain just returned to the ancient labyrinth. I think that after he returned to the 6 continents, he gradually stabilized the power he gained and improved in the steep mountains. The leap in the strength of a psychic user will have a fluctuation period, during which there will be strong ups and downs, and after stabilization, it will be the real combat power. Of course I know this." Biscuit glared at Jean. "I have eaten more salt than you have walked." Yes. You are an old veteran." Jean glanced at her sideways, and deliberately emphasized the word old veteran. "It seems that you want to fight me again." Biscuit was furious when he saw Jin's reckless expression and his sarcastic words. Germain spoke at the right time, interrupting their quarrel. "I have been improving all the time, and this time, I feel that I am about to reach a bottleneck. I am familiar with this feeling. I have experienced this feeling from elite to master, and from master to champion." Biscuit ignored Jean and said seriously, "I can understand that what you mean is that you only need some catalyst to reach the legendary level. Right? Yes. At least I feel so." Germain broke through the limit and reached the champion level at the end of November last year. 9 months have passed since then. At that time, he had a premonition that if he wanted to cross from champion to legend, he would need to spend much longer than the previous level upgrade. As a result, everything was as he expected. Now, that long-lost feeling finally came back. Back to his palm, back to his chest, back to his blood, and was pulsating. "I really envy you," Visage said. "Xiao Di and I are still struggling at the master level, and Jean has just entered the world of champion level. But you are almost at the legendary level." Xiao Di shook his head and said, "I am not struggling. I don't care whether I can be promoted to the champion level. As long as I can help Germain and you, it's fine. But if you become a champion, you can really help Germain better," Visage said. "Oh, yes. Then I find a way to become a champion." "What do you mean I find a way to become a champion? This is not a professional hunter exam. This is very difficult. That's why I said, I will find a way." Shioti tilted her head. Biscuit was blocked by her words, and couldn't say a complete rebuttal for a long time. She understood and felt stupid. "Really? This is Shioti. It's meaningless to communicate with her using normal logic." Jean laughed and said, "Maybe the purer the person, the easier it is to get close to the goal. Biscuit, don't let Xiaodi surpass you. Staying here will not let German upgrade on the spot. They waited until the hot rain stopped and set off again. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the group took out biscuits and snacks to fill their stomachs while taking shelter from the rain. As they waited quietly, they heard a loud rumbling noise in the distance. At first, they thought it was thunder, until it continued to come, and everyone realized something was wrong. German Circle reached out and quickly retracted back to his body. Strong life reactions, violent emotions, conflicting thoughts. I think it's probably a fight between a group of medium-sized monsters. The big rain gradually stopped, and the sultry steam was sucked away by the small drops of bulging-eyed fish like an exhaust fan. German pointed in the direction where the rumbling noise was still coming from. Let's go take a look. They would rather fight each other while being showered by the scorching rain. This is probably the killing intent. Right? Jean also looked in that direction. German, do you mean that the two-tailed snake Hellbell is nearby? Yes. Observing from a medium to long distance will help us prepare and respond in the event of an unavoidable encounter later. Everyone quickly agreed to German's proposal and walked in that direction together. Chapter 390. Bang! Bang! A medium-sized rhino-like monster used the 5 curved, huge horns on its head to wrestle and fight in the charge. The rumbling sound of the collision spread in the rainforest. At first, it would cause some birds to fly away, but then they seemed to be accustomed to it, landing on the branches, with bright eyes, waiting for another feast of the dead. In the distance, German, who was half squatting on a tree branch, put down the telescope, turned his head to look at the 3 people next to him, and said, "It looks like they are killing each other. I can't see any reason for them to fight." Jean also lowered the telescope and said, "It's not a fight for the opposite sex, nor a fight for territory." Biscuit and Xiaodi also used telescopes to observe the surroundings, and the conclusion they came to was consistent with German and Jean. Then we can basically move towards the direction of the twin-tailed snake Hellbell. Biscuit touched his chin and said, "A monster that can spread murderous intent fits this situation, doesn't it?" "But, have you seen the twin-tailed snake Hellbell?" Jean asked. German, Biscuit and Xiaodi looked at each other and shook their heads. "Maybe they hid themselves," German said. "They used the method of spreading killing intent to cause fighting. Maybe it's because their bodies are not strong, just like the human-raising beast Papu in the steep mountains." "Didn't your Yuan sense their existence?" Biscuit asked. "It's hard," Jean explained on behalf of German. "German and I probably sense too many life reactions. They may be the two-tailed snake Hellbell, or they may be insignificant snakes. Insects, rats and ants. Then should we get closer and observe?" Biscuit asked again. "That's really the only way." German thought for a while and said, "They may be very good at hiding their breath. If we want to get close, we must be careful of their attacks." Everyone nodded. In fact, even if Germain didn't remind them, everyone realized this. They were not new psychic users. They jumped down from the tree branch, concealed their own breath, and slowly approached the direction of the giant rhinoceros fight. When they arrived at that area, they happened to be standing on a high ground. Looking down, they could see blood foam flying everywhere. With a bang, another giant rhinoceros fell. The low-lying area was in chaos. More than a dozen giant rhinoceroses were still fighting, and they had no fixed targets at all. They always attacked their closest compatriots. 1, 2, 3. Xiaodi stretched out his fingers and counted in the air. 6 have fallen. They are still fighting. Won't they be tired? Indeed. Germain frowned slightly, but his focus was different. Only 6 fell. Less than expected. He thought that was such a fierce fight and loud noise. The giant rhinoceros must have suffered heavy casualties. But when he got here, he found that it was not the case. Going crazy with killing intent? Biscuit put his hands on his hips and responded to Xiaodi. The killing intent is spreading like an infectious disease, until there are no living creatures left here? Xiaodi adjusted his black-framed glasses, puzzled. But why didn't those beasts hiding around be infected with a killing intent and join in the melee? Either it needs physical contact to be transmitted, or it is transmitted between the same species, Jean guessed. Or both. The biggest question now is, where is the twin-tailed snake Hellbell? They were close enough, but still didn't see the twin-tailed snake Hellbell or creatures similar to it. Maybe we can treat them as people with telekinetic abilities. Germain looked up from his contemplation and tried to answer. They may not need to stay nearby. As long as certain conditions are met, they can control everything here from a distance. Everyone nodded in agreement. Germain added, of course, there is another possibility. That is, they do have some way to evade our detection at such a close distance. Bisky suddenly said, you mean? They may have abilities similar to the alibi of the god of Marion? Germain described the Chimera Ant Crusade and its aftermath to everyone, and naturally mentioned the Chimera Ants who surrendered, such as Marion, Ikarugo, Wilfin and Sina. Among them, Merlian's ability to read is the most impressive. His existence once gave Nakuru and Shiotua the opportunity to fight against one of the three powerful guards. If it is a god's alibi type of ability, then it will be troublesome, Biscuit said. Maybe they are right next to us now, spitting out their tongues, ready to attack. After she finished speaking, she looked around suspiciously, and Xiaodi also turned her head left and right with her. In fact, in addition to the god's alibi type of ability, there is another possibility. While saying this, German seemed to be infected by Biscuit and turned his head to take a look. But he didn't see anything. That is, they are indeed not next to us now. But they can be like Knob. Instantly. Buzz. Before he finished speaking, German and Jean were startled, followed by Biscuit and Shooty. They turned their heads and looked in the same direction. A triangular snake head poked out from behind Jin's side. After opening its bloody mouth, a pair of hooked fangs were exposed. The snake's body was covered with strange and twisted patterns until it reached a black cyst. The part above the black cyst to the snake head was suspended in the air, and the part below the black cyst seemed to be completely removed and disappeared. Teleportation. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. The next moment, the venomous snake attacked. It pounced on Jin's neck, and with this movement, the snake body under the cyst was pulled out from a space twisted like ripples, and the tail split into two in the middle. A two-tailed snake. It is undoubtedly a two-tailed snake. The characteristics are too obvious. This attack was very sudden and fast. The two-tailed snake instantly appeared less than half a meter behind Jean, and bit Jean in the blink of an eye, not intending to leave anyone any time to react, even at such a close distance. Jean was quick enough to avoid the fangs of the two-tailed snake and lean to one side. Unexpectedly, the two-tailed snake refused to give in. It turned its head and swung its tail, gliding in the air like a flying monkey, and its two tails played a role in steering and balancing. It bit Jean again, aiming directly at the vital part of Jin's crotch. Jean would naturally not be soft-hearted in such a series of pursuits. He raised his two fingers, and the golden light was like a bullet, instantly smashing the head of the two-tailed snake. The two-tailed snake suddenly died, and then it fell to the muddy ground with a puff, twisted twice, and stopped moving. Jean frowned suspiciously, and just when he was about to say something, he suddenly saw the black cyst on the two-tailed snake burst open. A burst of black smoke rose, and then everyone's ears inexplicably heard some kind of weird ringing sound, as if it was a symbol of death. Chapter 391. That night, in front of the bright bonfire, everyone was roasting a few skewers of meat. The meat skin was slightly browned, and they were talking about what happened during the day. It's really strange. The two-tailed snake Hellbell died so easily, and nothing happened afterwards? This is very strange. I had made all kinds of psychological preparations. I was even worried that you would suddenly attack me, and then I would be forced to fight back. Biscuit's tone was very confused. She lifted the hem of her princess dress to avoid being ignited by the open flame. Jean took a bite of the barbecue on the bamboo skewer, and the spices stuck to his beard on his chin. He said, I feel the same way. The situation was urgent at the time, because I didn't know the specific ability of the two-tailed snake Hellbell. I could only destroy it first. However, after killing it easily, I realized that it was too easy. This is probably a feature of counterattack type telekinesis. What is counterattack type telekinesis? Xiaodi asked, holding a partially burnt skewer of meat in his hand and handing it to Germain. As Germain took the slightly charred skewers of meat, he explained, under normal circumstances, the ability is not activated actively. Only when certain conditions are met will the ability be triggered to counterattack the enemy. Just like a trap. Xiaodi blinked his big eyes and asked again, but after the death of the two-tailed snake Hellbell, we didn't encounter any other attacks? Jean chewed with a shiny mouth and said, this is what we all find strange. Maybe it's not yet reached a certain condition. Maybe the trap has been triggered, but we haven't noticed it yet. In short, after the death of the two-tailed snake Hell Bell, the black air and the strange bell sound all meet the characteristics of counterattack type mind abilities. Some rare counterattack type mind abilities need death to trigger, because the resentment after death is the strongest catalyst for triggering abilities. Hell Bell. Hell Bell. Maybe it refers to the mind ability triggered after death, but it is summarized in more mysterious words. Everyone thought in silence. This is indeed a possibility. Someone replied to him in the dark. Everyone looked up and followed the sound. A moment later, a slender figure stepped into the range of the light. Her chocolate-colored skin and dancer-like soft steps made it difficult for people to detect her even when she was walking in the dark. Like a beautiful snake, her lower face was covered with a piece of cloth. So she spoke in a muffled voice. A spear and a shield were wrapped on her back, and her left hand was wrapped in a bloody bandage. Shieldbreaker Sigmund, a member of the station exploration team, had just gone to scout the surroundings and had just returned. Biscuit was stunned for a moment, then smiled and called Sigmund to sit over and said, "It's Sigmund. The barbecue is ready. Come and eat together." "Okay." Biscuit. Sigmund sat among the crowd. Half of her mask was removed, revealing her beautiful face. She took the skewer handed over by Biscuit, took a bite, and the fragrance was overflowing. Biscuit raised his eyebrows and asked proudly, "How is it?" "I grilled it." "Isn't it delicious?" Sigmund was always taciturn, but he would respond to his companions, "Delicious. The smell of spices reminds me of my hometown. That is the only way for the trade team. And the spice trade is always indispensable. Hee hee. If it tastes good, eat more. There is more here. Let's treat it as our reward for your hard work." Jean looked at the darkness around him and asked, "Sigmund, when you were scouting just now, did you notice anything unusual around you?" Sigmund thought for a while and shook his head. "No. My little snake and I can't feel anything strange. However, this is the Dark Continent, and our experience may not be useful here." Jean nodded and said, "You are right. Maybe I am suspicious, but I am always worried that the two-tailed snake Hell Bell that I killed will bring troublesome consequences." German handed the perfectly grilled skewers to Shietti beside him, and then asked, "Are you worried that we will kill each other like the giant rhinoceros and other wild beasts here?" During the daytime march, the giant rhinoceros was not the only group of people killing each other they saw. There were more medium-sized and small species that they had never heard of or seen before. In order to avoid more attacks from the two-tailed snake Hell Bells, whose abilities are unknown, they all watched from a distance and then left quickly. Jean replied, "That's right. It can now be basically confirmed that the fight and killing between them was caused by the two-tailed snake Hell Bells. But the specific means are still unclear. I am indeed worried that we will also develop into a situation of mutual hatred and hostility, and want to kill each other." Bisky smiled and said, "Jean, don't worry. At least I don't want to kill you now. Monsters that spread murderous intent." Spread? Maybe there is an incubation period?" Hearing this, German reminded and asked, "Do you still have spare herb injections for curing all diseases?" Everyone nodded, and Sigmund searched for a while in his loose robe and found a tube of herb injections for curing all diseases and showed it to German. "That's good. Whether it works or not, if you feel that the situation is not right, just give it a shot first. Biscuit, I leave the decompression treatment to you." Biscuit stood up and smiled proudly. "No problem. I'm so strong now. Cookie, she can reduce the accumulated pressure for 4 people." Jean looked at Biscuit's chin and was about to blurt out a mocking word. However, considering that he had encountered the two-tailed snake Hell Bell during the day, he didn't know what effect this monster had. Therefore, he didn't want to cause a dispute easily, so he swallowed his words back. At this time, a cold wind blew over, causing the campfire to sway and smoke to fly. After nightfall, the rainforest had not seen any more hot rain, so the group found an open and flat area nearby to camp. When the cold wind blew, their first thought was that the rain might start again. However, they soon realized that it was not the rainstorm that brought the cold wind. The huge, vague outline in the darkness was ready to move, moving towards here, revealing a dark shadow outlined by sharp claws at the edge illuminated by the fire. Everyone stood up immediately. This was not the first time they encountered this kind of enemy, and they quickly recognized each other. Night Raiders? Another Night Raider. Sigmund covered the lower half of her face again. She frowned, pressed her bandaged left hand, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I didn't notice that there were night raiders nearby. I was negligent. Don't blame yourself too much at this time." A loud shout seemed to strengthen people's hearts. Barbarian warrior Hart carried the long-handled knife, wearing leather armor made of animal skin, and stood proudly in front of everyone. Don't be afraid of eggs. She was not at all the fragility of an ordinary woman, but full of masculinity. "I cover you. You guys hurry up. Don't be trapped by a large group of monsters attracted by this beast." Chapter 392. The roar of the night raiders, the chaotic night, and the double teaming of the monsters were all torn apart after German pulled out the Holy Moonlight Greatsword. The station exploration team certainly couldn't leave the barbarian warrior Hart alone to cover the retreat. Nor could they leave the others. As many people as they came, so many people would leave. Moreover, German was no longer the same as before. With him in charge, the attacks of the night raiders became far less terrifying than before. It took less than 10 minutes for everyone to repel the monsters that attacked like a tide. And German even killed the leading night raider. Everything returned to peace. If it weren't for the corpses and blood on the ground, it would be hard to imagine what kind of riot had happened not long ago. Hart sat on the chopped-off head of a monster, wiped the blood on the long-handled knife with a white cloth, and then threw it directly into the campfire. The blood-stained white cloth burned fiercely. She laughed and said, "The monsters in the rainforest are actually just like this. Not as fierce as the ones we encountered in the steep mountains. Don't be too careless." Sigmund took off the shield on his left arm, revealing the bandaged stump. "This is just the beginning of this journey." Yes. 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 Hart was quite unconvinced, and jumped off the huge monster's head. "You are just too cautious." "There's nothing wrong with being cautious." Sigmund hung the blood-stained shield and spear on his back again, not afraid of the tall female warrior standing in front of her. Hart's face with blue stripes showed a not very happy expression. Biscuit came to smooth things over. Okay. Everyone has just worked hard. Take a good rest. Who of you needs Cookie's magic beauty treatment?" "I don't need it," Hart said. "Let's treat Sigmund. I think she is too nervous. Don't let her go crazy." The barbarian female warrior snorted and turned away. She walked to a large rock far away from here and sat down, carrying her long-handled knife and closing her eyes to rest. "Hart is like this." Biscuit sat next to Sigmund and said softly, "She is actually a good person, but she is a little bit vicious." "I know. It's okay," Sigmund replied. "Do you need Cookie's magic beauty treatment?" No. Biscuit, thank you for your kindness. I want to be alone." "Okay. Don't mind what Hart said. Remember, you are companions." "Yes. I know. We are companions." Biscuit had to get up and leave to use the magic beautician Cookie's ability for others. Sigmund's words are right. The journey is long, and now is just the beginning. Biscuit has felt that the atmosphere of the team is a little tense. She has to try to cool it down. Biscuit's verbal negotiation and Cookie's magic beauty are her means of dealing with it. On the other side, Germain checked the time on his phone and confirmed that it was already after midnight on August 21st in the 6 continents. He, Jean, and Shiati moved the piles of monster corpses away and cleared out space in the camp. Only then could they rest for a while. Clang, clang. The friction and collision of armor sounded. Crusader Reynard stood in front of Germain, raised his visor, and said with a smile, "You guys take a good rest. There are still several hours before the sun rises. I will be the first to take the first shift. Jean, you come to the second shift. I call you in an hour. Is that okay?" "Okay," Jean responded. He sat cross-legged on a patch of dead branches and rotten leaves, holding the back of his head with both hands, and fell back, just like Hart, closing his eyes to rest. The sleeping girl on Greed Island is too fragile and inconvenient to move with. If they hadn't reached a relatively safe place to protect the sleeping girl, everyone would still prefer to rest in their own body. Reynard turned and left, and the sound of armor colliding became smaller and smaller. German sat down against a big tree. Shooty took off his glasses, rested his head on his shoulder, and fell asleep with a gentle breath. German stroked the hunter badge and checked what he had gained from the night raid just now. Dark Ring can transform the spirit into dark mist. It is paired with the previous Thunder Ring, so that he has 2 rings and can play the role of transformation. Most importantly, they don't take up much space. German has 10 fingers, and each finger can wear such a ring. Just as Germain was about to put away the projection of the hunter badge, He caught a glimpse of the words transfer lantern below. 11 special lanterns, 6 ordinary lanterns, and 5 free lanterns. His thoughts began to extend. After returning to the ancient labyrinth, the apostle of pain and bloodthirsty will soon revive. When the time comes, he can use it to operate and get another free lantern, which is enough for him to travel between the dark continent and the 6 continents. As he was thinking about this, he suddenly noticed something strange. In fact, before the night raid began, German had felt something strange. But the attacks of the night raiders and monsters interrupted his thoughts. Now, the battle is over. The surroundings have calmed down. And with the reminder of the teleportation lantern, some thoughts that seemed to be blocked have become unblocked. Something is wrong. The teleportation lantern can only teleport 4 people at a time. And this time, I remember that I only teleported once and brought only 3 people. We also held a meeting to confirm this matter. And everyone agreed to keep a streamlined team of 4. That is to say, the number of members of the station exploration team should be 4. Germain's eyes swept around and counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why are there 7 people here? Germain frowned slightly, trying to recall which 3 people were teleported with him. But the figure standing beside him kept changing. Sometimes it was Sigmund, Shooty, and Bisky. Sometimes it was Jean, Hart, and Shooty. Sometimes it was Shooty, Leonard, and Bisky. The composition of the members of the station exploration team that accompanied him kept changing, and each memory seemed quite credible. However, Germain knew that only one of them was true, and the rest must be false. He thought of his experience in the steep mountains, and there must be something that affected his mind, his memory and cognition. Jin's worries were right. After the death of the two-tailed snake Hell Ring, something was indeed triggered, and we suddenly accepted 3 members who did not belong to the team. But does this mean that Jean Fulishi is reliable? If the killing of the two-tailed snake Hell Bell triggered all this, then would Jean Fulishi deliberately pretend to be attacked and take advantage of the opportunity to attack? And Shiori Murasaka beside me, is she a real person? What is the purpose of this group of members who infiltrated the exploration team? For a moment, countless questions came to his mind, and German almost woke up Shiori beside him and prepared to interrogate her alone. But it seems that someone reacted faster than him. Do you feel that something is wrong? The cursed Dubisk, who had scars on his face, always looked exhausted, and was tied with iron chains, spoke in a cold tone in a place where the campfire could not reach. There are 8 of us here. It seems that the number is not right. Chapter 393. Since the curse binder Dubisk has exposed this matter, it is better to make it clear rather than let suspicion and anxiety spread. Germain immediately woke up Shiori. What's wrong? Is it dawn? She rubbed her eyes, stood up blankly like a baby, and put on black-framed glasses slowly. Germain gathered everyone together and sat around the campfire. No one was allowed to leave here. Dubisk's cold voice came again. Since when do we need your consent even for where we stay? You should have noticed the problem. Right? German's black eyes under the tricorn had looked at Dubisk. If you want to figure out the situation, just listen to me for now. If my method doesn't work, then listen to yours. Dubisk chose to give in under German's gaze, walked to the campfire without saying a word, and sat down. The others also realized that something serious seemed to have happened, and gathered together with serious expressions. Don't you want to leave someone nearby? The voice of Crusader Reynard came out from the helmet, as if there was an echo. No. Germain made a quick decision. Sit down. We are all in one place. Let's solve the current situation first. Everyone sat down and looked at Germain. My teleportation lantern is the key to traveling back and forth between the ancient maze and this rainforest. And I can only bring 3 people here at a time. In the meeting not long ago, we all agreed to reduce the team members to 4 and not increase them. These are all facts. But when I found something wrong, there were already 7 people in the team. And just now, 1 more person, making it 8 people. In other words, 4 uninvited guests have sneaked in among us. Everyone's face changed when they heard this. The reason why we didn't realize this obvious problem is probably because we were affected by this area. Just like the steep mountains, the death of the two-tailed snake Hell Bell is just a trigger condition. Now, if we don't catch the people who sneaked in, they will probably increase in number. At some point, they may suddenly attack and kill 1 or 2 people here. which will lead to suspicion and internal strife, and finally turn into a situation of killing each other. This is probably what we saw during the daytime, when the monsters who killed their compatriots experienced everything. Everyone understood what Germain meant. They were a little shocked at first, and then looked at their companions around them nervously. Germain's eyes swept over everyone's faces, but he didn't see anyone with a strange expression. Now, look at the people around you. Look carefully. Is there anyone you don't know? Everyone looked at each other again, and after a while, they shook their heads one after another. Germain was not surprised by this. After thinking calmly for a while, he gradually understood what the Akama Federation exploration team encountered that year. In the end, 11 people survived, and 99% of them died before reaching the swamp. So a simple estimate shows that the Akama Federation exploration team had at least 1,100 people. In a huge and complicated team of more than 1,100 people, if there were enemies like them, the number might suddenly increase to 2,000 or 3,000 people. Such a huge team sensed the existence of the enemy. So they suspected each other. And then more and more casualties appeared. They were extremely nervous. And finally the string of reason finally broke. Germain knew that now was not the time to reason. This was not an orderly and reasonable human world. He had to nip in the bud any signs of unrest at the first opportunity. He materialized a meat saw, which changed shape with a click, and then chopped it on a piece of firewood in front of him, embedding it in it without cutting it off. Germain's tone became cold and grim, and he deliberately lowered the brim of his tricorn hat to prevent everyone from seeing his eyes and expression. The teleportation lantern is the only prerequisite for all of us to go back and forth. So I, who owns it, am definitely the real person here. Do any of you have any objections to this? It was the first time that Germain directed his murderous intent at his companions, and everyone could feel the weight of this pressure at this time. Everyone also noticed that the atmosphere had taken a sharp turn for the worse. But the reality was that there was no room for leniency. After careful consideration, none of them questioned or denied that Germain was a real person. Now, I will judge who is real and who is fake. Germain continued coldly. Do you have any objections to this? What if you make a wrong judgment? Barbarian Warrior Heart asked, slightly unhappy, holding her long-handled knife. I will give a convincing reason for my judgment, Germain replied. No matter what. I will act with the awareness that I am the only real person, and you are all fakes. If I make a mistake, I will spend the rest of my life atonement. Hart muttered in a low voice, people are dead. What's the point of atonement? Okay. Crusader Reynard clapped his hands, and his gloves made a puffing sound. At this time, he was not as cheerful and generous as usual. Germain is also here to find out the enemy. Before we came here, we all had the awareness of dying here. If it is for the survival of our companions, I am willing to accept it calmly even if I am killed by mistake. Hart stared at Reynard for a while, and said, don't be in a hurry to be a good guy. I haven't confirmed whether you are real or fake. Reynard was speechless by this sentence, so he had to cough and fell silent. Oh! Biscuit suddenly exclaimed, and then searched on his body. I know how to judge. She took out the camera, showed it to everyone, and said, the uninvited guest is likely to have modified our cognition. But photos can never deceive people. I often take pictures of various landscapes in the Dark Continent, and occasionally take pictures of you. People who don't appear in the photos are definitely the most suspicious. But the curse-bound Dubisk, who had been silent for a long time, spoke again, staring at Biscuit. How can we be sure that your photo is real? What if you are one of the enemies, and have a way to modify the content of the photo? Then can't you decide who is suspicious and who is not? Biscuit's hand holding up the camera paused. And then she said angrily, don't you all know what my telepathy is? Now I'm not sure, Dubisk said coldly. Since the enemy can modify cognition, it is natural that they can also modify telepathy information. I'd like Cookie come out and show you. Is that okay? Don't the enemies have 3 companions? Even if your ability to read is not. As long as they are, it is enough to cover up the past. You just assume that I am a fake person, right? Have you forgotten that the side effect of your ability is to boost our pressure? How many times have Leonard and I helped you to clean up? If it weren't for Leonard and I, you would have blown up the whole team like a bomb. But you, seeing that Dubisk and Bisky were about to have a big fight, Germain immediately stopped them and took out his mobile phone. I also have some photos saved in my phone. Let's take a look first. Chapter 394. The contents of the photos on Germain's phone were not satisfactory. Most of the people here appeared in the photos, including Leonard, Bisky, Sigmund, Schutte, and Hart. They took photos with Germain and with each other. The only ones who didn't appear in the photos were Kim Fulisai and the cursed binder Dubisk. Kim scratched his hair and explained, "You know me. I don't like to get together or take photos." Dubisk didn't explain, but his lonely and quiet personality, which was uncomfortable, had already answered everything. Originally, Shieldbreaker Sigmund was also a solitary person, but she also had some group photos, most of which were forcibly pulled under the camera by Biscuit. How could this happen? Biscuit looked at the photos, quite puzzled. Germain already understood what was going on. They can not only affect cognition, but also actually affect reality. But the process is long, and before they completely complete the memory and reality correction, we have noticed something strange. Jean then proposed another possibility, or they did it on purpose. Because their purpose is not to completely replace any of us, but to cause us to fight and kill. Some problems appear appropriately to make us aware of something wrong, which may also be part of their plan. Everyone was a little horrified when they heard it. If this is the case, the situation is getting more and more complicated. How much of the current situation can be believed? Jean then said, no matter what, we have to believe the premise of all judgments. That is, Germain is real. And everything starts from here. Everyone fell silent. This kind of situation of being forced to judge the truth or falsehood of oneself by others would not be comfortable for anyone. However, Germain had better be real. Otherwise it means that all of their cognition has been completely revised. And even the means of traveling back and forth to the Dark Continent. Whether this is the Dark Continent, etc. will be questioned. That was indeed the beginning of all collapse and despair. However, everyone thought that the situation was not so pessimistic, since they were all still alive and could sit down and talk instead of killing each other. It meant that their cognition had only been partially changed. Now, all the pressure came to German. Then start from the beginning, with my actions as the axis. Mark the time nodes of meeting you and the events that happened, and see what we can gain. Everyone looked at each other and agreed. After 7 rounds of individual statements, Germain recorded everything in his notebook under the bright bonfire and drew a timeline. The earliest was 1997. On November 22nd, he met the gem hunter Biscuit because Biscuit wanted to take the promised ruby from Germain. Then it was 1998. On January 10th, he met the crusader Leonard because it was during the professional hunter exam and Leonard was in the mansion of the trap in the second exam. He pretended to be a fully armored knight controlled by a mechanism and attacked the examinees, eliminating the disqualified ones one by one, but was defeated by Germain, and the two got to know each other after fighting. On January 16th, he met the Dark World scavenger Schutte by chance, and Schutte happened to be looking for Germain to collect debts, so they got to know each other. On January 22nd, Germain, Bisky, Leonard and Schutte teamed up to go to the Dark Continent. After fighting with giant snakes and spiders, they returned to the 6 continents and established a cooperative relationship. On February 9th, Germain was practicing his mind ability alone in the mountains, and met Hart, a barbarian warrior who was also practicing in the mountains. The two exchanged their experiences, and Hart's many suggestions allowed Germain to successfully set up his own constraints and oaths. On March 25th, Germain received a notice from Biscuit to meet up, so he invited Hart. On April 1st, Germain, Biscuit, Leonard, Schutte, Hart and Yungu teamed up to go to the Dark Continent. Afterwards, they were sent to the ancient labyrinth by the Wallfacer and returned to the 6 continents. On April 13th, Germain was seriously injured and hospitalized after killing Phaeton and Franklin. In order to avoid being chased by the Phantom Troop, Shieldbreaker Sigmund followed the instructions of President Netero and came with Knob and Palm to help Germain transfer to another hospital successfully. On May 15th, Germain, Biscuit, Reynard, Schutte, Hart, Minchi and Bahara went to the Dark Continent together and then returned. On August 14th, in the big melee on the train of the Kajin Empire, in order to fight against the main force of the Phantom Troop, Germain called Biscuit, Reynard, Schutte and Hart. Everyone also participated in the assassination of the 4th prince of the Kajin Empire, Keladonic. On September 9th, Germain and his group encountered Byangda and his group, and Jean received information from President Netero in advance and came to help. Later it was confirmed that the person who sent anonymous information to Jean was the cursed Dubisk, who was President Netero's man. On September 25th, German, Jean, Bisky, Reynard, Schutte, and Hart teamed up to challenge the ancient maze. On September 28th, for the future, Jean, Reynard, and Hart stayed in the ancient maze. On October 19th, for the same reason, Basiji and Minchi stayed in the ancient labyrinth. On November 23rd, the night of the final battle of the Chimera Ants, Sigmund and Dubisk were among the members of the expedition team. On December 5th, a few days after the celebration banquet, German was going back to Greed Island. Sigmund and Dubisk received instructions from President Netero and followed German. On December 10th, German, Sigmund, Dubisk, Schutte, Buhara, and Sambika formed a team to go to the ancient labyrinth. Finally, it was 1999. On January 23rd, except for Germain and Schutte who returned to Greed Island, the rest of them stayed in the ancient labyrinth. On January 27th, Germain and Schutte defeated Zai Luo and Zazan who occupied Meteor Street. After that, the two visited Zoldyck family together on February 2nd. On February 15th, Germain, Schutte, Mo and Nakulu formed a team to go to the ancient labyrinth. On March 1st, except for Bahala and Dubisk who stayed in the ancient labyrinth, the rest of them challenged the steep mountains and returned to the ancient labyrinth on March 7th. On July 26th, all members except Germain, Schutte, and Mo stayed in the ancient maze, and the three of them teleported back to Greed Island. On August 17th, Germain and Schutte returned to the ancient maze. On August 20th, all members of the post-station exploration team challenged the rainforest swamp. In the early morning of August 21st, Germain and others discovered something unusual in the team. Germain looked at this timeline and could see many flaws in it at a glance. Because his teleportation lantern could not carry more than 3 members to teleport at first. Then, it is obviously unreasonable that more than 4 members were teleported several times. After the timeline was clear, everyone started to provide information. However, the huge amount of information confused many real situations, which made German frown. He could only confirm who 2 of the real people were now, and he was not sure about the third real person. Chapter 395. To everyone's surprise, Germain claimed that he had not drawn any answers from the timeline, and asked everyone to do their own things. Everyone had doubts, but had to disperse. They took the campfire as the center and moved in their orbits like planets. Germain walked around the campfire and came to a big tree where light and shadow intersected, and saw Schutte squatting there. Schutte hugged her knees with both hands, raised her head, and looked at Germain expressionlessly. Germain could see that she was in a bad mood and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Schutte hesitated for a long time, adjusted her black-framed glasses, and said, "Are there really 4 fake people here?" "Yes. You just heard our analysis. I didn't bring more than 3 people to the rainforest swamp. But there are 8 people here. There must be something wrong." German looked Schutte up and down suspiciously and asked, "Do you have any clues?" Schutte shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Do you think I could be one of the fake people?" Hearing this, Germain was stunned. He really didn't expect that someone would doubt his existence. But considering that this person was Schutte, it made sense. "Why do you think so?" "Think about it. Don't I have a bad memory? Everyone often laughs at me for this." Schutte tapped her head lightly with her fist and said, "Maybe I am a fake person who sneaked in. But I forgot about it. If it was me, I would do such a thing. Right?" She usually didn't admit it, but occasionally she was quite self-aware. German couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't worry, Schutte. You are not a fake person." Schutte stared at him with wide eyes, as if she had heard something incredible, and asked, "Are you telling the truth? How can you be sure?" "Why?" She asked a series of questions. German explained, "After listing the timeline just now, I actually understood the rules of the post-mortem ability of the twin-tailed snake Hell Bell." "I don't understand." Schutte shook her head. Germain explained step by step. "It actually has more convenient methods that will never reveal flaws in the timeline, such as directly replacing someone among us, or replacing someone in our memory. But it didn't do that, which proves that it either doesn't want to do that or can't do that. The former means that they have room for complete hypnosis, but they deliberately reveal flaws to make us fight. But this method is not necessary at all. It has this ability, and can directly hypnotize us to kill each other. So I tend to believe the latter. It can't do that. I noticed that the number of fake people is slowly increasing. When I realized that something was wrong, there were still 7 people, and then it became 8. In other words, they are like nails, piercing your flesh, making you bleed and pus, and the wound gradually becomes infected and expands. The way they modify cognition and reality is to insert them into our memories, and constantly erode reality. Directly replacing someone is something they can't do. At least not now. In this way, if you want to know who the real person is, you just need to grasp one point. That is, the absolutely indispensable character in the timeline like me. Without this character, the things after the timeline cannot be advanced at all. Xiaodi's eyes were empty when she heard half of it, no matter whether she understood it or not. She nodded like a resigned person, and admitted that what Germain said was right. Anyway, just believe Germain. Germain continued, your ability of telepathy, the bulge-eyed fish, is second only to me in the exploration of the Dark Continent. There is no other person here who can replace you. So you must be real. If you are not real, then you are shaking the premise that I am real. Xiaodi's big eyes rolled around, licked his lips, and said, anyway, I am a real person. Right? Yes. At this time, someone suddenly spoke from behind the tree. And then a figure turned around, scaring Xiaodi. Xiaodi turned around, and saw that it was Jean with a big beard. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Germain. Her eyes seemed to mean that if Jean heard their conversation, should he kill him to silence him? Germain understood her look and waved his hand. Jean curled his lips and explained, I am a real person like you. And the reason is the same, I am irreplaceable. Without me, you have no way to connect with Greed Island. And you can't get logistical support from Greed Island. They can imitate Greed Island's cards and some of the abilities of the cards, but they haven't completely woven the most direct relationship network with Greed Island. After all, they are just a group of monsters living in the Dark Continent, using our memories to understand humans. They never thought that after encountering such a situation, we would be so calm and didn't suspect each other and kill each other right away. So there were many omissions in the memory modification. In addition, the scope of their memory modification is also limited. Most of their encounters with us on the timeline occurred between the end of 1997 and now, and the rest are extremely vague. If they are given more time, they should be able to do better. Right? Jean said here. His tone was a little regretful, as if he wanted to see that kind of situation. In short, after realizing this, German dissolved the gathering and quietly found me. He then came back to you after explaining the situation. The reason we are so cautious is that we have another companion. Among the other 5 people, we are not sure which one is our companion, until we find him or her. It is best to keep what we know a secret. Hearing the words cautious and keep a secret, Xiaodi covered her mouth. Then she looked around with her black and white eyes, as if she was afraid that her breathing would be too loud and expose the situation here. Germain said, just be natural. So Xiaodi loosened her hands, blinked her big eyes, and whispered, how do we find our last companion? Germain said, in fact, we already have a target, but we are not sure yet. The reason is also irreplaceable. I am irreplaceable because of the teleportation lantern. Xiaodi, you are irreplaceable because of the bulging-eyed fish. And Jean is irreplaceable because of the Greed Island. What else is irreplaceable? That is of course the ability to keep the team fighting. At first, I was wavering between decompression and healing. But considering my many experiences of virtue and torture, I finally decided that decompression is essential. I in this team. Leonard and Biscuit both have the ability to decompress. The last companion should be among them. It's just that both of them have been in the team for a long time, and there are no obvious flaws in my memory. It's hard to figure out which one of them is the real one. Xiaodi asked, what should we do now? Should we call them over and ask them? Sure, German said. Call them over first. It doesn't matter if we can't tell the real one from the fake one for a while. Xiaodi was now keenly aware of what German wanted to do. I see. We have to target people other than them. Right? German nodded and said, yes. Their numbers are gradually increasing. We can't wait any longer. Otherwise, when the sun rises, there will probably be a lot of people here. By then, the situation will be more complicated, and cognition and reality will be modified more by them. German turned to Jean and said, Please keep an eye on Leonard and Biscuit later to see if you can find out the fake one. Shiati and I will clean up the rest of the guys. Okay. Leave it to me, Jean replied. Shiati was eager to try. When the three were about to make the next move, they heard a loud bang not far away, and then saw a cloud of dust and a big tree collapsed. A conflict had been brewing for a long time, and suddenly broke out now. The two women were the barbarian warrior Hart and the shield breaker Sigmund. The two women fought with long-handled knives and spears for a moment, and then separated on the left and right. Crusader Reynald and Jim Hunter Bisky hurriedly stopped in the middle, and persuaded them not to fight among themselves. The Cursebinder Dubisk stood in the shadows coldly, without saying a word, and had no intention of helping either party. She must be a bastard who sneaked in. Hart pointed at Sigmund and cursed excitedly. Her telepathic ability is related to snakes. And the two-tailed snake Hellbell is also a snake. How can it be such a coincidence? Sigmund stared at Hart coldly and said, You said before that I was going crazy. But now it seems that you are the one who is crazy. Right? The two women were on the verge of a fight. Their telepathic energy collided, and the weapons in their hands were ready to point at each other. Don't do this, Leonard shouted. Don't fight anymore. He noticed the approach of Germain, Jean and Shooty behind him, and quickly turned around and said, Germain, say something to stop them. Right? The twin-tailed snake Hell Ringtone must want us to attack each other like this. We can't fall for it. German, Jean, and Shioty looked at each other, nodded, but thought of something else. According to the previous elimination method, Hart and Sigmund must be fake people who sneaked in. They are now making such a scene in front of everyone, showing their mutual hostility. Are they planning to play a double act and split the entire team into two factions? After thinking about it, German didn't plan to explain anything to Leonard and Biscuit. He wanted to act at his own pace. So, he patted Shioty's arm and whispered, Tie one up first. I help you later. Shioty nodded in agreement. Then, the two separated. Germain walked towards Hart, and Shioty walked towards Sigmund. Hart thought Germain was here to stop the fight, and said viciously, Germain, you don't have to say anything. I will never trust this woman. Before she finished her words, she heard a click, and her hands holding the long-handled knife flew up in her sight. Then, her vision was spinning. Hart was only half dead in an instant, standing there, blood gushing out, and Germain just looked down with cold eyes, holding the still dripping meat saw in his hand. She never expected Germain to suddenly jump up and cut her. In fact, except for Jean and Shioty, no one else expected this. Reynard and Biscuit were both shocked. Their throats itched, and they couldn't say a word. Then, they took a step towards Hart's body together, but suddenly felt their shoulders sink. The two turned around and saw that Jean was already between them, reaching out and holding their shoulders. Don't move. Just watch quietly. And don't do anything suspicious. Trust us. This will be good for both of you. Leonard and Biscuit quickly realized that they were being threatened. The two were a little annoyed, and when they were about to say something, they saw Jean pursing his lips in the direction of Hart's body. Look for yourself. The two turned their heads and saw that the half-body that was still standing finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Hart's face was full of disbelief and horror. Germain stood aside, holding a bloody meat saw. The mutilated corpse suddenly emitted black smoke as if it was burning, and soon her body, clothes, weapons, etc. disappeared one after another. Along with it, the perception that Hart was her companion and the related modified reality disappeared. After a trance, Germain and others recalled and confirmed that Hart was indeed not one of them. Almost everyone had the same thought. Why did we trust Hart so much before? He was one of us. There were so many flaws. It seems that this is the influence of the champion-level demon behind the two-tailed snake Hellbell and the entire rainforest terrain. German turned around and first observed the expressions on Leonard and Bisky's faces, and then looked at Jean. Then, he walked quickly to the other side of the battlefield. Sigmund was also shocked by German's sudden attack, so she did not react to Shioty's approach immediately. When she came to her senses, the shield that she had held with her broken limbs had been sucked away by Shioty's bulging eyefish and thrown to the ground by Shioty. Shioty said to her with a little pride, You are fake. I am real. Huh? Shioty. You? Sigmund was stunned for a moment, trying to say something, but noticed that Germain was already walking towards him with a meat saw. You can't do this. I am your companion. Have you all forgotten? Those memories of us fighting side by side. Do you think they are all fake? At this time, she could no longer maintain her previous taciturn personality. German was unmoved, walked quickly, and suddenly turned into a flash, breaking through in front of Sigmund at lightning speed. Don't! Sigmund's spear only had time to raise a little bit, and was chopped on the neck by the meat saw, and his head and body were separated in an instant. The chocolate-colored face was immediately full of resentment. A snake transformed from her mind shot out from her broken limb and bit German fiercely. German calmly dodged sideways, and with another knife, he cut Sigmund's broken limb into 2 pieces. Sigmund fell to the ground amid the spurting blood, and in the blink of an eye, black smoke rose, like burning plastic. German turned to look at Dubisk not far away. Dubisk cursed in a low voice, and seemed to realize that it was meaningless to explain. So his skin and flesh swelled up immediately, turning into a tall werewolf, and ran away. The werewolf landed on all 4s, moving very fast, and in a blink of an eye it shot out like an arrow, running back and forth between the branches to dozens of meters away. It still has a chance. Even if it doesn't stay with German and others, it can continue to reproduce fake people. But it will take longer and have more flaws. But at least it is still alive. And being alive can save its life. However, the next moment, the sound of the wind chasing the life came from behind. It turned its head in horror, and was hit by a sharp spike, which directly blew its head off. With a snap, the headless werewolf rolled down from the branches and fell into the mud. Not long after, its body was also burned. Germain put away the spiral cane that had been transformed and shot out, turned around and walked back to the campfire camp. At this time, there were only 5 people left in front of him, including himself. Hart's entire body had been burned to ashes, and Sigmund had half of it left. The memory should have been corrected. Right? Germain looked at everyone, and everyone nodded. That's good. As he said, he walked in front of Leonard and Biscuit. Both of them became nervous because they realized that Germain was going to find the last fake person among them. If caught, his fate would be the same as Hart, Sigmund, and Dubisk. Germain was originally covered with the blood of Hart, Sigmund, and Dubisk, but as they died, the blood turned into black gas and evaporated. He first explained the basis for judging irreplaceability and pointed out that he, Shooty, and Jean were all real people. So now there is another real person between Leonard and Bisky. Leonard and Biscuit looked at each other with ugly faces. Emotionally, they both had memories of being companions, but rationally, one of them must be fake. Both knew who was the fake one. But how should they defend themselves and make Germain believe it? Leonard was the first to speak. Germain. Jean. Shitty. Think carefully about how I stood at the forefront to protect you before, and I will do it for you after the battle. Before he finished speaking, he felt a strong wind coming from beside him. Leonard quickly raised his sword to block, but was directly pushed away by a soft force, followed by a strong fist wind. Biscuit? Leonard was shocked by the sudden attack on him by the person next to him. Biscuit did not give any explanation and attacked Leonard with murderous intent. This was her way of proving herself. Only fake people would continue to fish in troubled waters. Real people are not only indispensable to teamwork, but also never afraid of death. Chapter 396. Bang! The fist wind came like a bomb, hitting Leonard's helmet. With a click, the helmet broke instantly. After a short dizziness, he looked carefully and saw Biscuit, who had turned back to his true appearance. Biscuit's fist was not polite, and his words were even worse. At this point, those who still try to gain sympathy with unreliable memories and delay time to produce more companions must be fake people. To put it bluntly, the fastest way to distinguish the true and false between us is for one of us to die. The performance after death is enough to prove innocence. In memory, we are both professional hunters. If you are a real person, you should have the same awareness as me. Right? Biscuit, who was posing as a heart source flow, immediately chased Leonard after saying this. Leonard found that Germain and the others had no intention of intervening, and frowned in his helmet. But he had to be ruthless. He once again held 2 straight swords wrapped in mind energy and slashed at Bisky several times, each time with great force. However, in terms of combat power, Bisky was still better. Bisky used mind energy to deflect Leonard's slashes one by one, and used the heart source fist to force Leonard back continuously. The armor on Leonard's body was swept by Bisky's fist wind, and it broke and fell off piece by piece. and his body was also covered with scars. Most importantly, he was under great psychological pressure, because he knew very well that no matter whether he won or lost this battle, he would die. If he were on the chessboard, he would be in a situation where he was about to be killed. In this situation, Leonard immediately took out a scroll from his arms and spread it out. Buzz! A dazzling golden light flashed into Biscuit's eyes, causing Biscuit's movements to stagnate. He put away the scroll, took the opportunity to turn around, and tried to dodge into the darkness of the rainforest. The armor was disintegrated by Biscuit's fists, which just helped him to lighten his burden and walk more lightly and quickly. It's not that Leonard didn't see the fate of Dubisk, who also ran away, but he had no choice now. However, he was shocked when he turned around, because Jean had been standing behind him without knowing when, and he had been silently accumulating golden energy for a long time. "It's you." Jean didn't wait for Leonard to speak, and raised his hand to punch. "No! Wait." The golden energy bit like a poisonous snake, without giving Leonard a chance to react. Leonard's head exploded like a watermelon in an instant. Leonard's body swayed crookedly for a while, and then fell to the ground. After a while, the same black smoke came out of his body. After the false people died, they would burn themselves, symbolizing that they came naked and left naked. This is why the corpses left on the ground in the tribes that killed each other during the day were less than expected. After the melee ended, all the false people died, and the 4 people present breathed a sigh of relief. And then they gathered together. "It's safe for now." Biscuit, who turned back into a petite form, had to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes because of the bright light from the scroll. After she felt better, she opened her eyes, looked at the other 3 people, and asked, "You didn't judge who was real and who was fake between me and Reynard, right? What if I died in Reynard's hands just now?" Jean complained, "Aren't you better than him? Besides, you swore that as professional hunters, you should be aware of it." "Right. I am aware of it. But I don't want to die because of this. If I have to die, I must die in the most beautiful and gorgeous way." Biscuit answered as a matter of course. "Don't worry," German said. "Renaud can't afford to take risks in a fight to the death. If he runs away, it will be equivalent to telling us that he is a fake. If he insists on fighting with you, we will stop him before one of you is seriously injured, and find another way to judge." Biscuit nodded and said, "I knew you were thinking so. So I took action against Leonard without hesitation and forced him into a desperate situation. And by the way, I also revealed my identity to you. After all, he is a newly created person, and he doesn't know you well enough. Xiao Di, you should be able to recognize that I am the real person, right?" Xiao Di tilted his head and thought for a while, and chose to nod. In fact, she didn't recognize him, but she learned to be cunning because she was close to him. She almost thought that she was a fake person. So how could she recognize that Bisji was a real person? "Very good. It's worth my kindness to you." Bisji also chose to believe with a smile. Germain thought about it, but shook his head at this time and said, "They may not be people who were just created, but some kind of template that has existed for a long time." Everyone looked at him in confusion. After Leonard fell, a piece of Germain's memory that was deliberately sealed was finally opened. He remembered Crusaders, Cursebinders, Barbarian Warriors, Shieldbreakers. All of them are game characters in Darkest Dungeon. However, they are not completely the heroes in Darkest Dungeon. Many of their backgrounds have been localized and modified to be more suitable for this world. In other words, the twin-tailed snake hell ringtone is using the memories of Germain, Jean, Bisky, and Xiaodi to create a seemingly hybrid human. Facing the confused eyes of the crowd, Germain explained, "You should all remember now. Reynard, Hart, Sigmund and Dubisk. Their past life experiences, interpersonal relationships. These don't seem to be easily created in a short period of time. So, I think they come from our memories, and are a mixture of various images. It's just that they have all become templates used by the two-tailed snake hell bell to quickly create humans, and have become one of the baits." Jean understood and said, "Indeed, the two-tailed snake hell bell cannot create a perfect human out of thin air, because they don't understand human society enough. What's more, they have to shape different mind abilities, which requires more information, which they cannot fully process and digest in a short period of time. Then, directly taking part of it from our minds and integrating it together is the most economical and practical method. In order to prevent us from seeing the flaws too quickly, they used methods such as modifying cognition and blocking some memories to get by. Biscuit laughed proudly. Generally speaking, this method is enough for ordinary teams of mind users in a short period of time. But they unfortunately ran into us. Plant weapons, gold and silver ingots. Immortal disease Zobai. Cultivated beast pap. We who have experienced various disasters will not be so easily confused. Everyone looked at each other and laughed quite relaxedly. After knowing the true identity of the two-tailed snake Hell Bell, everyone can find a way to deal with it. And they won't have to grope the elephant blindly like before. Nothing happened in the second half of the night. Everyone took turns to keep watch. And the other three took the opportunity to have a good rest. You don't have to sleep, as long as you can slowly recover your energy and mind. And don't let yesterday's fatigue drag down today's actions. A few hours later, the orange sun rose slowly, and even the lush rainforest branches and leaves could not block all the light. The gray and charcoal black embers of the bonfire fluttered in the cold and wet wind that suddenly blew, like shredded paper, floating in the air. The sky, which had rested all night, became gray again, and soon there was the familiar thunder and lightning. Crackling, crackling, the hot rain fell into the muddy ground of the rainforest, and the rising smoke wove into a big net that caught everything. Fortunately, no matter how heavy the rain was, it would only rain for a while, and rarely for more than 20 minutes. After the station exploration team set off again, they had to resume the rhythm of walking and stopping during the day yesterday. They slowly walked through the rainforest, dealing with various monsters that appeared here from time to time. However, until the afternoon of this day, no one encountered the two-tailed snake Hell Bell again. German decided to change his strategy. Now that we know what the ability of the two-tailed snake Hell Bell is, I think there is no need for us to waste time exploring the border of the rainforest. Our destination is always the swamp. Based on our previous experience of challenging other disasters, the two-tailed snake Hell Bell will most likely guard the periphery of the swamp. Finding a large settlement of the two-tailed snake Hell Bell is equivalent to getting closer and closer to the swamp. As for how to find a large settlement of the two-tailed snake Hell Bell, I think we should start by finding those tribes that are killing each other. Everyone felt that German's words made sense, so they changed their strategy and turned to using circles, telescopes, and other methods to find those tribes that were fighting. Every time they found a group, they would observe and search nearby for the two-tailed snakes and Hell Bells, or at least find traces of them. However, the two-tailed snakes and Hell Bells may have jumped away in the dark space after causing the killing, or they may have known that everyone was looking for them, so they deliberately avoided them. In short, everyone searched for a long time, but found nothing. However, those tribes that continued to kill each other until they were bloody and uncut were like lighthouses on the bay, pointing out the general direction with beams of light. At least everyone knew that the two-tailed snake Hell Bell must have appeared in this area. On the night of this day, they were attacked at night again. It was rare to be attacked at night for 2 consecutive days. However, with the current lineup of the exploration team, they easily repelled the enemy and killed the leader of the night attack. For them, the night attack basically did not pose a big threat. The time came to the 3rd day after they arrived in the rainforest, because they could not find the whereabouts of the two-tailed snake Hell Bell. German and others changed their ideas again. In order not to alert the enemy, they no longer used large-scale circles. Perhaps it was because the two-tailed snake Hell Bell sensed the large-scale circles from German and Jean that they took the initiative to disappear. This time, they only used small-scale circles and concealed their own breath. In this way, they could both warn and catch the two-tailed snake's Hell Bells before they jumped into the dark space and escaped. Finally, when Jean carved a Mobius strip mark nearby, he accidentally found a two-tailed snake Hell Bells entwined on a tree branch. He was surprised and happy, then quietly left, returned to the team, and immediately told the others about this discovery. After searching for almost 2 days, they finally saw another living two-tailed snake Hell Bell, and they couldn't help but feel a little excited. I don't know since when. In their eyes, disasters are no longer disasters, but have become prey. German asked, Jean, have you seen other two-tailed snakes Hell Bell? No, at least not found in a brief naked eye observation, because I was worried that if I released the circle, the two-tailed snake Hell Bell would notice it. So I didn't detect the surroundings. Basiji nodded and said, you are right to do so. It took us so long to catch one. We can't let it run away easily. These monsters are really sensitive. So, everyone concealed their breath and tiptoed to the place where Jean had left the Mobius strip mark before. Jean looked in one direction and nodded to everyone, indicating that the two-tailed snake Hell Bell was still in place. Everyone remained silent, only looking in the direction of his finger. Sure enough, they saw a two-tailed snake, Hell's Bell, which was almost integrated with the surrounding environment under the cover of several branches and leaves. It was wrapped around the branches like a hemp rope, and occasionally moved its soft scaly limbs. The 4 members of the station exploration team did not act rashly, and did what they should do as hunters. They held their breath and hid in the bushes to observe quietly. After a while, German suddenly waved to the others and pointed in a direction. The other 3 looked over, and saw that they found another two-tailed snake Hell Bell on another branch. In the next quarter of an hour, they noticed more and more two-tailed snakes Hell Bell hidden in the dense forest with lush branches and leaves. A simple count showed that there were more than 30 two-tailed snakes Hell Bell that they had witnessed. And there were more that had not been witnessed. Everyone communicated silently with their eyes. The tacit understanding developed from fighting side by side for a long time allowed them to quickly understand the meaning of each other's eyes. There are so many two-tailed snakes and Hell Bells here. It seems that this is their gathering place. They finally found the right way. Maybe the swamp is near this area. Jean gestured to everyone. First stretched out his right fist, representing the gathering place of the two-tailed snakes and Hell Bells, and then raised his left hand, representing the station exploration team, and made a detour. Everyone quickly understood what Jean meant. Since the swamp is likely nearby, there is no need to get too entangled with the two-tailed snakes and Hell Bells. They had to bypass this settlement as quietly and stealthily as possible and go straight to Huanglong. The 3 of them nodded in agreement with Jin's proposal, and then they began to move as quietly as shadows. However, the hot and scorching rain that had stopped for a long time began to fall at an inopportune time when they were quietly bypassing. The big raindrops fell with a clatter. The two-tailed snakes, Hell Bells, had originally stayed in one place quietly, but now they all moved because of the rain. As they moved like this, several two-tailed snakes, Hell Bells, soon noticed the presence of German and others who were originally in the blind spot of their vision, and immediately raised their upper bodies and spit out their tongues. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The two-tailed snake Hell Bell, who first discovered the members of the station exploration team, issued a warning, and then more and more two-tailed snakes Hell Bell noticed this group of humans. Seeing that hiding was no longer meaningful, German and others gave up, looked at each other, and made a prompt decision. They no longer took a detour, but walked directly through the gathering place of the two-tailed snakes Hell Bell, intending to break through at the fastest speed. The two-tailed snakes Hell Bells in the branches did not jump into the dark space and leave this time, but instead issued threatening hisses at them. This proved what Germain and the others had guessed, that this place was not far from the swamp. In order to protect the swamp, the two-tailed snake Hell Bell gave up its biological instinct to avoid danger. The previous plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, immortal disease, Zobai, and human educating beast, Pap, also showed similar characteristics of protecting the territory. Germain walked forward quickly and said, "Don't worry about them. Since they are counterattack type mind power monsters that can only be triggered by death, just let them scream." The other 3 also understood this truth, so they ignored the threat of the two-tailed snake Hell Bell. The two-tailed snake Hell Bell would not let them go so easily. They created dark spaces by shaking the cysts on their bodies and flexibly entered them. The next moment, they appeared from all sides of the members of the station exploration team, baring their fangs fiercely and biting them. This scene was extremely terrifying, as if everyone had plunged into a cave of thousands of snakes. Chapter 397. Everyone dodged those who could dodge, and those who couldn't dodge used their own methods to knock them away one by one. But they didn't kill them. The threat level of the two-tailed snake Hell Bell before and after death was really different. Soon, the way ahead was cleared. Just as the post-station exploration team was about to successfully break through this area, German saw something strange. "I saw a two-tailed snake Hell Bell shaking its head and biting another two-tailed snake Hell Bell ferociously and without hesitation. TSK. It bit off the latter's head fiercely and spat it on the ground. Then, more and more two-tailed snakes, Hell Bells, did the same. They suddenly started to kill each other, which was similar to the killing script that everyone had seen in other tribes in recent days. But the cause was different. Like a domino effect, more and more two-tailed snakes, Hell Bells, died in a short period of time. This situation is more like assisted suicide than killing each other. Looking at these dead two-tailed snakes, hell bells, and strange black smoke coming out of the cysts after they burst, everyone's heart sank. Indeed, we don't kill them, but they can kill their own compatriots. In this way, it can also trigger the death counterattack type of mind ability. What's more terrifying is that only one two-tailed snake, Hell Bell, died in Jin's hands at that time, which caused the chaos that night. Here, more than a dozen died in succession, and the number is still increasing. Dingling, dingling, dingling. Soon, the strange bells rang in a series, foreshadowing the quite troublesome situation that will happen next. The black fog was intertwined, just like a dark cloud descending on this dense forest. After sacrificing more than a dozen two-tailed snakes, the creation of false people became faster. Puff, puff, puff. As the black fog rolled, several figures emerged. All of them were human in different images. Unsurprisingly, their image templates were also the game characters of Dark Dungeon that Germain was familiar with. However, in order to immediately produce a combat-capable false person, the two-tailed snake Hell Bell sacrificed the memory and cognitive correction ability of Germain and others. This allowed Germain and the others to distinguish between the enemy and us immediately. Because of the chaos the night before, everyone was somewhat calm when facing the fake people. However, they also knew that the current situation was not so optimistic. They needed to eliminate these fake people as quickly as possible. Otherwise the number would increase. The four of them took action directly. Germain and Jean acted alone. Bisky and Shiori worked together to deal with this group of fake people. Four figures quickly blocked Germain's front, back, left and right. They were the bandit Disma, the occult scholar Quincy, the nun Pico, and the dog trainer Buddy. Buzz. With a strange sound, a dark red mark from the occult scholar appeared on Germain's arm. Germain was set up as a target by the four people. But the next moment, the occult scholar was shocked to find that he had marked Germain, but failed to weaken Germain's mental defense. Normally, this shouldn't be the case. What the mystic scholar didn't know was that Germain's champion physique was strong enough to be called a monster among monsters. Germain didn't even feel the slight weakening. However, as long as the mark is hit, it should also cause considerable damage. The mystic scholar thought so. And so did the other false people. Bang. The robber raised the flintlock pistol at close range, and the black muzzle emitted gunpowder smoke, and the bullet accurately shot at the marked position of Germain. He himself was thrown back 2 meters due to the rather strange recoil, and he barely managed to stabilize his body. This shows the amazing power of this close-range shooting. However, Germain raised his meat saw and lightly deflected the scattered bullets. Clang. Sparks flew and disappeared. Then, he took the time to dodge the bite of the white-haired dog released by the dog trainer. It seemed that the power of the close-range shooting just now was not much different from ordinary gunshots. The robber broke out in a cold sweat. Now he was a little hesitant, whether to go forward and continue to shoot at close range, or to support and harass with gunshots from a distance. Our Father in heaven, may your name be glorified, the combat nun muttered to herself. She raised a mace, and a beam of yellow light shone on Germain, as if she was going to stun Germain with her telepathic ability. However, Germain's champion physique, plus the rune veins on his chest, successfully resisted the invasion of the spell. Similar to the mark of the mystic just now, he didn't even notice the existence of the spell. The nun swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even in the false memory, when she was expelled from the church for lusting after men, she didn't feel this way. She felt something was wrong. This man was too scary. The four fake people would not give up. They were still trying to find Germain's weakness and penetrate him. The mystic raised his hand, and several evil tentacles rose from the ground, almost wrapping around Germain like a noose. But Germain disappeared as fast as lightning, and the tentacles completely missed. That was about it. Germain had almost estimated the combat power range of this group of fake people. The robbers were masters. The dog trainers, the nuns, and the mystics were all elites. Through a few breaths of testing, it can be confirmed that their mind abilities are all within expectations, and there is nothing noteworthy. Then, now is the time to settle. Bang. A deafening explosion. The mystic lost his target and was startled, thinking that Germain was coming for him. As a result, he turned his head in panic, only to see the nun being blown away by Germain's shotgun. Germain fired a bullet casually, which had the terrifying power of close-range shooting. but without the recoil. Instead, the nun flew backwards as if she had been hit by a cannonball. A terrifying hole appeared on the chest of the nun, who fell to the ground. She twitched twice, and then stopped moving. It was obvious that she was dead. Sure enough, black smoke from the self-immolation came out from the nun, who died with her eyes open. The false people were all shocked. But they did not dare to relax their offensive against Germain. In the current situation, any relaxation would mean death. The robber rushed forward and swung a sharp knife at Germain. Bullets don't work. Try close combat. Try a blade that can keep bleeding. The robber was furious, and had to try all the methods he could think of. The dog trainer's stick hit him on the head, emitting a dizzy yellow light. The white-haired dog also took the opportunity to pounce on him. If it were an ordinary psychic user, he would probably die in the panic and be attacked by them. But here was Germain. The holy moonlight great sword was drawn out with a buzzing sound, and the green light shot straight into the sky. The diagonal upward slash poured out terrifying energy. In the green light, there were screams of terror. The mystic scholar watched the robber, the dog trainer and the long-haired dog being engulfed by the green light in an instant, and they were directly burned into black smoke and ashes. It was really just a matter of a moment, and it made it understand the fragility of its compatriots. It was extremely shocked, and the memory belonging to the human part made it afraid. But it could only helplessly watch Germain raise the holy moonlight great sword and chop it. Here it comes. Towards me. The mystic scholar raised the skull in his palm in panic, which could release the power of mind. And the result was that his skull and the skull in his palm were chopped together. Too fast. It was clearly a big sword, but the slashing down barely gave the mystic any time to react. There was no fancy ability, but the slashing down was unstoppable. The heavy sword had no edge, and the great skill was not skillful. The mystic was directly cut in half and fell to the ground. German looked around. The hot rain stopped temporarily, and the battle was still going on fiercely in the mist. Jean chased the clown who was trying to play the lute to collectively enhance the false people, and soon twisted the latter's head off. The face with fancy makeup was twisted by fear. The tall biscuit picked up the weak plague doctor and gave him a back-breaking blow, just like what Bane did to Batman. The poor plague doctor's delicate body made a cracking sound, as if his spine was broken. Shiati gave herself an injection of herb that could cure all diseases, obviously because she was attacked by the plague doctor's poison bottle. Bang! Suddenly, the musketeer crouched among the branches and fired, aiming at Shiati's head. Shiati had already noticed her presence. She calmly lifted the bulge-eye fish and swallowed the bullet, then turned around and aimed at the musketeer, launching a counterattack. Bang! First, the bullet from the musketeer returned along the same path, and then the large amount of hot and scalding rain swallowed by the bulge-eye fish rushed towards the musketeer. The shocked musketeer dodged the bullet, but could not avoid the pervasive scalding steam, so she could only resist it with her mind. The musketeer resisted the high temperature, but could not keep his balance. He tilted for a while, then fell from the branches and rolled to the ground. At this time, the advantage of Biscuit's tough skin and flesh became apparent. She rushed over like a gorilla, ignoring the steam mist, caught the musketeer, and clamped her with one hand. Bang! She punched out with an explosive punch, hammering the musketeer directly into the tree trunk not far away, like a hammer hammering a nail. The musketeer's head tilted, and he couldn't get up again. From the performance so far, this battle is simply a one-sided massacre. These creatures who mixed into other tribes with false identities, instigated and caused fights, and spread murderous intent, would never have thought that they would only usher in the end of their own lives here. No matter how many conspiracies and tricks there are, they are as fragile as paper in front of the absolute gap in strength. Among the four people, Germain is obviously the most difficult one to mess with. But there are still fake people who are eyeing him, trying to use sneak attacks or pincer attacks to at least hurt him. At this point, the fate of the robbers and others also let the fake people know that they can only slightly hinder the pace of this group of humans by paying with their lives. So, the fake people with completely different ideas launched a more fierce and reckless attack on Germain. The masked leper swordsman jumped up and chopped down at Germain with great force. The ascetic swung the iron rod, and the metal chain swung at Germain's legs like a whip. At the same time, the crossbowman, who was waiting for the opportunity, also stretched out his heavy crossbow from the bushes and shot an arrow at Germain's back. The fight continued, but the outcome was already determined. A master-level leper swordsman, Two elite-level ascetics and crossbowmen, combined, would not be a match for German. German turned around, and with a sudden swing of his arm, he caught the crossbow arrow that the crossbowman had shot at his back. Then, he was as slippery and agile as a loach in the mud, and easily dodged the slash of the leper swordsman's broken sword and the whip of the ascetic's torture instrument. Then, as if it was a matter of convenience, he sent the crossbow arrow that was still shaking in his hand to the ascetic's throat. TSK. The ascetic was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that his throat was in great pain, and blood was gushing out. He couldn't stop it even if he pressed his fingers on it, like a river bursting its dam. However, the ascetic did not panic. Pain was as common to him as breathing. Instead, he calmly opened and closed his mouth quickly, chanted the words of prayer, and loosened his wounds, raised his hands to the sky, and made a gesture of praise. A chain suddenly appeared between him and the leper swordsman. Buzz! The green light filled the ascetic's only fatal wound and healed as before, leaving only a tragic scar. The minor injuries on the leper swordsman also healed. Germain only took a quick glance, and was not surprised. He knew exactly what kind of mind abilities the hero template selected from his memory had. Swish! A sound of breaking through the air came from the side, and the broken sword of the leper swordsman carried violent mind energy and slashed at the back of Germain's neck. Germain did two things at this moment. He held the holy moonlight great sword in his right hand and chopped it head-on with the broken sword of the leper swordsman, making a clang sound. Sparks splashed. At the same time, his left hand held the threaded cane, and the transformed iron whip was swung backwards, like a python coming out. The crossbowman thought he had found the right time, and when he moved out of the bushes, he suddenly heard a sound of breaking through the air. When he looked up, it was too late. The tip of the extended threaded cane hit the crossbowman's chest squarely. Puff! The extended threaded cane pierced the crossbowman's flesh and bones like a bullet, and instantly smashed his heart into mincemeat. The crossbowman was like a patient with cardiac arrest, and the crossbow slipped from his hand and fell to the ground with a bang. He reached out with a pale face to cover his heart, but fell backwards stiffly halfway. Puff! The crossbowman opened his mouth. Half of his face was submerged in the mud, and soon the self-immolating black flames would burn his body to ashes. The ascetic on the other side lowered his hands in praise and prayer, and grinned widely under his hood. Redemption brought him back from the brink of death, and as long as he didn't die instantly, he would have another chance to redeem himself in a short time. This was an extremely beneficial ability for him and his companions. However, when he turned around, the first thing he saw was the crossbowman who had fallen to the ground, and he couldn't help but frown. It's okay. It doesn't matter. I have a helper. Looking at the leper swordsman again, he was indeed reliable. He withstood Germain's sword and still stood proudly, majestic and awe-inspiring. The ascetic was ecstatic and took a half-step forward to help. And then he heard a few clangs, and something fell to the ground. He looked down and his expression changed drastically. What fell to the ground was the leper swordsman's beheading sword, and the mask that covered his distorted and pale face due to leprosy. As the blood flowed, Germain pushed the standing leper swordsman's body to the side, and it fell lightly. Puff! Black flames burned. The ascetic's face changed color in horror. In terms of combat power, the leper swordsman is definitely better than him. He had already made psychological expectations, and would use the leper swordsman as the main force. He would use the healing ability to assist the leper swordsman, and then use the bleeding ability to weaken German. This was a planned battle plan. However, plans can never keep up with changes. The leper swordsman couldn't last more than 2 rounds in the hands of the black-robed man? Then how can I deal with him alone now? Germain is the strongest among this group of humans. There is no doubt about that. So how to deal with him has been laid out by the false people from the beginning. They thought of psychological factors, the most basic templates of the ascetics, and many false people here all come from the information sealed deep in the memory by Germain. Because in general, what is buried deep in the heart is the past that cannot be touched by that person. The memory that is unbearable to look back on. And his weakness. Targeting his weaknesses. Digging out the secrets deep in his heart. Breaking his psychological defenses. This usual routine must be used. It's a pity that even with the power of the two-tailed snake Hellbell, it can't break through the deepest secrets of the black-robed man's heart. Otherwise it might be able to do more. However, under normal circumstances, this should be enough. The templates of these people who can be placed in the depths should be people who were once very important to German. But when German saw them, why did he not show much emotion and pity, and acted mercilessly? What they wanted was to see the scene of German breaking his defense. However, before Germain could break through the defense, the ascetic watched his two companions fall down in an instant, leaving only himself, and he was about to break through the defense. The ascetic and the false people will probably never truly understand the human mind, let alone understand Germain, the alien among humans. Germain has been hiding the ascetic and others as a secret because the dark dungeon and the blood curse are the foundation of his mind ability. Under normal circumstances, he is unlikely to tell these to others, even if that person is his closest shiodi now. This doesn't mean that he likes these characters in Darkest Dungeon. He keeps them in his heart. But the reason is not necessarily because he loves them deeply. In fact, most of the time, he hates these characters. The appearance of fake people imitating these heroic characters awakened too many very unpleasant images deep in German's memory. Now, there is finally a chance for him to personally punish these game characters that make him hypertensive. From the beginning, he would never show mercy. The twin-tailed snake Hellbell, and the false man Sloppy, and superficial understanding of human memory made them misunderstand everything. In a blink of an eye, the ascetic was left alone to support the battle. He roared desperately at Germain, waving the iron rod and chain torture instruments, which were then destroyed by the holy moonlight greatsword. Bang! The torture instruments were broken, and the ascetic flew out like a broken sack, falling headfirst into the mud and no longer moving. After a while, the black flames burned its corpse. German turned his head to look at the others, and saw that Jean, Biscuit and Xiaodi had also finished fighting, and were cleaning up the battlefield. The ones who fell to them were tomb robbers, who used pickaxes and daggers as weapons, and bounty hunters, who used axes and hooks. They just happened to form a very coordinated tomb-robbing team. But now they all became the dead souls of Jean, Biscuit and Xiaodi. There were also many two-tailed snakes, and hell-bells entrenched in the branches and bushes, screaming at the four of them. But they didn't dare to come up. And no one committed suicide. Jean picked up his tattered felt hat that he had dropped on the ground during the battle, put it back on his head, and said, "The good news is that as long as they don't die, there won't be a large number of fake people mass-produced. The bad news is that they don't die, and they don't stop us. It seems that the swamp must be ahead, and their leader is ready to deal with us." German asked about the injuries of everyone with concern, especially Xiaodi, who was poisoned before. Xiaodi shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. The bulging-eyed fish has sucked out all the toxins for me at the first time. I gave him a needle just in case." This is what German said before. No matter whether it works or not, you should give him a needle first. Anyway, there is not much harm. Xiaodi remembered it, and did the same. Germain touched her warm palm, then calmed down and said to everyone, "The swamp we have been looking for a long time may be ahead. We must be mentally prepared. We may not have a chance to stop and rest." Biscuit, who had returned to her petite form, put her hands on her hips and smiled. "Don't worry. This is not the first time we have experienced this kind of battle." Xiaodi nodded with her fists clenched, and it seemed that she didn't know whether she was cheering herself up or cheering up Germain and others. In this case, Germain said no more and crossed the rainforest with the other three people. This time, the two-tailed snakes, the hell-bells, were still watching closely, but they did not have any intention of stopping them. They passed through quite smoothly. However, they slowed down their pace appropriately at this time to buy time to recover some of the lost energy, walking through the deep woods that twisted like devil's claws. The further they walked in this direction, the more dead branches and leaves there were, and the branches were withered, gray and white as if they had been burned by a fire. The weeds were either withered or white, and if you walked a little further, the ground would even become bare. However, when you walked out of this withered forest, the open land that came into view was a lush green, as if you had stepped into a completely different area in an instant. There were weeds and reeds connected together, and there were small puddles of water embedded in various places like lenses, and there were countless algae that could not be distinguished. In front of them was undoubtedly the swamp they had been searching for several days. Pa pa pa. The hot rain was like an uninvited guest who did not understand the ways of the world, and it fell at an inappropriate time. The lingering high-temperature fog added a lot of strange meaning to the swamp. At this point, the members of the station exploration team naturally would not look for shelter to avoid the rain. They expanded their mind energy outside their bodies, forming a white film of mind energy like a raincoat to block the burning of raindrops. German's circle, with him as the center, quickly swept over and retracted in the blink of an eye. There are 2 enemies ahead, undoubtedly champion level. German revealed the results of his instant exploration. The swamp is of varying depths. Be careful not to get stuck in the mud. Jean has been promoted to the champion level. But he will not be stubborn. He said, then do it the same as before. You deal with one, and we deal with the other. Okay. German never gave the heavy responsibility of attacking others, and he readily accepted Jin's proposal. I will solve one of them as soon as possible and turn around to help you. Jean smiled and said, maybe we will solve one first, and then go over to help you. That's fine. As long as we can win. German has no burden in this regard at all. Biscuit stared at the swamp inside. Looking at this place reminds me of the first time Shuddy and I got on the pirate ship with you and arrived at that swamp. Lord of the Crows? Shouty's memory, which was sometimes good and sometimes bad, came to her senses at this moment. She still remembered the elite monster. I remember it. Its corpse made us a lot of money, which was our first pot of gold. But it also made us discovered by the old man faster. Biscuit said. Time flies. More than a year has passed. She was still petite when she spoke. And after she finished speaking, she walked out from behind Shouty. And she had changed into a tall and strong appearance, like an iron tower. Biscuit smiled and used his right fist to beat the palm of his left hand, making a snapping sound, and said, like that battle, let them die here. The 4 walked forward, using the circle to explore, confirming which places can be stepped on and which places will sink if stepped on, and then took action, pushing aside the sharp reeds that can cut flesh and blood, sweeping away the rain and fog that can burn the skin, facing the setting sun and sunset that are gradually swallowed by the mountains in the distance. Everyone saw the target. It was a breathing scaly meat mountain. However, if you look carefully, you can recognize that they are 2 large venomous snakes entwined. After sensing the small human approaching step by step, they started to move and began to loosen up from each other. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of scales rubbing against each other, accompanied by some sparks flying. One of the 2 giant snakes was red as fire, and the other was gray as ink, with vertical pupils staring at everyone. The twins of jealousy and slander came like a huge disaster, and the naturally grown longevity food Nitolomy was just behind their guard. From a distance, those longevity foods, Nitolomy, had a strange sense of dislocation and blur, without giving German and the others much time to observe. The fiery red giant snake, the son of jealousy, made its first move. It shook its head and tail, first standing upright like a tower of Babel towards the sky intertwined with dark clouds and sunset glow, and then suddenly bent, like diving, and plunged into the ground. Puff. The mud, algae and reeds were all separated, and the red color kept twisting and changing. The huge body was actually constantly compressed in an instant. In an instant, the son of jealousy turned into a red figure. And it turned out to be a human. Everyone looked at it carefully, and was even more surprised. They couldn't help but look back and look at Germain, because the son of jealousy turned into another German. It was just that it was red, with an evil aura on its body and a vicious smile on its mouth. However, this was not the end. 2 more figures walked out from the mist behind him. They were the old soldier holding a solid shield and a mace, and the antique dealer holding a skull incense burner. Without saying anything, the veteran and the antique dealer used their own telepathic abilities to increase the defense and evasion of the son of jealousy. It seems that my long-cherished wish to spar with you will be fulfilled here. This is Jin's opinion. It seems that my long-cherished wish to beat you up and knock you to the ground will be fulfilled here. This is Biscuit's opinion. Shouty adjusted his black-framed glasses, glanced at Biscuit, and then glanced at Jean, but did not join them in teasing Germain. When Germain heard what they said, he knew that their target was the son of jealousy, who looked very similar to him. He probably has many of my abilities, but I don't know how much of his combat power he has imitated. But at least he is at the champion level. You should be careful. Jean and Biscuit both nodded and agreed with a smile. He also told Shouty separately, Shouty, don't be soft-hearted. He is not me. Yeah. Shouty nodded expressionlessly, holding the tongue-sticking bulge-eye fish in her hand, and said, I will smash the head of that fake. She also pointed deliberately above German's head and added, I will hit this place later. German smiled, nodded at them, and then shifted his attention to another giant snake. The dark gray son of slander also stood up, revealing a body that was slightly different from the son of jealousy. In its long trunk, there were 9 black cysts, which looked like 9 rings wrapped around it. Then the dark mist spread from its body, making it look like a huge and hideous snake head sticking out of a black hole. Hiss hiss hiss. The forked tongue spit out, condensing into masks like a spell. Each mask had a different expression, but they were all the same distortion. Pain and anger. The malicious masks were like meteors dragging flames, and the roar made people irritable and uneasy, surrounding German from all sides. The final battle in the rainforest swamp began. Chapter 398. The huge malicious mask, as big as a stone wall, roared and snarled. They rushed towards Germain from all directions with great oppression, tear his spirit and shred his body. All their actions contained such evil thoughts. Buzz. Germain's mind was united, and he wore the black and white armor of contempt and the greedy antler helmet on his head. The hand of mind energy extended from his body and held all the weapons he had. Meat saw, shotgun, spiral cane, sword chinning, holy moonlight sword, thunder hammer, double rings. The awe-inspiring champion's momentum burst out. The tip of the holy moonlight sword hit the ground, and the green light flew out like countless feather arrows. Buzz buzz buzz. The suffocating malicious mask that had been rushing towards him turned into a brittle wall gnawed by termites at this moment, and was easily pierced by the green holy arrow. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The mask shattered, and the smoke was messy. Germain rubbed the dark ring, and black mist surged out of him, covering and blurring his figure layer by layer. He rubbed the thunder ring on his other finger, and there were crackling electric lights jumping and flickering, like blue butterflies dancing on his fingertips. Son of slander. Black snake of slander had sharp pupils, but he couldn't penetrate the lingering black fog. No matter how sharp his perception was, he couldn't know everything in just a few breaths. So, puff. The black smoke spit in one direction, and it was German who jumped up and tore it apart like a curtain. The thunder hammer swung up, guiding the lightning that was wrapped around his body like a spider web. All the electric current was poured into one point, turning into a huge shining ball of light, whistling and smashing towards the slanderous black snake like a falling meteorite. Boom! The lightning was like a ball, smashing hard on the body of the slanderous black snake. The snake's body was visibly sunken inward. The lightning dissipated, sizzling, and the charred stench drifted with the wind. The slanderous black snake hissed in pain. Its head drooped, and its vertical pupils realized with astonishment that the lightning ball had pierced its proud scales and affected its flesh and blood. German poured the power of thunder into the blow, which dealt a heavy blow to the slanderous black snake. However, Germain leaped up and came close enough to the body of the slanderous black snake to ensure a hit. Here, Germain could smell the stench of the slanderous black snake's breath and hear the mixed and strange sounds of the slanderous black snake's scales scraping and its body wriggling. Germain could hurt the slanderous black snake here, which meant that he had also taken the initiative to enter the killing range of the slanderous black snake. This was exactly what the slanderous black snake wanted. Who? With a piercing scream, Germain turned his head and saw the open bloody mouth of the snake. But the sharp-hooked fangs did not bite Germain. There was still a distance between them. However, the invisible offensive force that gushed out from the throat of the black snake of slander instantly eliminated this distance. Boom! The murderous thought rushed straight in, like a flood, swallowing Germain's whole body in an instant, and like a cannon, blasting Germain to the ground. Buzz buzz buzz. Germain was attacked by the strong murderous intention, and his brain seemed to split open and grow several different cerebellums. Countless memories that did not belong to him poured in, and each memory belonged to a dead person who had been buried here. They were beasts, subhumans, or humans, all kinds of people. Some were ecstatic, some were angry, some were sad, and some were happy. The unimaginable information flow and the extreme pain brought by the struggle for split personality far exceeded the torture of the dark crown that German had exploded every time before. Even for him, at this moment, the strings of calmness and rationality were shaking and almost collapsed. If he hadn't been wearing the armor of contempt and the silver halo on his head, he would have fallen into madness. Even so, he still lost control of his body for a short time. and was hit by the murderous intent like a heavy hammer and fell into the swamp. Poof. The place where he fell happened to be soft mud. Soon, the black and sticky mud completely swallowed his face. German fell into darkness. In the depths of the swamp, German sank deeper and deeper, like a drowning man. Fortunately, he quickly regained his consciousness and stopped the impact trend of falling under the hammer of murderous intent, curling up his limbs like a baby in the womb. The next moment, he opened his limbs and bones, and the amazing mind energy gushed out, piercing straight to the top. Bang! A huge gap was instantly blown open in the bubbling swamp mud. Moss and reeds flew out, mixed with the hot rain, and fell down in a mess under the pull of gravity. The strong pillar of mind energy penetrated through the mud, and then bent like a drainage tube, piercing into another swamp plain not far away like an arch bridge. Like a siphon, German was pulled and bent to fly out, and then calmly landed on the swamp plain pointed by the mind energy guide, and stood firmly. The huge telepath disappeared, and German shook his body. After a tremor, large chunks of mud fell off his contempt armor and greed antler helmet. He looked up and saw the black snake of slander lowering its head and licking the wound with its forked tongue. After hearing the explosion, the black snake of slander also looked over here in surprise. The black snake of slander did not expect that this man could actually resist the evil thoughts of murderous intent that were concentrated just now. That was the condensed crystal that it had collected for a long time. Moreover, he not only withstood the attack, but also quickly regrouped and came to its front again. For the enemies that the black snake of slander had faced, he was also a very small minority among the very few. What kind of monster is he? From the perspective of the black snake of slander, his seemingly thin body contains a powerful force that is no less than his own? It has been a long time since the black snake of slander has encountered such an enemy that can match it. German also frowned at this time, because he saw that the huge wound licked by the black snake of slander, which was blasted by his thunder hammer, was actually healing. And it was healing very quickly. The granulation tissue was wriggling to fill the gap. The blood was flowing to clear the clot, and the wound was regenerating in an orderly manner. He used his mind to sense it and his eyes to observe it, and soon found a clue. On the huge snake body of the black snake of slander, among the 9 thick black cysts, the 2 at the end became transparent, as if the black air in the cyst was emptied in one breath. It seems that the problem lies here. Germain walked slowly around the black snake of slander, walking on the swamps of varying depths. While thinking at the limit, the black air of the 2 cysts was emptied, which was a hint. What 2 iconic events happened just now? Obviously, one was the killing impact of the bloody snake mouth, and the other was the super-fast regeneration of the flesh wound. Germain would soon think of the mind energy tank that he had abandoned after he reached the champion level of mind ability. If the 9-segment black cysts have the same function as the 5-segment gas tanks, then the black snake of slander can use 7 more killing attacks and super speed regeneration. In addition, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be able to store energy. As soon as German's mind turned, he saw the next move of the black snake of slander develop as he expected. It screamed to the sky, and the black fog surrounding the snake body, like a black hole, really showed an endless gravitational force. But what it attracted was not a real object. Killing aura. The killing aura that was released by fighting in this swamp. Expanding. The death aura accumulated in the 2-tailed snake held bells. Expanding further. All the killing desires contained in the entire rain forest. Their essence is thoughts. Countless malicious thoughts came along the earth, directly to the swamp, and all gathered at the center of the swamp, where the longevity food Nitolomy grew. The evil thoughts nourished them and made them thrive. And the black snake of slander was also absorbing the malicious thoughts that gradually gathered in this swamp. Of the 2 transparent cysts that looked like empty shells, the one closer to the snake's head suddenly began to flow with black air. The strands of air intertwined, as if ink was suddenly injected into clean water. It wouldn't be long before the cyst was filled up, and then the next one would follow. The battle-hardened Germain made a clear guess and took decisive action to prevent this future. In extreme confrontations, one often doesn't need exact evidence to make a judgment. Generally speaking, evidence can't be complete, and there will always be missing links. What he needs to trust is himself, his intuition, his ability, his experience, and his belief in winning again and again from near death. Sneer. German's figure flashed at lightning speed. The black fog from the dark ring confused the vision, and the lightning from the thunder ring struck east and west. Many malicious masks condensed in the black fog of the slender black snake, roaring and trying to chase German. But they were a little overwhelmed by his rapidly flashing figure, and even collided with him in confusion. And German himself almost deliberately rushed straight into the belly of the slender black snake. He held the holy moonlight great sword in both hands, and suddenly swung it to create an extremely wide blue crescent. Boom! The wide crescent slashed towards the snake's belly. The vertical pupil of the slenderous black snake had actually been chasing German's body, and it was relentless. After realizing the real target of German's attack, it certainly had to respond. The large body of its species was surprisingly agile, and with a terrifying twist, the crescent slashed past the scales, scraping and flying with sparks. The attack missed. At the same time, the snake's mouth moved again. A black cyst was emptied, and the killing intent impact like a cannonball was once again shot towards German in the air. However, the killing intent poured down like a waterfall. But it hit nothing. It turned out that this was what Germain wanted. He had guessed from the beginning that the black snake of slander would launch a strong attack on him. So he pretended to rush left and right, and then approached and hit the snake's belly hard. Everything was to make the black snake of slander launch a killing attack in his direction. The moment Germain slashed out the blue crescent, he did not stop or hesitate, and dodged to the side. So, he almost escaped this killing attack. He did not land, but stepped on the air and walked quickly, and his mind became an invisible ladder under his feet. He glanced sideways, and the head of the black snake of slander happened to sweep over. His black eyes stared at the pair of vertical pupils full of anger and evil thoughts. Without giving in. 6. There are still 6 cysts left. This may turn into a continuous war of attrition. But German is very patient, just as Bisky and more people initially judged him. This is a man with hunter qualifications. Huh? The tail of the black snake of slander screamed through the wind, and it smashed like a pillar collapsing. But its momentum and speed were like thunder. German saw himself being enveloped by a huge black shadow. But he was not panicked at all. He gathered his energy with one hand and shot it out in one direction. Puff, puff, puff. As if accelerated by nitrogen, German drew an exaggerated drift arc in the air and bypassed the whip of the huge snake's tail in an instant. Not only that, German also climbed up the snake's tail and rushed up along the snake's body like an extreme climber. Huh? German slowly exhaled hot air from his mouth, and his body joints moved to the extreme. He moved steadily on the twisting and coiling snake's tail, as if he was wearing shoes with suction cups. The black snake of slander sensed his presence and twisted its limbs desperately, trying to throw him off. However, German was not thrown off. In the agitation, he still maintained his balance. German soon came to the 9 cysts. The one at the end, the one closest to the snake's tail, and also one of the 3 transparent ones. What would happen if I did this? The holy moonlight greatsword executed his thoughts almost instantly, and the green light bombarded the transparent cyst at close range. Bang! As expected, the scene appeared in front of Germain's eyes. The seemingly indestructible cyst burst, like a lichen that was spreading and spreading, and mucus splashed everywhere. That's it. The pleasure also derived from this foresight. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, maintaining this rhythm. His thoughts were ahead of his actions. He seemed to see it, saw the scene of himself smashing the next black cyst of the black snake of slander. Germain did it, and the second black cyst burst under his holy moonlight sword. The spiritual energy at the tip of his sword had already shot towards the third cyst. However, the malice had been accumulated for a long time, and the originally transparent cyst was filled with black again. The spiritual energy shot out, and before it was about to get close, it was emptied again. The black snake of slander would never let Germain do whatever he wanted to it. However, the size difference between Germain and it did cause some trouble. This was its response. Buzz. The darkness twisted. The blue spiritual energy sword light penetrated, but it was empty. German was even surprised to find that the entire black snake of slander disappeared in front of his eyes, without a trace. The next moment, malice emerged behind German. It was a chill that was enough to make his hair stand on end. He didn't even need to turn around or turn his head to guess what happened. It came behind him in the blink of an eye. The black snake of slander must have consumed the black murderous intent of a cyst to achieve the incredible dark space folding of the entire huge snake body. It was so huge that it appeared behind him in an instant. The black snake of slander consumed another cyst of black energy and screamed. The familiar killing shot that was enough to destroy all reason came again. Boom. Although Germain had reacted quickly and dodged quickly, he was still hit from behind by the strong shock wave. The range of the killing shock was too wide. However, Germain still had a trump card. Intuitively, Germain knew that he could not avoid this attack. So he used the ability of the greedy antler helmet without hesitation. Permanently consume the sword Qianying. And the mind barrier covers his whole body as his outermost defense. Coupled with the contempt armor, silver white aura, rune veins, positive characteristics and champion physique, he withstood the attack. Whether it is the spirit or the body, he has defended them to the maximum extent from the lethal and heavy bombardment. However, he was still hammered to the ground. The impact force was too great. Bang. This was the second time he fell straight into the swamp. Once again, he fell into the bottomless mud. And there was mud and darkness everywhere. The air was thin, and his movements were sluggish. But Germain became calmer. The feeling of a sudden enlightenment, the feeling of mutual communication with the Ant King Maroon when fighting, came back a little bit. Although Germain was in a slump, he did not feel fear, disappointment, or discouragement. On the contrary, he found a sweet taste in the battle with the Black Snake of Slander. The feeling deep in the heart of the Black Snake of Slander, being high above, but being trampled and ignored. Being the king, but being challenged again and again. In the endless anger of the Black Snake of Slander, Germain accurately grasped it. Grasped the trace that it tried to hide. Fear. Germain seemed to be born for this. He was chasing this taste. Just like a vicious dog with a tongue sticking out chasing the taillights of a car speeding by on the street. Chapter 399. So far, the Black Snake of Slander has demonstrated 5 abilities. Malevolent Mask, Malice Absorption, Murderous Impact, Super Speed Regeneration, and Dark Fold. The last 4 abilities, no matter which one, require the consumption of the Malice and Assist. The Black Snake of Slander has 9 cysts, which means it has sufficient resources to use the above 4 abilities. However, once the cyst is emptied and becomes transparent, the cyst itself will become fragile and easily destroyed. Germain took the opportunity to destroy 2 of the cysts, leaving the Black Snake of Slander with only 7 malice segments, further weakening its combat power. The Black Snake of Slander was obviously aware of Germain's intention. After blasting Germain into the swamp mud, it stood up most of its body, looking down with its pupils erect. At the same time, its tail on the lower half of its body swayed at the place where Germain fell. What it had to do was simple. That was to hit Germain, who tried to swim out of the mud again and again with its tail back into the deep mud. Just like playing whack-a-mole. In this way, the Black Snake of Slander can always maintain the advantage and wear down Germain little by little. However, something unexpected happened. It felt a strong mind energy, like a tower, rising from the abyss of the swamp. At first, it thought it was Germain, so it was ready to whip it with its tail. However, when a pair of furry, sharp claws tore the surface of the mud, it knew it was wrong. Chaos roared out of the mud. It was just a huge skeleton covered with a layer of long black hair. But it had an unusual vitality and looked extremely ferocious. The Black Snake of Slander chopped down its tail, which was accurately grasped by the claws of Chaos Roar, and the claws pierced directly into the scales. The black snake screamed in pain. The roaring beast also exerted more and more strength, and soon put another claw on it, and used both claws to tear the snake's tail off. The black snake didn't care about that, and immediately screamed at the roaring beast. Killing attack. The roaring beast was suddenly attacked, and it could hardly resist and was about to fall. But it finally held on tenaciously and responded with a roaring attack. Chaotic Roar. 2 destructive cannons with different mechanisms, but the same essence collided in midair, making a bang and shaking up a strong wind. The rain curtain falling from the sky was blown off by the strong wind, so that there was no raindrop falling here for a short time. While the roaring beast and the black snake were in a stalemate, Germain also crawled out of the bubbling mud. He shook off the mud all over his body, glanced at the 2 beasts in a strategic stalemate, and took action. The scene in front of him was exactly what he wanted to see. He wanted to roar at the beast and temporarily hold the black snake. The abilities of the black snake were still quite troublesome. The killing impact that could almost make a person's mind collapse with one blow. No matter what kind of injury, it can be healed with super speed regeneration. Even with such a huge body, It can complete the dark jump of instant movement. German couldn't let the black snake use these abilities to create advantages all the time. As the roaring beast and the black snake bombarded each other, he quietly came behind the black snake, as quiet as a shadow. Then, like an antelope jumping on a cliff, he jumped lightly onto the snake, stepped on the gaps between the raised scales, and continued to climb up. The black snake didn't notice for a while that the hateful human climbed onto its body again. German rushed along the snake's scales like an arrow shot out, first passing the two cysts he had destroyed before, and then came to the third and fourth cysts. The malice in the transparent shell had been consumed by the previous dark fold and the current killing intent. They were at their most vulnerable now. Germain took the meat saw from the spider-like hands of the mind that extended from his body. He raised the meat saw like a butcher and chopped the rusty teeth hard on one of the transparent cysts. Snap! The cyst burst and oozes sticky juice, which looks disgusting. But Germain was not in the mood and did not have time to care about so much. After he cut through this cyst, he immediately moved and walked quickly towards another transparent cyst. The black snake had not yet had time to use malicious absorption. So of course, this cyst was also fragile. Snap! German raised his hand and cut through this cyst again, easily breaking it, and a cavity full of pus burst out. In this way, the black snake only had 5 cysts left. The black snake finally recovered from the confrontation with the roaring beast and noticed German, who was destroying its snake. It was angry, and it twisted and shook for a while, trying to throw Germain off again. But Germain was like an extremely difficult insect, clinging to the snake's scales, motionless as a mountain. The black snake had no other choice but to use the malice of a cyst again in exchange for the dark fold. Whoosh! The huge black snake under Germain suddenly disappeared, and he only had a piece of scale that he grabbed with force in his hand. Germain was not surprised at all, and he walked in front again. This scene had been rehearsed in his mind, as if he had done it countless times. He held the holy moonlight great sword with both hands, turned around, and fired a telekinetic cannon at his back. Boom! The telekinetic cannon, which intertwined the silver-white holy light and the blue moonlight, flew towards the black snake that appeared in the expected position after tearing through the space. The black snake originally wanted to catch German off guard, but it didn't expect that it had just jumped here in the darkness, but was caught off guard by German's telekinetic cannon. It had no choice but to hastily scream and respond with a killing attack. Boom! The familiar explosion sounded, and there was another stalemate. But this time it was between German and the black snake. Thinking carefully, it couldn't remember how many times it had been forced to make a choice. This made it even more difficult to accept, because it meant that this human had forced it into a passive position. It wanted to do something to disrupt the current rhythm and not let German take the lead. The black snake decided to attack German with a two-pronged approach, using the malicious mask and the snake tail to sweep at him. German was using his telekinesis to attack the black snake's killing intent. In this situation, he obviously had no spare energy to defend against other attacks. The malicious mask and the snake's tail swept left and right, aiming at German's back. However, German still had a companion. Roar! The roaring beast roared, first slashing the malicious masks with its claws, and then at the critical moment, it grabbed the snake's tail that was swinging over. It exerted force, and the black snake couldn't keep its balance. In a moment of carelessness, German's telekinesis had already blasted its killing intent into energy fragments. Chapter 400. The hot rain stopped, and night fell. The combination of the two formed a very peaceful rainforest swamp scene. The battle that took place in the dim light was so fierce that it seemed as if a violent storm was still going on here. The roaring beast grabbed the black snake's tail with its claws and dragged it to the exposed skeleton of its abdomen, as if the black snake was a prisoner who escaped from its abdomen. The mental cannon fired by German with the holy moonlight greatsword shattered the murderous impact from the black snake. They worked together, one as the leader and the other as the assistant, and had actually cornered the black snake. Sneer! The roaring beast took the opportunity to stretch out its claws and hooked one of the two transparent malicious cysts, causing juice to ooze out. When it wanted to do the same to the other one, the black snake had already reacted in time. The black snake had to empty a filled malicious cyst and activate its ability. Dark Fold. Buzz. The black snake once again escaped from the roaring beast and teleported hundreds of meters away. However, the price is that it can still use the power of two malicious cysts. If it wants to use more, it needs to wait for the malicious absorption to fill them. When German and the roaring beast were about to catch up, a red light whistled over from the upper side, which looked quite amazing. Both the man and the beast stopped and wanted to see what it was. The red light, like an arrow, pierced the scales of the black snake accurately and powerfully. What's more strange is that the black snake had plenty of time to dodge. But it didn't move at all, as if it was deliberately waiting for the red light arrow to pierce itself. The fact is that the red light did not hurt the black snake. Instead, it merged into the scales and flowed between the scales. The next moment, a red snake with a vague outline emerged and tightly wrapped around the black snake like a vine, with its two tails also rolled together. Looking at this scene, German's mind raced, and he roughly guessed what was going on. Not long after, 3 figures rushed over from a distance, which further verified his idea. Jean, Biscuit, and Xiaodi came over. They were a little disheveled, with bloodstains all over their bodies. But judging from their breathing, they were not seriously injured. We just killed a red snake and its 2 followers. Jean, who contributed the most, said, "It didn't completely imitate your fighting power, but it's still very difficult. It took us a while. The transformed Biscuit is now the tallest person here." She looked down at Germain after it died. It suddenly turned into a red light and flew over here. We couldn't stop it, so we had to rush over. Xiaodi blinked her innocent big eyes and nodded vigorously, as if she had not participated in the beating of the red snake just now. And the blood on the teeth of the bulging-eyed fish was not from the red snake. Then I understand what's going on. Germain pointed to the direction where the black snake and the red snake were entangled and expressed his speculation. They are originally one, but the black snake is the main one. Once the black snake is threatened, or the red snake dies, the red snake will return to the black snake and complete the fusion. As soon as German finished speaking, he heard a loud bang, and a beam of light intertwined with turbid black and red rushed straight into the sky in that direction. The clouds were all blown away, revealing the crescent moon that was originally covered and only had a missing corner. A huge monster shadow stood upright under the moonlight, like a black hole, sucking away the only glimmer of light. It was completely black, with a huge snake head that was about to droop, and a strong human body with clear muscle lines. The 4 remaining malicious cysts on the black snake were all transferred to its right arm, bulging ugly and disgusting, and all filled up. However, its left arm was broken at the elbow, and a wide and long red bow was connected, which was as eye-catching as a hot iron. The forked snake tongue flickered in and out of its snake mouth, and the golden vertical pupils were wide open, giving people a feeling of oppression and suffocation. Bang, bang, bang. The snake-headed giant took steps, and every step shook the earth and made the mud in the swamp sway like a fountain. "Be careful," Germain only reminded the others with this sentence, and then used his mind to guide the roaring beast to fight with the snake-headed giant. Jean, Biscuit, and Xiaodi were not rookies, and even without Germain's reminder, they would not be frightened and panicked by the scene. Having fought against the disasters of the Dark Continent several times, they were well informed, determined, and courageous. Without deliberate command, the familiar people changed the formation into German. Jean acted alone. Biscuit and Xiaodi acted in pairs in the back. The roaring beast was at the front. It roared at the snake-headed giant in the distance, stepped into the swamp with 4 claws, and rushed towards the snake-headed giant like a swiftly moving hill. The snake-headed giant saw a ferocious monster with long black hair and a rattling skull and body skeleton rushing towards him. But he raised his right hand calmly. A quarter of the malicious cyst disappeared, and a unique and strange power was generated. The roaring beast's running movement froze in such a moment. Its hair still remained in a messy and open state, with 2 front paws raised and 2 hind paws stepping on the ground. The roaring beast's time seemed to be frozen at this moment, and its entire huge body fell into an uncontrollable stiffness. At the same time, the snake-headed giant suddenly jumped up from the ground, and such a terrifying body actually remained in the air for a terrible time. The red bow on the left arm of the snake-headed giant was aimed at the roaring beast, and the right arm emptied a quarter of the malicious cysts, turning into a turbid black arrow, which was placed on the red bowstring of the left arm. At the moment when it was suspended in the air and bent the bow and arrow, the light of the whole world seemed to be withering, as if a person was slowly closing his eyes. The only things that could still remain bright were the red bow, the holy moonlight sword, and the golden light of the golden mind. The next moment, as if something sighed, The darkness of the whole world was shot out along with the turbid black arrow. Boom! The roaring beast was stiff with no power to fight back, and was hit directly in the skull by the black arrow. Soon the whole huge beast's skeleton collapsed. At this time, the snake-headed giant like a mountain fell from the air to the ground, stirring up mud like a tsunami in the swamp. The light also returned to this world. The roaring beast was destroyed. After the black arrow penetrated it, it did not disappear, and shot directly in the direction of German and others. The four people spread out and dodged in tacit understanding. The sharp black arrow flew past them with a whistle, sweeping up a large area of mud, and shot out a terrifying trajectory. Chapter 401. Boom! The black arrow pierced into the swamp behind Germain and his companions, and an extremely terrifying explosion occurred. Mud splashed into the sky. A black hole like an abyss was formed in the swamp. It would take a long time before it was covered by the rebounding mud. Germain no longer looked at what had happened, but turned his head and focused on the next move of the snake-headed giant. After landing, the snake-headed giant raised his right arm, and the four militia cysts all squirmed like fetal movements. The core of the entire longevity food Nitolomy growing area absorbed the evil thoughts and murderous intentions of the entire rainforest, and they were all absorbed by the militia cysts. And soon, all four militia cysts were filled. The snake-headed giant, who had fully recovered his vitality, moved his golden vertical pupils and fixed them on German. Then, it used three abilities in succession at this moment. The snake-headed giant first jumped through the darkness and instantly came behind German. German had reacted quickly, but the snake-headed giant still stretched out his right-hand finger and pointed at him. Like the roaring beast, he also stood there stiffly. Then, the snake-headed giant turned his left arm, aimed the crimson bow at him, and put on a turbid black arrow. The light of the whole world was absorbed again. Darkness descended, and the vision became blurred. This combo was almost certain to hit German hard, but a sharp golden light whistled through the sky. The golden image stabbed the left arm of the snake-headed giant like a spear, and the mine burst out, actually forcibly pushing the direction of the crimson bow and the turbid black arrow to deviate a little. The snake-headed giant was shocked and tried to adjust the red bow and the black arrow, but he felt a sharp pain in his ankle. It turned out that after German was immobilized, Biscuit also reacted. After a short period of accumulation, she blasted the snake-headed giant's ankle with a hard-source fist like an explosion. The snake-headed giant's ankle was deeply sunken, visible to the naked eye. It realized that it could not wait any longer, so it still shot the black arrow without accurate aiming. Even if it didn't hit, the shock wave of the explosion alone could reach nearby German and inflict heavy damage on him. However, the dark arrow had just flown off the bowstring and whistled for less than a second before it squeaked and deviated from its trajectory. This time it was Shiori who made the move. She raised the bulge-eyed fish, whose big mouth was trying to attract the dark arrow from the side. Although the bulge-eyed fish couldn't really suck it in and swallow it, the strong suction was enough to deviate the trajectory of the dark arrow again and slow down its speed. The snake-headed giant was quite surprised and realized that the crisis came not only from German, but also from this group of humans. At the same time, German's champion physique, runes, and characteristics were all running at high speed. With the restraint of Jean, Biscuit and Shiori, German only relied on this short time to release the forced stiffness of the snake-headed giant's finger. He immediately flashed away from his original position, picked up Shiori, who was not far away at a very fast speed, and ran away. Shiori also turned off the suction of the bulging-eyed fish. Boom! The black arrow exploded behind them, and another strong earthquake and mud waves came. German held Shiori and came to a safe distance. He turned around and saw the snake-headed giant entangled with Jean and Biscuit. Jean seemed to have taken the opportunity to smash a transparent militia cyst, and now he was being driven away by the snake-headed giant's punches. Biscuit also made a big fuss on the snake-headed giant's ankles, insteps, and toes, gathering strength and punching, quite as strong as President Netero. German put Shiori down, patted her head, said thank you, and then rushed in the direction of the snake-headed giant. Shiori was half a beat slower and followed closely. At this time, the snake-headed giant grabbed Jean in midair with his right hand and used his fingers to crush him. However, judging from the golden light between his fingers, Jean was trying his best to avoid such a bad ending. And Biscuit was also swept by the snake-headed giant's tail and was hit far away, like a small stone flying over the lake. rippling on the swamp at intervals. There was still some distance between him and the snake-headed giant. And German raised the holy moonlight great sword with both hands and swung out a blue crescent slash. Boom! The terrifying slash aimed at the right foot of the snake-headed giant that had been ravaged by Biscuit for a long time. With a loud snap, its right foot was cut off at the ankle. One of the 2 feet that supported the snake-headed giant's huge body was cut off, and it soon lost its balance and swayed in an oblique direction. Jin Yi took the opportunity to use the telekinesis to pierce the snake-headed giant's fingers that were tightly holding him, and flew out. The snake-headed giant saw that the situation was not good, and had to use up the energy stored in the last malicious cyst. Dark fold. The snake-headed giant disappeared from the spot in an instant, and the huge figure like a mountain appeared in the distance, near the place where the longevity food Naitolami grew. German asked Xiaodi to find Biscuit, who was slapped away, and he ran to Jin's side and joined Jin. It only has 3 cysts left now. Jin obviously also saw the role of those malicious cysts, so he attacked them. Moreover, I found that every time it wants to store energy, it will fly to the vicinity of the longevity food Naitolami growing area. It seems that it needs that core area very much. Unfortunately, we cannot destroy the longevity food Naitolami growing area unless it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise our trip will be meaningless. Then try to use that growing area, German said. If it wants to use the combo it just used on me again on any of us, it will use up the energy stored in the 3 cysts. At this time, it will try to return to the longevity food Naitolami growing area. This period of time is its most vulnerable time. If it does not take the initiative to attack, but intends to defend near the longevity food Naitolami growing area and fight back, then the initiative is in our hands. Sure enough, as soon as German finished speaking, the snake-headed giant once again launched malicious absorption, absorbing evil thoughts from the longevity food Naitolami growing area. The 3 malicious cysts were quickly absorbed. The snake-headed giant seemed to have come to a similar conclusion, and was at a loss near the longevity food Naitolami growing area. Finally, it chose to expend the power of a malicious cyst to use super speed regeneration to restore its own fingers and ankles. Chapter 402. The limbs of the snake-headed giant were regenerating rapidly, and the flesh and blood on the broken ends were wriggling like boiling water. At the same time, its huge body moved to the vicinity of the longevity food Naitolami growing area, taking the opportunity to absorb the malice extracted from here. It seems that it chose the latter of your hypothetical situations. Jin stroked his big beard and smiled. At this time, Xiaodi found Biscuit, who was knocked away, and brought him here. Biscuit is a typical beauty lover. Her princess dress was specially modified by Greed Island for fighting in such a fierce battle. The princess dress was so flexible that it was not torn, and the dirty mud on her body was scattered by shaking with her mind. However, she still looked like a down-and-out princess. Germain cast a concerned look. Biscuit waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. Although the swamp is dirty and smelly, it still has its advantages. That is, after landing, there are quite a lot of buffer zones, so it won't be like the previous battles, where the whole body is almost broken." Xiaodi adjusted her black-framed glasses and pointed to the snake-headed giant who was guarding the longevity food Naitolami and asked, "What should we do now?" She didn't know whether she saw the ability of the snake-headed giant, or understood these key points through Biscuit's explanation on the way here. Jin replied, "It still has 3 cysts left. If you destroy them all, it will be a lamb to be slaughtered. I will attract its attention. You find a way to destroy all the cysts," German said. "I will go from the front, and it will not be able to ignore my existence." Everyone thought about it, and agreed to this plan. German must take the biggest risk. But in the end, who can avoid taking risks in this fight with the champion-level alien demon fusion? So, German, holding the holy moonlight greatsword, approached the snake-headed giant openly. As night fell, German, with green light particles floating like fireflies, was as eye-catching as a person holding a torch and walking in the dark. The golden vertical pupils of the snake-headed giant moved with his movements. However, it soon noticed the other 3 humans who were ready to move. It was just that the buzzing of the holy moonlight greatsword in German's hand made it unable to take its main attention away from it. The 4 noticed this and tried to distance themselves from each other. The snake-headed giant became more and more uneasy. Its vertical pupils had a limited field of vision, and it was impossible to cover all 4 of them. It needed to keep turning its snake head, but it could only see 3 of them at a time, and there would always be one person who would be out of sight for a moment. If the snake-headed giant did not have a round amoeba-like perception, the 4 humans would have rushed over long ago. As the distance between the 4 people grew larger, the situation would only become worse for it, and the requirements for instant perception would also be higher. The snake-headed giant knew that they were doing this because they were planning to take advantage of the black-robed man's attack to break his malicious cyst from the side or back. At that time, without the malicious cyst, it would lose most of its means of attack and defense, and could only rely on its physical body to fight back. This would put it in an absolute disadvantage. The snake-headed giant could not sit and wait for death. The way it could not sit and wait for death was to be temporarily and necessary to endure and wait for the right opportunity. And this opportunity soon came. When it realized that the 4 people had stepped into a certain range, it started to move again. The snake-headed giant consumed 3 malicious cysts in one breath. It sent out extremely terrifying screams in all directions, and the high pitch was piercing. At such a distance, the screams instantly filled everyone's ears. It did not bring too much impact to everyone's body. The ears hurt a little, but after using the mind to defend, it was just a dull mixed sound. However, the scream has the power to cause hallucinations and destroy the mind. The moment everyone heard the malicious scream, all the memories or fantasies they feared from the bottom of their hearts were drawn out, floating before their eyes like a phantom in the clouds. Nightmare invades reality. Xiaodi saw herself dying in the darkness, surrounded by strange corpses. German and Bischi stood on a high place, but just looked at her coldly, turned away, and abandoned her here. Bischi saw herself standing in front of the mirror, stroking her wrinkled face. She could no longer recover her youth, and aging finally found her hiding from her. Jean first saw his dying wife on the sickbed, then his baby in swaddling clothes, and finally himself. He fell off the cliff and sank into the sea, being pushed by the sea, gradually moving away from the coastline of the dark continent. What Germain saw was darkness, which lasted for a full 5 seconds before light finally appeared. He found himself standing on a slope full of wild grass and flowers, and a bright full moon rose in the night, and then it turned blood red. This scene again. Germain stretched out his hand, and the blood moon became bigger and bigger in his vision, as if it was getting closer and closer, but his fingers could not touch it from beginning to end. He was the first to wake up from the illusion. Germain calmed his mind while checking the current situation. The snake-headed giant had just consumed 3 malicious cysts in one breath, and was standing near the growth area of Nitolomy, a longevity food, to extract maliciousness. Jean, Bisky and Xiaodi stood in different directions, all quite a distance away from Germain. However, Germain's mind transcended this distance and felt their inner struggle. Pain, regret, anxiety, fear. If they continue to be mentally disordered, the accumulated pressure will surely defeat their minds and make them fall into madness and chaos. Germain closed his eyes, stepped forward, and walked towards the snake-headed giant. At the same time, his thoughts were also transmitted to the hearts of all the lives present. I am here, even if you are in the endless darkness, swept by the violent and sinister wind, and dragged into the abyss without control. It doesn't matter, because I'm here. Such a firm thought spread in everyone's heart, and also appeared in the mind of the snake-headed giant. The snake-headed giant realized that something bad might happen next. Ding! A series of light beams emerged from Jean, Biscuit and Xiaodi, covering them. Then, a silver-white halo appeared above their heads. The 3 opened their eyes, and there was no confusion or fear in their eyes. What remained was determination, fearlessness, concentration, bravery and excitement. The light connected them with German and provided their thoughts to German, which seemed to be a natural thing. They want to make him a legend. The armor of contempt fell off Germain, and the helmet of greedy antlers and the holy moonlight sword disappeared. Darkness emerged, and a black suit of pure energy covered his whole body. But there was still a silver halo floating above his head, and a pair of gorgeous silver wings grew on his back with a puff. The snake-headed giant looked at this scene in horror. He felt the sudden surge of mental energy, and also felt that Germain had locked onto it with murderous intent. Bang! Germain took another step. The ground cracked and shattered, but his figure had already disappeared. The snake-headed giant's vertical pupils could not keep up with this speed, and he looked around in panic. The next moment, Germain appeared beside the snake-headed giant, and his silver-white wings stretched out, allowing him to fly into the air. The snake-headed giant tasted the coldness brought by fear. The black clothes surged and rushed to Germain's fingertips, merging with his entire arm into a pitch-black spear. The snake-headed giant had also accumulated 3 malicious cysts at this time. It quickly emptied one of them, and tried to distance itself with the dark warp. However, Germain had already raised the black spear, and stabbed it out with the tip. Boom! Black light burst out. The snake-headed giant's twitching snake head, and even the upper body disappeared in an instant. As if bitten by an invisible beast, Germain retracted the spear, only lowered his eyes to take a look, then spread his silver-white wings, turned around and flew away. The snake-headed giant collapsed behind him, turning into countless stones and falling, sinking into the nearby swamp. Chapter 403. They didn't destroy the 3 cysts, but just killed them directly, without even a chance to regenerate? Germain must have entered a higher stage. Can I still catch up? However, at least I have the opportunity to witness such a scene, which is not seen in the 6 continents. This is the voice of Jean Fulisai. What a beautiful posture. I really hope I can grow a pair of silver wings like this. Like an angel. No. I am an angel. Yes. 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 I am an angel. This is Biscuit Kaluga's voice. Just now, Germain seemed to speak to me in my heart. It's so strange, but so powerful. This feeling is really good. I really want to try it again. When there are only 2 of us, I will ask him for help. This is Shuri Murasaka's voice. The halo above their heads, and the beam of light covering their bodies have disappeared. Germain stepped on the ground lightly. The silver halo, silver wings and black robes turned into black and white spots and disappeared in the night sky. As he walked towards the crowd, he suddenly discovered a strange point. As long as he concentrated, he could hear the voices of Jean, Basiji and Xiaodi, and sense their emotional changes. At the same time, he found that he could communicate with them by heart. Xiaodi, even if you are not alone, you can ask me for help. However, is it necessary to communicate by heart when you are alone? Halfway through listening, Xiaodi widened his eyes in surprise, and quickly covered his mouth. She thought she had unconsciously spoken out her inner thoughts again. But after looking up and looking at Germain, Xiaodi realized that things were not what she had imagined. Another possibility came to her mind. Yes, Xiaodi, it is just as you think now. As long as we are close enough, we can communicate with each other without speaking. This ability seems to be something I can open unilaterally. Germain blinked at Xiaodi. Xiaodi felt excited as if she had learned a little secret, and her cheeks were slightly red. Germain thought that this was probably one of the abilities he gained after being promoted to a legendary nin user. Not only Xiaodi, he should also be able to establish a spiritual connection with Jean and Basiji beside him. Basiji wanted to praise Germain's attitude just now, but after seeing Germain and Xiaodi flirting with each other, she became a little suspicious. Were you communicating with your eyes just now? Is there something that Jean and I can't know? Damn it. I really want to know. You know I love gossip the most. But you flirt with me. Basiji put his hands on his hips, and stomped his feet a little angrily. Germain thought about it, and decided to give it a try. Establishing a spiritual connection with 3 people at once. It's not gossip. Can you hear my voice? Biscuit was startled. And Jean also raised his eyebrows obviously. And both looked at Germain in surprise. Yes. Just as you think in your heart. I can hear your voice. And I can also establish a spiritual connection with you directly. Before this, I was able to use this ability intermittently. Until I was promoted to a stage just now. I was able to master it completely. Biscuit suddenly panicked. Ah. This? Then we will have no privacy in front of you from now on? If I imagine you're... My brain. Don't imagine. No. No. Germain. It's not what you imagine. Biscuit's face turned red. Don't worry. I can't see your imagination. Germain said half-truthfully that he could actually sense Biscuit's emotional fluctuations and inner thoughts. In addition, she usually hardly concealed her preference for handsome men and gay men. So Germain probably guessed what was going on. In short, it would be better not to delve into it. Biscuit and President Netero were surprisingly similar in this respect. A perverted old man and a perverted old woman. Jean turned his head and looked at her strangely, because he could only hear Germain's voice in his heart, not Biscuit's voice. However, he quickly guessed what was going on and asked directly. Germain answered Jin's question. Well, I will control this ability as soon as possible. It should be triggered only when I concentrate and get close enough to you. Under normal circumstances, I will try to seal it off. Jin's usual lazy voice came. I don't care. After all, I won't think of anything dirty. However, your ability is really convenient and magical. Is this the power of the legendary level? By the way, what happened in the battle just now? Did your thoughts awaken us? And did our thoughts help you advance? German gave a brief response. It's probably what you thought. At this time, Biscuit finally spoke. Let's just speak directly. It's too weird for the four of us to be silent and stare at each other. Besides, I can only hear German's voice, but not Jean and Xiaoti's. This is not conducive to communication between us. Xiaoti shook her head and said, I didn't speak just now. Jean also said, I was talking to German just now, and you can only hear German's voice. German and I were just discussing whether it was our thoughts that helped him advance to the legendary level. Biscuit's tall body shrank to a petite and cute appearance in an instant. I'm also curious. Unlike President Netero who broke through practice, both Germain and you were promoted after defeating champion-level monsters on your own. Does this mean that there are two ways to be promoted? One is the way that President Netero, who can only be promoted through day-to-day and year-to-year physical and mental training. The other is your relatively special way of quickly being promoted by defeating champion-level monsters. Now that Germain has successfully entered the legendary level after resonating with our minds, perhaps it is also a special method of rapid promotion like the latter? Jean scratched his beard and said, Your idea is very interesting and worth pondering. Xiaoti put his hands behind his back, leaned forward slightly, and asked curiously, German, after you entered the legendary level, are your abilities only the combat power you just demonstrated and mental communication? Jean and Biscuit also looked at Germain with interest. Let me check, Germain said. He took out his hunter badge and checked his situation through the projection. And this projection was still visible only to him. He first noticed the rewards after killing the two large alien demons. Their real names were also revealed in the projection, which had never happened before. Gift of the Red Serpent of Jealousy, Red Bow/Teleportation Lantern. Gift of the Black Serpent of Slander, Dark Arrow/Teleportation Lantern. In this way, Germain not only obtained two instruments that could be materialized at will, but also obtained two idle teleportation lanterns. Now a total of 7. Then, he noticed the legendary aura and constitution that replaced the champion aura and constitution. Legendary aura, each trigger will reduce 10 points of stress. Legendary constitution, ordinary nin abilities, runes, traits, and diseases will not work on you. This was also not available before, because the legendary level and other classifications were set by Germain. They did not exist at the beginning. However, his nin ability was gradually changing due to his own will. In other words, after being promoted to the legendary level, it was easier for him to acquire knowledge, understand, organize, and construct his own nin ability. After seeing the description of the legendary physique, German looked at the bottom of the projection and saw that the runes, traits, and diseases had all disappeared. Those familiar runes, blood intoxication, huge lake, etc. Those familiar positive traits, demon nemesis, evil nemesis, etc. Those familiar negative traits, paleness, all disappeared. Perhaps it should be said that it was completely covered by the legendary physique. From this moment on, the teleportation lantern would be contaminated with negative traits and disease costs, which no longer existed for him. What's more powerful is that ordinary telepathic abilities will also be ineffective against him. This ordinary range is worth further research and confirmation. And the runes and the bonus of positive traits have been completely overshadowed by the light of the legendary physique. It can be said that the legendary physique is the combination of all runes and positive traits, which is already strong enough to surpass the concept of monster. German finally understood. With such a legendary perception that can communicate with the mind, and the legendary aura that reduces pressure, the legendary physique can resist negative influences. Only Dong Fulisai could travel alone around the east and west banks of Lake Mobius for hundreds of years. The armor of contempt was also covered, and the reason was the same. The silver-white halo, silver-white wings and black robes in the legendary form. That is, the black holy clothes and silver-white holy body completely replaced all the positive effects of the armor of contempt, and at the same time abolished its negative effects. This is Germain who has become a legendary. At this time, on the slope in the distance, a figure riding a horse was quietly parked there. His existence was not even detected by Germain's legendary perception for the time being. The man just looked at this side, looking at the four strange humans. Chapter 404. German told the other three about the changes he saw in the projection of the hunter badge, which caused a wave of surprise among them. Jean was very fascinated. So, your current level should have caught up with Dong Fulishi. And these abilities are the reason why he can travel around the shore of Lake Mobius. Bisji's focus was on something else. If I step into the legendary level, will I be able to keep my beauty forever? Or even rejuvenate? Jean curled his lips and said, who knows? In short, your body will definitely be healthier. Bisji immediately glared at him, because she knew that Jean must be mocking her by saying that she was an old lady and needed good health. Xiaoti's heart drifted away with her eyes. She asked, are we going to collect Nitolemy? Her words reminded everyone. They were discussing the abilities that German had gained after he was promoted to the legendary level in amazement. But they almost forgot the harvest that was so close. Jean, Bisky and Xiaoti all went straight to the place where Nitolemy grew. German said something to them, and went to check the corpse of the alien demon first. The corpses of the red snake of jealousy and the black snake of slander were melting rapidly, just like snow under the scorching sun. Germain moved a little closer, and his legendary perception gave him some knowledge. This was a powerful monster, but a failed work. After getting this meaningful knowledge, Germain frowned. He circled around the corpses, but failed to get more knowledge. So he had to give up and turn to the place where Nitolemy grew. Jean, Basiji and Xiaoti arrived here a long time before him. Now Jean was still observing with his hands behind his back, while the other two began to pick. Germain looked at the plants, and the fruits they produced were quite peculiar in shape. They looked like the kind of fruits that only appear in pixel games, with sharp edges and square shapes. From a distance, there was a vague sense of dislocation. As if you were in my world. Biscuit couldn't help but pick a fruit that looked like it was made up of countless small pixels. He took a bite, and it was a bit crisp. But there was no taste. I can't say it's delicious. I can only say it fills my stomach. She touched her face and said, I don't feel my lifespan has increased. Stupid. Jean never missed any opportunity to complain about Biscuit. How can you feel lifespan and vitality so easily? Let's take it back first and let Sambika, Minchi, Buhara and others study it. And then we know. Nitolemy. A longevity food. Whether it's longevity or food, just hits the interests of virus hunters and food hunters. You don't need me to tell you. Of course I know this. Biscuit was still quite unconvinced in this regard. But she soon immersed herself in the satisfaction of harvesting Nitolemy with Xiaoti. Jean turned to Germain and said, I didn't expect Nitolemy to be such a strange-looking food. But my curiosity is satisfied. Germain, we are at the forefront of human history, and are quite close to that Dong Fulisai. Yes. Germain's tone was still so calm. Jean couldn't arouse Germain's excitement. Perhaps this side of him can only be seen in battle. Well, if Xiaoti wants, she should be able to see it. He simply talked about another topic of interest. Before, I said that many events in the 6 continents may have originated from the Dark Continent. For example, bloodletting therapy originated from the ancient maze, and the Philosopher's Stone originated from the Grey Desert. Biological power comes from the steep mountains. What do you think in the 6 continents will come from the rainforest swamp? German shook his head and asked, What is it? Jean smiled and said, I heard that there is such a legend in the ninja country Yamato. There is a cat demon called Nikomata. It has 2 tails with forked ends. It often imitates human speech and waits for an opportunity to seize human bodies. Nikomata is very good at disguise and deception. This is how they maintain their lives. In addition, cats are generally believed to have 9 lives. Hearing this, does it sound familiar? After learning about the 2-tailed snake Hellbell and the abilities of the 2 alien demons just now, I couldn't help but think of Nikomata. Jean smiled when he said this. Protecting the ruins is of great significance to mankind. Perhaps the New World Chronicles were indeed completely recovered by V52 or 300 years ago, and those who had read them were prohibited from spreading the contents. But the records above will always be passed down in various forms by the humans at that time and engraved in the ruins, to ensure their inheritance. This is one of the meanings of our existence as ruins hunters. Germain also nodded in approval. I didn't expect that the true face of the rainforest swamp, after hundreds of years of evolution, has changed its appearance and turned into a legend like Nikomata. The same reasoning applies to bloodletting treatment, the Philosopher's Stone and bioelectricity. When Germain sighed at the history of mankind in Jin's words, he suddenly had an idea and turned his head abruptly. I saw a figure riding a black horse appear next to the corpses of the red snake of jealousy and the black snake of slander, which were melting rapidly, and seemed to be observing. Germain was a little surprised and doubtful for a while, because now he has a legendary perception. He didn't even notice the approach of the man and the horse, and only realized the existence of the other party at this distance. He didn't notice the other party, and Jean, Basiji and Xiaodi didn't notice it even more. The man riding the black horse was originally looking down at the corpse, and at this time, he slowly raised his head. The pair of eyes under the hood looked at German. German felt that this was a human, not a subhuman, nor a beast, and certainly not a demon. Evil. Soon, he realized the other party's identity. After all, the only human being lurking in the entire Dark Continent, apart from the members of the Labyrinth Station, was that man. Jean was still talking, but suddenly he noticed that German was strangely silent and alert. He turned his head and found that German was looking in another direction. He looked in the direction of German, and only then did he notice the man and the horse. And then he understood why German was so quiet. The man was wrapped in a black robe, and the horse under him was also completely black. If it weren't for the moonlight, their outlines would be almost invisible. The black-robed man got off his horse and walked forward a few steps. The black horse behind him turned into a few wisps of black smoke and dissipated. He stopped about 100 meters away from Germain and Jean, and stopped moving forward. However, he made a vicissitudes of life voice. At first, it was a little stiff and stuttering, but after repeating it several times, the human language became more fluent and clear. Sorry, I haven't spoken the 6 continents language for a long time. Can you understand me? I hope the 6 continents language hasn't changed too much. My name is Dong Fulishi. You should be humans from the 6 continents, right? Can I ask you some questions? Chapter 405. A bonfire was lit in the clearing in the dense forest outside the swamp. The red-hot firewood crackled and broke into 2 pieces. Germain placed several wooden stakes horizontally next to the bonfire as temporary seats, and invited the man who called himself Dong Fulishi to come and sit over. Thank you for your kindness, but I can't sit over there. Are you worried that we are enemies? Germain asked. Dong shook his head. You misunderstood. I am not overly wary of you. Although this mentality is very important in the Dark Continent, it is not for this reason. It's just that if I sit over there, it would be irresponsible to you. Dong was wrapped in a black robe, and even his head was covered tightly by a hood. Only his eyes, nose and chin could be vaguely seen. As he spoke more and more of the 6 continents language, Dong's speech became more fluent. It was just that every word of his words just now was understandable, but the combination was confusing. After he rejected Germain's invitation, he sat alone in the shadows away from the campfire and the crowd, dozens of meters away from Germain and others. However, compared to the more than 100 meters when they first met, his current distance can be regarded as trust and closeness. Right? Jean was unexpectedly quiet when he saw the ancestor he had been thinking about. He kept looking at Dong with his sharp eyes, but he didn't say a word. Giving up the topic, Bizji and Xiaodi were still immersed in the harvest of Nightolomy, and suddenly saw that the Dong Fulishi they had been looking for suddenly appeared, and they couldn't help but be a little confused. The appearance of Dong Fulishi was really too unexpected. However, under the circumstances at that time, they still looked at Dong Fulishi suspiciously, while quickly picking Nightolomy plants as intact as possible and storing them in the bulge-eyed fish. Dong saw the bulge-eyed fish feasting on the food, and he couldn't help but reveal a look of understanding. Some of his questions had been answered. The swamp was obviously not a good place to talk, and everyone had just finished a fierce battle and needed to rest. So after picking 119 Nitromi, everyone came to this open space in a strange and silent atmosphere, lit a bonfire, and sat down separately. Is Yi Gong likes dragons? German looked at Jean, then looked at Bisji, and none of them took the initiative to speak. Usually, they both speak boldly about their guesses about Dong, but now that they have seen the suspected real Dong, they are silent. This scene is really wonderful. Germain, you can hear my voice now. Jin's voice reached Germain's heart. His expression did not change, and his eyes did not move away from Dong. I heard it. You come and ask him how he can prove that he is Dong Fulishi sure? Yes. But why don't you ask it yourself? I want to observe first. He appeared too suddenly. I am cautious about his identity. In addition, you can hear the voice of the heart. He may have similar abilities. It is too easy for us to communicate. Bisji should think so. If it were you, you should be able to sit on an equal footing with him and have a true conversation. Me. Bisji. Shooty. Well, Shiuti. Forget it. It's better to be a spectator for the time being. German understood the concerns of Jean and Bisji from the spiritual communication. Everyone was not sure if the person in front of them was Dong, what abilities he had, or whether he was bad for them. There were too many unknown factors. At this time, it was better to let Germain talk to this person than for them. So, Germain sat on the wooden stake, leaned forward slightly, put his elbows on his knees, crossed his fingers, and looked at Dong in the shadows dozens of meters away. You said you are Dong Fulishi. Do you have any evidence to prove your identity? Dong, who was wrapped in a black robe, was silent for a while and asked, from your tone, it should not be the first time you heard my name. Let me guess. It is the New World Chronicles, East Coast chapter. You have read that book and know me. Right? Yes. We have indeed read that book. I miss it so much. Dong suddenly dragged out his voice with a little fluctuation, and took out a book with an ancient cover from his black robe. I gave the rubbing of it to that group of people. It should be more than 300 years ago. Right? Jean stared at the book that Dong took out, and couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly, his heart pounding. Even without communicating with each other, Germain could guess that his inner thoughts at this moment were definitely not as calm as they appeared. Dong's fingers wearing black gloves gently stroked the cover of the book, and his tone was so low that it was like a whisper. But it could be subtly heard by everyone. It's a coincidence. At that time, I had just completed my trip to the east coast of Lake Mobius and completed this New World Chronicle, East Coast, when I wanted to take a break for a while. Like today, I unexpectedly met a group of people from the 6 continents. They rushed in without understanding the Dark Continent, so they fell into crisis. I couldn't bear to watch it, and at the same time, I had a little selfish desire, so I rescued them. This group of people claimed to be an unofficial exploration team and thanked me profusely. I took the opportunity to ask them to help me complete a task. I asked them to help me bring back several rubbings of the New World Chronicle, East Coast to the 6 continents. 1 copy will be given to my family, the Fu Lizzi family, if there are still people in this family alive at that time. The other few copies, I asked them to spread and print them, so that more people in the 6 continents can know the danger and beauty of the Dark Continent. Dong opened the book in his hand, and a subtle red light shot out between the pages, just like the bloody color of the setting sun not long ago. He raised his head and stared at everyone. The red light illuminated the area below his nose, revealing some kind of burn-like markings. You should have a copy of it in your hands. Right? Take it out. Even if it has been passed on countless times, as long as the content comes from it, they can echo each other. Hearing this, Germain turned his head, looked at Shiuti, and nodded. Shiuti got the nod, materialized the bulge-eyed fish, and put his left hand into the big mouth of the bulge-eyed fish, like Doraemon taking out a 4-dimensional space bag, and rummaged for a while. Soon, she took out a copy of the fragment of the New World Chronicles, East Coast. Not long after it was taken out, the copy of the fragment of the New World Chronicles, East Coast was still emitting red light from the pages, just like the original copy of the New World Chronicles, East Coast in Dong's hand. Even if it was closed, the original and the copy were indeed echoing each other. It seems that the one in your hand is not complete. But this is normal. Maybe it was done by the gatekeeper? They will not let the complete version of it circulate, so they deliberately took away part of the content. But this should be enough to prove my identity. Right? After hearing this, everyone understood why the New World Chronicles, East Coast was a fragment. Even if E5 and other countries are powerful, they can't recover all the East Coast chapters. And the leaked fragments are fragmented, because from the beginning, the complete version has never returned to the 6 continents. Many of the information that is not in the fragments, such as the truth of disasters and hope, is probably still the content of the exploration team that brought back the rubbings that year. They managed to pass down the content in their memories secretly. As Jean said before, this is the meaning of historical texts, relics, and relics, in order to be passed on to future generations, even if the content is obscure and distorted countless times. The true meaning contained in it will eventually inspire people. Dong closed the original book, and the red light disappeared quickly. He then asked in a curious tone, What really makes me curious now is that you relied on an incomplete fragment to come here and defeat the monster leader here. I thought the information I left behind helped you. But now it seems that this is not entirely the case. How did you do it? Chapter 406. German did not answer Dong's question immediately, but used telepathy to talk to Jean, Biscuit, and Shooty beside him at the same time. They quickly reached an agreement, and then German continued to communicate with Dong. We both want to know the answers to some questions from each other. In this case, why don't we exchange information? The black-robed man in the shadow was silent again, but he quickly replied, okay, let's do it. You answer my first question first. How did you do it? In fact, this is a step-by-step process, German said. We first went to the ancient maze, the gray desert and the steep mountains. We saw the plant weapons, the immortal disease and the human-raising beast, and obtained the herb that cures all diseases, the alchemical plant, and the stone without a human. After defeating these disasters and gaining these hopes, we came here to challenge the rainforest swamp where the two-tailed snake and the longevity food are located. Dong was slightly surprised while listening. He recorded all these hopes and disasters in the New World Chronicles, East Coast. He himself had walked the entire coastal route countless times in the past 300 years, and was so familiar with it that he couldn't be more familiar with it. However, this does not mean that this section of the road is easy. In fact, when he was pioneering, he also escaped death countless times, until one day he had an epiphany and his strength increased, and it became relatively easy. In the past 300 years, he had seen the corpses of many humans who came from the 6 continents to explore the Dark Continent more than once, all of whom died tragically. Some of them were dead, and some were worse off than dead. Dong often showed mercy to the latter. Gradually, he became a little disappointed with the humans of the 6 continents. With his own intelligence, in more than 300 years, there has been no other him in the 6 continents. This is too much of a failure. Perhaps the overly comfortable life has made humans, who were originally considered the top predators in the wild, gradually degenerate. In addition, in recent years, due to some horrific experiences, Dong's mentality has changed dramatically compared to the past. So he will not expect human compatriots to visit the Dark Continent. Unexpectedly, today he suddenly met a group of people who had come here after overcoming all the obstacles. He was surprised inside, especially the man who was talking to him. Although the aura he exuded was restrained, he was secretly shocked. Dong lowered his head and thought for a while, and said, I only had time to see the corpses of the 2 giant snakes just now, and I didn't see the process of your battle. But it is certain that the disaster was defeated by you. If you can defeat the disaster here, then I am not surprised to defeat the disasters in the other 3 regions. Dong seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, he added, that is to say, you haven't gone to the area of the mist creature AI and San Yuanshui, right? Yes, German replied. That's good. Dong sighed softly and said, don't go. At least don't go now. It's quite unstable there. If you are not careful, you may be infected with a curse. German heard a word that interested him, curse. At the same time, Jean and Biscuit were also very curious about this in their mind communication, hoping that he could ask more questions. So, Germain asked, Dong, now it's your turn to answer our questions. Dong smiled slightly under the black robe and said, since you are willing to call me Dong, you should have almost believed my identity. Okay, tell me your questions. I will answer all the questions that can be answered. If there are some questions that I don't know or can't answer, I will ask you to change one. Germain said the common questions of everyone. I knew that you would be interested in curses. Dong pondered for a while, and his fingers wearing black gloves tapped on the cover of the ancient book several times, and said, if it was an ordinary exploration team, I would never reveal this to them. But you are different. The fact that you can get to this point today has already proved that you are different. I am willing to share this knowledge with you. To mention the curse, I need to first mention the concept of demigods. Demigods? German couldn't help but look at each other with Jean, Biscuit, and Shooty, wondering in their hearts. At this time, Dong suddenly pointed at German and said, in fact, I have vaguely felt a familiar breath since not long ago, although it is a bit incredible. But, what is your name? German hesitated for a moment, but still answered, German. German. Dong put his finger down and asked seriously, can you hear the voices of the people around you? And can you gain knowledge from the things around you? This time, German did not hesitate and said directly. Yes. I see. Dong's eyes lit up under the hood. I didn't expect that you are so young and have become one of our kind. It seems that you are also a chosen person. Jean was slightly surprised when he heard this. Since he became interested in the Dark Continent, Jean has been trying to search for clues from the ruins. And then, he found such an ancient text in one of the ruins. In a certain area, some chosen people left records of their visits there in the relics. Jean always felt that the word chosen people was meaningful. So he kept it in mind silently. He didn't expect to hear it again from Dong today. You must be curious about what the chosen people are. Right? Dong said what everyone was thinking and smiled. It's actually very simple. It refers to the people chosen by God. And the gods mentioned here refer to the only true God and the 4 demigods. Dong's voice slowly lowered unconsciously, as if he was worried that someone would hear it. As far as I know, the 4 demigods, in the order of birth, are darkness, flesh and blood, deep sea and Guyuan. Then, he stretched out a finger and pointed at the waning moon in the gray sky. It looked inexplicably cold and gray. And the only true God is the red moon who chose the 4 demigods. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. This was the first time they had heard of this knowledge. And they felt curious and heavy in their hearts. German felt as if a stone had fallen from his chest. The door to the new world that had existed, but they had ignored was truly open to them. Dong continued, demigods are undoubtedly much more powerful than those of us who were chosen. And the true gods are above them, as far as I know. Except for the Guyuan, who has been confirmed to have fallen. The demigods occupy their own territories, and have divided up most of the entire Dark Continent. Dong's tone gradually became gloomy, like a crocodile slowly diving into the cold lake. If you, like me, rashly break into it, even if you accidentally come into direct or indirect contact with a demigod, you are very likely to be cursed. Dong said this, stood up, walked to the moonlight on the side, and finally took off his black hood. Under the pale moonlight, a hideous and twisted face was revealed. There was no hair on it, only abnormally red muscles, twisted into irregular shapes like dough. His face was squeezed together like a leper, and it seemed as if there was no skin attached to it, as if it was burned. The only thing that could be called normal was his eyes. Dong's face revealed under the moonlight was so shocking that everyone couldn't say anything for a long time. It's called the curse of flesh and blood. Dong stroked his hands and covered his ugly face with the hood again. This time, no one would wonder why he was hiding his face and body. Chapter 407. Dong sat back in the long and narrow shadow, like a gargoyle on night watch. And the hideous face under his hood was no less than the gargoyle's green face and fangs. The blood and flesh curse makes me suffer physical and mental torment all the time. And my skin bursts, and it hurts like burning. Just a little wound the size of a fingernail will make me bleed profusely. Dong narrated his terrible experience dully. In addition, within a day, for about 1/3 of the time, the world I see is extremely strange and weird. Almost all over scarlet. Fortunately, I didn't meet you when the curse was in effect. Otherwise, in my eyes, you will become a horrible monster with flesh, fascia, and internal organs turned out of the skin. Everyone frowned when they heard this. They understood the feeling of being deeply trapped in hallucinations. However, they would not spend 1/3 of their time every day in terrifying hallucinations. At that time, it would be difficult for me to distinguish between reality and hallucination, let alone communicate normally. I once woke up and found that I had killed a beast that was harmless to me and ate its flesh and blood. In its eyes, maybe I am the terrifying beast that suddenly attacked it. Everyone could hear the heaviness in Dong's voice. It seems that the flesh and blood curse is like a strong shackle that has trapped him for a long time. No one wants to become a half-human, half-ghost. Is there no way to remove the blood curse? German asked. Dong shook his head gently. I have tried many methods. More than you can imagine. Herbs that cure all diseases. Removing thoughts. Blood transfusion. Blood and flesh regeneration. But none of them work. His tone became gloomy, and he gritted his teeth with every word. In the end, I found that the only antidote to the blood curse is to eat raw meat and drink blood. The fresher and more unprocessed, the more it can relieve my various symptoms. There was a dead silence at the campfire, with only the crackling sound of burning matches. Look, Dong said self-deprecatingly. I have been away from human society for more than 300 years. And I am about to become a savage who eats raw meat and drinks blood. Hee hee. Hearing this, German had basically equated the people chosen by God with the legendary level mind users he established. If he and Dong are both chosen by God, then Dong should have the same, or even stronger legendary physique as him. Theoretically, it should be enough to resist most of the mind abilities, curses, and diseases. However, Dong is still suffering. This means that the legendary physique cannot completely resist the curse of the flesh and blood demigod, and can only play a mitigating role. In fact, if there is no legendary physique as a foundation, Dong might have died somewhere long ago. German asked, "This is why you keep your distance from us, right?" Dong nodded and replied, "The flesh and blood curse is contagious to people with flesh and blood. The current distance is the safe distance I have confirmed many times. Although, even if we meet face to face, you may not be infected. But as the contact time increases, the probability of infection will increase. I don't want to take this risk. Besides," he added, "dead objects that have been in contact with me for too long, such as my clothes, books, paper and pens, may also be infected with the blood and flesh curse after being touched by outsiders." He looked up at everyone and said, "For your safety, I will only stay here for a while, and then leave. If you are infected with the blood and flesh curse that cannot be escaped because of me, it is my fault." Jean frowned. He originally wanted to try to get the complete copy of the New World Chronicle from Dong. Now that there is the curse of flesh and blood, it is difficult for him to take it. Dong seemed to see through his thoughts, smiled hoarsely, and said, "You should be very interested in the New World Chronicle in my hand? Sorry. Even if there is no curse of flesh and blood, I won't give it to you." Jean was surprised and couldn't help asking, "Why? More than 300 years ago, didn't you give several rubbings to the members of the exploration team you rescued? Why can't you give it to us?" "Because the two situations are completely different." Dong smiled. "People at that time needed information from me. Otherwise, I don't know how many years it would take before they came to explore the Dark Continent. If they gave up here because of fear, it would be a pity and regret. You are different. You have conquered the 4 major disasters and obtained the 4 major hopes. Such you have completely. The ability to gain a foothold on the east coast of Lake Mobius. I will not give you this New World Chronicle I wrote. At least not now. Besides, after more than 300 years, many of my observation records on the east coast are actually outdated. You should return to the 6 continents and compile your own, updated, and complete works on the exploration of the Dark Continent. This time, try to spread them more widely, and don't let some people seal them up as banned books." Jean raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "Do you know that the New World Chronicle East chapter fragments were banned?" "Of course I know." Dong tapped the cover of the ancient book with his fingers and smiled. "My ability of mind is called the Chain of Knowledge." "The Chain of Knowledge?" When everyone heard this, they had a vague guess in their hearts. "As expected," Dong continued, "the more I write my writings with all my heart and soul, the stronger my thoughts are. And the thoughts of the original will build a chain of thoughts with the rubbings." He stretched out his hands and connected his index fingers with his thoughts. Rubbings will also build chains of thoughts. In this way, a huge chain network will be formed with the original in my hand as the center. If you want to break this chain of knowledge, you must make the content of the original that belongs to me completely fragmented during the dissemination. There is another way. That is to eliminate the source. Kill me or destroy the original in my hand. Dong pointed to the fragment of the Dongan chapter in Xiaoti's hand and said, "Although it is incomplete, it is not yet fragmented. That's why my original copy can resonate with it." Everyone was a little surprised after hearing this. Dong continued, "Everyone who reads the rubbing will transmit a trace of their life energy, including their mind energy, to me through the chain of knowledge for my use. This is my selfish desire, to let the exploration team members spread the East Coast chapter for me. Therefore, a large number of rubbings were destroyed, and the chain of knowledge was broken. I knew this a long time ago. I also roughly guessed what happened. After all, there are not many new things in the long river of human history," Dong said, looking at Jean with some suspicion. Some kind of spiritual intuition made him realize that Jean, who had just talked to him, was different. Not in terms of strength. Indeed, Jean was very strong. But he was no match for Germain next to him. So in terms of strength, Jean was nothing special compared to Germain. The difference that Dong felt was about other aspects. He couldn't help but stare at Jean and asked, "What's your name?" "Jean." Jean had no intention of hiding anything now, and was quite frank. He paused, then added, "Jean Foolishie." Dong suddenly opened his eyes wide, looked at Jean again carefully, and said, "Are you a descendant of our Foolishie family?" "Yes. I'm sorry for hiding something just now, because I haven't confirmed your identity yet," Jean said. "Now I'm sure that you are my ancestor Dong Foolishie." Dong was stunned, then couldn't help laughing twice and said, "So there is a member of the Foolishie family here. No wonder I always have a strange feeling in my heart. Great. There are still members of the Foolishie family alive. Great. More than 300 years have passed, and things have changed. The people he knew back then, including the members of the Foolishie family, have long passed away, being isolated from the world for many years. He couldn't possibly know the current situation of the Foolishie family. Maybe, except for him, there is no member left in this ancient family. Now that he can see Jean, he can't help but feel a lot of emotion." Jean said excitedly, "I think that the exploration team did pass one of the rubbings to the members of the Foolishie family at that time, and it was passed down from generation to generation. Although it is only a fragment, it is the enlightenment work of my hunter's road. I came all the way here just to meet you who wrote this great work." Chapter 408. Dong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "I hope I didn't disappoint you." "Of course not." Jean calmed down and said, "You are better than I thought. Then do you still need my New World Chronicle?" Dong raised his eyebrows and asked. Jean didn't answer immediately. He turned to look at German, Biscuit and Shioti. Everyone looked at each other for a while, and shook their heads one after another. Some of what Dong said was indeed right. At this point, it doesn't matter whether there is his New World Chronicle or not. They should write their own Dark Continent Chronicles. So, Jean said to Dong, "No need. We will write our New World Chronicles." Dong lowered his eyes, smiled with satisfaction, and said, "Very good. Very good. You have the same firm will as me, which will make you pioneers, not just people who know how to copy others." However, Jean suddenly said at this time, "I have a question, and I want to know the answer. I hope you can answer me." Dong nodded and said, "Ask it." New World Chronicles West Coast Volume. "Have you finished it?" Jean asked the question that everyone was curious about. Dong slightly restrained his smile, paused, and then shook his head. "I didn't finish it. And I couldn't finish it." Everyone looked at him in surprise. He explained slowly, after entrusting the East Coast chapter to the exploration team. "I rested for a while, and then set off for the west coast of Lake Mobius. But, at that time, I didn't know that the west coast was full of hideous flesh and blood monsters. After experiencing the initial shock and uneasiness, I still insisted on going deeper without knowing the depth. However, I failed in the first few attempts, so I took the initiative to retreat to the East Coast, polish my strength again, and then continued to go to the West Coast. Although this moth-to-flame behavior allowed me to go further and further on the West Coast, it finally brought me disaster. Finally, after overcoming all kinds of difficulties and obstacles, I went deep into the hinterland of the West Coast and met him. Just a short period of contact made me infected with a flesh and blood curse that I have not been able to get rid of until now. After that, I fled from that land frantically, almost escaping from that purgatory and returning to the East Coast." Dong said this, still with lingering fears. Hearing this, Germain turned to look at Shioti. He asked Shioti to take out the rubbing of the suspected fragment of the West Coast scroll that they found in the Moose Centaur tribe from the bulging-eyed fish. He turned the paper roll to the last page, showed the scribbled picture to Dong, and asked, "Is it like this?" The picture was completely occupied by a swollen flesh monster, and the tentacles all over it brought back many frightening memories for Dong. "How did it get into your hands?" Dong's voice became a little shrill because of his excitement. "You left them in the Moose Centaur tribe." Dong thought for a while, sighed, and said, "Because the West Coast is full of flesh and blood monsters, and not every flesh and blood body I touch will be immediately infected with the flesh and blood curse on me. So, I didn't realize its contagiousness at first. I was almost collapsed by the flesh and blood curse at the time, and the herb that could cure all diseases in the ancient maze didn't have much effect. At this time, I came to the vicinity of the tribe, so I decided to rest in the tribe for a night. But that night, the flesh and blood curse broke out. I didn't want to hurt the people of the tribe, so I stayed overnight. Leave Maybe it was at that time that I accidentally left this stack of paper. When the curse took effect, my consciousness was blurred and my memory was hazy. So when I woke up, I just thought I had abandoned it on the road. Sometimes, I even think that it is possible that I have never written such a text. It is probably my illusion. After a while, I realized the contagiousness of the flesh and blood curse. I had to completely eliminate every life that I infected to prevent the spread of the flesh and blood curse. After that, I put on this black robe, which has a certain isolation effect. At the same time, I no longer met with familiar friends such as the Moose Centaur tribe, and lived a secluded life. Dong stared at everyone and said, "What is written here are many of my complaints. I wrote it impromptu that night. Perhaps because of this, it did not spread the flesh and blood curse to you and the Moose Centaur. This is really fortunate." Everyone realized that they actually escaped at that time. The entire Moose tribe also escaped. Although you are fine, I still feel sorry for this. Since I was contaminated by the blood curse, I shouldn't have contacted them again. Dong bowed his head in shame. At this time, Biscuit finally spoke. "This cannot be considered your fault. After all, you didn't know that the flesh and blood curse was contagious at that time. Besides, if you were not exhausted physically and mentally, you would not have sought help from the Moose Centaur tribe." Dong sighed softly and said, "Since you have obtained this stack of paper rolls, you should have known them. I hope you can convey this apology on my behalf. Even though I was really unaware at the time, I still put them in danger." Biscuit nodded and said, "We will convey it. But with our understanding of the Moose Centaur tribe, they will definitely forgive and understand you." "Yes." Dong recalled their faces. "They are just such a group of people. So I have communicated with them from generation to generation. It's a pity that I can never see them again." Dong's tone was quite sad and lonely. At this time, Germain turned the topic back to the paper roll and said, "We know that in the first paragraph, he wrote, 'I regret having seen too much, knowing too much, and I would rather have never eaten the longevity food Nitolemy.' What does this mean? And what is the content behind it?" Others were also curious about this, and turned their eyes to Dong again. "I've already said it. It's my complaint." Dong shook his head helplessly. "Even though I have written down that I would rather have never eaten the longevity food Nitolemy, I am still here now, because I need them to prolong my life. I don't want to die before I have completely completed the travel and records on the east and west banks of Lake Mobius. As for my regret for seeing too much and knowing too much, this is my true feelings. But I have to admit that I still long to see more and know more. My biggest wish now is to satisfy all my curiosity as much as possible on the East Coast, and then one day set foot on the West Coast again for the final journey. As for the subsequent content of this scroll, I used various texts I learned over the past 300 years. Many of them have been lost, so it's normal that you can't understand them. The content I mentioned actually goes back to the matter of being chosen by God. Unexpectedly, after going around in circles, I returned to the original topic. Dong suddenly looked at Germain and stared at him, making the latter feel creepy. "Do you feel that you were called by some existence and gained some powerful telepathic ability? So you embarked on the road to the Dark Continent?" Germain thought of the past, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. "I said that you and I are of the same kind." Dong sighed again. "In this respect, we are the same. I also feel that I have been called by something. I have never been sure where this call came from, until I went deep into the hinterland of the West Coast. I understood. No, I confirmed that it was him who called me." Everyone had already vaguely understood what was going on. "Why did they call us?" Germain asked solemnly. "Every demigod needs their messengers and disciples," Dong explained. "This is the fate of those chosen by God. Gu Yuan has fallen, so we can put it aside for now. The messengers of darkness are the wall-facers, who guard the towering walls for darkness forever. The messengers of the deep sea are the gatekeepers, who guard the solid gates for the deep sea forever. And the messenger of flesh and blood, it should have been me. But I refused and fled from the West Coast." At this point, Dong suddenly became curious and asked, "German, who is calling you?" Although I confirmed everything the moment I saw him, I have to admit that I had a vague premonition a long time ago. Since you have reached the same stage as me, you should have an intuition that points to a certain god, right? German recalled his experiences in the past 2 years and recalled those dreams. He did have the answer in his heart, but he had never revealed it to anyone. Germain then raised his hand, pointed to the sky, and replied, I think it was probably him. Dong was stunned for a long time before he understood what Germain meant. Then he opened his eyes wide and stood up a little bit out of control. I was forced to provoke a demigod. But you provoked a real god? Are you kidding me? Chapter 409. Dong was in disbelief. Indeed, anyone who knew the inside story would find it hard to believe such a thing. In the past 300 years, he had experienced various adventures and collected a vast amount of knowledge. But he had never heard that Red Moon had apostles. In other words, darkness, flesh, deep sea and Gu Yuan could actually be considered his apostles. It was no surprise that Dong was surprised to hear what Germain said. Even Jean, Biscuit and Xiaoti, who had been together for a long time and had always guessed about Germain's ability, were caught off guard by Germain's statement. Germain looked at Dong, who stood up, knowing that he was half believing and half doubting. So he stood up as well. He walked forward a few steps and slowly knelt down. Jean, Biscuit and Xiaoti behind him knew what he was going to do at a glance. However, none of them spoke to stop him. Germain now had 7 idle teleportation lanterns, so it was no big deal to leave one here. After all, this place was very close to the resurrection point of the Black Snake of Slander and the Red Snake of Jealousy, which was just convenient for them to come and attack next time. If we have to go back and forth from the special transmission lantern in the rainforest swamp every time, it will consume too much time and energy. Dong first watched Germain's confusing actions, and then saw a glimmer of purple light, from which a lantern and 4 little ghosts emerged. He soon felt some strange power coming from the lantern. Dong couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Then he remembered the blood curse on his body, stopped immediately, and took a few steps back. This is the transmission lantern, the telepathic ability I gained. Germain briefly explained the function of the transmission lantern on the ground, and then added a description of his dream. After listening to this, Dong was speechless for a long time, and sat back in the shadows obediently. This ability is more inclined to darkness, and darkness is closest to the Red Moon. What appeared in your dream? In order, was Gu Yuan, darkness, the deep sea, flesh and blood, and the Red Moon. Although many places are strange and there is not enough evidence to support them, your premonition and intuition will be a very important basis for judgment. However, after saying this, Dong still couldn't figure out why the Blood Moon would call a human to come to the Dark Continent. It's not that he couldn't think of the possibility, but there were too many possibilities, which made it difficult to guess. Could it be that he really wanted Germain to become his apostle? Am I witnessing the birth of a new demigod? Dong shuddered. Germain put away the teleportation lantern and asked, You mentioned the fall of Gu Yuan before, which I care about very much. Can you tell me more about it? Dong was lost in thought, and he suddenly woke up when he heard Germain calling him a few times. Germain repeated the question again. Actually, I don't know much, Dong answered seriously. The knowledge I gained was all fragmentary. I tried to organize and piece them together, and only then did I get a general idea of many things. I've said it before. Most of the Dark Continent was divided up by demigods. Inside the wall belongs to darkness, and Lake Mobius belongs to the deep sea, and the east and west banks between the two belong to flesh and blood in Gu Yuan. About 2,000 years ago, humans were still living in the ancient times of the Dark Continent. Flesh and blood occupied the west bank of Lake Mobius, and Gu Yuan occupied the east bank. After that, a war of gods broke out between them. The details are no longer traceable, but it must have been a shocking battle. The ending was the fall of Gu Yuan. Flesh and blood was also severely damaged, and its sphere of influence shrunk to the hinterland of the west bank, and he slept even deeper. The atmosphere became increasingly depressing. Jean and Biscuit are both top hunters, and they come to explore the new world with their own thoughts. As a result, the truth learned from Dong is that the new world has long been the world of demigods. From Dong's current situation, it can be seen that entering the demigod area will be extremely dangerous and will most likely be cursed. According to this statement, in the future, humans will not only have to pass through the deep-sea demigod area, but their activities will also be limited to the east coast of Lake Mobius. The east coast of Lake Mobius is indeed much larger than the 6 continents, and the resources are richer. However, the truth of this kind of crawling out of the small cage and crawling into the big cage is still too heavy, cold and cruel. Germain and Xiaoti didn't think too much. The former is more focused on the present and wants to dig out more information from Dong, while the latter really doesn't care. Whose hands will the world be in? What kind of disasters will the world encounter? Whether the world will be destroyed? As long as it is not a problem in front of him, Xiaodi will not care. Germain remembered the knowledge he obtained beside the corpse of the twins of jealousy and slander not long ago. This is a powerful monster, but a failed work. Germain said this description of the twins of jealousy and slander, and asked Dong for his interpretation of this knowledge. Dong thought for a moment and replied, because they are indeed failed works. The God War I just mentioned was initiated by Gu Yuan, and he has made many preparations for this. One of them is to produce more people chosen by God to participate in the God War. Dong raised his hand and pointed at Jean. Jean is not a person chosen by God, so the limit of his promotion ends here. Perhaps, in a few years, a dozen years, he will become stronger, but he can only be infinitely close to your current combat power. German. His combat power will fluctuate within this range. Jin's face turned ugly when he heard this. No one wants to be restricted by a single sentence. However, this is what Dong said, and it is quite credible. Jean was very uncomfortable. Biscuit thought of President Netero. How long has he struggled in this framed range? Dong further explained, in short, Jean, your progress in all aspects has been close to the upper limit. To break through the upper limit, you need a promotion ceremony. But you are not chosen by God, and you cannot start the promotion ceremony. This is the problem. Your way is blocked. The wall facer, the gatekeeper, me and German are all people who have successfully performed this ceremony. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but recall the fierce battle with the twins of jealousy and slander not long ago. Jean, Biscuit and Xiaodi all burst out with silver halos, and directly helped Germain ascend to the legendary level in the fight. This should be the promotion ceremony that Dong was referring to. Where there are winners, there must be losers, Dong said. The disasters you fought are the failed works that failed to be promoted successfully. The plant weapons, gold and silver ingots, and the herb that cures all diseases in the ancient labyrinth. The immortal disease Zobai, and the alchemical plant metal ion in the gray desert. The human-raising beast Papu, and the uninhabited stone in the steep mountains. The two-tailed snake Hellbell, and the longevity food Nitolemy in the rainforest swamp. They are all the core conditions of the promotion ceremony. The chaotic ritual of disaster and hope. Not only that, Gu Yuan also mixed the power of many demigods into the disasters, hoping that they would become more terrifying apostles of God. It's just that this group of monsters disappointed Gu Yuan. After the death of Gu Yuan and his apostles of God, they were nailed to their respective areas and reincarnated forever. The people in front of the campfire only then knew what the root causes of the disasters faced by humans for hundreds of years were. It turns out that they are all relics left by Gu Yuan, and they are failures. Jean and Biscuit are thinking further ahead. If they really meet true believers of God like Dong, German, Wallfacer and Gatekeeper, or even demigods, is it possible for humans to be enemies with them? At present, German has just been promoted to legend. Although Dong has been promoted to legend for more than 300 years. He still fled in a panic after facing the demigod, and was infected with an indelible curse. The two strongest people in the human race can only go so far. How much can these people do in the face of demigods and their followers? This is a desperate reality. Perhaps, living in peace with them, and avoiding them, as much as possible is the way for humans to survive. The ancestors of mankind probably had this consideration when they migrated from the Dark Continent to the 6 continents. Facts have also proved that humans have indeed thrived and grown in this isolated archipelago of the 6 continents. The migration back then was definitely correct. At least it preserved the fire of mankind. However, now talking about returning to the Dark Continent, Jean and Basiji are a little uncertain. Can they really gain a foothold in such a place? Germain has already sensed Jean and Basiji's hesitation, but he did not comment on it. He knows that this is human nature. Without capital, it is normal to worry about an uncertain and unstable future. Xiao Di. Germain turned around. Hey. Xiao Di responded, adjusted his glasses, and looked normal. There is something unusual here. Give me 50 plants of longevity food Nitolemy. Ah? Oh. Xiao Di reluctantly took out 50 plants of longevity food Nitolemy from the bulge-eyed fish, and handed them to German. Everyone soon knew German's purpose from the mental communication. They didn't think too long and nodded in agreement. Although it was an exchange of information, the value of the information provided by Dong was far greater than theirs, and they should be rewarded. German put 50 plants of longevity food Nitolemy in a box. took the initiative to walk towards Dong, and stopped at the midpoint between them. He put the box there. Dong, please accept it. Chapter 410. Dong first glanced at the box, then raised his head. Why? Germain replied calmly. Didn't you say before that you came here for night alone? You gave us such important information. We should give something in return. Dong was silent for a while. Without pretense, thank you. Then I will accept it. He did need to extend his life. He was promoted to a person chosen by God, and his life was already quite long. But there was still an end. If he wanted to be truly immortal, he had to surrender to the demigods and become one of their apostles. But Dong had already rejected flesh and blood, and was unwilling to become a hideous monster. So he would not kowtow to other demigods. When Germain returned to the campfire, Dong stood up and solemnly picked up the box. As soon as he touched it with his palm, the box turned into a line of text, which was printed on the page he opened. Dong walked back into the shadows, but did not sit down. Instead, he turned around and stared at Germain. You are not going to give up, are you? He suddenly asked. Germain was silent. Jean and Basiji both looked up. They already knew what Dong was asking Germain, and at the same time, they could guess Germain's answer. Basiji felt the most strange about this. At first, Germain and Jean were the most enthusiastic about exploring the Dark Continent, while she and other members were more cautious. Now, even Jean had concerns about the road ahead. But Germain was still so determined. He still wanted to move forward, but it was not reckless. Dong also saw Germain's thoughts. You still plan to continue, even if you will meet them and become a half-human, half-ghost like me, right? Even if you don't consider yourself, consider your companions behind you. I didn't go alone at the beginning. Dong briefly fell into reminiscence, thinking of his deceased companions. After hundreds of years, their faces have become blurred in his memory. He asked with some sadness, do you really want to become the person I am now? Germain shook his head. We are different people. Germain replied. I will never become you. Dong was stunned for a moment and laughed dumbly. He didn't expect that after saying so much. He not only failed to dispel Germain's idea, but also seemed to ignite his fighting spirit. What a strange young man. Then I will say more. I didn't intend to say this part, so as not to make it difficult for you to accept it for a while. Everyone was attracted by Dong's solemn tone again. Above the apostle of God is the demigod. Above the demigod is the red moon. What above the red moon? Germain frowned. Dong smiled and continued. Have you ever thought about where our mind abilities come from? There was a dead silence. Dong raised his head and looked up at the crescent moon and the starry sky. Our planet is just one of the countless planets in the vast universe. So small that it can't even be counted as sand. And the real God is in the depths of the universe. He is extremely powerful. A planet is just a meal on his plate. All mind abilities come from him. Under his influence, our planet is just a fruit that is gradually maturing. Hungwei is his loyal servant, guarding this fruit for him, blocking the sky, blocking the speed, and making everything on the planet unable to escape the shackles. It is probably only 500 years before the planet matures and is swallowed by the gods of the universe. By then, only Hongwei and the demigods can retain their own will and live forever with their souls while being swallowed by the outer gods. Why did Yu Yuan and Flesh and Blood start a war between gods? Because they want to keep their demigod status. They need more regions and creatures. When facing the swallowing of the outer gods, even the demigods are so afraid and try to protect themselves at all costs. You can understand the horror of the outer gods. German, even if you do your best, it is not as simple as an ant trying to shake a tree. What you are shaking is the inescapable fate of being swallowed. This heavy truth is the knowledge he gained when he faced the flesh and blood. Dong is not using them to mock German. He was just reminding Germain that maybe he should pour all his passion into a more promising future. He was worried that if he didn't tell Germain clearly in advance, when Germain found out the truth, he would be as disheartened as he was at that time. The more you know, the less joy you will have. After hearing this, Jean and Biscuit were struck by lightning, and their bodies turned cold. If the truth is like this, then what is the point of humans returning to the Dark Continent? Anyway, whether in the Dark Continent or the 6 continents, they cannot escape the fate of being devoured by the outer gods. Returning to the Dark Continent will also require the sacrifice of countless people. What is the meaning of such sacrifice? Xiao Di did not react. She understood that there were still more than 500 years. By then, She and Germain would have died long ago. Her and Germain's children would have died long ago. And her grandson would definitely have died too. As for the rest, that would be irrelevant. Germain stood there silently for a long time. And then, he was a little surprised and figured out many joints. In fact, President Netero also guessed some of the truth. He discussed this with Germain on the airship that returned to the Hunter Association last year. Why is the most commonly used air transportation tool in the human world still the airship? Why has the human world not yet been able to launch carrier rockets and orbital satellites into outer space to overlook the entire dark continent? Because he was mentally prepared. Germain was only silent for a while, then reached into his arms. Dong looked at him strangely. He didn't understand why the young man reacted like this. Could it be that there is no greater sorrow than the death of one's heart? And he couldn't accept the reality to the point of collapse? Then, he saw Germain take out a strange hard box. This is a mobile phone, Germain said to him. In the 6 continents, no matter how far away, as long as there is a signal, people can communicate with each other in time through it. We also have something called the internet. We use it to share most of the knowledge of the 6 continents. Our bombs have different powers. One of them is called the Rose of the Poor, which is enough to kill those disasters and let them start reincarnation in advance. Dong frowned, shook his head, and said, "What you said should be my inventions after leaving the 6 continents. I admit that they are amazing. But, even if they are added together, they are not enough to defeat Hongwe, the demigod, not to mention the outer gods in the depths of the universe. Don't you understand? Even if the power of these shells is increased by 100, 1,000, or 10,000 times, it is meaningless to the outer gods," Dong said excitedly. He soon realized this, so he tried his best to calm down. After he felt better, he said, "I know that you will feel very uncomfortable when you first hear the truth of the universe. I was also like this at that time. I was confused for a long time. But, no," German suddenly interrupted him. "That's not what I meant." Dong looked up in surprise. "If you don't mean this, what do you mean?" German turned on his phone screen. The light from the screen was faint in the darkness, but it was quite conspicuous. Others also looked at him. These human creations have all appeared in a concentrated outbreak in the last 100 years. They are not accidental products, but inevitable results of social development. You said, we still have more than 500 years. Right? Dong nodded a little dully. That's good, German said calmly. To be honest, I don't understand scientific creation. I only know how to be a hunter and hunt my prey. The demigods occupy the Dark Continent and control most of the resources. And these resources are all what human society dreams of. The red moon occupies the sky and blocks the speed and height. If they are all dead, then all obstacles in front of mankind will disappear. Humanity can use the resources of the Dark Continent to develop all science and technology, and at the same time break through the atmosphere and go to outer space. Within 50 years, we will be able to carry people into space. Within 500 years, we will be able to leave this planet and migrate throughout the universe like humans did more than 2,000 years ago. Maybe there is really no way to defeat enemies like the outer gods, but at least we can avoid them. He wants ripe fruits, so give them to him, and we will go find unripe fruits. That's my answer. Dong never thought that he would hear such ideas from German, and he never thought that German would call the red moon and the demigods obstacles. How arrogant is this? But, when Jean, Basiji and Xiaodi were also stunned, Dong laughed loudly. This was the most hearty laugh he had ever had since everyone met. It seems that I, who stay in the Dark Continent, may not know more or see farther. Dong took out a silver bell and shook it a few times, making a crisp sound. Da-da-da. A black horse, with 4 hooves moving, appeared in front of Dong. Everyone looked and found that the horse was actually condensed from black mist. It was a night raider. Dong jumped up and rode on the night raider black horse. I've been here for too long, and it's time to leave. He pulled the reins, turned the horse's head, and looked down at everyone. I came to the right place to see the descendants who are determined to make progress, the younger generation who are considerate, and the young people with strange abilities. More importantly, Germain, I met you. Let me see your ability. If you just talk about it, there is no need for us to meet again. If you are serious, when you want to go to the land of the flesh and blood demigods on the west coast, I will be your most reliable guide. Everyone, see you again. Dong pulled the reins again. The Night Raider Black Horse stepped silently and took Dong away like flying, without giving everyone a chance to stay. Jean showed a regretful look. He still had many questions to ask, but now he could only watch Dong's figure disappear into the night like Biscuit and Chieti. And Germain had already looked up at the sky.